Chapter 2 of the Inheritance of the Four Ancestors and the Blood of the Tao Dai. Very well, Master. Li Sankong complied without further inquiry and followed obediently. This marked Li Sanking's inaugural venture into the ancestral hall of the Demon Saint Mountain, and he couldn't help but feel a tinge of nervousness and trepidation. Since his ascent to the mountain, this location had been designated as a forbidden zone by his three masters, prohibiting him from setting foot inside. Thus, in his eyes, the ancestral hall had always been a place steeped in taboo and profound mystery. Upon entering, Li Sankong instinctively began to observe his surroundings. The hall was enveloped in an eerie silence, with a chilling atmosphere that seeped into one's very soul. The color scheme of the ancestral hall was predominantly gray and black, exuding an air of solemnity and sanctity, while dark red streaks, reminiscent of ancient blood, seemed to linger as if left behind by some ancestral being from a bygone era. The most striking feature was the four formidable bronze statues of fearsome beasts that lay at the far end of the hall. In the center was a green dragon, wingless and scaled, exuding an imposing presence without needing to display anger. To the left was a blood phoenix, its cry echoing across the heavens, poised as if it were about to take flight. To the right lay a nine-tailed fox, its 9 tails resembling tendrils fanned out behind it, with amber eyes that held a captivating allure. Before these three ferocious beasts lay a Tao Dai, its bell-like eyes closed, emanating an aura of ferocity, with a gaping maw from which thick drool was vividly carved to ferocious beasts. Merely gazing upon these four bronze figures sent Li Sanking's heart racing. He recalled reading in ancient texts that these statues corresponded to the progenitors of the demon clan. Furthermore, he was already aware of the identities of his three masters. They were the three sovereigns of the Demon Saint Mountain, each embodying a fearsome beast. The eldest master was a blood phoenix named Feng Qingwu, known for her cold demeanor and strictness. The second master was a green dragon named Ao Qingyao, whose temperament was relatively gentle, albeit with a peculiar fondness for bathing, though he would not elaborate on how he knew this. As the lowest-ranking individual on the mountain, he had performed every conceivable task. The youngest master, Su Wan'er, was only 8 years his senior, possessing the sweetest disposition, vibrant and charming, resembling a doll, with enchanting eyes, yet she was, in truth, a 9-tailed fox. On one occasion, when the youngest master had asked him to add water while she bathed, Li Sankong had witnessed her reveal 9 pristine tails and a snow-white back. Although the three masters were fearsome beasts that struck terror in the hearts of many, over time, Li Sankong had grown accustomed to their company and found them to be quite amiable. The only perplexing aspect was that, despite their kindness, they had never mentioned teaching him the art of cultivation. Today, however, his eldest master had unexpectedly brought him to the ancestral hall, leaving him curious as to her intentions. Dressed in a resplendent red gown, the eldest master stood solemnly before the 4 bronze statues and spoke slowly. Disciple, these 4 bronze statues before you represent the 4 progenitors of our sacred mountain. If you can gain their acknowledgement, you shall inherit their unparalleled legacy. Though you are of the human race, you have absorbed my blood essence, and now that you have turned 10, you have reached the age suitable for receiving this inheritance. Do you wish to accept it? The notion of the Sacred Mountain's inheritance sent a shiver down Li Sanking's spine. Having spent considerable time on the Demon Saint Mountain, he had come to understand certain truths. For the Demon Clan, their most potent legacy was the inheritance of the 4 ancestors. Each year, exceptional descendants of the Demon Clan who turned 10 were sent to the Sacred Mountain to receive this inheritance, and those who succeeded were destined for greatness. However, he had witnessed some descendants after their attempts at the inheritance, drained of their blood essence, barely clinging to life, or even meeting untimely ends. This indicated that the process of receiving the inheritance was fraught with peril. If such dangers befell those of the Demon Clan, what fate awaited a mere human like him? The mere thought was daunting. The eldest master then remarked, as a human, the risks you face are immense. However, in accordance with the laws of our sacred mountain, the consent of the 4 ancestors is required for any transmission of knowledge. As for powerful techniques for humans, the sacred mountain lacks them. Even if you manage to find inferior methods, achieving great success would be exceedingly difficult. The choice now lies before you: to take a gamble and accept the sacred mountain's inheritance, or to seek a stable existence and merely survive. After hearing the master's words, Li Sankong fell into a contemplative silence. Yet, as the memory of his recurring dream flashed through his mind, his gaze suddenly firmed with resolve. Master, I am willing to accept the inheritance, he declared with unwavering conviction. The eldest master nodded, her eyes reflecting approval. Excellent. Li Sankong then inquired, Master, what must I do now? The eldest master retrieved a dagger from her sleeve and handed it to him. Make a cut on your palm and press it against each bronze statue in turn. Once the statue absorbs your blood essence, the ancestral spirits will sense it. If you gain their approval, the inheritance will be bestowed upon you. Li Sankong nodded and accepted the dagger. The eldest master kindly advised, having previously absorbed my blood essence, it may enhance your chances of receiving the inheritance if you begin with the blood phoenix statue. Li Sankong nodded once more and approached the blood phoenix statue. With a pained expression, he made a deep cut on his palm, and blood began to flow from the wound. He quickly pressed his hand against the statue. In that instant, the eyes of the blood phoenix statue inexplicably glowed red. The entire statue illuminated with crimson runes, and as the runes shone, a strange devouring force emerged, as if a bloodthirsty beast were ravenously consuming the blood from Li Sanking's palm. In mere moments, Li Sankong felt his blood essence rapidly depleting, and his complexion turned pale. However, at that moment, the runes that had initially illuminated the blood phoenix statue suddenly faded away, and the devouring force dissipated. Alas, upon witnessing this scene, a sigh escaped the eldest master. The blood phoenix progenitor has not acknowledged you, the inheritance has failed. Failed. Upon hearing the master's words, Li Sanking's gaze dimmed momentarily. Despite having absorbed the blood essence of the blood phoenix, he had still failed. This had likely been his most promising chance among the four. Yet, it had ended in failure. His hopes for the remaining 3 ancestral inheritances began to wane. The eldest master encouraged him. There are still 3 ancestral inheritances remaining. You still have hope. Taking a deep breath, Lee Sankong steeled himself and moved to the next statue, selecting the green dragon. Yet again, he faced failure. Not only did he fail, but the green dragon statue greedily absorbed a significant amount of his blood essence, leaving him dizzy and on the verge of collapsing. Now he understood why those from the demon clan who came to receive the inheritance often ended up drained. Having only attempted 2 ancestral inheritances, he was already struggling to cope. With 2 more statues remaining, he dreaded the thought of how much more blood would be required, but having come this far, to give up would mean squandering all his efforts, so he gritted his teeth and pressed on. His choice for the 3rd statue was the 9-tailed fox. He had initially thought that since the youngest master was so cute and kind, her ancestor would be benevolent as well. To his dismay, not only was the ancestor not kind, but it also drained a considerable amount of his blood essence, resulting in yet another failure. This left him, now increasingly feeble, collapsing to the ground in frustration. Only 1 statue remained. This statue belonged to the notorious Tao Tai, famed for its insatiable appetite, and Lee Sankong feared it would demand even more blood. Given his current state, he felt that if the Tao Tai were to drain him, it could very well be the end. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to press on, accepting the risk of death. With great difficulty, he approached the Tao Tai statue and pressed his hand against it. Instantly, Lee Sanking's complexion changed dramatically. A torrent of blood essence was siphoned from him, leaving his face as pale as parchment, and he nearly fainted. Yet, at that moment, a surge of bloodlight erupted from the Tao Tai statue. As the bloodlight flared, the eldest master's eyes widened with astonishment and delight, while a vast flood of information surged into Lee Sanking's mind. Simultaneously, a drop of dark golden blood materialized from the mouth of the Tao Tai statue. The blood of the Tao Tai, Chapter 3 of the Legacy of the Gluttonous Beast. Devouring to grow stronger. Gazing at the droplet of dark golden blood that floated forth, the woman in the Crimson Palace attire understood that Lee Sankong had succeeded. He had obtained the legacy of the primordial gluttonous beast. These 4 bronze statues were no ordinary creations, they were meticulously forged by the 4 ancestors, each said to harbor within them the essence of their respective bloodlines. Should the inheritance be successful, one could receive their blood in return, thereby cultivating their legacy. As the essence of the gluttonous beast ebbed forth, Lee Sankong instinctively reached out to catch it. At that moment, his master, standing behind him, could hardly contain his joy, exclaiming, "Disciple, you have gained the recognition of the primordial gluttonous beast and received its legacy. Quickly absorb this droplet of essence, and your frailty shall vanish." Nodding in acknowledgement, Lee Sankong complied and consumed the droplet of gluttonous beast essence. As it entered his belly, an unparalleled surge of bloodline energy swiftly coursed through his body. His previously weakened state, due to blood loss, was instantly invigorated, his pallid complexion blossoming with color, while the dizziness and nausea he had felt dissipated in an instant. Simultaneously, Lee Sankong was struck by an overwhelming hunger, an insatiable desire to consume vast quantities of food. His master, in disbelief, remarked, "I never imagined you could inherit the legacy of the gluttonous beast. For countless years, the gluttonous beast has never bestowed its legacy, and many of our kin have perished from overindulgence in its essence. Who would have thought that you, a human, would be granted such recognition? Truly strange." Scratching his head, Lee Sankong inquired, "Master, is the legacy of the gluttonous beast truly powerful?" His master replied with a shudder, "Indeed, it is said that when the gluttonous beast is famished, it can swallow an entire world in one gulp." "An entire world?" Lee Sankong gasped in astonishment. His master continued, "Furthermore, the cultivation method of the gluttonous beast is reputed to be quite simple. One merely needs to consume in order to grow stronger." Lee Sankong was taken aback. "Consuming to grow stronger?" His master elaborated, "The legacy of the gluttonous beast has never been obtained by anyone in our clan. The specifics of its cultivation depend solely on you. Of course, if you encounter any difficulties, you may consult your masters. While we may not practice the gluttonous beast's method, we certainly possess more experience in the realm of cultivation than you do." "Understood, master." Lee Sankong nodded. Subsequently, he followed his master out of the ancestral hall. Upon returning to his chamber, he immediately delved into the study of the gluttonous beast's legacy within his mind. Meanwhile, after their departure, the 4 bronze statues in the ancestral hall suddenly illuminated their eyes and emitted strange sounds. The Blood Phoenix statue spoke in a chilling tone, "Gluttonous one, why have you bestowed the legacy upon a human?" The 9-tailed fox statue, with a seductive lilt, questioned, "Gluttonous elder, what were you thinking? Why grant the legacy to a human instead of our kind? Have you lost your wits?" The azure dragon statue snorted disdainfully, "Old glutton, you had best provide an explanation." The gluttonous beast statue, with a languid voice, replied, "In the past, I owed a human a meal, and today I shall repay that debt. Moreover, did you not notice that his bloodline is quite extraordinary?" The azure dragon statue retorted, "He must have once possessed the Xian Huang bloodline during his childhood, but that bloodline has since been drained, leaving only a faint trace within him. Additionally, he harbors a deeply hidden, yet unawakened, rare bloodline, likely the infamous devouring bloodline that once struck fear into all races." The gluttonous beast statue chuckled, "Precisely, I am eager to discover which is more formidable when my gluttonous bloodline encounters his devouring bloodline, and ultimately, who shall dominate whom." In his chamber, Lee Sankong diligently studied the methods of the gluttonous beast's legacy. Indeed, the cultivation technique was remarkably straightforward. It was a method of devouring to strengthen oneself. This method entailed consuming the flesh and blood of living beings, refining it into gluttonous essence, thereby continually enhancing one's bloodline. As the bloodline strengthened, one's cultivation realm would also gradually elevate. In the primordial realm, regardless of the race, the cultivation realms were categorized as follows: a blood refinement realm, transcendence realm, dharma manifestation realm, divine revelation realm, ascension realm, great path realm, and immortal realm. Having consumed a droplet of gluttonous essence, Lee San Kong had ascended from an ordinary individual devoid of cultivation to the blood refinement first layer. The energy of that droplet, while potent, primarily transformed into bloodline power, granting him the gluttonous bloodline, hence his cultivation only rose to the blood refinement first layer. It was a simple yet brutal method. After reviewing the technique, Lee San Kong could not help but smile. However, as the smile faded, his expression turned somber. He recalled the mother who had perished due to his circumstances. His three masters had informed him of his origins. He was aware that his eyes had been plucked from him, along with a piece of bone and the extraction of a bloodline during his youth. His masters had rescued him from the holy tree, situated over 10 miles away from the demon-sacred mountain. Thus, he understood that the nightmares he experienced each night were not mere dreams, but manifestations of reality. "Mother! I shall not let your death be in vain." Lee San Kong clenched his fists and bowed silently. "The Blood Nation, the three princes, and those from the Lee family who sacrificed me back then. One day, I shall make you pay for your blood debts." With the legacy of the gluttonous beast, he felt confident in his ability to grow stronger. Those who had wronged him in the past would ultimately face the consequences of their actions. Since the best way to cultivate the gluttonous method was through devouring flesh and blood, he resolved to hunt demons in their territory. The following morning, Lee San Kong, having emerged from his bed, once too timid to sleep alone at night, explained his intentions to the two early rising masters before making his way down the demon-sacred mountain. The territory of the Demon Clan was located in the Beast Mountain Forest of southern Shenzhou, adjacent to the formidable Blood Nation. The entire Beast Mountain Forest was divided into two regions. One governed by the Demon Clan and the other by the Demonic Clan. Although both belonged to the demon race, they had always been at odds, much like the righteous path and demonic path among the human race. Having grown up among the Demon Clan, Lee San Kong had no intention of slaying its members. Therefore, he set his sights on the territory of the Demonic Clan, intending to hunt them instead. Originating from the Demon Sacred Mountain, he possessed a Demon Sacred Order bestowed upon him by his master, which would ensure he encountered little trouble within the Demon Clan's territory. Soon, Lee San Kong arrived at the boundary between the Demon Clan and the Demonic Clan. At this border, due to its marginal location, the strength of the demons was generally weaker, making it an ideal place for cultivation. Chapter 4: Strengthening the bloodline of the gluttonous beast. In a dense forest, with keen eyes, Lee San Kong concealed himself behind a massive tree, intently observing a blood-eyed rabbit cautiously peeking out from the underbrush. With a tinge of apprehension, he slowly approached. This was his inaugural hunt for demons, and to ensure success, he was determined to exert his utmost effort, regardless of the adversary's prowess. The blood-eyed rabbit, a creature of the first tier of blood refinement, emanated a palpable aura of ferocity. As Lee San Kong drew within 10 paces of the rabbit, he suddenly unleashed his strength, lunging forward to pounce upon it. In that moment, he summoned the full extent of his first-tier blood refinement power, while simultaneously releasing the fierce beastly pressure innate to the gluttonous bloodline he had recently acquired. The gluttonous beast is the progenitor of demonkind. The pressure radiating from Lee San Kong, albeit still in its nascent form, was undeniably formidable. The blood-eyed rabbit, confronting the overwhelming might of his bloodline, trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground in terror, akin to a mouse confronting a menacing cat, completely devoid of the courage to flee. Witnessing this scene, Lee San Kong was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly this effortless? Had he been overly cautious? Observing the rabbit's paralysis, he deftly seized it by the neck and swiftly snapped it. Gaze fixed upon the blood-eyed rabbit in his grasp, excitement flickered across his features. Time to test the devouring power of the gluttonous bloodline. In an instant, Lee San Kong focused the power of his gluttonous bloodline, channeling it toward his mouth as he gazed at the rabbit's carcass. With the influence of the gluttonous bloodline, his mouth opened to an exaggerated extent, as if capable of swallowing a human head, the interior gleaming a deep crimson. A powerful force of absorption emerged, concentrating upon the lifeless body of the blood-eyed rabbit. Under this peculiar devouring force, the rabbit's body disintegrated within mere breaths, its flesh and bones transforming into a pure essence of blood that was drawn into his being. Upon entering Lee San Kong's body, this quintessence of flesh and blood was swiftly assimilated by the gluttonous bloodline within him, ultimately transmuting into a minuscule strand of gluttonous essence. A mere strand of gluttonous essence. Observing the transformation within, Lee San Kong's eyes widened slightly. The gain was far too meager. It would likely require the accumulation of 1,000 such strands to constitute a single drop. 1,000 strands. How long must he hunt? Yet, considering that this essence originated from a weak first-tier blood refinement demon, Lee San Kong found solace. This blood-eyed rabbit was simply too feeble. If he were to encounter a more powerful foe, the yield of essence would undoubtedly be greater. Resolute in his decision, he continued his search for the next target. Before long, he arrived at a region where second-tier blood refinement bloodthirsty wild boars roamed. Emulating his previous actions, Lee San Kong effortlessly dispatched one of the bloodthirsty boars. After consuming it, his gluttonous bloodline grew by 3 additional strands. 2 strands more. Lee San Kong chuckled onward to slay more boars. As time progressed, approximately half an hour later, Lee San Kong had slain over 100 bloodthirsty wild boars, resulting in an increase of half a drop of his gluttonous bloodline. At that moment, the gluttonous bloodline unexpectedly bestowed upon him a robust essence of blood, which coursed into his meridians, permeating his entire being. This infusion expelled a foul stench from his skin, a release of internal impurities. With the impurities purged, Lee San Kong seamlessly ascended to the second tier of blood refinement. The augmentation of half a drop of gluttonous bloodline to reach the second tier was a testament to the potency of the gluttonous essence. Indeed, cultivating with the gluttonous bloodline proved to be remarkably effortless, merely enhancing the bloodline enabled an elevation in rank. Li Sankong laughed heartily, having tasted success. His determination intensified, however. This time, he intended to depart from the territory of the bloodthirsty wild boars in search of stronger demons. Based on his recent experiences, he concluded that demons of the same rank were no match for him, granting him the audacity to hunt those of a higher tier. With this resolve, Li Sankong sought out third-tier blood refinement demons. Shortly thereafter, he entered a territory inhabited by crimson-skinned demon deer. On the fringes of this area, he quickly encountered a blood-red deer, its eyes resembling amber, alertly grazing on the wild grasses while occasionally glancing around. Having gained insight into his own capabilities, Li Sankong was no longer as cautious as he had been during his initial encounter with the blood-eyed rabbit. In a flurry of swift steps, he charged forward, unleashing the pressure of his gluttonous bloodline. Under the oppressive aura, the crimson-skinned deer was rendered incapable of resistance, trembling and collapsing in submission. Before the quivering deer could muster any defiance, Li Sankong struck with a powerful punch, shattering its skull. In truth, he could have easily dispatched the crimson-skinned deer without relying on the might of his gluttonous bloodline. This approach merely enhanced his efficiency in slaying. Of course, he could have sought out more formidable demons, but he deemed that targeting third-tier blood refinement demons was presently the optimal choice. This strategy allowed for effortless kills, minimal danger, and a greater quantity of demon slaying within a given time frame, ensuring that the aggregate yield of gluttonous essence would not fall short compared to hunting stronger demons. Devour. His cavernous mouth opened wide. Within mere breaths, the crimson-skinned deer was consumed. After refining it, Li Sankong acquired 5 additional strands of gluttonous essence. The quantity had increased by 2 strands. Just as Li Sankong reveled in his fortune, he suddenly noticed that the 5 strands of gluttonous essence he had recently obtained did not entirely merge into his gluttonous bloodline. Instead, 2 strands appeared to have integrated into the depths of his being. What could this mean? Li Sankong furrowed his brow. The gluttonous essence was being absorbed by his inherent bloodline, as if the dominant gluttonous bloodline was seizing its own sustenance. Such a peculiar phenomenon warranted inquiry. He resolved to consult his master upon his return. Nevertheless, Li Sankong soon dismissed this puzzlement and continued to hunt the crimson-skinned demon deer. Each time he vanquished one, he garnered 5 strands of gluttonous essence. Approximately half an hour later, he had slain 100 crimson-skinned deer, acquiring 500 strands of gluttonous essence. Unfortunately, his peculiar body inexplicably absorbed a portion of this, resulting in his gluttonous bloodline assimilating only 300 strands. At this moment, however, Li Sankong noticed an unusual sensation in his eyes and chest. Both areas itched intensely, accompanied by a searing warmth. Rubbing vigorously alleviated the itch. It felt as though something was poised to emerge from those 2 regions. Could it be that these were the sites of my previous loss of sight and bone? What transformation might be occurring? Li Sankong pondered anxiously. Chapter 5 The Ancient Sacred Tree. No thanks required. The searing heat and itchiness lasted but a brief moment. Once normalcy returned, Li Sankong gently rubbed his eyes and, upon gazing ahead, was astonished to discover that his vision had remarkably cleared. It seemed there were no adverse effects, he mused. After 2 consecutive hours of slaying the crimson-skinned demon deer, Li Sankong successfully refined 1,500 strands, equating to a drop and a half of the essence blood of the gluttonous beast, with approximately 600 strands being inexplicably absorbed by his body, while the remaining 900 strands melded into the bloodline of the glutton. At that moment, the gluttonous bloodline once again bestowed upon him a surge of pure blood energy, coursing through his limbs and bones. Another layer of foul filth was expelled, and Li Sankong triumphantly ascended to the 3rd level of blood refinement. In a mere 3 hours of cultivation, he had advanced from the 1st to the 3rd level of blood refinement, a speed that could only be described as astonishing. Under the influence of the gluttonous bloodline, his physical strength, intensity, and vitality appeared to surpass that of any beast at the same realm. Observing the changes in his body, Li Sankong was left in awe. His current physical form might even rival that of a 5th-level blood refinement demon. As for his eyes and chest, they had also experienced occasional itchiness and warmth, yet nothing abnormal had manifested. On the contrary, his vision continued to strengthen. Though he initially wished to continue his cultivation, the exhausting toll of 3 consecutive hours of devouring had severely drained his soul energy, leaving his head swollen and heavy, accompanied by overwhelming fatigue. Under such conditions, further practice would be unwise. Today's gains were already substantial. With this thought, Li Sankong turned to depart. Instead of heading directly back to the Demon Saint Mountain, he ventured to a location over 10 miles away, standing before a withered ancient tree. This old tree had shed all its leaves, leaving only bare, gnarled branches that stood starkly against the heavens. Though not particularly tall, reaching a maximum of 2 zhang, its trunk was remarkably thick, robust enough to require 3 individuals to encircle it. Were it not for the faintly visible runes etched upon its trunk, Li Sankong would have easily dismissed it as a dying old tree, yet, his 3 masters had expressly stated that this was the sacred tree his mother had sacrificed for. The sacred tree. Fixating on this tree, Li Sankong's gaze was laced with complexity. Oh, ancient sacred tree, how could you have saved me back then, yet demand my mother as sacrifice? Now, I am torn between gratitude and resentment towards you. If I am to be grateful, you have taken my mother's life, yet to harbor hatred seems unwarranted, for you indeed preserved my own existence, granting me the chance to survive. I am in turmoil, ancient sacred tree. At times, I wish I could sever you with a blade, yet, recalling your act of salvation, I am compelled to bring you water. Crouching beneath the tree, the young Li Sankong spoke to himself, caught in a web of conflicting emotions, both love and hate. Thus, I have decided to offer you my urine. As he spoke, Li Sankong hastily stood, removed his trousers, and released a graceful arc of liquid that cascaded onto the roots of the ancient tree. In his eyes, urine was hardly a pleasant offering. However, his master had once remarked that plants thrive on human excrement, making this gesture quite reasonable. After finishing, he pulled up his trousers and turned to leave. With his back to the ancient tree, he called out, "Ancient sacred tree, no thanks are necessary to I shall return tomorrow." Once he had departed, a vertical eye suddenly split open on the ancient tree's stout trunk, revealing a look of exasperation. "This wretched brat is utterly ungrateful." A deep, aged voice echoed from the ancient tree, filled with immense frustration, yet, moments later, a note of surprise escaped its lips. "This urine seems rather special, it appears to be of some benefit to my decaying form." It was momentarily at a loss, should it thank that boy or scold him. In that instant, it began to understand the conflicting emotions Lee Sangkong had just expressed. Its gaze turned towards the direction in which Lee Sangkong had vanished, murmuring softly, "This child, though of human lineage, can harbor the bloodline of the ferocious beast, the gluttonous progenitor. It is said that even the descendants of the demon race have not inherited such a legacy. Why has it been bestowed upon him?" Upon returning to the Demon Saint Mountain, as he reached the entrance, a petite figure clad in a pale yellow dress bounced forth to greet him, her dark golden eyes radiating an innate charm. She showed no disdain for Lee Sangkong's filthy appearance, embracing him joyfully as though they were long-lost acquaintances. Despite her youth, her surprisingly ample bosom pressed against him, emanating a softness that was both unexpected and disconcerting. "Have you only been gone for such a brief time, little master? Please, not like this. I am dirty," Lee Sangkong replied, exasperated. Among his three masters, he shared the closest bond with the little master, as she was only 8 years his senior, having just reached adulthood. The title of master was conferred upon her due to her close ties with the first and second masters, rather than any exceptional prowess. However, the two masters had mentioned that the little master was a pure-blood descendant of the nine-tailed fox, possessing tremendous potential. Releasing her embrace, the little master scrutinized him with her bright eyes and exclaimed, "Oh, you are quite filthy, but splendidly so. In merely half a day, you have advanced to the third level of blood refinement. It seems my elder sister spoke the truth. You have indeed inherited the legacy of the gluttonous progenitor." Scratching his head, Lee Sangkong inquired, "Little master, where are the first and second masters?" Upon hearing this, the little master's demeanor shifted. She pouted and replied, "Why is it that every time you have a question, you ask about the other two masters? Is there something you cannot directly inquire of me? I am also your master, you know." Lee Sangkong sighed. "Very well, this issue pertains to cultivation." At the mention of cultivation, the little master's eyes sparkled. "Oh, for matters of cultivation, you may consult the first master." Lee Sangkong retorted, "So, by asking you, I am merely being directed to the first master. Where might she be?" The little master laughed. "In her chamber. Go seek her." "All right," Lee Sangkong replied, turning to depart. Suddenly, the little master called out from behind, "You haven't washed the clothes I changed out of today. Be sure to do so when you have the chance." Lee Sangkong exhaled in frustration. "Understood. This little master is insufferably lazy. Moreover, her garments are always so filthy, each time they carry an odd scent and cling to mysterious substances. Truly, such a lovely girl ought to pay more attention to cleanliness." Lee Sangkong hurriedly washed himself and donned clean clothing before making his way to the first master's chamber. Upon arriving, he found the first master languidly reclining on her bed, clad in a sheer garment that accentuated her ample curves, the enticing silhouette of spring subtly revealed. Yet, her exquisitely beautiful visage bore an icy demeanor. Were it not for familiarity, one might hesitate to approach such an ethereal beauty. "Master, I have a question for you." Lee Sangkong bowed respectfully. The first master turned her gaze towards him. "You have yet to give me a massage today. Speak while you attend to that." "Of course," Lee Sangkong responded dutifully. Though the first master was a cold beauty, she harbored a peculiar fondness for massages. Prior to his ascent to the mountain, the little master had been the one to provide them, and upon his arrival, that responsibility naturally fell to him. If one were to say that the little master had taught him anything, it would undoubtedly be the art of massage. As he adeptly massaged her, he inquired, "Master, during my recent cultivation, a portion of the gluttonous essence blood was inexplicably absorbed by my body, resulting in sensations of itchiness and warmth in my eyes and chest. Do you know what might be the cause?" Chapter 6 of the Boundary Step, the Gluttonous Armum? The master exclaimed, suddenly seizing one of Lee Sangkong's hands that was massaging near his well-rounded chest, startling Lee Sangkong. "Master, I'm just giving a normal massage," Lee Sangkong stammered. However, upon grasping his hand, the master slowly closed his eyes. Moments later, he opened them in astonishment. The lost sight and bones seemed to show signs of revival. "Is it truly possible?" he murmured to himself. Cautiously, Lee Sangkong inquired, "Master, what is the matter?" The master cast a fleeting glance at Lee Sangkong and replied, "What you just spoke of is indeed a good omen. Your sight and bones may potentially regain their extraordinary nature." "What?" Lee Sangkong exclaimed in delight. "Is it true?" The master lightly scoffed, "Would I deceive you?" Lee Sangkong's heart soared with joy. "So, does that mean my eyes and sternum will become extraordinary once more?" The master nodded gently, then closed his beautiful eyes, softly instructing, "Continue. Do not cease. Continue?" Lee Sangkong was momentarily taken aback, but then comprehended the master's intent and hurriedly responded, "Yes." Thus, Lee Sangkong's small hands roamed over the master's body, his fingers applying pressure with expert finesse, eliciting soft, pleasurable moans from the master, who blissfully closed her eyes in satisfaction. When their session concluded, the master languidly remarked while reclining on the bed, "Let us continue tomorrow. Do not forget this matter amidst your training." "Of course, master," Lee Sangkong replied as he turned to leave. Once outside, breathing in the fresh air, Lee Sangkong let out a long sigh. "Phew, what a tiring endeavor. Serving 3 masters daily is exhausting for a young lad like me. Sometimes, I even contemplate fleeing down the mountain." Yet, considering the kindness of his masters, he could only endure in silence. If an adult were present to overhear his inner thoughts, they would likely chastise him for being ungrateful. To serve 3 beautiful masters with massages, baths, and sleep, and you still dare to complain? With a sigh of frustration, Lee Sankong returned to gather his and the junior master's clothes, washing and hanging them out to dry, finally granting himself some leisure time. He then made his way to the courtyard and slowly closed his eyes. Images of the gluttonous inheritance surfaced in his mind. The boundary step, a secret technique of movement, consists of 9 levels. When perfected, one can step across realms in a single stride. As he contemplated the contents of this secret technique, Lee Sanking's eyes widened. Isn't it a bit exaggerated to claim one can step across realms? Even at the first stage of this technique, one could cover 3 zhang in a single step. 3 zhang in a single step, in the early stages, that is indeed quite remarkable. The gluttonous arm, it channels the power of the gluttonous bloodline into one arm, unleashing an extraordinary level of strength. Next, Lee Sankong focused on another offensive technique. This technique is called the gluttonous arm. By utilizing this technique, one can instantaneously gather the profound power of the gluttonous bloodline into a single arm, delivering an attack far beyond the ordinary. Even at the entry level, it can double the force of one's strikes. The gluttonous arm is quite formidable. Lee Sankong chuckled. The boundary step and the gluttonous arm are both extraordinary techniques, passed down from the great ancestor of the gluttonous. I shall first cultivate the gluttonous arm. With that, Lee Sankong began his training in the courtyard. He continuously attempted to channel the power of the gluttonous bloodline within him towards his right arm. Gradually, his right arm took on a blood-red hue, swelling in size, and a fearsome beast totem composed of blood seemed to materialize faintly. The gluttonous totem, however, the totem did not last long before vanishing, and his arm returned to its normal size. I couldn't succeed. Disappointed, Lee Sankong lamented as the gathered bloodline power dissipated before he could solidify it into a singular force. His first attempt ended in failure, yet his determination only intensified. He vowed to succeed. As he persisted in his endeavors, dinner time soon approached. The meal was prepared by the second master. Aside from giving baths, one of the second master's passions is culinary arts. However, since Lee Sankong was 8 years old, the second master had often enlisted his assistance in the kitchen. After dinner, the second master called out, "Disciple, come and help me with my bath." "All right." Lee Sankong obediently followed the second master into the bathing chamber. The second master's back was pale and tender. Lee Sankong focused intently as he massaged. Once the bath was complete, Lee Sankong resumed his training in the gluttonous arm and the boundary step until the junior master called him to bed, signaling the end of the day. The following day, as dawn broke and the eastern sky glowed with purple light, Lee Sankong rose early to practice the gluttonous arm for an hour before descending the mountain to slay demons. He ventured to the border where the fairy clan met the demon clan. In pursuit of mastering his secret techniques, Lee Sankong arrived at the territory of the blood-refining 5th-level demon wolves. Demon wolves are social creatures, rarely encountered alone. One typically encounters a pack, but Lee Sankong felt no fear. No need to elaborate. The mere presence of his gluttonous bloodline pressure was enough to intimidate the demon wolves. The stronger he became, the more potent the pressure of the gluttonous bloodline. Hiding in the grass, Lee Sankong focused on a pack of over 10 black-furred demon wolves lurking in the distant woods, his gaze sharp. This time, he chose not to employ the gluttonous bloodline pressure for intimidation but instead to hone his skills in the gluttonous arm and the boundary step through actual combat. As his thoughts settled, he transformed into a shadow and dashed from the grass. Howl, howl, howl. The pack of demon wolves spotted Lee Sankong and immediately let out fierce howls as they charged towards him. Just in time. Lee Sanking's gaze sharpened. As the first demon wolf lunged at him, he suddenly stepped forward, a surge of crimson light enveloping his foot, propelling him swiftly to the side. The boundary step technique, though he had yet to fully master the first stage of this technique, his current speed was already impressive. With that simple step, Lee Sankong evaded the demon wolf's attack and countered with a punch. In that moment, his right arm appeared thicker, a deep crimson hue enveloping it. Boom! With one punch, the demon wolf collapsed to the ground. One punch to take down a blood-refining 5th-level demon wolf. Although he had not mastered the technique, the power of his punch was significantly amplified. Lee Sankong couldn't help but smile. With greater strength, not only were his attacks more potent, but their speed was also enhanced. The demon wolves were caught off guard and swiftly perished. At that moment, the remaining 10 or so demon wolves lunged at him. However, drawing from the experience of the previous day's battle, Lee Sankong remained utterly composed. Armed with 2 secret techniques and a physique far surpassing his peers, Lee Sankong engaged the pack of wolves with ease. Before long, all 10 demon wolves lay defeated at his feet. Regrettably, the gluttonous arm had still not been mastered. Lee Sankong sighed. The gluttonous arm proved to be quite challenging. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he gazed at the fallen demon wolves. Devour. These were blood-refining 5th-level demons, their blood serving as his gluttonous essence. As he opened his mouth, a terrifying force of absorption emerged. In mere moments, the corpse of a demon wolf transformed into pure blood energy, entering Lee Sanking's body. Surveying the amount of gluttonous essence he had refined within, Lee Sankong grinned widely. He had accumulated 10 small strands. Chapter 7 of the gluttonous arm's entrance. 10 strands, a significant increase from the previous day's red-skinned magic deer. Yet, at that moment, Lee Sanking's expression shifted dramatically within his body. Half of the 10 strands of gluttonous essence were inexplicably absorbed. Simultaneously, an unusual sensation returned to his eyes and chest. However, this time it was not accompanied by itchiness or heat. Rather, it felt as though something additional had manifested. It seemed that Master was indeed correct. My eyes and sternum may very well regain their extraordinary nature. I wonder when that restoration will occur. Lee Sankong mused inwardly. There were a total of 14 magic wolves on the ground. After devouring them all, Lee San Kong had amassed 140 strands of gluttonous essence, of which 70 were mysteriously absorbed, while the remainder melded into his gluttonous bloodline. Balancing the nourishment of his eyes and sternum along with sustaining the gluttonous bloodline, the meager amount of essence he had refined was utterly insufficient. Lee San Kong sighed. Unbeknownst to him, there was indeed a thief lurking within his body. This thief was the concealed celestial bloodline. A substantial portion of the refined gluttonous essence had been siphoned away by this very bloodline. I hope it does not disappoint me upon awakening. Lee San Kong whispered softly. As time passed, Lee San King's relentless slaughter in the territory of the magic wolves soon drew the attention of more of these creatures. In the forest, a massive magic wolf howled at the heavens, leading a pack of followers away from their lair. It was the small leader of this pack, a 6th-tier blood-refining demon, somewhat akin to a minor wolf king. Mission accomplished. In the woodland, Lee San Kong dispatched 8 more magic wolves, acquiring 80 strands of gluttonous essence thereafter. With this recent onslaught, he had slain a total of 92 magic wolves, accumulating 920 strands of gluttonous essence in total. Among them, the gluttonous bloodline had absorbed 460 strands. With an elevation in his realm, the gluttonous essence required for each advancement had also increased significantly. Lee San Kong reflected, should I not pursue stronger demons? Feeling the difficulty of his ascension, Lee San Kong could not help but entertain the notion of hunting down more formidable foes. Just as he prepared to depart the territory of the magic wolves, a group of them appeared in the distance, led by one with crimson eyes, its size twice that of the others. The small wolf king. At that moment, the small wolf king fixed its blood-red gaze upon Lee San Kong, filled with malice. A 6th-tier blood-refining demon. Seeing this formidable beast, Lee San Kong was momentarily taken aback. Had he inadvertently attracted a more powerful foe by slaying the weaker ones? Yet, in an instant, his expression transformed into one of eager anticipation. Since I plan to hunt stronger demons, why not test my mettle against this one first? A provocative glint sparkled in Lee San King's eyes as he regarded the distant wolf king. Provoked, the wolf king let out an enraged howl and charged towards Lee San Kong. Simultaneously, the other magic wolves followed suit. As the pack rushed towards him, Lee San King's combat spirit ignited. Instead of retreating, he advanced boldly. In mere strides, he reached the wolf king's side and swung his right arm with ferocity. In an instant, his entire right arm swelled, turning a vivid crimson, and a totem of gluttony woven from blood strands faintly emerged. The cunning wolf king, witnessing this spectacle, immediately sidestepped to evade Lee San King's assault, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. However, it had underestimated Lee San King's prowess. With a swift follow-up, the force of the gluttonous arm struck the wolf king's flank, sending it reeling. Roar. The wolf king steadied itself and let out a furious roar. This diminutive human dared to wound it, not dead yet. A flicker of determination shone in Lee San King's eyes. It seemed the 6th-tier wolf king was indeed significantly stronger than the 5th-tier wolves. At that moment, the remaining magic wolves surged forward in a frenzied attack. Lee San Kong, relying on his agile footwork, deftly evaded most of their strikes. Unfortunately, one wolf's claw managed to tear through his clothing, grazing his back. However, the injury was superficial. As his wound opened, a surge of dark golden blood flowed from within, and the injury began to heal almost instantly. Such formidable vitality, the gluttonous bloodline endowed Lee San Kong with a life force that surpassed that of ordinary beings. Not only that, but his physical defenses were also exceedingly robust. Had an average 3rd-tier blood-refining cultivator been caught by a 5th-tier magic wolf, the outcome would have been far graver than a mere scratch. Though I sustained some injuries from their numbers, they pose little threat to me. Feeling a surge of confidence in his physical prowess, Lee San Kong charged back into the fray. Throughout the battle, he continually experimented with the gluttonous arm and realm steps. Suddenly, Lee San Kong unleashed a punch aimed at the wolf king. With this strike, the air crackled with a fierce wind, his arm swelled even larger, and the blood totem that had been merely a shadow now fully manifested upon his arm, its speed nearly doubling since the last attack. The gluttonous arm had reached its initial threshold, one pattern realm achieved. Feeling the overwhelming power coursing through his gluttonous arm, Lee San Kong was elated, and with a ferocious intent, he struck the wolf king. Caught off guard, the wolf king had no time to react before being struck. Crack. The sound of shattering bones echoed as the wolf king's massive form was sent flying, crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. Terror gleamed in its eyes. Witnessing this scene, the other magic wolves cowered in fear, retreating in disarray, lowering their bodies and baring their teeth in a futile show of aggression. They trembled in fear, but Lee San Kong did not waver. He charged towards the fallen wolf king and delivered a decisive punch, ending its life without invoking the pressure of the gluttonous bloodline. Alone, he had successfully slain the 6th-tier small wolf king. With the gluttonous arm now at one pattern realm, his power had doubled. The remaining magic wolves, seeing their leader's demise, scattered in panic. Attempting to flee, Lee San Kong bellowed, "These essences belong to me, they shall not escape." Without hesitation, he unleashed the might of his gluttonous bloodline, enveloping the area in a terrifying aura of ferocity. All the magic wolves trembled, struggling to move. Lee San Kong advanced, dispatching them all. After devouring the wolf king, he wondered how much gluttonous essence he would obtain. Approaching the fallen body of the wolf king, he activated the power of his bloodline and opened his gaping maw to begin the feast. This time, it took him a full 10 breaths to completely consume the wolf king's remains. As he finished, Lee San King's eyes lit up in astonishment. He had acquired 30 strands. A threefold increase. Indeed, slaying foes of a higher realm yields bountiful rewards. Lee San Kong marveled. He then proceeded to devour the other magic wolves, ultimately garnering an additional 120 strands of gluttonous essence. Yet, the gluttonous bloodline had only absorbed half of that. Following this, Lee San Kong, now strengthened, departed the scene in search of 6th-tier demons to slay. After some time, he successfully ascended to the 4th tier of blood refinement. Chapter 8 The Six-Tailed Fox and Blood Refinement at the 4th level, the physical strength, defense, and speed have been further enhanced, the soul can no longer endure, tomorrow shall continue, utilizing the devouring ability, I require soul energy. After this prolonged battle, Lee Sanking's soul is beginning to falter, with a few leaps, Lee Sankong vanishes into the depths of the dense forest. At the old sacred tree, Lee Sankong shakes off his body and adjusts his trousers. Old sacred tree, no need for thanks. With my divine urine, you shall surely experience a rejuvenation. Lee Sankong grins mischievously and departs with a flourish. Once he is far away, an eye opens on the trunk of the old sacred tree, filled with indignation. That little rascal truly comes every day, it exclaims in frustration. However, this boy's urine possesses a certain mystique, capable of slowly restoring its decaying form. Well, better than nothing, I shall absorb it for now. The roots of the old sacred tree wriggle through the soil, completely absorbing Lee Sanking's remnants. How delightful. Upon returning to the demon sacred mountain, Lee Sankong routinely massages his master, practicing the secret arts of the gluttonous arm and boundary step. After dining in the evening, he gives a back rub to his gentle-tempered second master, and at night, he sleeps alongside his timid, light-fearing junior master. Each day, he ventures to the boundary realm to slay demons. His life is fulfilling and orderly. The only difference is that Lee Sanking's strength improves daily. Thus, 2 days pass in the boundary realm's forest. Lee Sankong delivers a powerful punch, slaying a nearly 10-foot-long black-striped demon leopard, and opens his mouth wide to devour its flesh and blood. After consuming it, a powerful aura suddenly emanates from Lee Sankong, a breakthrough. This black-striped demon leopard, at the 8th level of blood refinement, grants me 100 strands of gluttonous essence blood, and with the prior absorption, I have finally ascended to the 6th level of blood refinement. 6th level of blood refinement, it took him merely 2 days to progress from the 4th to the 6th level. For anyone else, even a genius, it would require a month or two. With his strength now at the 6th level of blood refinement, he is fully capable of slaying demons at the 9th level. The transition from the 4th to the 5th level requires 3,000 strands of gluttonous essence blood, equivalent to 3 drops, while advancing from the 5th to the 6th level necessitates 6 drops of gluttonous essence blood. Following this trend, reaching the 7th level will undoubtedly require over 10 drops of gluttonous essence blood. Lee Sankong muses, over 10 drops, the demand is quite substantial. If he continues to slay demons at the 8th level, his pace of advancement may falter. To maintain this rapid progression, it seems he must change locations again tomorrow. Lee Sankong chuckles, turning to leave with a boundary step. After 2 days of battling demons, Lee Sankong has already mastered the first stage of boundary step. With each step spanning 3 zhang, just as he returns to the territory of the fairy clan, Lee Sankong suddenly hears the voices of the human race nearby. Humans. This marks the first encounter with humans since arriving at the demon sacred mountain. Li Ming, quickly surround it. Do not let it escape. This is a young beast of the immensely potent Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Li Shang, are we truly capturing their young beast in the territory of the fairy clan? What are you afraid of? Our clan is a prominent family of the Blood Nation. The 3 princes of the Blood Nation are exceptionally gifted, destined to dominate the southern regions of the Divine Continent. The fairy clan will eventually submit to the Blood Nation. Capturing their young beasts means nothing. Li Ming, Li Shang is correct. I remember the 3rd prince mentioning he desires a young nine-tailed fox with potential. Capturing this creature and presenting it to the 3rd prince would be a great achievement. In that case, let us capture it. 3 distinct voices echo, and the air is filled with the dull sound of weapons slicing through the atmosphere. Just then, a mournful cry resonates, resembling the injury of the nine-tailed fox descendant mentioned by the 3. Concealed not far away, Lee Sankong, upon overhearing their conversation, feels his expression darken. The Li family. The Blood Nation, the 3 princes. These terms prick at his nerves, causing his breath to quicken. The 3 princes of the Blood Nation, so talented, how audacious. If it weren't for them seizing what rightfully belongs to me, would they be where they are today? The more Lee Sankong contemplates, the more furious he becomes, his nails digging into his flesh. And these individuals dare to capture the descendants of my clan within the fairy territory. They are truly courting death. With this thought, Lee Sankong immediately employs the boundary step to stealthily approach. Upon getting closer, he peers through the dense underbrush, clearly observing the scene unfolding. At this moment, 3 young humans surround a white 6-tailed fox, its hind leg stained crimson with blood, their cruel smiles evident. The 6-tailed fox, upon sighting the creature, Lee Sankong gasps in surprise. He has heard from his masters that a fox with 6 tails possesses at least a divine-level bloodline. Although the purity of its bloodline has reached the divine level, the 6-tailed fox before him is exceedingly small, possessing merely the strength of the 4th level of blood refinement. Presently, the 3 surrounding humans include one with the strongest aura, a practitioner at the 9th level of blood refinement, while the other 2 are at the 8th level. The young 6-tailed fox stands no chance against them. That it has lasted this long is already remarkable. Li Shang, it's unable to escape, I will go capture it. The 8th level practitioner, Li Ming, volunteers. Be cautious, its charm power is formidable, we nearly fell for it earlier and allowed it to flee. Li Shang warns, vigilant. Do not worry. I won't let it escape. With that, Li Ming slowly approaches the grounded 6-tailed fox. The tiny 6-tailed fox, filled with terror, struggles to rise and flee, but the injury to its leg renders its eyes brim with sorrow, as if foreseeing its impending fate. Suddenly, in that instant, a figure flashes in the scene, covering 3 zhang in a single stride, and within moments, that figure appears behind Li Ming, delivering a powerful punch. Be careful. Li Shang exclaims in alarm, intending to intervene, but alas, the speed of the opponent is too swift. By the time he shouts his warning, Li Ming has already been struck, his body flying like a sandbag into an ancient tree, crashing to the ground, rendered unconscious. Who? At this moment, how could a child appear here? At the same time, both are filled with immense trepidation. With a single punch, this child has incapacitated a practitioner at the 8th level of blood refinement. He undoubtedly possesses the strength of the 9th level of blood refinement. Glancing at his youthful appearance, seemingly around 10 years of age, yet wielding such power, what a monstrous genius. Are you human or demon? Suddenly, Li Shang glares at Li Sankong, his voice laced with wariness. This child before him may very well be a transformed demon. He has heard tales of demons with extraordinary bloodlines being able to assume human form within the realm of blood refinement. Given that this is the territory of the fairy clan, Li Shang's first instinct is to suspect Li Sankong as a transformed demon. At this moment, Li Sankong turns, coldly fixing his gaze upon Li Shang and the others. After all, he has come here to eliminate you. Does it really matter what he is? Chapter 9, Today's interest. Are you here to kill us? Li Shang squinted his eyes and declared with pride, I am a scion of the Li family from the Blood Nation. My father, Li Jingyang, is an extraordinary powerhouse. An extraordinary powerhouse. Li Sankong grinned coldly, your father may be an extraordinary powerhouse, but my master is a great ferocious beast. Let's talk about backgrounds. Who in this region would dare to challenge him? At that moment, Li Shang was about to utter a retort when his expression suddenly shifted. Li Yi, be careful. In Li Shang's eyes, Li Sankong, who had been standing still, abruptly vanished, as if he had crossed the distance between himself and Li Yi in a mere heartbeat. The speed was so swift that by the time Li Shang attempted to intervene with his blade, Li Yi had already met the same fate as Li Ming, his body hurtling backward like a ragdoll, crashing heavily into a large tree. Crack, with the sound of splintering wood, the trunk of the tree broke, and Li Yi's body fell limply to the ground, his eyes wide with shock and fear that he had never imagined he would meet his end in this forest. As Li Yi collapsed, Li Sankong's figure solidified before him, appearing like a terrifying demon in his final moments. Li Shang had just taken a couple of steps forward when he witnessed the scene, causing him to halt in his tracks, terror gripping his heart as he stared at Li Sankong. You have quite the audacity. Do you know what status my Li family holds in the Blood Nation now? Even if you are of the Demon Clan, should you dare to slay a member of the Li family, the vast Blood Nation will surely annihilate your kind? While warning, Li Shang began to slowly retreat. He realized that the ability to kill a blood refinement 8th layer cultivator in a single strike, with speed so fast he couldn't keep up, meant that this power belonged to an extraordinary existence among the 9th layer. Yet here he was, an ordinary individual within that realm. How could he dare to face Li Sankong now? Furthermore, he had already come to the conclusion that Li Sankong was a manifestation of a demon. For a demon to take form within the blood refinement realm, its level of prowess was undoubtedly unimaginable. This was precisely why he had mentioned his own identity and background earlier, hoping to instill a sense of trepidation in Li Sankong to deter any violent actions. However, Li Sankong, fresh from the shadows and harboring a deep-seated grudge against the Li family, had no intention of considering such matters. Even if he did, he would not relent. Li Sankong turned to gaze at Li Shang. You're the last one left. With his heart already half-cold, Li Shang suddenly snarled, you cannot kill me. I am a scion of the Li family, which is currently at the zenith of power. The 3 most gifted princes of the Blood Nation are my relatives. Should you lay a hand on me, it will bring calamity upon your demon kin. 3 royal relatives? Li Sanking's voice grew ever colder, filled with hatred. If that is the case, then I have all the more reason to slay you. All the more reason to slay? Li Shang was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Li Sanking's intent. Yet, before he could ponder further, Li Sankong had already closed the distance, and Li Shang had no time to reflect on the meaning behind those words. With a furious swing of his long knife, Li Shang aimed for Li Sankong, but the latter effortlessly evaded with his swift movements. In that instant, Li Sankong's right arm surged with speed, turning crimson and expanding, revealing a grotesque, blood-red totem of a Taotai arm. A ferocious aura erupted forth. Li Shang was taken aback, and in the next moment, his chest was struck solidly by a punch, sending him hurtling away. Boom! Several meters away, Li Shang crashed to the ground, glancing down to find a gruesome, gaping wound in his chest, blood gushing forth. Li Shang felt his vitality draining away with each pulse of blood that flowed from his chest, his body growing increasingly weak and powerless. The sensation of losing control over his own life filled him with profound dread's death wound, casting an endless shadow of fear upon him. The instinct for survival compelled him to endure the excruciating pain, kicking and scrambling backward on the ground. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not distance himself from the cold-faced youth who approached with steady steps. He knew the boy was coming to claim his life. But he did not wish to die. Spare me, spare my life. In a state of overwhelming fear, Li Shang struggled to speak, finally resorting to a pitiful plea for mercy. Li Sankong slowly crouched down, and in his icy gaze, Li Shang found no trace of compassion. He heard Li Sankong's voice, each word carefully articulated, rest assured, it is not only you, the entirety of the Li family will come to accompany you in death, even your proud 3 princes will join you. I hope that when you reach the underworld, you can still be their loyal dog as you are today. Who are you? Li Shang gazed at Li Sankong in terror. A person you desperately wish to forget, but one you can never truly erase from your memory. Crack. As Li Sanking's voice faded, he rose and crushed Li Shang's neck with a single step. Thus, Li Shang departed this world, filled with terror and confusion. With a sigh, after slaying 3 men, an emotion that had long been suppressed within Li Sankong seemed to find some release. He reminded himself that this was merely the beginning, the path of vengeance is long and arduous, he still had much to strive for. Today, let this be a small interest collected. After calming his emotions, Lee Sankong approached the three corpses and collected all their belongings. Then, he summoned the power of his Taotai bloodline, opening his mouth wide as a devouring force surged forth, disintegrating the three bodies into blood energy that was absorbed into Lee Sankong, enhancing his cultivation. These three were all cultivators above the blood refinement 8th layer, and their flesh contained rich blood energy. Devouring their remains would yield a significant amount of Taotai blood essence. However, compared to the demon clan of the same realm, it was still considerably less. After all, the demon clan was renowned for their formidable physicality. Having dealt with the three, Lee Sankong turned to the six-tailed fox, who was unable to walk due to its leg injury. At that moment, the six-tailed fox, upon seeing him approach, regarded him with eyes filled with despair and wariness. It was unclear whether this youthful figure was friend or foe. Moreover, the power of this bipedal creature was terrifying. It could even devour flesh and blood. Fearsome. This must be a technique unique to the demon clan. Seeing the white, fluffy six-tailed fox trembling in fear, Lee Sankong endeavored to soften his expression. Do not be afraid. I am also of the demon clan, hailing from Demon Saint Mountain. Look, this is the Demon Saint Order. As he spoke, Lee Sankong produced the Demon Saint Order from within his robes. Upon sighting the order, the six-tailed fox sighed in relief, visibly relaxing its guard, though it remained cautious of Lee Sankong. You are also of the demon clan? At that moment, the six-tailed fox timidly spoke, its voice soft and innocent, reminiscent of a young girl. Taken aback, Lee Sankong exclaimed, You can speak? The six-tailed fox replied, I can. Hearing this, Lee Sankong was momentarily stunned, recalling that the three men had mentioned it was a being of divine bloodline. Though incapable of taking form in the blood refinement realm, a creature with a divine bloodline could indeed articulate speech. You seem unable to walk, how about I carry you back? Lee Sankong cautiously suggested as he noticed the six-tailed fox's wariness had significantly diminished. Chapter 10 Companionship. The ancient sacred tree buds. In response to Lee Sankong's suggestion, the timid six-tailed fox on the ground hesitantly spoke, Are you truly from the sacred mountain of demons? The sacred mountain of demons is a revered sanctuary for the fairy clan, shrouded in mystery, leaving the six-tailed fox uncertain of its intricacies. Lee Sankong offered a gentle smile, shaking the demon sacred token in his hand, an undeniable proof of his claim. Upon closer inspection of the twisted symbols etched in the blood of ferocious beasts, representing the faith of the fairy clan, the six-tailed fox discerned that this token was indeed authentic. The words spoken by the youth were likely true, especially since he had just saved her life and bore no ill will towards her. Thus, she lowered her guard and tentatively moved her hind legs, only to be met with a sharp pang of pain. Realizing that it was impossible to walk back on her own in such a condition, she nodded in agreement, saying, That I shall trouble you, young man. Lee Sankong smiled, stowing away the demon sacred token, tearing a piece of fabric from his attire to simply bandage the wound of the six-tailed fox before lifting her onto his back. The six-tailed fox draped her front limbs over Lee Sankong's shoulders, while he supported her rear with his hand, making their way towards the heart of the fairy clan. Her body was soft, her fur smooth, emanating a gentle warmth that evoked a protective instinct within him. Considering her injuries, Lee Sankong deliberately quickened his pace. I will first take you back to the foot of the sacred mountain, where the mountain sentinels reside. They can assist in contacting your kin, Lee Sankong proposed. The six-tailed fox pondered for a moment before responding, All right. After a period of silence, out of curiosity regarding her identity, Lee Sankong inquired, By the way, little fox, I am yet to learn your name. The six-tailed fox shyly replied, I am Su Buhui. And you, young man? I am Lee Sankong, he responded with a smile. From now on, just call me by my name, and refrain from addressing me as young man. But the six-tailed fox murmured, Understood. Lee Sankong then asked, What brings you to this place alone? Given your age and talent, the fairy clan should not permit you to wander out at this time. Hearing this, the six-tailed fox lowered her head in shame, akin to a child caught misbehaving. I sneaked out to play, she admitted, pausing before adding earnestly, I wish to slay the demons. Lee Sankong was taken aback, reflecting, You are younger than I am, yet you aspire to hunt demons? Are you not afraid of them? The six-tailed fox replied softly, I am indeed afraid, but the demon clan has killed my parents, and I seek revenge. At this revelation, Lee Sankong sighed quietly, falling into silence. Noticing his sudden quietness, Su Buhui asked innocently, Why do you sigh? Do you think I am childish? Not at all, he replied. Then why? Because I sense a resemblance between you and me. Su Buhui blinked her large eyes, Did the demon clan also slay your family? Lee Sankong spoke in a hushed tone, Indeed. In my eyes, they are no different from demons. Oh, Su Buhui suggested, Then let us join forces and seek revenge together. Lee Sankong chuckled softly, If you are willing, I have no objections. Su Buhui chimed sweetly, I am willing. It is settled then, you must not go back on your word. Lee Sankong nodded, remaining silent. Su Buhui then queried, What brings you here? Lee Sankong replied, For the same reason as you. So you too seek to slay demons? Yes. Then will you take me with you in the future? Take you? Lee Sankong tilted his head, When you are a bit older, I shall consider it. All right, the six-tailed fox's tone clearly conveyed her disappointment. Lee Sankong smiled faintly, recognizing her eagerness to grow stronger. Her temperament mirrored his own, however, he seemed to have better fortune, as he had not encountered much danger in recent days. By the way, the six-tailed fox suddenly inquired, I have a question. I sense that you are of the human race, yet you emitted a frightening aura reminiscent of a ferocious beast. I am quite curious, are you human or demon? You have an astute perception. Li Sankong paused in contemplation. The question of whether he should confront the world as a human or a demon had never crossed his mind seriously. Betrayed by his kin from a young age and raised by three formidable beast masters, he felt a deeper connection to the fairy clan. Yet, he undeniably bore the blood of humanity. His mother, who sacrificed herself for him, was also human. He could not forsake her legacy. Thus, he grappled internally with this dilemma, unsure of how to respond. Let us consider me a member of the fairy clan, Li Sankong finally declared after a lengthy contemplation. Then we are of the same kin, the innocent six-tailed fox chimed, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Upon reaching the foot of the sacred mountain, Li Sankong approached the sentinels. The guardians were two powerful entities of the fairy clan, possessing the bodies of bulls and the strength to match, clad in thick, dark red armor, their voices rumbling like distant thunder. Here, for the first time, Li Sankong was halted by the guardians, not due to his own actions, but because of the six-tailed fox's presence. Without prior permission, no fairy clan member could enter the sacred mountain. Having been brought up on the mountain by his three masters and holding the demon sacred token, the bull-headed guardians would not obstruct him. However, carrying an unfamiliar six-tailed fox made the situation different. While she possessed divine bloodlines, news of her lineage had not reached the sacred mountain, likely due to her age. Unless one was as prodigious as his junior master, other fairies would only be permitted to ascend the sacred mountain for ancestral teachings upon reaching the age of 10, at which point they would be recognized by the three masters according to their talents, determining their eligibility to remain on the mountain for cultivation. Having spent years at the sacred mountain, Li Sankong had never encountered any fairy with such privileges. As for his junior master, she had already ascended before his arrival. Uncle Ainio, this is a member of the fairy clan. She is injured, could you assist me in notifying her kin to take her back? Li Sankong earnestly requested of the guardian on his left. Uncle Ainio replied in a deep, rumbling voice, no need to complicate matters. I can escort her back to the fairy clan's gathering place, but you must inform the three sacred lords that I am not abandoning my post. Li Sankong smiled slightly, that is agreeable. He then turned to the six-tailed fox, saying, you may return with Uncle Ainio. The six-tailed fox nodded and expressed her gratitude. Li Sankong, thank you. If the opportunity arises, I shall seek you out at the sacred mountain. Very well, I will await your return. Li Sankong entrusted the six-tailed fox to Uncle Ainio, watching as they departed. He waved goodbye to her as she rested her head on Uncle Ainio's shoulder, her blue eyes quietly gazing back at him, gradually receding from view. Once they were out of sight, Li Sankong suddenly slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting an important matter. With that, he activated his spatial step, dashing away towards the ancient sacred tree, much to the bewilderment of the other bull-headed guardian. He was indeed heading to the ancient sacred tree. Watering it once a day was a duty he could not neglect. Upon reaching the ancient sacred tree, after a relieving urination, Li Sankong sighed in comfort. Just as he was about to pull up his trousers and depart, his keen eyes suddenly caught sight of a small, inconspicuous tender green bud sprouting from one of the drooping branches of the ancient sacred tree. Li Sankong was instantly filled with astonishment. The ancient sacred tree had actually begun to sprout. Chapter 11. A lifetime of bathing. The ancient tree, once withered, now burst forth with new vitality. Li Sankong felt a profound astonishment, intertwined with a trace of joy that he himself had not yet recognized. The old sacred tree sprouting new leaves truly delighted him, though he remained oblivious to this fact. Since the age of 6, he had visited this place several times every month, although not as frequently as in recent days. Over the past 4 years, the old sacred tree had shown no signs of budding. What had changed in these recent days that had suddenly invigorated it? Li Sankong pondered, resting his chin on his hand. The tree's unusual state piqued his curiosity. After much contemplation, he arrived at a somewhat astonishing conclusion. Could it be my urine? Li Sankong felt a wave of confusion wash over him. If he were to pinpoint what had differed in recent days, the sole distinction was that he had urinated on it. He had never done so before. It was merely a whimsical idea that had struck him recently. Old sacred tree, could you possibly have a taste for this? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, and Li Sankong's eyes widened slightly. This is absurd. Could it be that, through some twist of fate, I have inadvertently helped the old tree regain its vitality? Have I committed a misdeed or a virtuous act? With a sigh of frustration, Li Sankong plopped down onto the ground, his small face contorted in conflict. He gazed silently at the ancient tree that resembled an aged elder, lost in thought. What is this madness? I had intended to give the old tree a lesson, yet instead, it has flourished. After much inner turmoil, Li Sankong exhaled deeply and sprang to his feet, declaring, never mind, I am not one to hold grudges. You did indeed save me in the past, and regarding my mother's predicament, you likely had your reasons. Perhaps you too have faced hardships. Alas, let this urine serve as my gratitude. Should you require it, I shall come daily henceforth. Having uttered these words, Li Sankong felt a sudden clarity and turned to leave, buoyed by a sense of joy. Only after he had departed did the old sacred tree slowly open its eyes, irritatedly remarking, oh, little one, nothing in this world comes without a price. To gain one thing, you must inevitably lose another. Had your mother not made sacrifices, how could you have continued to exist? You are still so young. Upon returning to Yasheng Mountain, Li Sankong immediately recounted the matter of Uncle Ainio's departure, only to find his three masters utterly unconcerned. After providing a massage to his master, he resumed his training in the Taodai arm. The Taodai arm comprises 9 realms. The first realm manifests a blood-red Taodai totem upon the arm. The second realm reveals 2, and so on, until the ninth realm displays 9 blood-red Taotai totems hovering over the bloodied arm, epitomizing the pinnacle of this secret technique, possessing boundless power. Presently, Li Sankong had only attained the first realm and needed to persevere. At that moment, the little master fetched a stool to sit nearby, watching Li Sanking's training while occasionally indulging in snacks with great delight. Little apprentice, do your utmost. Strive to catch up with your little master, and together we shall traverse the world, a pair of envied celestial master and disciple, she said with a beaming smile. Little master, you possess the bloodline of ancestral beasts, your innate talents are already extraordinary, and you are 8 years my senior. How am I to ever catch up with you? Li Sankong replied, clenching his fist. The little master chuckled, thus, you must work hard, see, I have even refrained from training to look after you. Isn't your little master good to you? Upon hearing this, Li Sankong was left speechless. Laziness is still laziness, yet she speaks of it so charmingly. Shaking his head, he continued his training in the Taotai arm. On the eaves of the palace, Master Feng Qingwu and second Master Ao Qingya stood elegantly, gazing at Li Sankong, who was diligently practicing in the courtyard. This child is extraordinary. His once mundane eyes and bones show signs of revival after receiving the Taotai bloodline. Feng Qingwu remarked softly. Ao Qingya looked at Li Sankong and asked, strange, elder sister, since both his eyes and bones exhibit signs of revival, why does his bloodline show no reaction? Feng Qingwu replied, do not forget, his body is inherently special. He was able to absorb my blood essence without harm back then. I suspect he harbors another bloodline that we have yet to perceive. Ao Qingya paused for a moment, conceding, that makes sense. Given the domineering nature of the Taotai bloodline, it would be insufficient to see so much of the Taotai essence he has refined. Perhaps, as you say, there is indeed another concealed bloodline within him, one potentially more powerful than the Taotai bloodline and his original lineage. Feng Qingwu sighed lightly. He is destined for an extraordinary life. The Xianhuan bloodline he originally possessed had already drawn jealousy. Who would have thought he possesses an even more formidable bloodline? How would the Li family of the Blood Nation react if they were to discover this? Ao Qingya frowned. Elder sister, why bring up that Li family? That wretched clan deserves annihilation. Feng Qingwu retorted, the current Li family is a prominent clan in the Blood Nation, a loyal lapdog of the Blood Nation's royal family. Ao Qingya exclaimed angrily, the Blood Nation is no better. The 3 princes owe their current status entirely to the theft of what rightfully belongs to Sankong. Feng Qingwu replied gently, regardless, Sankong has turned adversity into fortune, he has gained the recognition of the Taotai progenitor and is now a member of the fairy clan. I am quite eager to see how far he can grow in the future. Suddenly, Ao Qingya inquired, setting aside talent, what do you think of him? Feng Qingwu contemplated for a moment and said, his massage technique is quite commendable. Ao Qingya was left speechless. Sister, I find you rather lewd. I was inquiring about his character, and you took it elsewhere. Character, you say? Feng Qingwu's face flushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed, yet quickly regained her composure. What do you think of him? After a moment of silence, Ao Qingya responded, the bathing he provides is remarkably pleasant. I truly wish he could bathe me for a lifetime. Feng Qingwu shot her a disdainful glance, you still have the audacity to criticize me, your thoughts are hardly pure. Blushing, Ao Qingya retorted, oh, go on, it's not what you think. I merely meant the act of bathing. He is our disciple, should he not serve us for a lifetime? Chapter 12 She struck my dairy re. Feng Qingwu pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, indeed, it should be. Ao Qingya stifled a laugh, look at you can't bear to part with this little fellow. Back then, you were reluctant for him to ascend the mountain. If it weren't for my younger sister's insistence, how could we have enjoyed such benefits? I must say, his prowess in bathing and massage far surpasses his talent for cultivation. Indeed. Feng Qingwu nodded, yet refrained from acknowledging the events of that year. However, I was not unwilling back then. I simply had many considerations, but mind you, do not utter such words in front of Sankong, otherwise, I shall give your dairy re a good thrashing. Ao Qingya feigned a frightened demeanor, oh, I'm so scared. Go on, strike me. With a playful smack, Ao Qingya felt the impact on her backside, her hands flailing as she fell from the eaves. I've never encountered such a request. At that moment, suspended in midair, Ao Qingya felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Fortunately, her profound cultivation and nimble agility allowed her to gracefully flip in the air, averting the tragedy of landing face first. Upon landing smoothly, she turned around and pointed an accusing finger at Feng Qingwu, exclaiming, Feng Qingwu, do not think that just because I have a good temper, you can bully me. In the courtyard, upon witnessing his master fall from the eaves, Li Sankong halted his actions in surprise and curiously inquired, Master, what did the Grandmaster do to you? Fuming, the master replied, she struck my dairy re. Struck your dairy re? Li Sankong's gaze instinctively flicked to his master's backside. Well, with such a sizable dairy re, it's no wonder the Grandmaster wished to strike. At that moment, Feng Qingwu gracefully descended into the courtyard, nonchalantly stating, it was she who asked me to strike. I cannot be blamed for it, such a request is indeed a first for me. Li Sankong, taken aback, scratched his head and remarked, Master, so it turns out you requested it. If you enjoy having others strike your dairy re, you could always ask me, I'm younger, so my strikes would be gentler. Hearing this, Ao Qingya turned to glare at Li Sankong, her eyes icy. If you cannot speak wisely, then you should remain silent. However, Feng Qingwu chuckled, little disciple, do speak more if you can. Just then, the little master approached, her adorable cheeks puffed up. Second sister, I think San Kong's words are quite delightful. Why did you tell him to be quiet? Aochingya shut her eyes, took a deep breath, clenched her jade-like hands, and spoke in a sharp tone, Get lost, all of you, get out of my sight. I do not wish to see or hear you. With that, she stamped her foot and stormed away. The little master stood in bewilderment. What is up with second sister today? Did she take the wrong medicine? Feng Qingwu laughed. Perhaps these past few days have been rather special. Special? The little master nodded as if she understood. Li San Kong, scratching his head in confusion, wondered, what makes it special? At this moment, Feng Qingwu approached Li San Kong with a more serious demeanor, saying, San Kong, tell me about your recent cultivation progress. Li San Kong regained his focus and nodded, Master, utilizing the devouring ability of the Taodai bloodline, I have reached the 6th level of bone refinement. One of the 2 powerful secret techniques from the Taodai legacy, the Taodai arm, has reached the 1st pattern stage, which doubles my strength upon activation. This technique is quite formidable. The other technique, the shadow step, has reached the 1st tier, allowing me to cover 3 zhang in a single step. Feng Qingwu nodded in acknowledgement but did not comment. Instead, she inquired, and what of your eyes and bones? Li San Kong replied, It seems that several complex runes have appeared in my pupils, and additionally, a new bone has seemingly formed in my chest, about the size of half a thumb, but no extraordinary phenomena have manifested. Master, will these 2 areas truly regain their former extraordinary qualities? Feng Qingwu explained, the reappearance of the runes already indicates that these areas will be remarkable. As for whether they can return to their previous state, that remains to be seen. I cannot make a definitive judgment. In truth, you need not be pessimistic, the return of the extraordinary may even surpass what was lost. Upon hearing this, Li San Kong was taken aback. Master, are you saying that my eyes and bones might be even more powerful than before? Feng Qingwu replied coolly, I merely suggest that there is such a possibility. A possibility. Li San Kong nodded gently, a newfound sense of anticipation blooming within him. If they were to become stronger than before, it would be a personal transformation. He felt even more motivated to cultivate. Feng Qingwu continued, additionally, pay close attention to the bloodlines within you. I suspect there is another hidden bloodline within you. If this bloodline awakens, it could be immensely powerful. Another bloodline. Li San Kong gazed down at himself, his eyes filled with astonishment. What could this hidden bloodline be? Could it coexist with the Taodai bloodline? Feng Qingwu advised, focus on refining the Taodai essence in the meantime, this will nurture both your eyes and bones, as well as that hidden bloodline, laying a solid foundation for you. Yes. Li San Kong respectfully bowed, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Feng Qingwu nodded and turned to leave. The little master, Su Wanner, who had been observing from the side, remarked, Well done, little disciple, you're on the rise, remember to protect your little master. Li San Kong replied helplessly, Little master, you have talent as well. Isn't it better for you to grow stronger? I am your disciple, you are my master, it is your duty to protect me. Su Wanner huffed playfully, No way, you must protect me. Li San Kong found himself at a loss for what to say, finally conceding, Alright. My most adorable little master, I promise you that will suffice. That's more like it. Su Wanner gleefully bounced away. That night, while sharing a bed with the little master, Li San Kong was suddenly awakened by a tingling sensation in his chest. Opening his eyes, he gently pushed aside the little master's jade-like leg resting on him, extricated her small hand that was carelessly placed, and sat up cross-legged on the edge of the bed. Closing his eyes in the darkness, he began to introspect. Upon doing so, he was immediately filled with delight. Chapter 13 Enemies on the narrow path. The bone in his chest had grown considerably. Furthermore, a few incomprehensible runes had appeared upon it, exuding an air of profound mystery that greatly stirred him. It seemed to be a form of primordial script, imbued with the ultimate truths of the universe. These runes were indeed enigmatic, and he eagerly anticipated their complete manifestation. Li San Kong was filled with boundless expectation. At that moment, a delicate leg draped over his shoulder in a state of drowsiness, nearly toppling him. With a sense of resignation, Li San Kong glanced back. Bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight, he beheld the sweet, serene visage of his young master, her breathing steady and rhythmic. Her adorable appearance evoked a sense of affection and protectiveness within him. However, upon observing her sleeping posture, that sense of beauty dissipated entirely. Alas, with such a slovenly demeanor, who would dare to wed you in the future? Li San Kong muttered under his breath, then cautiously lay down beside her, making an effort not to disturb her slumber. The following day, at the border between the fairy and demon clans, a colossal demon blood cow stood among the trees, its brute force shattering the surrounding foliage. Within its fierce gaze lay a flicker of fear. Upon closer inspection, one could see the reflection of a diminutive figure in its eyes. The source of its trepidation emanated from this very small being, a terrifying entity possessing the bloodline of the primordial Taodai. Li San Kong stood 2 zhang away from the blood cow, his gaze icy as he scrutinized the imposing demon, measuring over a zhang in height. Rather than fear, excitement gleamed in his eyes. A 9-tiered blood-refining demon, the blood cow. Moreover, it possessed the bloodline of a spirit beast. Indeed, it was more formidable than other demons. Li San Kong's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Bloodlines among the demon race are ranked. At the pinnacle is the bloodline of his young master's ancestral beast. Following that, there are the ranks of ordinary beasts, spirit beasts, holy beasts, divine beasts, and imperial beasts. The blood cow before him was a 9-tiered blood-refining demon with the bloodline of a spirit beast, showcasing immense strength. Yet, even this powerful demon trembled slightly in the presence of Li Sankong, who bore the bloodline of an ancestral beast, its eyes betraying an unmistakable fear, bloodline suppression. Although Li Sankong was merely at the 6th tier of blood refinement, in terms of physical strength, power, and vitality, he was not inferior to this blood cow. Blood cow, I am well aware of your capabilities. I shall not engage you any further, simply lie down and serve as the nourishment for my ascent. Li Sankong declared, his voice devoid of emotion. As he spoke, he surged forward, closing the distance between them in an instant. The blood cow roared in fury but turned and fled, uprooting the earth and shattering fallen branches beneath its hooves. Having already faced Li Sankong in battle, it recognized that this diminutive opponent was far from its match. The might of his blood-imbued arm had sent its innards into disarray, causing immense discomfort. As a 9-tiered spirit beast, its speed was astonishing when fleeing. However, Li Sankong, employing his spatial steps, was even more extraordinary. Within a few strides, he had pursued the blood cow, his Taotai arm coiling into a fist that struck down with ferocity. As his arm swelled with blood-red power, it descended upon the cow's hindquarters, the Taotai totem upon his arm appearing particularly fierce and menacing. Boom! The blow struck with such swiftness that the blood cow could not evade, sending it crashing into several trees ahead, writhing in agony as it fell. Suddenly, a figure descended from the heavens. Utilizing the force of the ground, Li Sankong leaped into the air and brought his foot down with a resounding crack. The power unleashed crushed the blood cow's massive head, splattering red and white matter across the ground. Its eyes, filled with terror, gradually lost their focus, ultimately devoid of life. The 9-tiered blood cow was dead. Li Sankong gazed at his fallen prey, exhilaration coursing through him as he contemplated the potential yield of Taotai essence from a blood cow with a spirit beast bloodline. With a fervent glint in his eyes, he summoned the power of his Taotai bloodline, his mouth grotesquely widening into a cavernous maw, unleashing a terrifying force of consumption upon the carcass of the blood cow. Visible currents of energy converged toward his gaping mouth. As the energy flowed, the corpse of the blood cow began to disintegrate, layer by layer, under the overwhelming force of his absorption. A pure essence of blood surged toward him. After what felt like an eternity of breaths, he finally consumed the entirety of the blood cow. In that moment of completion, a euphoric expression illuminated his features. 500 minuscule strands, that is equivalent to half a drop. Li Sankong's face radiated excitement. Just as he had been lamenting the difficulty of advancing from the 6th to the 7th tier of blood refinement, he had unexpectedly acquired half a drop of Taotai essence from consuming a blood cow. Of course, the abundance he received was due to the blood cow's spirit beast bloodline and its considerable size. He had recently discovered that the larger the demon, the higher its bloodline rank, and the greater the essence yielded upon defeat. Especially, the rank of the bloodline had the most significant impact. It appears that if I wish to rapidly enhance my strength, slaying demons with high bloodline ranks and formidable power is the optimal path. Li Sankong mused, yet he was acutely aware that hunting such demons posed considerable danger, particularly in this outer region, where they were exceedingly rare. With this thought, he cast his gaze deeper into the terror. He understood that to encounter powerful demons, he must venture into this perilous domain. However, doing so would significantly heighten the dangers he faced. Opportunities and risks coexist. Shall I take the plunge? Li Sankong pondered seriously. After a moment, his gaze sharpened. If I cower before this minor danger, how shall I speak of revenge in the future? Only through life and death trials can one grow stronger. With this conviction, he redirected his focus toward the depths of the forest, and in the next instant, he transformed into a shadow, moving swiftly into the depths. Upon arriving at a dense thicket, Li Sankong concealed himself among the branches of a towering tree. Through the gaps in the leaves, he suddenly caught sight of two figures advancing through the underbrush. The voices of the two figures drifted to him on the wind. Your Highness the Ninth, the Een snakeflower lies just ahead in a gorge, guarded by an extraordinary silver snake, and is on the verge of ripening. If we can obtain this item, your Highness's strength will surely ascend to new heights. Li Feiyang, you have done well. I shall remember your contribution. I will also speak favorably of you before my second brother. Thank you. Another encounter with the Li family, and the Ninth Prince. Is he a member of the Blood Nation's royal family? What a narrow path of enmity. Chapter 14. The Een snakeflower. Yesterday, I encountered 3 disciples of the Li family, and today, yet another. There is also one who appears to be a member of the Blood Nation's royal family. Why do these individuals frequently appear in this vicinity? Are they in search of the Een snakeflower? Li Sankong's gaze narrowed, a chilling aura contained within. He possessed some knowledge of the Een snakeflower, as it was recorded in ancient texts he had perused. It is said that once this flower matures, it can evolve into a spiritual entity, brimming with abundant energy, greatly beneficial to cultivators. Desiring the Een snakeflower, a frigid murderous intent flickered in Li Sankong's eyes, as a sinister plan began to take shape within the depths of his heart. Watching the two figures ahead gradually recede into the distance, until they were obscured by the shade of trees, Li Sankong swiftly descended from the towering tree like a nimble spirit, stealthily following the path he had just observed, weaving through the dense forest. He treaded lightly, making every effort to suppress any noise, lest he attract the attention of the two individuals ahead. He dared not approach too closely, ensuring that they remained within the limits of his vision, maintaining a safe distance. As long as he did not lose track of them, there was no need to draw nearer. Those two, bold enough to provoke the extraordinary silver serpent, undoubtedly possessed considerable strength. Should he act recklessly, he risked suffering retaliation without achieving his goal, thereby endangering his own life unnecessarily. Such an outcome would be unworthy. In this endeavor, he was determined to only act when he was certain of his safety, seizing the opportunity to disrupt the two in their pursuit of the Een snakeflower. If no opportunity arose, he would retreat without hesitation. As he stealthily traversed the shadow-laden forest, Lee San-kong lost track of how far he had strayed from his original position. Suddenly, the terrain dipped before him, revealing a vast expanse surrounded by ancient trees, where the ground had sunk significantly, forming a valley. The valley was lush with greenery, fragrant with blossoms, yet devoid of the sounds of insects, exuding an eerie stillness. Upon reaching this point, Lee San-king's heart stirred. This must be the valley where the Ean snakeflower was said to grow, as mentioned by the two individuals earlier. Perhaps it was the presence of the silver serpent that deterred other fauna, rendering this place remarkably tranquil. Concealed behind a large tree, Lee San-kong scanned the valley. The entire valley was encased by steep walls, overgrown with vegetation. From a different angle, one could easily infiltrate the valley. With this thought in mind, Lee San-kong swiftly circled the outer edge of the valley's woods, arriving at the opposite side from where the two had descended. Utilizing the cover of the dense foliage, he cautiously made his way to the valley floor. Given the valley's sunken characteristics, spiritual energy often concentrated in the central area, the growth of spiritual entities is most dependent on this energy. Thus, Lee San-kong surmised that the location of such growth was likely situated in the middle of the valley. He slowly approached the valley's center, exerting every effort to remain silent. Before long, he found himself behind a large moss-covered stone. This stone towered high, obstructing his view ahead. Uncertain of what lay beyond, Lee San-kong refrained from directly climbing atop the stone. Instead, he carefully maneuvered along its surface, cautiously peering over. As his gaze traversed the area, he discovered that the ground before him had suddenly opened up. Within a radius of 3 zhang, no trees grew, and the sparse grass was diminutive, but in the center stood a strikingly peculiar plant. It boasted 9 black leaves, with a single stout stem rising about half a zhang, crowned by an enormous black flower the size of a face. This flower stood out conspicuously in the clearing, as if it had absorbed all surrounding nutrients. The Ean snakeflower. Lee San-king's eyes gradually grew fervent. The Ean snakeflower is a spiritual entity, rich in spiritual energy, often sought after by those cultivators trapped at the 9th level of blood refinement, unable to transcend to the extraordinary realm. Should one obtain this flower, they could immediately break through to the extraordinary. However, possessing the bloodline of the gluttonous beast, he required the consumption of flesh and blood for refinement. Thus, the flower's benefits may not be as profound for him as for other cultivators, yet it was better than nothing. Most crucially, he could not allow the two to acquire it. Just as Lee San-kong concealed himself and contemplated his next move, a sudden rustling emerged from the distant woods to the side, resembling the sound of leaves being crushed by some heavy object. Withered branches snapped crisply under the pressure of this weight. Noticing the anomaly, Lee San-king's expression shifted slightly. Was it the extraordinary silver serpent guarding the Ean snakeflower? The thought sent a wave of tension through him, and driven by curiosity about this extraordinary creature, he could not help but cast a glance in that direction. As soon as his gaze fell upon that area, his pupils constricted sharply. In his limited field of vision, a massive serpent demon came into view. Over half of its body was concealed within the trees, revealing only its silver head, as thick as a water barrel, and its forebody stretching nearly 2 zhang. The densely packed black scales glimmered in the sunlight, while its icy gaze remained fixed upon the Ean snakeflower, its forked tongue flicking ceaselessly. The serpent demon measured at least 4 zhang in length. Its girth rivaled that of a water barrel. The mere sight of such a colossal creature instilled a profound sense of pressure upon the diminutive human form. How many could it devour in a single bite? Lee San-kong mused. Should it take a mouthful of him, he would likely be swallowed whole on the spot. As the extraordinary silver serpent emerged, it began to glide around the Ean snakeflower, its massive form encircling the flower, cold eyes scanning the surroundings, wary of any potential threats. The emergence of the Ean snakeflower would not only attract those who discovered it, powerful demons lurking nearby would also seek to claim it. However, at this moment, the Ean snakeflower had yet to fully mature, which was why only the extraordinary silver serpent had appeared. Other demons might be hiding in the shadows, waiting for their opportunity. Much like Lee San-kong in the somewhat oppressive atmosphere, time passed incrementally. Soon, half an hour had nearly elapsed. Suddenly, the Ean snakeflower began shedding its leaves, and the black blossom radiated a dazzling glow. Along with this dark luminescence, a haunting fragrance wafted from the flower, spreading throughout the valley. At that moment, a fierce cry echoed from above. Upon hearing this sound, Lee San-kong abruptly looked up, only to see a shadow, as dark as a storm cloud, rapidly descending. It was a black eagle with wings spanning several zhang, the extraordinary black eagle. The terrifying aura of the extraordinary pressed down upon him like a mountain, leaving Lee San-kong breathless. Just as he was on the verge of succumbing to overwhelming fear, trembling uncontrollably, the bloodline from the gluttonous beast surged within him, its power radiating throughout his body, dispelling the dread brought forth by the extraordinary black eagle. The bloodline exerted its suppression, in terms of ferocious beast dominance, who could rival the progenitor of the gluttonous. With the assistance of the gluttonous bloodline, Lee San-king's panic subsided, and he turned his gaze back to the scene. He beheld the black eagle diving down, its sharp beak aimed directly at the extraordinary silver serpent coiling around the Ean snakeflower. Chapter 15. The thief in the shadowy gloom. The black eagle fiercely flapped its wings, launching an assault on the silver serpent, striking with relentless pecks. Enraged by the serpent's attempt to snatch its prey, the silver serpent reared its head high, its towering body resembling an impenetrable wall. It opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs dribbling with venom, and lunged at the black eagle. The black eagle, with a powerful flap of its wings, ascended to evade the serpent's strike, maneuvering behind its head to peck at its body. Clearly well versed in the serpent's vulnerabilities, the black eagle targeted a spot akin to the vulnerable 7 inches of a common snake, launching a ferocious assault on the silver serpent. The serpent twisted and coiled, desperately evading the eagle's relentless pecks, which punctured the ground, sending dirt flying in every direction. In a fleeting moment, the two formidable creatures clashed countless times. The ground lay riddled with craters, and the serpent's thrashing tail shattered a swath of trees. Li San Kong, who observed this extraordinary battle from the shadows, was profoundly awestruck. The power of the extraordinary was indeed terrifying. Despite possessing the bloodline of a gluttonous beast, he knew that facing such formidable supernatural creatures would leave him with little hope of victory. The leap from the blood refinement realm to the extraordinary realm was a qualitative transformation. Though the blood refinement's 9th level seemed but a single tier below the first level of the extraordinary, the disparity in strength was as vast as the heavens and the earth. At this moment, holding his breath, Li San Kong could only watch in trepidation as the two supernatural beasts engaged in their fierce combat, mentally preparing himself to flee at the slightest hint of danger. In the climax of the battle, the Black Eagle, utilizing its aerial advantage, inflicted several bloody wounds upon the Silver Serpent, yet the serpent retaliated with 2 or 3 heavy strikes, severing large feathers from the eagle's plumage. The eagle's blood fell like rain, staining the grass and the shadow serpent flowers below. However, the injuries were not fatal to it. What proved deadly was the serpent's venom, which began to paralyze its body, causing its movements to slow. Realizing the dire situation, the Black Eagle let out a reluctant cry and, with a powerful beat of its wings, took to the skies, abandoning the shadow serpent flower. Thus, the extraordinary battle concluded with the Silver Serpent gaining the upper hand through its toxic advantage. Yet, at this moment, the Silver Serpent was also gravely wounded. Should it encounter another formidable opponent, it would likely meet its demise. Having secured victory, the Silver Serpent slowly coiled its body towards the shadow serpent flower, its cold, serpent-like eyes shimmering with a sinister light. Unbeknownst to it, 2 figures stealthily approached from behind Dai in its injured state, its senses dulled, and with its attention fixated on the shadow serpent flower, it remained completely oblivious to the impending threat. Suddenly, a flash of icy blade light erupted. Li Feiyan leapt violently, wielding his weapon with both hands, and from midair, he unleashed a ferocious strike towards the Silver Serpent. The terrifying power of the extraordinary coalesced upon his blade, transforming into a blade of light that glimmered with a chilling radiance under the sunlight. Just as he believed his strike would be successful, the serpent's tail whipped towards him at blinding speed. Startled, Li Feiyan realized that if he did not evade or block the serpent's tail, he would undoubtedly be sent flying, and his blade would never reach the serpent. The speed of the serpent's tail attack exceeded his own. Cursing under his breath, Li Feiyan instinctively twisted his body, countering with a strike to the side that perfectly intercepted the serpent's tail. With a thunderous crash, he was sent hurtling backward, the violent force of the extraordinary overwhelming him, but he crashed into a boulder, which shattered upon impact. Emerging from the rubble, Li Feiyan felt the tumultuous surge of blood within him, nearly spitting blood in astonishment at the sheer might of the Silver Serpent, which, even in its wounded state, could unleash such terrifying power. Gradually emerging from the debris, Li Feiyan's gaze turned cold, tinged with malice, as he fixed his eyes upon the Silver Serpent, a smirk of mockery crossing his face. You are but a dying creature, merely thrashing in your last moments. As your blood continues to flow, I shall relish in watching you struggle. The Silver Serpent, now engulfed in fury, hissed violently, its forked tongue flicking in agitation. The interruption from this despicable human had ignited its wrath. Li Feiyan knew he must end this quickly to prevent any further monsters from arriving. At that moment, from the shadows, Prince Jiao stepped forward with an air of indifference, his greedy gaze sweeping over the shadow serpent flower before resting coldly on the Silver Serpent. Silver Serpent, there is an old saying among humans, while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole lurks behind, he taunted. How unfortunate that your kind possesses such limited intelligence and lacks the foresight to guard against threats. Seemingly comprehending his words, the Silver Serpent let out an enraged hiss, its wounded form surging forward to launch an attack. Go! Prince Jiao commanded sharply. At his call, both he and Li Feiyan surged towards the Silver Serpent. Just as they were about to reach the serpent, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The bloodied Silver Serpent suddenly erupted in a blinding crimson light, a wave of violent energy radiating from its body, as its aura surged to a new level. What? Both Prince Jiao and Li Feiyan were taken aback. This beast is burning its own essence to forcefully break through to the second level of the extraordinary. We must flee, avoid its wrath. Prince Jiao, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly retreated, glancing back at the Silver Serpent with a darkened expression. Such a reckless enhancement of power would surely harm its fundamental essence. Once the moment passed, this creature would undoubtedly find itself weakened due to the depletion of its vital essence. Then, let us see how it boasts of its strength. Li Feiyan understood that the current state of the Silver Serpent was not to be trifled with, and he promptly joined Prince Jiao in retreat. However, they did not flee far. Instead, they aimed to buy time, waiting for the serpent's explosive state to subside. Yet, in its frenzied rage, the Silver Serpent seemed to have forgotten its duty to guard the Shadow Serpent flower, turning instead to pursue Li Feiyan and Prince Jiao with unrelenting speed. Damn it! Why is it chasing us? Prince Jiao cursed. It has abandoned its flower. How intense must its hatred be towards us? Both men realized that their actions had thoroughly provoked the Silver Serpent. Upon reaching the woods, they utilized the trees as cover, momentarily eluding the serpent's pursuit. Yet, at that very moment, the shadow serpent flower in the clearing, which had been emanating dark light, suddenly retracted its aura, its leaves fell away, leaving behind a single flower, as lustrous as black jade, standing proudly upon the grass like a seductive maiden awaiting harvest. The shadow serpent flower, it has ripened. At that instant, from behind a large stone, a sneaky figure dashed forth, making a beeline for the shadow serpent flower. In a single stride, it reached the flower, unhesitatingly snapped its stem, and turned to flee. However, as it did so, the Silver Serpent's eye caught sight of this audacious act from the edge of the forest. Fixating on the figure that dared to steal its precious flower, it became engulfed in an even deeper rage. With a guttural, hoarse roar, it forsook the two men before it and darted after Li Sankong with incredible speed. Watching the silver serpent abandon its previous targets, Prince Jiao and Li Feiyang were momentarily stunned. But upon witnessing the scene unfolding in the distance, a surge of fury ignited in their cold, indifferent gazes. There is a thief. Chapter 16 The Black Ape. Oh, the cunning villain, while others fought over a morsel of meat, you brazenly snatched away the pot. How outrageous, where did this child come from? Gazing at the distant figure of Li Sankong, who seemed to vanish into the dense forest with each stride, the furious ninth prince's eyes blazed with a fiery rage. Never before had anyone dared to snatch food from his grasp, regardless of who he might be, he must be caught and torn to shreds. Chase. The two enraged pursuers followed the silver serpent, racing towards the direction where Li Sankong had disappeared. In the depths of the forest, Li Sankong, exhilarated by his theft of the precious Baohua, unleashed his secret technique, the realm step. Utilizing the advantage of his small stature and the thick canopy above, he fled wildly into the distance. The essence of this secret technique lay in its ability to generate bursts of speed in an instant. With this technique, Li Sankong could traverse 3 zhang in a single step. Under the cover of the dense woods, this trait effectively prevented him from being locked onto by his enemies. Although the extraordinary silver serpent was remarkably swift, its speed was hampered by the numerous obstacles within the forest. Its vision was also obstructed, making it difficult to lock onto a target in a straight line. Li Sankong merely needed to continuously alter his trajectory and change positions, and even in its frenzied state, the silver serpent would struggle to catch up to him. Behind them, the ninth prince and Li Feiyang were wary of the enraged silver serpent, not daring to draw too close for fear of inciting its wrath and becoming targets of its fury. The serpent had already been provoked by them, but now its rage was directed towards the thief, Li Sankong. However, if they followed too closely, it was likely that the serpent would perceive them as competitors for the treasure and retaliate against them in a fit of anger. Both understood that the silver serpent would eventually weaken, so for now, they needed only to keep it in sight. Li Sankong weaved through the trees with the realm step. The sharp crack of trees splintering behind him served as a reminder that danger still loomed. The silver serpent had not given up its pursuit. Just as he contemplated how to shake off the serpent, the ground beneath him began to tremble, as if a giant were stomping nearby. A chill ran down Li Sankong's spine. Such a tremendous disturbance likely meant that a powerful demon was emerging in the vicinity. Indeed, as if the heavens were confirming his thoughts, a line of trees was uprooted by an overwhelming force. A figure, resembling a mountain, emerged from behind the fallen trees, accompanied by the stench of blood and heat that assaulted his senses, nearly making him wretched. A massive figure, covered in black fur and towering over 10 zhang, loomed before him. It was a fearsome black ape demon, the black demon ape. In that instant, Li Sankong felt as though he might suffocate. With a deafening roar, the black demon ape threw its head back, and the air rippled outward in waves, making the sky tremble. Li Sankong's ears rang, plunging him into a moment of deafness. When his hearing returned, the sound of the black demon ape violently beating its chest filled the air, accompanied by a noxious stench that rushed towards him. Just as he feared the black demon ape was about to attack, he caught only a fleeting glimpse of shadow before him. His heart raced with confusion as he looked up. The black demon ape's massive arms swung over his head, its heavy fists clenched like boulders, crashing down onto a section of the dense forest behind him with a force capable of shattering mountains. Boom! As the black demon ape's fist struck, fragments of earth and wood erupted into the air, clearing a swath of forest. Amid this chaos, Li Sankong recognized a familiar roar, the silver serpent. The black demon ape was attacking the silver serpent. Realizing this, Li Sankong felt a wave of relief wash over him as he turned and fled for his life, weaving desperately through the trees, not daring to look back. He pondered why the black demon ape had chosen to attack the serpent instead of him. It soon struck him it was not due to his size, luck, or any special aura. It was simply that his presence was insignificant to the black ape, a mere trifle unworthy of attention, similar to an elephant ignoring an ant scuttling by its foot. However, the silver serpent was different. As an extraordinary demon, it had ventured out of its territory, encroaching upon the domain of the black demon ape, triggering its territorial instincts. The black demon ape immediately targeted the silver serpent. Had his insignificance actually saved his life? Li Sankong chuckled in disbelief. Behind him, the ninth prince and Li Feiyang, who had been tailing the silver serpent, froze in terror upon sensing the commotion ahead. This was an extraordinary second-tier demon. Upon realizing the presence of the black demon ape, their faces turned pale. What terrible luck! They had inadvertently trespassed into the territory of a formidable second-tier demon. The black demon ape was notorious for its ferocity. If angered, they would surely meet a disastrous fate. Retreat! The ninth prince ordered immediately. As extraordinary beings, they were unlike Li Sankong. Their presence would undoubtedly provoke the black demon ape's ire. At that moment, the black demon ape's punch had not struck the sly silver serpent but had instead allowed it to escape. Currently, the serpent was still in a state of blood-fueled frenzy, its strength nearing that of a second-tier extraordinary being. While less agile than Li Sankong, it was far more nimble than the black demon ape. Not wishing to engage, it focused solely on fleeing, and the black demon ape could not intercept it. Moreover, the black demon ape sought only to drive the silver serpent from its territory. However, the serpent's escape redirected the black demon ape's wrath towards the ninth prince and Li Feiyang. Upon spotting these two humans, the black demon ape unleashed a more terrifying roar, shaking the very heavens and earth. As the roar subsided, the black demon ape advanced with heavy steps, yet at a frightening speed, charging this foolish beast. The silver serpent is not attacking us. The expressions of the ninth prince and Li Feiyang darkened with despair. The black ape possessed the strength of a second-tier extraordinary being, while they were merely first-tier. They could not possibly confront the black ape head-on, thus, their only option was to flee. What a stroke of bad luck! The ninth prince felt a deep sense of frustration. What was meant to be a day of triumph had turned into a series of misfortunes. First, the coveted snake flower was stolen by a shameless thief, and now they found themselves obstructed by this black ape. Their misadventures could drive anyone to the brink of madness, and if they did not handle the situation carefully, they might very well lose their lives to the black ape's wrath. That little bastard better watch out. If I escape this predicament and find you, I will ensure you have no place to rest. The ninth prince cursed viciously. In this moment, his hatred for Li Sankong was palpable. Little did he know, the object of his ire harbored an even deeper resentment towards the royal family behind him. Chapter 17 Decapitation. Without delving into the fate of the two young princes before the black ape, at this moment, Li Sankong, clutching the stolen snake flower, was fleeing at full speed. With the silver snake no longer in pursuit, he relied on the memories stored within his mind to discern his bearings, making his way toward the outskirts of the forest. Having witnessed the terrifying nature of extraordinary beings, Li Sankong recognized that his current strength was woefully inadequate. Until he could enhance his capabilities, it would be wise to avoid such perilous locales. Extraordinary realm. Simultaneously, the extraordinary power he had encountered had taken root as a seed deep within his heart. Extraordinary. One day, he too would break through to the extraordinary realm. As he ran, a sudden sense of vigilance overcame Li Sankong. His ears twitched. It seemed he had heard an unsettling sound. Faintly, a hissing noise emanated from the dense thicket behind him. Suddenly struck by a realization, Li Sankong tensed, turning to fixate on the underbrush. At that moment, the bloodied silver snake, its massive form slithering forth from the trees, approached with its emotionless dark golden eyes glinting with a sinister chill. Li Sankong inhaled sharply. This beast had managed to track him down. How had it found him after he had taken such a convoluted route? Bewildered and astonished, he pondered this, soon shifting his gaze to the snake flower in his hand. Could it be this item? Apart from this, he could think of no other possibility. However, contemplating such matters was futile at this juncture. The pursuing silver snake would not relent in its hunt. It was merely a flower. Was it worth such relentless pursuit? Li Sankong stared at the silver snake, noting its unwavering determination despite its grievous injuries. Instead of seeking refuge to recuperate, it seemed intent on exacting vengeance. Yet, little did Li Sankong know that this serpent had been waiting for the snake flower to mature, intending to harness its power to break through to the second tier of the extraordinary realm. Li Sankong's sudden intrusion had thwarted its plans, and how could it not be enraged? Moreover, the depletion caused by the silver snake's blood sacrifice could only be remedied by reclaiming the snake flower to restore its strength swiftly. Lastly, Li Sankong was simply too weak. The silver snake, unable to swallow its humiliation, felt no hesitation in its assault on him. Even in its weakened state, it believed it could crush Li Sankong like a mere lamb. The silver snake's cold gaze locked onto Li Sankong, its battered body inching forward. Li Sankong's eyes narrowed, keenly perceptive. He had noticed that despite the silver snake's fierce exterior, it had substantially weakened since their initial encounter. Coupled with the blood wounds inflicted by the black eagle, which had yet to heal, blood continued to flow from its injuries. In such a state, even if it possessed the strength of the first tier of the extraordinary realm, how much stronger could it be than someone at the ninth tier of blood refinement? Who would prevail in this encounter remained uncertain. With this thought, Li Sankong gradually regained his composure. Instead of fleeing, he placed the snake flower at his feet. The silver snake's gaze fixated on the fallen flower, and in the next instant, it surged forward like a dart. Its gaping maw opened wide, a foul stench assaulting him. In that moment, Li Sankong focused intently on the silver snake, his right hand clenching into a blood-red fist. As the serpent closed in at breakneck speed, the bloodline of the Taotai within him surged wildly, unleashing a fearsome pressure akin to that of a savage beast from the wilderness. Taotai bloodline pressure, in the realm of demonkind, possessing a higher tier bloodline afforded one the ability to suppress others of the same kin. As expected, the unexpected onslaught of the Taotia's ferocity instilled a primal fear in the silver snake, causing its momentum to halt instinctively for a brief moment while its body trembled. That very pause provided Li Sankong with the perfect opportunity to strike. Bloodlight erupted beneath his feet as he surged forward. The distance between him and the silver snake had been merely a yard, but with the technique of boundary step, which covered 3 yards with a single stride, Li Sankong appeared beside the serpent with a speed it could not fathom. An arm imbued with bloodlight and the Taotai totem swiftly expanded, and the fist, clenched tightly, gathered all of Li Sankong's strength, amplified by the secret technique of the Taotai arm, and crashed forth. Boom! This punch, aimed with precision, struck directly at one of the silver snake's eyes, the eye, the most vulnerable point on its head. Other areas bore the defensive scales, which would mitigate Li Sankong's power. Blinding one eye would undoubtedly weaken the silver snake even further. Boom! The terrifying force erupted. Even as the silver snake instinctively closed its eyes, the internal eyeball was crushed by the overwhelming power, rendering it sightless in an instant. Hiss! The immense pain caused the silver snake's body to coil, and losing the vision of one eye sent it into a frenzy of terror and rage. In its panic, it instinctively lashed out, trying to strike at Li Sankong's position, intent on ending his life. However, having anticipated this outcome, Li Sankong had already utilized the boundary step to swiftly distance himself. The silver snake, writhing in pain and fury, unleashed a series of hisses, attacking indiscriminately at everything around it. Observing this, Li Sankong summoned the Taotai bloodline once more, and the ferocity of the beast enveloped the silver snake anew. Seizing the opportunity, he darted to the side of the silver snake's remaining eye, pouring every ounce of strength into another strike with his Taotai arm. Unfortunately, this time, the silver snake was evidently prepared. It swiftly lowered its head, causing Li Sankong's fist to collide with the hard, slippery scales of its head. Then, leveraging the impact, the silver snake retaliated with a forceful thrust, sending him flying like a sack of sand, crashing into a large tree behind him. With a thud, Lee San Kong spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, that hurts, he exclaimed in pain. This silver snake was terrifying, even its strike in a wounded state inflicted tremendous damage upon him. With no time to catch his breath, as he slid down the tree, Lee San Kong immediately exerted the Taotai's ferocity to suppress the silver snake, then decisively charged toward its uninjured eye for another fierce blow. With one eye injured, the silver snake's field of vision was compromised, affecting not only its attacks but also its reactions. It might block Lee San Kong's first assault, but it could not hope to defend against 2 or 3. Most concerning was that the pressure from the Taotai bloodline was especially lethal to it. Its strength had diminished significantly. A roar erupted from the silver snake, now utterly enraged and frustrated. It could not fathom why this humanoid creature possessed such a fearsome beast bloodline. Would it not allow the snake to live? As the adage goes, prolonged vigilance leads to vulnerability. Ultimately, the silver snake made a careless defensive move, allowing Lee San Kong to seize the opportunity and land a punch on its last remaining eye. With this blow, its only intact eye was utterly destroyed. It had become completely blind, devoid of sight. Even if it were still fierce, it could not escape the fate of having its head crushed by the very being it deemed weak. As vitality waned, the extraordinary silver snake was destined to perish at the hands of Lee San Kong, whom it had regarded as insignificant. Battle-hardened, Lee San Kong gazed at the fallen silver snake, exhausted, collapsing onto the ground as he gasped for breath. Yet, after a brief moment, as he beheld the lifeless serpent before him, his eyes sparkled with excitement and exhilaration. Chapter 18 De Grey Blood. The flesh and blood of extraordinary fiends. How much of the delectable essence of blood will one acquire upon devouring it? A hint of expectation flickered across the weary visage of Lee San Kong, who had just emerged from a fierce battle. Those capable of evolving into extraordinary beasts invariably possess the bloodline of spiritual creatures. Previously, merely consuming a blood cow of the 9th refinement level, which possessed such a lineage, yielded me half a drop of exquisite essence. Now, with this silver serpent, whose strength surpasses that of the former and whose size is ample, I wonder how much I shall gain this time. Though the transition from the 9th to the 1st level of the extraordinary realm represents but a single tier, the magnitude of power gained is astonishing. To be precise, the leap from the 9th refinement level to the extraordinary realm signifies a transcendence in life's hierarchy. This transformation entails a qualitative change in internal energy, strengthening the physical body and allowing it to contain a far greater volume of energy. Consequently, the more energy-laden the flesh and blood, the more delectable essence one can absorb. Taking a slow breath, Lee San Kong scanned his surroundings to ensure no dangers lurked nearby before summoning the power of his bloodline. Under the influence of this force, his mouth widened dramatically, capable of engulfing 2 human heads. An overwhelming force of absorption emerged, beginning at the serpent's head. The silver serpent's form dissipated layer by layer into blood essence, with a torrent of vital energy flowing towards Lee San Kong's gaping maw. The thick essence coalesced in the air, forming a curtain-like presence that connected Lee San Kong's mouth and the serpent's lifeless body. The duration of this absorption far exceeded any previous attempts, and it was nearly a quarter of an hour before Lee San Kong completely consumed the entire silver serpent. Despite being a lifeless entity, the serpent's extraordinary nature did not hinder the voracious appetite of the bloodline. When Lee San Kong finally opened his eyes, excitement illuminated his gaze. 5 drops, he had refined a total of 5 drops of exquisite essence within him. This was tenfold more than what he had obtained from the blood cow of the 9th refinement level. Truly remarkable. Lee San Kong was elated. If he could acquire 5 drops of essence from a singular extraordinary fiend, then by consuming 2, he could elevate his own prowess. It is evident that the enhancement of the bloodline requires an immense volume of essence. The vital energy contained within an extraordinary fiend is colossal, yet it necessitates the consumption of 2 such beings for Lee San Kong to advance from the 6th to the 7th refinement level. The consumption of vital energy is indeed substantial. However, despite the high demand, the rewards are equally tremendous. Within the same realm, Lee San Kong stands distinctly stronger than his peers. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to slay a 9th refinement blood cow while only at the 6th level, nor could he employ the oppressive might of his bloodline to vanquish a gravely injured extraordinary silver serpent. Extraordinary beings are indeed formidable. Even when injured, they cannot be easily slain by typical practitioners of the refinement levels. Not even those at the 9th level could accomplish such a feat. The reason Lee San Kong was able to achieve this was solely due to the formidable strength of his bloodline. While his joy at acquiring 5 drops of exquisite essence was profound, it was short-lived as a peculiar change within him caused his expression to stiffen. Within his body, 3 of the 5 drops of essence suddenly vanished, just as inexplicably as they had appeared, failing to integrate into his bloodline. 3 drops, Lee San Kong's eyes widened in frustration. A thief had pilfered 3 drops of his essence. What was bewildering was that, unlike before, he could sense the destination of the stolen essence. It silently merged into the depths of his being, into regions he could not yet perceive. Some of it surged into his eyes and chest, igniting a sensation of itchiness and heat. Unable to resist, Lee San Kong rubbed his eyes incessantly, yet the more he rubbed, the stronger the itch became. After a prolonged period, feeling a semblance of relief, he withdrew his hands and opened his eyes. Upon doing so, he was astonished to discover that his vision had fundamentally transformed. The minute textures on the bark of trees became vividly visible, and he could discern the movements of ants scurrying across the ground, even spotting tiny creatures within the soil that were typically invisible to the naked eye. In summary, his eyesight had significantly enhanced. However, aside from this newfound clarity, Lee San Kong detected no other anomalies. After savoring the improvement in his vision, he turned his attention inward to the newly sprouted sternum within his chest. It had already grown to the size of a thumb, but what captivated him most were the intricate runes now adorning the bone. These runes were denser than before, their complexity increasing as well. Additionally, the surface of the bone emitted glimmers of golden light. Clearly, the sternum had undergone a transformation, yet it seemed there remained a distance to traverse before achieving its full potential. Nonetheless, Li Sankong was immensely pleased with these changes. The previous lack of visible progress had been disheartening, making him feel as though the exquisite essence he had lost had been in vain. The emergence of these changes assured him that all his efforts were indeed worthwhile. Redirecting his attention from the sternum, Li Sankong explored the bloodlines coursing through him. Within the surging crimson liquid, the dark golden bloodline of the Taotai resembled a divine dragon weaving through the red blood, creating a striking contrast, as if this bloodline existed independently of his original fluid, neither encroaching upon nor merging with it. At that moment, Li Sankong noticed the sudden emergence of thin gray strands drifting within the red blood, equally distinct in their separation. Even the domineering Taotai bloodline could not encroach upon the space that belonged to it. In fact, wherever these gray strands moved, the dark golden bloodline would gently sway, granting passage to the former. Could this be the hidden bloodline within me? Li Sankong pondered in astonishment. If these strands stemmed from the concealed bloodline, it was evident that it had yet to fully manifest, merely giving rise to wisps of gray filaments. Yet, even so, the renownedly aggressive Taotai bloodline was already yielding to this formless bloodline? The mere thought left Li Sankong incredulous. What might occur when this bloodline fully formed? Would it surpass the Taotai bloodline? Contemplating these possibilities, Li Sankong was suddenly filled with exhilaration and anticipation. Once this bloodline takes shape and emerges from its hidden state, what abilities might it possess? The Taotai bloodline is characterized by its insatiable appetite. What then would this new bloodline entail? With a slow exhale, Li Sankong resolved not to dwell on such thoughts. Regardless of its potential, he would have to wait for its formation. To facilitate this, he must refine more exquisite essence. The path of cultivation beckons for relentless effort. With this in mind, Li Sankong set aside his tumultuous emotions and turned his gaze to the Yin snakeflower he had discarded on the ground, his eyes brightening as he approached to retrieve it. This was a spiritual herb. What benefits might it bestow upon consumption? Chapter 19 In Ambush and Deception. Upon reaching this thought, Li Sankong did not hesitate to pluck the petals of the Yin snakeflower, consuming them one by one, swallowing them down. As the Yin snakeflower entered his abdomen, it transformed into a surge of pure medicinal power, coursing through his limbs and bones. To Li Sankong's surprise, the medicinal essence did not transform into the coveted blood of the Taotai, but was instead absorbed by the Taotai bloodline and the gray blood threads that floated within his blood. After the Taotai bloodline absorbed this essence, it visibly strengthened. The number of gray blood threads also increased significantly. The single Yin snakeflower's medicinal potency was roughly equivalent to a drop of Taotai blood. Comparing the strength of the Taotai bloodline before and after the absorption, Li Sankong reached this conclusion that the increase was minimal, far inferior to the consumption of flesh and blood, yet, it was better to have than to lack. This outcome was anticipated by Li Sankong. His primary purpose for coming here was to thwart the plans of the Ninth Prince and his companion. Now, not only had he achieved that goal, but he had also slain an extraordinary demon and acquired the Yin snakeflower, a considerable gain indeed. He departed, casting a vigilant glance around. Li Sankong activated his spatial step and hurried toward the periphery. To avoid encountering that black ape again, he deliberately took a longer route, departing from another direction. However, at this moment, Li Sankong remained unaware that in the direction he was heading, a disheveled figure was also stumbling toward the edge of the forest, fear evident in his eyes, his complexion alarmingly pale, and his clothing stained with blood. Judging by his condition, it was clear he had sustained serious injuries. Were Li Sankong present, he would undoubtedly recognize the identity of this individual. It was none other than the frantic Ninth Prince. Yet at this time, he was alone, seemingly having lost track of his companion, Li Feiyang having fled so far, that foolish ape should not pursue him any longer. The Ninth Prince murmured to himself, frequently glancing back, but then quickly averting his gaze. Exhausted and breathless, he collapsed onto the ground, leaning against a large tree, gasping for air. Once his rapid breathing calmed, a sinister expression gradually crept into his eyes, lowering his gaze to his blood-stained clothing and the dull pain radiating. He had truly encountered a stroke of misfortune this time. Had it not been for Li Feiyang's timely intervention, he would have perished here. A sense of lingering dread filled him, recalling the instigator of his plight. The Ninth Prince's vengeful eyes ignited with murderous intent. That child, who on earth is he? What audacity does this wretched creature possess to dare snatch food from my jaws? If I find you, I shall ensure your suffering is beyond imagination. The Ninth Prince cursed in a hoarse whisper. This expedition to the Beast Forest was, in fact, a trial for the younger generation organized jointly by the royal family of the Blood Nation and the Li family. In this trial, those who slay the most demons would return to reap substantial rewards and gain greater recognition. However, during the hunt for demons, Li Feiyang inadvertently discovered the existence of the Yin snakeflower. Overjoyed, he immediately thought to report it. Upon receiving the news, the Ninth Prince was equally elated, for acquiring the Yin snakeflower would not only yield a treasure but also prove his excellence in this trial. Little did he expect that his arduous efforts would not only leave him empty-handed but nearly cost him his life. Such a stark contrast was unbearable for this pampered prince. All the resentment stemming from this debacle was inevitably directed toward the thief responsible for it all. Thief, despicable, I shall have your flesh torn to shreds. Perhaps too agitated or perhaps due to his severe injuries, after venting his curse, he suddenly erupted into a violent cough, expelling a pool of black blood onto the ground. I fear I must withdraw from this trial prematurely, the Ninth Prince muttered in frustration. It was all due to that thief's unwelcome interference that he lost a treasure, sustained grievous injuries, and forfeited his ability to continue the trial. Contemplating these matters only intensified his hatred for Li Sankong, prompting another round of curses. Yet, after his tirade, he immediately seated himself on the ground, propped against the tree, and began to regulate his breathing. However, in his injured state, his senses dulled, leaving him utterly oblivious to the fact that the very thief he loathed so deeply stood merely 10 yards away within the dense forest, coldly observing the back of his figure leaning against the tree. Li Sankong gazed at the injured and exceedingly disheveled figure ahead, his cold pupils narrowing slightly. Although he could not see the person's face, the luxurious robe adorned with golden embroidery made it abundantly clear who this individual was. The ninth prince. Li Sanking's expression darkened. Truly, fate has conspired against us. After taking such a convoluted path, I still encounter him. Coldly observing the weakened figure, the murderous intent within Li Sankong surged uncontrollably. Although he lacked irrefutable evidence to confirm the individual was a member of the Blood Nation's royal family, the title of ninth prince was sufficient to indicate that he was most likely of royal lineage, with the Blood Nation being the closest country to the Beast Forest. Furthermore, this person was allied with those bearing the surname Li. All signs pointed to this individual being of royal blood from the Blood Nation. Li Sankong harbored an intense hatred for the Blood Nation's royal family. How could he let such an opportunity slip away? This individual was in a state of severe injury, making it the perfect moment for a lethal strike. He already bore a grudge against him. Allowing him to escape would be a lingering threat. After a fierce internal struggle, a wave of murderous intent brewed within Li Sanking's eyes, causing his already cold gaze to grow even more chilling. He was determined to kill, regardless of the reasoning. Today he could not allow the ninth prince to escape. Only by ensuring this man met his demise within the forest could he secure his own safety. To let go of an opportunity to eliminate a potential threat was an act of irresponsibility toward his own life. As his gaze turned frigid, Li Sankong moved with the stealth of a hunting tiger, gradually closing in on the meditating ninth prince. Taking advantage of his concealed position, Li Sankong was not foolish enough to announce himself for a one-on-one confrontation. Instead, he would approach quietly and deliver a sudden strike. When he was approximately 3 yards from the ninth prince, the cautious Li Sankong suddenly sprang into action. His previously careful steps transformed into a forward leap, a surge of bloodlight erupting beneath his feet as he activated the enigmatic spatial step technique, instantly crossing the 3 yards to appear behind the meditating ninth prince. With his Taodai arm, swollen and blood-red, he clenched his fist and aimed a devastating blow at the ninth prince's head. Just as Li Sankong believed his strike had succeeded, the figure sitting on the ground suddenly rolled to the side as if anticipating the attack, an extraordinary power enveloping him as he evaded Li Sanking's fist with remarkable speed. In that instant of rolling away, a dark weapon gleaming with black light shot from the figure's hand toward Li Sankong. Li Sankong was taken aback. This person had been hiding a trick. Chapter 20 of The Path to Paradise. You refused to take a sudden turn of events caused Li Sanking's expression to shift dramatically. The calculated strike of a transcendent powerhouse, even in a severely injured state, was a force that an ordinary blood refinement practitioner would find difficult to withstand. The explosive speed, at such close range, left little to no time for the blood refinement practitioners to react. The ninth prince, having rolled away to a distance of 10 feet, half-kneeled on the ground, his cold, sinister eyes fixed intently on the blade he had long plotted to unleash upon Li Sankong. A glimmer of triumph flickered in his gaze, and his expression morphed into one of grotesque satisfaction. He seemed to envision Li Sanking's chest being pierced by his blade, collapsing in a state of shock, confusion, and unwillingness. Yet, while he harbored these thoughts and reactions, Li Sankong was experiencing an entirely different scene. The ninth prince's schemed counterattack indeed startled Li Sankong momentarily. However, the attack he believed was unavoidable suddenly appeared to him in slow motion, as if the fast-paced scene had transformed into a languid tableau. Miraculously, his eyes could capture the trajectory of the swiftly moving object. Li Sanking's eyes widened in astonishment. In the next instant, they narrowed, a flicker of grey light shimmering forth. As this grey light flashed by, the arm that was initially aimed at the ninth prince transformed direction under his deliberate adjustment, adopting the form of a left hook that cleaved through the air, striking with precision and speed against the incoming projectile. Bang! The crimson fist collided instantaneously with the concealed weapon imbued with transcendent power. A terrifying force from the impact sent Li Sankong staggering backward for over 10 paces, crashing against a great tree before finally regaining his footing. A piercing pain radiated from his hand, and when he glanced down, he beheld his palm, now restored to its normal form, oozing blood. A deep gash sliced across the back of his hand, exposing the bone beneath. But soon after, dark golden blood surged forth, pooling at the site of the wound. This dark golden blood emanated an astonishing vitality, visibly mending the injury at a remarkable pace. The formidable life force inherent in the Taodai bloodline was once again on display. All these reactions were merely Li Sanking's body's natural responses. In his heightened state of battle readiness, however, he had no time to dwell on these matters. After casting a fleeting glance at his hand, he immediately raised his gaze, locking onto the ninth prince across from him, his vigilance reaching its zenith. This was a transcendent being. Even in a state of severe injury, he warranted Li Sankong's utmost caution. Yet, as he gazed at the ninth prince, who maintained a half-kneeling posture, he noticed a glimmer of disbelief etched in the latter's eyes. Not dead, the ninth prince was momentarily taken aback. The figure before him, appearing no older than 10, emanated only the aura of a blood refinement practitioner, and yet he had managed to evade his hidden strike? How could this be possible? How could a blood refinement practitioner be so formidable? He found it hard to believe. Observing the ninth prince's astonishment, Li Sankong, possessing a penchant for provocation, could not help but taunt, "Is this it? You kneel before me at the very beginning, so this is what it means to be a transcendent powerhouse?" Kneel. Upon hearing this, the ninth prince was momentarily stunned, before realizing the awkwardness of his stance, his expression stiffening instantly. In the next moment, his face flushed crimson. This posture had merely been a habitual action after rolling over, yet this little brat had used it as a point of mockery. What made it worse was that he had no retort, only a burgeoning sense of humiliation and rage. A fierce anger surged from the depths of his heart. Remembering the various indignities he had faced, his inner fury escalated relentlessly. He slowly rose, a sinister expression forming on his face as murderous intent coalesced. You refuse to take the path to paradise, yet you insist on entering hell. I was just pondering how to find you, and here you come to my doorstep. One must say, you are quite foolish, but it saves me the trouble of searching. Today, you shall perish in this forest, your blood cleansing the shame upon me. With the ninth prince's words, he unleashed his full power, charging toward Lee San Kong, enveloped in a terrifying, fiery transcendent energy. In the face of the advancing ninth prince, Lee San Kong did not hastily react, his eyes once more glimmered with an otherworldly light, faint runes flickering in the depths. As these divine symbols emerged, the once overpowering speed of the transcendent being became sluggish in his perception. The ninth prince's furious charge transformed into a series of frames unfolding before his eyes. The actions of the transcendent being were now clearly discernible. As Lee San Kong absorbed the unfolding scene, a sense of tranquility enveloped him, while his gaze sharpened ever more. You little brat! Die! As the ninth prince closed in, his expression twisted with malice, he swung his right arm, the fiery transcendent power swirling around his iron fist, transforming his punch into a blazing inferno. A gale of heat rushed toward Lee San Kong at close range, not dodging. Seeing Lee San Kong remain motionless to meet his assault, the ninth prince was momentarily taken aback, yet, the inherent arrogance of a transcendent being facing a blood refinement practitioner led him to assume that Lee San Kong simply had not reacted in time. Kneel, he bellowed menacingly. Just as he believed this single blow would shatter Lee San Kong's skull, the latter suddenly moved, with a flash of blood light beneath his feet. Lee San Kong vanished from sight, boundary step. It was well known that the most fearsome aspect of the boundary step lay in its instantaneous eruption. This explosive speed nearly rivaled that of a normal first-level transcendent powerhouse, and the ninth prince, already severely injured, found himself at a distinct disadvantage against Lee San Kong, who possessed the boundary step secret technique. In the face of Lee San Kong's attack speed, bolstered by his extraordinary eyesight, the ninth prince's advantage vanished entirely. Superb eyesight, coupled with the boundary step, created a flawless synergy. Lee San Kong instantaneously vacated his original position, causing the ninth prince's pupils to constrict in disbelief. Yet, the punch he had unleashed could not be retracted. It continued on its trajectory, crashing into the innocent tree Lee San Kong had previously leaned against, creating a gaping hole in the trunk as wood splinters erupted, and the tree toppled over with a resounding thud. Meanwhile, Lee San Kong, whom he had deemed an easy target to eliminate, had already sidestepped to his flank, unleashing the Taodai arm. Boom! The ferocious might of his physical form propelled his fist through the air, creating a reverberation that rippled through the atmosphere. True to his nature as a transcendent powerhouse, the ninth prince sensed Lee San Kong's attack the moment he shattered the tree, reflexively withdrawing his fist and pivoting to counter. But at that moment, a dreadful beastly pressure descended upon him. The oppressive force of the Taodai bloodline. Chapter 21. The nightmare has just begun. The formidable pressure of the Taodai bloodline exerts its greatest influence upon the demon beasts. After all, within the ranks of demon beasts, the rigid hierarchy of bloodlines engenders a natural suppression. Human powerhouses are not significantly affected by the bloodline pressure of ordinary ferocious beasts. However, this is the might of the Taodai, a beast of unparalleled ferocity. Even an ordinary human might feel the weight of a tiger's roar, let alone confront the terrifying presence of a Taodai, a primordial entity among demon beasts. Despite the ninth prince being an extraordinary powerhouse, Lee San Kong, with merely his blood-refining prowess, still felt a considerable impact from this pressure, albeit less than that experienced when facing the extraordinary silver serpent. Under the oppressive aura of the Taodai, he found himself beset by uncontrollable emotions of fear, panic, dread, and trembling, negative sentiments that could ultimately determine victory or defeat in battle. Such emotions and physical reactions would inevitably affect his movements, focus, and reflexes. Even his tightly clenched fists would unconsciously loosen, dissipating their strength. At this moment, the ninth prince was ensnared in a situation akin to this. Already grievously wounded, he found himself enveloped by the Taodai's dread, his punches sluggish, the power in his fists ebbing away, his once icy gaze now trembling with uncertainty. In this moment of vulnerability, Lee San Kong's Taodai arm, imbued with immense force, came crashing down and boom, as their fists collided, the ninth prince was sent hurtling backward as if a torn sack, a brutal force surging through his arm and exacerbating his already severe internal injuries, causing the organs ravaged by the black ape's power to rupture anew. Blood erupted from his mouth, and he was propelled back several feet, only stopping after crashing through a massive tree. On the opposite side, Lee San Kong also staggered back a dozen steps, his blood boiling, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, his arm throbbing with excruciating pain, trembling uncontrollably. Extraordinary powerhouses are indeed monstrous. Even when gravely injured, they are exceedingly difficult to kill. Lee San Kong grimaced in frustration. Faced with an injured extraordinary powerhouse, he exerted all his strength yet could barely contend. If the ninth prince were at his peak, he feared he wouldn't withstand a single blow. Are you human or demon? How can you possess the ferocity of a beast? The pale-faced ninth prince suddenly fixed his gaze on Lee San Kong, an expression of disbelief etched across his features. What manner of creature is this human-like youth? Why does he exude such a terrifying aura of a ferocious beast? Does it truly matter whether I am human or demon? Lee San Kong replied coldly. Refusing to grant his opponent any respite, he summoned forth a surge of blood light beneath his feet, and with a single step, closed the distance between them in an instant, appearing before the ninth prince as if teleporting, and delivered a powerful punch. Witnessing this, the ninth prince gritted his teeth in fury, akin to a cornered beast. Enduring the pain of his injuries, he gathered the scant remnants of his strength to fend off Lee San Kong's assault. Yet, Lee San Kong, with his extraordinary vision, locked onto the trajectory of the attack and, at a critical moment, unleashed the Taodai bloodline pressure, compelling the ninth prince's punch to lose momentum, forcing him back once more. Although Lee San Kong was also pushed back, he remained unscathed, and nourished by the Taodai bloodline. His physique was far stronger than that of an ordinary human cultivator. Even some 9th-level blood-refining demon beasts would struggle to match him in physical prowess. Such formidable flesh granted him exceptional resilience against blows. Each strike from the 9th prince merely inflicted injury without stripping him of his combat effectiveness. Conversely, Lee San Kong's attacks could indeed slay 9th-level blood-refining demons. Against the severely weakened 9th prince, Lee San Kong's might was more than sufficient. The human body is not particularly robust. With every blow Lee San Kong landed, the 9th prince's injuries worsened incrementally. Given the circumstances, he could not endure for long. Indeed, after several exchanges, the 9th prince finally succumbed, being struck by Lee San Kong's fist and crashing into a tree, unable to rise again. He lay on the ground, blood pooling from his mouth, gritting his teeth in a glare filled with rage and resentment directed at Lee San Kong. "I am the 9th prince of the Blood Nation. You cannot kill me." Lee San Kong approached the 9th prince slowly, his voice icy. "Why not? Is your royal lineage of the Blood Nation superior?" The 9th prince replied somberly, "My second brother is nearby on a trial. If you kill me, I assure you shall not escape this forest." Lee San Kong scoffed, "Do you take me for a fool? If I spare you, you would return to seek my life? Should I kill you, your second brother may not even learn of it." Suddenly, the 9th prince's face contorted in fear. "If you let me go, I will grant you wealth and riches beyond measure, luxuries you could enjoy for a lifetime." "Wealth and riches?" Hearing this, a mocking smile crept onto Lee San Kong's lips. "I believe your life is worth far more than mere riches, and I only seek treasures of greater value." "You," the 9th prince's expression darkened. At that moment, Lee San Kong raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick toward the prostrate 9th prince. The heavy blow struck the defenseless prince's head, exploding it upon impact, blood and brain matter splattering in all directions, staining the nearby bark, slowly dripping down. The 9th prince met his demise with unwillingness. Gazing at the headless corpse of the 9th prince, Lee San Kong's expression remained unchanged. "Killing you was merely the beginning. Your second brother, and the entire royal family of the Blood Nation, shall inevitably follow in your wake. Your nightmare has only just begun." Lee San Kong murmured softly to the corpse. This was not merely a premonition, it was his unwavering belief in the future and a vow to himself. The injuries inflicted upon him by the Lee family and the royal family of the Blood Nation would ultimately be repaid in kind. Taking a deep breath, Lee San Kong faced the 9th prince's corpse, stirred the Taodai bloodline within him, and opened his gaping maw, consuming the entire corpse without a trace. Only the bloodstained clothing remained, resembling a lifeless husk devoid of vitality, lying upon the ground. Just a single drop of essence blood? Lee San Kong was taken aback. This individual was at least an extraordinary powerhouse, yet after refinement, he had only obtained a single drop of Taodai essence blood? Compared to demons, this was significantly lacking. Of course, Lee San Kong could surmise the reason. The physicality of demons is inherently superior to that of humans, and their larger size naturally results in a greater yield of Taodai essence blood upon consumption. But a drop is still a drop, better than none. Upon inspecting within, Lee San Kong noticed that the freshly refined essence blood had been partially absorbed by the grey blood threads within his own blood. This unformed bloodline is indeed quite domineering. Lee San Kong sighed inwardly. Afterward, he glanced around, suppressing the pain coursing through his body, and resolutely turned away, swiftly disappearing into the depths of the forest. Chapter 22. Annihilate his entire clan bearing wounds upon his body. Lee San Kong was acutely aware that this region would likely no longer be safe. Hesitating to linger, he opted not to pursue further hunts of the demons, but rather to return directly. It seemed that after overcoming numerous adversities, fate was kind to him. His subsequent fortune was remarkably favorable, as he encountered no formidable demons to obstruct his path and smoothly made his way back to the territory of the fairy clan, ultimately arriving near the sacred mountain of the demons. Instead of heading straight back to the sacred mountain, he chose to rest beneath the ancient holy tree, leaning against its sturdy trunk and sinking down onto the ground. In that moment, the tension that had gripped his body and mind began to dissipate. It was as if this time-worn tree, weathered by the passage of time, had become the most steadfast support for his weary return. Unbeknownst to Lee San Kong, nestled against the ancient tree, he had unknowingly acquired a newfound sense of security. The ancient holy tree resembled a benevolent elder, always ready to offer a solid shoulder to lean on, regardless of the storms he faced outside. "Only you, ancient tree, would allow me to lean upon you without fear of rejection," Lee San Kong murmured softly. The ancient holy tree replied, "Do not be so confident. What if it is I who cannot evade you?" After a moment's respite, Lee San Kong felt the pain from his injuries had considerably lessened. The wound on the back of his hand, inflicted by the 9th prince's hidden weapon, had begun to heal under the influence of his Taodai bloodline, leaving only a fresh scar as evidence of the prior assault. The regenerative power of this body is truly astonishing, Lee San Kong marveled inwardly. Possessing the Taodai bloodline, he felt that as long as he did not suffer a severed limb, his injuries would heal swiftly. And the strength of my physical form is remarkably formidable, he thought, filled with awe. Through this battle, Lee San Kong gained a more precise understanding of his physical prowess. His body was now likely more powerful than many blood-refined 9th-level demon beasts. Had it not been for the strength of his physique, he would have struggled to withstand the attacks from extraordinary beings like the Silver Serpent and the 9th Prince, even if they were gravely injured. It was precisely due to the formidable nature of his body that he was able to endure numerous strikes from the 9th Prince, ultimately dragging him into a state of injury before delivering the final blow. The might of the Taodai bloodline proved advantageous against the demon clan, yet when confronted with humans, the pressure of the bloodline diminished, rendering that advantage less significant, making it more challenging for him to contend with extraordinary human beings. Of course, this was in the context of defeating the strong with the weak. In encounters at the same realm or one tier higher, the Tao Dai bloodline would undoubtedly possess a crushing advantage over human adversaries. And what of my eyes? Li Sankong pondered. Although they had not fully regained their supernatural abilities, they were already endowed with considerable power. The extraordinary vision granted by his eyes had greatly aided him in slaying the ninth prince. I wonder what miraculous powers my eyes will possess once they are fully restored, he mused with anticipation. Having assessed his physical condition, Li Sankong settled into a meditative position, consciously channeling his Tao Dai bloodline to heal both internal and external injuries. Actively harnessing the power of the Tao Dai bloodline significantly accelerated his healing process. After approximately half an hour, the majority of his wounds had nearly healed. Rising to his feet, he turned toward the ancient holy tree, and upon glancing at the green buds he had previously discovered, he was astonished to see that several new ones had sprouted. It seems the ancient tree truly requires my divine essence. Li Sankong contemplated, his expression grave. No longer treating this as a trivial matter, he approached it with newfound seriousness. I must provide more, he declared softly, reaching into his waistband to retrieve his weapon and generously bestowing an abundance of gifts upon the ancient tree. Hopefully, by tomorrow, there will be even more growth, he thought, gazing at the buds on the branches with hope. The notion that his own essence could breathe life back into the ancient tree filled him with a sense of pride. With a smile, Li Sankong swiftly departed. Behind him, the ancient holy tree, having absorbed the offerings left by Li Sankong, emitted a contented sigh. How delightful! After a brief moment, it opened its eyes and murmured, "This lad's essence seems to have a greater effect than before. Has something changed within his body?" Before long, Li Sankong returned to the sacred mountain of the demons. Upon seeing him covered in blood, his little master was nearly brought to tears, overwhelmed with both pain and anger. "Disciple, it was that demon who harmed you. Tell me, and I shall annihilate its entire clan." Witnessing the urgency and concern etched upon his little master's face warmed Li Sankong's heart. He realized he was never truly alone. He had 3 masters who loved and cared for him. Suppressing his emotions, he scratched his head in feigned nonchalance. "Little master, you are being too fierce. Why must you talk of exterminating entire clans at the drop of a hat?" Her adorable face was flushed with fury, a picture of determination to vanquish the demon clan. "I am not jesting. Speak up, which demon has done this to you?" Li Sankong lowered his voice. "Little master, it is not as you imagined. I brought this upon myself to temper my skills. Those demons have already been vanquished." His little master fixed her large eyes upon him. "Really?" Li Sankong nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. How could I deceive you, little master?" Upon hearing this, some of her anger dissipated, yet she still clenched her fists, addressing Li Sankong. "Remember, you can only be bullied by me. No one else is allowed to lay a finger upon you. Should any being dare to harm you, I shall make them regret it." Although Li Sankong felt touched by her words, he could not bring himself to fully trust her. After all, she was still quite young, and her fearsome reputation was largely derived from her masters. In truth, her own strength was not particularly formidable. However, her masters, the Grand Master and Second Master, were genuinely powerful. They were the foremost and second most formidable beings of the Fairy Clan and among the few super-strong entities in the southern regions. It was their existence that allowed the Fairy Clan to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Demon Clan and other formidable factions, safeguarding their kin from harm. Realizing that Li Sankong had spoken this way, his little master's anger finally subsided. However, her next words left Li Sankong deeply skeptical of the authenticity of her earlier concern. "Since you're fine, what about my laundry? Hurry up and wash it." Li Sankong was left speechless. He had barely escaped the clutches of death, only to return and find himself tasked with washing the clothes of this lazy master. Life is truly arduous, he lamented, yet, he knew he would fulfill this duty. Deep down, he understood that his arrival at the sacred mountain of the demons was due to his little master's insistence to bring him back. Had it not been for her determination, and the indulgence of the Grand Master and Second Master toward her, his fate could have been entirely different, and for that, he held immense gratitude toward her. As Li Sankong was returning to the sacred mountain, a pair of resplendent golden boots suddenly stepped onto a patch of blood-stained dead leaves at the site where he had battled the ninth prince. Opposite these feet lay the bloodied robe that the ninth prince had left behind. Chapter 23:1000 Phantoms. The perspective shifted from the golden shoes, revealing a splendid robe embroidered with golden threads. Beneath the robe stood a tall figure, and above the noble collar was a remarkably handsome visage, marked by a subtle air of authority and an aloof demeanor. The contours of the man's face were sharply defined. He gazed down at the familiar garment on the ground, which, if memory served him correctly, belonged to his ninth brother. Yet, at this moment, the robe lay cold and stained with blood, bereft of its owner. He began to scrutinize his surroundings, observing the traces left behind. After a brief moment, his brow furrowed. There were 2 individuals. Just then, a shadow of grayish-black mist emanated from within his being, coalescing before him into an ethereal entity that hovered in the air, appearing both real and illusory. This being resembled a ghost concealed beneath a shroud of gray fabric, with hollow, pitch-black eyes that seemed like 2 profound caverns beneath its dark exterior. "Thousand Phantoms, investigate the vicinity and ascertain what transpired here moments ago," the man in the golden boots commanded indifferently. "Yes, Your Highness," came the response from Thousand Phantoms, its voice akin to a haunting whisper, laced with an unsettling chill. As its words fell, countless smaller figures, resembling it but vastly diminished in size, surged forth from its form, darting like specters in all directions, swiftly vanishing into the surrounding thickets. Thousand Phantoms, this peculiar entity exists between the realms of shadow and corporeal life, capable of residing within a human host. One of its remarkable abilities is to conjure a staggering number of doppelgangers, while also possessing the capacity to communicate with any living being. These manifestations can inhabit the bodies of others, extracting their memories, provided that the host does not resist or reject them. The man clad in golden boots was none other than the second brother, as referred to by the ninth prince. He was the very prince who had seized the divine bone of Li Sankong, blood without trace, gifted with an unparalleled talent. He was a prodigious figure of the Blood Nation, one of its future pillars. As he observed the dissipating doppelgangers of Thousand Phantoms, Blood without trace took measured steps toward the robe of his ninth brother, his icy gaze betraying not a flicker of emotional turmoil, as if the death of his sibling stirred not a single ripple within his heart. "Oh, ninth brother, how utterly useless you are. You have perished so easily, who shall undertake my burdens henceforth?" he murmured coolly to it. Is said that the most heartless are those of royal lineage. The relationship between him and the ninth prince was primarily one of mutual exploitation. Naturally, the death of the ninth prince did not evoke profound sorrow in him, yet his heart undoubtedly simmered with anger. After all, one must consider the master when dealing with a loyal subordinate. Furthermore, this was a minion related by blood. Now that he lay lifeless, it was only fitting for him, as the master, to uncover the perpetrator behind this heinous act. If it were indeed his two royal brothers responsible. Blood without trace's gaze darkened. The struggle for sovereignty had yet to commence, and they were already so impatiently targeting my kin. From the traces on the ground, it was evident that his ninth brother had engaged in a fierce battle prior to his demise, and the adversaries must have been of the human race rather than monstrous beings. As for the absence of his remains, he surmised that the ninth prince had initially been slain by humans, only for his corpse to be devoured by demons. Suspecting human involvement, he had dispatched Thousand Phantoms to investigate. This particular area was the site of a joint trial between the royal family of the Blood Nation and the offspring of the Li clan. Thus, it was highly plausible that the one who had slain the ninth prince was one of those competing princes. Only the unparalleled first prince and third prince would dare to act so brazenly. Moments later, Blood without trace turned to the floating Thousand Phantoms beside him. "Have you gleaned any results?" "My doppelgangers are on their way back," Thousand Phantoms replied. As soon as Thousand Phantoms finished speaking, its myriad doppelgangers returned from the thicket, merging back into its form while bringing with them a wealth of memories, all derived from the nearby myriad beasts. "Your Highness, I have uncovered the truth," Thousand Phantoms declared. "Who?" After a brief pause, Thousand Phantoms replied, "I do not recognize him. It was a human child who perpetrated this. However, from the memories of a blackbird, I learned that this child seems to possess the terrifying aura of a ferocious beast." "A human child with the aura of a ferocious beast?" Upon hearing this, Blood without trace's brow furrowed. Could it be a shape-shifting demon, he mused? Yet, in this vicinity, there were only extraordinary demons. How could a shape-shifting demon possibly exist? Or perhaps it was a young demon possessing the bloodline of an ancestral beast. A sudden glimmer of cold light flashed in Blood without trace's eyes. A young beast with ancestral blood. If that were the case, then my ninth brother's death would not be entirely unjust. Moreover, that human child must have the ability to devour flesh. It was his few breaths that consumed the body of the ninth prince. Thousand Phantoms exclaimed, its voice tinged with astonishment. To devour the flesh of a transcendent being in mere breaths, what a terrifying power of consumption. Only the legendary descendants of the voracious beast among demons could possess such an ability. Blood without trace speculated. Or perhaps that individual is formidable, deliberately masquerading as a child. Yet, from the information gathered among the surrounding demons, it appears that the human child is not particularly strong, merely at the blood refinement stage. Additionally, all the demons in the vicinity only referred to him as a human child emanating the aura of a ferocious beast, without mentioning any transformation into a demon. In the eyes of demons, the distinction between humans and demons is readily apparent. Therefore, it is highly likely that this human child is indeed just a human possessing the bloodline of a ferocious beast. Your Highness, based on the information gathered, it is likely that the human child is not a transformed demon. Thousand Phantoms asserted. Not a transformed demon? Blood without trace raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting that within this forest exists a human possessing the bloodline of a ferocious beast? Indeed. Blood without trace's eyes narrowed, intrigue sparking within him. How fascinating. Who could this human child be that can slay beings of transcendent rank? After a brief pause, Blood without trace instructed Thousand Phantoms, accompany me as we explore the area. If that human child has come here for the trial, we may uncover more information about him. Understood. With that, Thousand Phantoms re-entered Blood without trace's body. He cast a cold glance around before striding toward the direction in which Li Sankong had departed Demon Saint Mountain. After washing the garments he had changed out of, along with those of his young master, Li Sankong hung them out to dry in the courtyard. In the distance, before the ancestral hall, Feng Qingguo and Ao Qingniao observed this young disciple from afar, their gazes betraying different sentiments. Ao Qingniao's eyes reflected concern as she whispered, "Are we truly going to allow him to train alone like this?" Chapter 24. The discarded practice. Feng Qingguo's gaze was indifferent as she turned her head and asked, "What else could it be?" Ao Qingniao looked at Feng Qingguo and inquired, "Are you not concerned about his safety?" Feng Qingguo replied nonchalantly, "Without the tempering of life and death, one cannot possibly become a true powerhouse." Ao Qingniao fell silent, and after a long while, softly said, "I wish to assist him." Feng Qingguo cast a sidelong glance at Ao Qingniao. "How do you intend to help?" Suddenly fixating on Feng Qingwu, Ao Qingyao exclaimed, "Sister, you haven't considered this possibility, have you?" Feng Qingwu remained silent. Ao Qingyao continued slowly, "He possesses the bloodline of the Taodai. By consuming flesh and blood essence, he can grow stronger. If he were to ingest our imperial beast's blood essence." Humph. Before Ao Qingyao could finish, she was interrupted by a cold snort from Feng Qingwu. "I have already contemplated what you mentioned, however, relying on our blood essence, how long can it truly aid him? Can it support him for a lifetime? Our blood essence is finite, while his future path is exceedingly long. We cannot allow him to feed on our essence indefinitely." Ao Qingyao quickly retorted, "Sister, that's not what I meant. His future path must be forged by him alone. I merely wish to provide him with additional support to foster his growth. Moreover, even if not for him, we must consider our fairy clan. You are aware that the three princes of the Blood Nation are advancing at an alarming rate. Once they reach maturity, the power dynamics in the southern regions will likely be reshuffled. If our fairy clan fails to produce an equally remarkable successor, do you believe we will still hold the qualifications to sit at the negotiation table? Relying solely on my efforts, I fear it may not suffice to contend with those three," Feng Qingwu said, her brows furrowing. Ao Qingyao's words struck a chord deep within her. The three from the Blood Nation were indeed prodigies, having seized three divine abilities that belonged to Li Sankong, thus enhancing their strength further, and they had become unparalleled geniuses that had not emerged for countless years. Should they mature, even the bloodline of the ancestral beast may struggle to compete. Ao Qingyao's concerns were not unfounded. The fairy clan could still coexist peacefully with the demonic clan of the Blood Nation due to a balance of top-tier combat power that mutually restrained one another. However, if those three were to mature, it would disrupt this equilibrium. Furthermore, such prodigies would undoubtedly receive exceptional protection from the Blood Nation, rendering the prospect of their early elimination almost non-existent, unrealistic even. For if such actions were taken, the Blood Nation would likely initiate war, plunging the fairy clan into dire straits. That was a scenario they wished to avoid. The most prudent approach would be to nurture their own prodigious offspring to counterbalance them. Originally, they had intended to nurture Su Waner. Now that Li Sankong had acquired the Taodai bloodline, he naturally became their new focus of cultivation. For this reason, Feng Qingwu was reluctant to interfere excessively in Li Sanking's training, fearing that too much indulgence would lead him to become like Su Waner, lazy and gluttonous. Having already ruined one, she did not wish to render Li Sankong similarly inept. To avoid such a fate, it was imperative that Li Sankong experience the trials of blood and fire from a young age. If Li Sankong were to learn of his master's intentions, he would likely be devastated. How was it that with his little master, he was treated with indulgence, but under her care, he was subjected to austerity? The plight of men was indeed arduous. Ao Qingyao observed the silent Feng Qingwu and gently remarked, "I understand your concerns. You fear that we might ruin Sankong. After all, my little sister has already become somewhat inept. However, we cannot be so heartless as to provide him with no assistance at all. I have a suggestion, though I wonder if you would care to hear it?" Feng Qingwu cast a dispassionate glance at Ao Qingyao. "Speak." Feng Qingwu smiled and said, "The suggestion is this. Let us establish a reward system. Take your fondness for massages as an example. When he massages you to your satisfaction, we reward him with a drop of our blood essence. This way, he will not feel as though it is being given to him without reason." "A reward for massages?" Feng Qingwu raised an eyebrow. The suggestion appeared quite reasonable. It allowed for enjoyment while simultaneously aiding Li Sankong. Everyone would benefit. Ao Qingyao continued, "Of course, the rewards need not be limited to this. There could be others as well. For instance, if he progresses in his training and we are pleased, we grant him a drop of essence. This method ensures that we do not exhaust too much of our essence, with minimal impact on ourselves, while still providing him with support. It would also motivate him to take his massages and training more seriously, truly a win-win." As she spoke, she suddenly paused and glanced at Feng Qingwu. Feng Qingwu replied coolly, "Speak freely." Ao Qingyao whispered, "Though our bond with Sankong is strong, and this child possesses a pure and kind heart, filled with gratitude, he is ultimately of the human race." "What if one day?" Feng Qingwu's brow furrowed. "That is impossible. I know Sanking's character." Ao Qingyao responded, "I understand it is improbable. However, putting ourselves in his shoes, if we treat him even better, might he not be more loyal to our fairy clan?" Feng Qingwu remained silent for a long while before finally saying, "In truth, we need not go to such lengths. He would still be loyal to the fairy clan." Ao Qingyao urged, "Thus, we should indeed assist him, should we not?" Feng Qingwu pondered for a moment before nodding. "Very well, I agree to provide him with our blood essence to facilitate his swift growth. However, the frequency and quantity shall be determined by me. While losing some essence is not particularly detrimental to us, giving too much may lead to his becoming inept, and I refuse to nurture another failure. If my little sister has become inept, he absolutely cannot follow suit. I have truly grown fearful." Ao Qingyao covered her mouth and chuckled, "Fear not, this time, it shall be impossible for him to become inept." At that moment, Feng Qingwu glanced at the sky and, with a slight smile, remarked, "It is time for the massage. Shall I begin first?" Ao Qingyao teased, "Look at you, so impatient. An old woman is just an old woman, never having touched a man since birth, and yet she does not spare even the children. How terrifying." Feng Qingwu's expression turned frosty. "Who are you calling an old woman, as if you are any different? We are quite alike. It is not as though you have been with other men." Ao Qingyao made a face, "I am pure of heart." Feng Qingwu scoffed, "You? Always having that boy bathe, what are your true intentions?" Ao Qingyao's cheeks flushed as she denied, "I have not, I truly have not, do not speak nonsense." Feng Qingwu rolled her eyes, "I shan't converse with you any longer. I am here to enjoy myself." With that, she gracefully walked towards Li Sankong. Moments later, Li Sankong was summoned to his master's chamber once more. Although he knew what awaited him, he always felt a twinge of nervousness upon entering. As he grew older, it gradually became somewhat awkward, yet, his master required him, and he could not refuse. It was indeed a burden for the child this time. The massage lasted a full half-hour. As it concluded, Li Sankong was about to rise and leave as usual when he was unexpectedly called back by his master. "Wait a moment," his master said lazily, "I have something to give you." "Something for me? What could it be? Is it something?" Li Sanking's thoughts began to swirl. Chapter 25 A transformation. Surely master wouldn't ask me to wash clothes as well? Li Sankong pondered. If he were to assist yet another person with their laundry, when would he find the time to cultivate? With this thought in mind, he did not wait for his master to speak but tentatively inquired, "Master, do you have any clothes for me to wash?" Upon hearing Li Sanking's question, Feng Qingwu's expression momentarily froze. What on earth? Faced with an incredibly alluring beauty, and this is what you think of? She began to question her own charm. Casting a disdainful glance at Li Sankong, she mused, "Is this really all you can think about in front of such a beautiful master?" Li Sankong was taken aback, pondering what else there was to consider. Yet, a flicker of excitement crossed his mind. If he didn't have to wash clothes, that would be splendid. Seemingly seeing through Li Sanking's thoughts, Feng Qingwu shot him a scornful look. "You have no ambition." Li Sankong scratched his head. "How is that lacking in ambition?" Feng Qingwu, uninterested in further discussion, suddenly illuminated her finger with a golden glow. A droplet of golden liquid gradually coalesced at her fingertip, lifted by an unseen force, hovering delicately above. Upon witnessing that drop of essence, Li Sankong felt a stir within him, and simultaneously, his Taotai bloodline began to stir restlessly. Li Sankong was taken aback. He distinctly sensed that the Taotai bloodline seemed to yearn for that drop of essence. However, he feigned confusion and asked, "Master, what is this?" Feng Qingwu replied softly, "Your master is quite pleased with your massage. This is your reward. Your Taotai bloodline thrives on devouring flesh and blood to grow stronger, and this drop of essence should be immensely beneficial to you." Li Sankong was astonished and instinctively refused. "Master, that is unacceptable. How could I possibly consume your essence? That would be utterly disrespectful." The notion of a disciple consuming their master's essence was unfathomable. Feng Qingwu huffed, "Don't want it? Then I'll just discard it. It wouldn't affect me in the slightest." "Discard it?" Li Sankong was taken aback. What a waste that would be. Feng Qingwu regarded him and said, "Take it, cultivate diligently. One day, when I grow old, I shall rely on you for sustenance." Upon hearing this, Li Sankong could only accept the droplet of essence, respectfully stating, "Master, what are you saying? The mountains may decay, but your beauty shall never age." Feng Qingwu chuckled, "I didn't expect you to be so charming with your words." Li Sankong scratched his head. "Well then, master, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Go on," Feng Qingwu replied lazily, waving her hand. Cradling the golden droplet in his hands, Li Sankong exited his master's chamber. Upon reaching the courtyard and gazing at the golden droplet, he furrowed his brow. Why had his master suddenly bestowed her essence upon him? She had been so generous. It was said that his little master had mentioned that master was an imperial beast, possessing profound cultivation. Thus, the value of this droplet was immeasurable. Li Sankong felt a surge of emotion. His master surely wished for him to grow stronger swiftly. Previously, she had high hopes for his little master, yet the latter's laziness had brought her disappointment. He vowed never to emulate his little master. He would strive to excel and make his master proud, not waste her heartfelt intentions. With determination, he gazed at the golden droplet, excitement coursing through him. His master was a powerful imperial beast, the phoenix. Just a single drop of her essence surely surpassed that of countless extraordinary demons. With this thought in mind, suppressing his excitement, Li Sankong directly consumed the golden blood boom. The moment the golden droplet entered his body, the Taotai bloodline surged with fervor, akin to a ravenous ghost encountering a feast. Yet, just as the Taotai bloodline was on the verge of refining the golden essence, Li Sankong suddenly noticed that the grey blood threads within his blood began to move like leeches, converging towards the golden essence. Once the grey blood threads gathered, the notoriously domineering Taotai bloodline actually retreated, unwilling to contest the golden essence with the grey threads. Li Sankong was utterly astonished. Those grey blood threads were terrifyingly dominant. Even the Taotai bloodline dared not challenge them. Could it be that the Taotai essence he previously refined was merely a portion intentionally left behind by the grey blood threads? Li Sankong speculated inwardly. If that were the case, then this hidden bloodline was indeed incredibly formidable. As countless grey blood threads surged forth, they swiftly devoured the golden droplet. In just a few breaths, the golden essence vanished entirely. The golden blood droplet, being Master's essence, was far more substantial than any extraordinary demon's blood, yet, it was consumed in mere moments by those grey threads. The power of this consumption was genuinely terrifying. Once the grey blood threads absorbed the golden droplet, a multitude more emerged within Li Sanking's blood, subtly hinting at the formation of a new bloodline. This bloodline seemed on the verge of taking shape. Li Sankong was taken aback. If only he had another droplet of essence, he yearned for another such droplet, for then this bloodline would likely coalesce. Unfortunately, the essence was bestowed by his master, and he could not shamelessly request more. Even having consumed that single droplet given freely by his master left him with a sense of guilt. How could he dare to ask for another? Li Sankong could not bring himself to do such a thing. He even wished to grow stronger swiftly so that he would no longer need his master's essence, for he understood that his master offered him her essence to aid him, not as a mere reward for a massage. As if the heavens conspired to fulfill Li Sanking's wish, by evening, his desire unexpectedly materialized. However, the one to fulfill it was not his master but his second master, Ao Qingyao. Within the steam-filled bathhouse, shrouded in mist, Ao Qingyao's smooth, fair back was partially concealed by the fog. Li Sankong stood behind her as she leaned against the edge of the bath, her back to him. At that moment, a droplet of essence floated towards him from her direction. This droplet was a deep azure hue, emanating a faint aura of ferocity. "Disciple, this is a reward from your master. Take it." Li Sankong gazed at the azure droplet drifting towards him, murmuring, "Second master, what is this? Why are you giving me your essence as well?" Ao Qingyao turned her head slightly. "Take it. This small amount of blood has no impact on me." Li Sankong exclaimed in surprise, extending his hand to receive the droplet. Deeply touched, he felt overwhelming gratitude for the kindness bestowed upon him by both his master and second master. How could he ever repay such generosity, whether it was his master's or second master's essence? Such offerings were nearly impossible to find outside. "Go now, I need to rest," Ao Qingyao said languidly. With mixed emotions, Li Sankong exited the bathhouse. In the corridor before the bathhouse, he gazed at the azure blood in his hand, his eyes sharp with determination. Only through diligent effort could he honor the kindness of his two masters. With that thought, he swallowed the droplet of blood in one gulp. As the azure essence entered his abdomen, it, too, was swiftly absorbed by the grey blood threads. This time, the absorption occurred even more rapidly than before, completing within just 2 breaths. At that moment, a terrifying aura emanated from within Li Sankong, and a profound transformation unfolded within his blood. Chapter 26, Transformation within the bloodstream. Countless strands of grey blood converged into a singular flow, forming a brand new grey bloodline. This bloodline coursed through Li Sanking's veins, running parallel to the dark golden Taodai bloodline. At present, its diameter was merely 1/3 that of the Taodai bloodline. However, the Taodai bloodline subtly veered to one side when confronted with it, seemingly yielding the central position within the vessel. The aura emanating from Li Sankong was a direct result of this newly formed bloodline, the grey bloodline. Simultaneously, a stream of information contained within this bloodline was transmitted to Li Sanking's mind. The devouring bloodline, capable of consuming all things and acquiring the abilities or unique traits of its targets. As information about the devouring bloodline flooded his consciousness, Li Sanking's eyes widened in astonishment. This bloodline possessed the ability to devour, yet, this devouring power was even more formidable than that of the Taodai bloodline. While the Taodai bloodline could only devour the flesh and blood of living beings, this bloodline could consume all things and gain supernatural abilities or unique traits from its prey. This bloodline was truly extraordinary, Li Sankong murmured. Upon delving deeper into the information regarding the devouring bloodline, Li Sankong discerned that the ability to acquire the abilities or traits of consumed targets did not apply universally. The target needed to meet a certain qualitative standard. For instance, if Li Sankong were to devour an extraordinary being, he might not be able to obtain its abilities or traits. The reason for this inability lay not in the act of consumption itself, but rather in the devouring bloodline's incapacity to retain what it had absorbed. In other words, if a target was deemed too inferior, the devouring bloodline would simply reject it. It was rather discerning. Li Sanking's lips twitched. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. The devouring bloodline had recently absorbed the essence of his master and second master, who were both imperial beasts of profound cultivation. Surely, their qualities were sufficiently elevated. What abilities might it retain? With this thought, Li Sankong once again attuned to his own being. Moments later, he was overjoyed. From his master's essence, he acquired the Nirvana ability of the Blood Phoenix bloodline. He also gained the capacity to transform into a Blood Phoenix. From his second master's essence, he obtained the Dragon Roar ability of the Azure Dragon bloodline. He also acquired the ability to metamorphose into an Azure Dragon. Li Sankong was utterly astonished. Transforming into a Blood Phoenix would cause the devouring bloodline to shift its focus to the Blood Phoenix bloodline, maximizing its potential. Transforming into an Azure Dragon would similarly prioritize the Azure Dragon bloodline, amplifying its abilities. By continuously absorbing the essence of the respective bloodlines, such as persistently consuming the essence of the Blood Phoenix, the powers of the Blood Phoenix bloodline would only grow stronger. After becoming a Blood Phoenix, his own strength would also increase. The same applied to the Azure Dragon bloodline. Furthermore, the enhancement of the devouring bloodline encompassed a comprehensive augmentation, meaning all retained bloodlines would be empowered. Having absorbed this information, a gleam of brilliance shone in Li Sanking's eyes. In addition to transforming into a Blood Phoenix and an Azure Dragon, he could also metamorphose into a Taotai. Yes, due to the devouring bloodline's clandestine absorption of Taotai essence, it had naturally acquired the abilities of the Taotai bloodline upon its formation. Should he transform into a Taotai, the devouring bloodline would prioritize the Taotai bloodline, maximizing its capabilities. The essence of the Taodai bloodline was consumption, thus, after transforming, his devouring abilities would be significantly enhanced, yet, this was not the primary advantage. The most crucial aspect was that the potential of the Taodai bloodline would be fully realized. This meant that once Li Sankong transformed into the Taodai bloodline, his physical strength, defense, and the effectiveness of techniques such as the Taodai arm would increase dramatically. The same applied to the Blood Phoenix and Azure Dragon bloodlines. Incredible, this bloodline was truly remarkable, Li Sankong exclaimed with exhilaration. He had not anticipated that the hidden bloodline within him surpassed both the Taotai and Blood Phoenix bloodlines in power. It was even more formidable than the lost Shenhuang bloodline. At that moment, he understood why the Shenhuang bloodline had manifested within him. In truth, this bloodline was merely a catalyst for awakening the devouring bloodline. Because this bloodline was so potent, the young Li Sankong had not been able to reveal its power at that time. Hence, it was necessary to strengthen his physical form through the Xianhuang bloodline before the true nature of this bloodline could surface. This also explained why, at such a tender age, he had been able to consume his master's essence to recover from injuries and restore his eyesight. Although the devouring bloodline remained dormant, it would instinctively absorb external high-level energies upon their entry into his body. Initially, the loss of the Xianhuang bloodline would have delayed the revival of this bloodline for an unknown duration. However, the emergence of the Taotai bloodline expedited the awakening process. Eager to test his transformation, Li Sankong hurried to the center of the courtyard. With a single thought, he activated the power of the devouring bloodline within him, invoking the energy associated with the blood phoenix bloodline that had been preserved by this bloodline. In an instant, the energy of the entire devouring bloodline shifted to predominantly embody the blood phoenix bloodline. At the moment of transformation, Li Sanking's form underwent an astonishing change. Countless crimson feathers erupted from his body, his head reshaped into that of a phoenix, a pair of blood-red wings sprouted from his back, his garments were torn asunder, and his feet morphed into phoenix talons, grounding him firmly. His wings fluttered gently, and his pitch-black eyes radiated an innate ferocity, their gaze sharp beyond compare. He had transformed into a blood phoenix. Li Sankong had become a fierce blood phoenix beast. Ha ha ha. I can fly, he laughed heartily as he flapped his blood wings, delighting in the joy of a fledgling bird learning to soar, flitting about the courtyard. At this moment, his size was merely half a zhang, still juvenile, resembling a small bird. However, as he continued to consume the essence of the blood phoenix, his transformation would grow increasingly potent, and his form would expand. Exhilarating, Li Sankong laughed uproariously. Generally, a member of the human race could only attain the ability to fly upon reaching the manifestation realm. Yet, due to his transformation into a blood phoenix, he had acquired this ability while still in the blood refinement realm. Not to mention, his capacity for escape had significantly improved. His laughter soon attracted the attention of his three masters, who stood before the courtyard, gazing in stunned silence at Li Sankong, who had transformed into a blood phoenix hovering mid-air. Xiao Kongkong, what has happened to you? Su Wan'er exclaimed, her wide eyes appearing as if a fist could fit inside her mouth. The sight of Li Sankong transforming into a blood phoenix left her utterly astounded. A human, transforming into a ferocious beast? Could it be? Feng Qingwu and Ao Qingya exchanged bewildered glances. Could this be a result of absorbing our essence? Chapter 27. The triple transformation. The two were filled with disbelief. Initially, they had thought that Li Sankong merely absorbed their essence to enhance his strength, but to their astonishment, he had acquired the ability to transform into a ferocious beast. How was this possible? Eldest sister, second sister, is this your doing? Upon hearing her sister's words, Su Wan'er turned to inquire. The two shook their heads in confusion, indicating their lack of knowledge. In the air, as they noticed that all three masters were gazing at him, Li Sankong flapped his wings and flew closer to them, showcasing his form. Masters, do I appear impressive in this guise? He asked. Master, could you provide your evaluation? Since his master was also a blood phoenix, he addressed her thusly. How childish, Feng Qingwu thought helplessly, yet she feigned satisfaction for Li Sanking's sake and replied with a gentle smile, you do look quite impressive. However, this remarkable blood phoenix cub, could you enlighten your master on what exactly is happening? Li Sankong responded, didn't Master say that I possess a hidden bloodline within me? The three were taken aback. Feng Qingwu remarked, so it is due to this bloodline. Li Sankong pecked at her head and affirmed, indeed, this hidden bloodline of mine is the devouring sky bloodline. The devouring sky bloodline. Upon hearing Li Sanking's words, Feng Qingwu was taken aback. She was aware of the devouring sky bloodline, yet at that moment, seeing Li Sankong transform into a blood phoenix, the manifestation of the bloodline had temporarily eluded her recognition. The devouring sky bloodline is capable of consuming all things, acquiring the abilities or traits of its targets. I never imagined that the hidden bloodline you possess is this once renowned lineage. Feng Qingwu murmured softly. I remember that in his childhood, he manifested the reincarnation divine eye, the creation divine bone, and the Xianhuang bloodline. These three abilities were already astonishing, but who could have foreseen that the most extraordinary of all was this hidden bloodline? Ao Qingyao exclaimed in shock at eldest sister, second sister, what is the devouring sky bloodline? Is it very powerful? Su Wan'er asked. Bewildered, the lazy girl was unaware of the significance of the devouring sky bloodline. Feng Qingwu glanced at Su Wan'er and replied coolly, if only you had paid more attention to your studies, you would understand the importance of knowledge. Su Wan'er stuck out her tongue, squinting her dear eyes, but I have you two sisters. With you around, you'll tell me everything. Feng Qingwu sighed helplessly, oh, how should I even address you? Nonetheless, she proceeded to explain the might of the devouring sky bloodline. After hearing this, Su Wan'er's eyes widened, that little Sankong is simply extraordinary. Suddenly, she thought of something and exclaimed joyfully, this is wonderful, now little Sankong resembles the fairy clan even more. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingwu and Ao Qingyao raised their eyebrows slightly. It does seem that way. Ao Qingyao suddenly looked up at Li Sankong and said with a smile, disciple, since you have absorbed my essence, can you transform into a Qinglong as well? Li Sankong chuckled, of course I can. And with that, he activated the devouring sky bloodline again, shifting to predominantly embody the Qinglong bloodline. As the bloodlines within him transformed, Li Sanking's exterior underwent another metamorphosis. The crimson feathers on his body retracted, his wings vanished, replaced by hard, azure dragon scales. His head morphed from that of a phoenix to that of a dragon, his eyes gleaming with a dark golden hue, exuding an imposing presence, while his limbs transformed into powerful dragon claws. Though he had no wings, he could still soar. With a flick of his small dragon tail, he ascended rapidly skyward, circling high above as he laughed heartily. After a while, he dove gracefully, spiraling in front of his three masters. Second master, do I resemble you? Li Sankong proudly displayed his dragon form. Ao Qingyao scrutinized him seriously and nodded, you do bear a resemblance, though you are somewhat small. Li Sankong felt disheartened. Did second master prefer larger forms? He vowed earnestly. Do not worry, second master, I shall grow larger. Ao Qingyao laughed. Is that so? Then second master will await your growth. Feng Qingwu rolled her eyes slightly. What kind of absurdity was this? Suddenly recalling something, Feng Qingwu fixed her gaze on Li Sankong and inquired. The devouring sky bloodline should have also absorbed the essence of Taotai, correct? Can you transform into Taotai now? Transform into Taotai. Ao Qingyao and Su Wan'er displayed expressions of anticipation. Since the progenitor of Taotai left no descendants, they had never truly witnessed the form of Taotai. If Li Sankong could transform, they would have the opportunity to behold it. Although Li Sankong possessed the Taotai bloodline, he was still of the human race. Currently, his Taotai bloodline power was still weak, preventing him from achieving transformation. However, the emergence of the devouring sky bloodline expedited this process. Of course, if my three masters wish to see, I shall transform for you. With that, Li Sankong landed on the ground, his four dragon claws touching the earth, his tail raised behind him, his dragon eyes shimmering with excitement. He was equally eager to transform into Taotai in an instant. He activated the devouring sky bloodline and shifted to predominantly embody the Taotai bloodline energy in mere moments. A fearsome beast materialized before everyone. This creature had a head that nearly occupied one-third of its entire body, its mouth was filled with razor-sharp teeth, its body robust and powerful, though its limbs were short and stout, its claws were sharp, and its entire form was covered in deep brown scales, crowned with a single horn on its massive head, emanating an aura of ferocity. Taotai, as they beheld the Taotai before them, the three masters felt a slight tremor of trepidation. Legend had it that the ferocious Taotai devoured dragons. This revealed just how savage this beast truly was. Is this really Taotai? Su Wan'er gazed wide-eyed, her expression a mix of astonishment and curiosity. Feng Qingwu murmured, Blood Phoenix, Xinglong, Taotai. One individual possesses three ferocious beast forms, truly monstrous. At this moment, Li Sankong was also earnestly attuning to his own state. He discovered that after transforming into Taotai, the potential of the Taotai bloodline had been significantly unlocked. His strength and defenses had increased dramatically, elevating him to a level comparable to an ordinary first-tier transcendent monster, despite being merely at the 6th level of blood refinement. First-tier transcendent, excitement surged in Li Sankong's eyes. Just that morning, he had envied transcendent powers, yet in the blink of an eye, he had gained strength rivaling that of a first-tier transcendent. And his current realm was still only at the 6th level of blood refinement. He believed that as his realm progressed, his power upon transformation would only continue to grow stronger. In addition to the enhancement of his strength, what thrilled Li Sankong the most was that the corresponding abilities of his bloodlines had also been augmented. For instance, in his Taotai form, his devouring power would experience a tremendous boost, allowing him to consume not just lifeless matter but living creatures as well. To consume living creatures, this ability would have a profound impact on his enemies during combat. Just imagine, in the heat of battle, when the devouring power was unleashed, ravenously absorbing the blood essence of his foes, how could they possibly withstand it? Chapter 28 Hidden Fury. Feeling the immense transformation brought about by the awakening of the devouring bloodline, Li Sankong, in his gluttonous form, exhibited a confidence in the future that shone brightly in his eyes. However, this fervent spark seemed somewhat incongruous against the backdrop of his fierce and menacing gaze, yet, reflecting on the fact that with merely the 6th level of blood refinement, he possessed strength comparable to a first-level extraordinary demon, Li Sankong could not help but let his true emotions surface. His burgeoning confidence in avenging past grievances only intensified with the enhancement of his own power. Upon introspection, he recognized that the three beastly forms he could assume significantly amplified his capabilities. In his gluttonous form, he could devour living beings, in his blood phoenix form, he experienced rebirth through nirvana, and in his azure dragon form, his roar resonated like thunder. Each of these three forms possessed unique abilities, allowing him to adapt and switch seamlessly during battle, catching his enemies off guard. Gazing at Li Sankong's formidable gluttonous form, the timid Su Wan'er felt an unsettling discomfort within her. Even though she was a nine-tailed fox with an ancestral bloodline, embodying immense ferocity herself, her excessive timidity, combined with the inherently fearsome nature of the gluttonous beast, made her feel a touch uneasy, a perfectly natural reaction. Little Sankong, you should revert back. You look rather unseemly like this. Su Wan'er said, casting a nervous glance at Li Sankong. Though her fear prevented her from looking too long, she dismissed his appearance as merely unappealing to mask her true feelings. Am I really that ugly? Li Sankong pondered aloud, glancing down at himself in confusion. He felt quite imposing, so where was the ugliness? Noticing Su Wan'er's genuine thoughts, Ao Qingyao couldn't help but chuckle lightly, casting a glance at Su Wan'er. Little sister, if you dislike Sankong's appearance, you could lend him some of your essence blood. After the devouring bloodline consumes your essence, he would likely attain the 4th form of the nine-tailed fox, and then he would resemble you. Others would surely say you make a perfect pair. Eh? Su Wan'er tilted her head in a dazed manner, as if contemplating the idea. Li Sankong's heart stirred. If he could obtain his little master's essence blood, he would indeed have a significant chance of achieving a 4th form. 4 forms. The thought alone thrilled him, yet, considering that his little master was so timid, he doubted she would dare to part with her essence. Moreover, having already received the essence blood from his master and second master, he felt a twinge of guilt at the prospect of asking for his little master's blood, sensing it might be inappropriate. After all, possessing 3 beastly forms was already sufficient. Little master, you need not shed blood for me, given your timid nature. Li Sankong spoke sincerely. However, upon hearing herself labeled as timid by Li Sankong, Su Wan'er felt a flush of embarrassment and vehemently denied it. Who is timid? It's merely a bit of blood. I, the illustrious fox immortal, fear nothing, but my current strength is insufficient. Once I grow stronger or when I feel more inclined, I might consider providing you with my essence blood. In the end, it was merely a cover for her fears. Ao Qingya cast a look of mild disdain at Su Wanner. This little girl was not only timid but also overly concerned with her pride, truly a combination of contradictions. Asa being of ancestral bloodline, even though her cultivation was not particularly high at present, her essence blood possessed the power to greatly enhance Li Sankong's devouring bloodline. I shan't converse with you further. I am famished and in search of sustenance. Su Wanner pouted her rosy lips, haughtily huffing as she turned away, her alabaster chin held high. She was genuinely afraid that her elder sisters would unearth her true thoughts, fearing that it would diminish her dignity before Li Sankong and tarnish the authority of a master. As Li Sankong maintained his gluttonous form, he respectfully bowed his head to his master and second master. Masters, your grace in my rebirth shall never be forgotten by Sankong in this lifetime. Feng Qingguo responded gently, as long as you grow, we shall be pleased. There is no need for such formalities, your second master, and I merely hope that when the fairy clan is in need, you will rise to the occasion. Li Sankong solemnly declared, though I am of the human race, I shall forever be a part of the fairy clan. Should anyone seek to harm the fairy clan in the future, they must first tread over my corpse. Hearing this, Feng Qingguo felt a wave of joy within her heart and tenderly replied, do not utter such foolishness. In any circumstance, preserving your life is of utmost importance, do you understand? Feeling the warmth of his master's concern, Li Sankong nodded appreciatively before bidding farewell to his two masters and returning to his chamber. He urged his devouring bloodline to revert to his human form, shedding the tattered remnants of his clothing that had been torn asunder during his transformation. He then donned a fresh set of garments and proceeded to cultivate his gluttonous arm and boundary step. As the golden rays of the setting sun bathed the ancient beast forest in a lustrous glow, Blood Wuhan stood amidst a dense thicket, hands clasped behind his back, with the hollow-eyed beast, Qianhuan, floating beside him. After a brief moment, countless Qianhuan avatars surged back from the forest, merging seamlessly into the original form. With all avatars returned, the chilling voice of Qianhuan echoed with a hint of curiosity, Your Highness, we have news regarding the human child. Speak plainly. Blood Wuhan cast a sidelong glance at Qianhuan, his tone indifferent. After a moment of hesitation, Qianhuan appeared to be organizing the information gleaned from the memories of nearby blood-eyed rabbits. The human child had indeed arrived here to cultivate several days prior. Strangely, at that time, his strength was merely at the first level of blood refinement, and he had come from the direction of the fairy clan. Several days ago, at the first level of blood refinement? Blood Wuhan's expression grew colder, his brow furrowing slightly. The strength mentioned by Qianhuan had captured his attention, and a glint of sharpness flickered in his piercing gaze. If the human child had only possessed the first level of blood refinement days prior, how could he possibly have gained the power to slay a first-level extraordinary being in such a short span? Such a notion was ludicrous, absolutely impossible. In Blood Wuhan's mind, he could not fathom the existence of a talent more monstrous than himself. This was a feat he could scarcely achieve, so how could another accomplish it? In that moment, the one who had long been hailed as one of the three foremost prodigies of his generation felt his authority challenged. Several days ago, at the first level of blood refinement? The chill in Blood Wuhan's voice was unmistakable. Sensing the shift in his master's mood, Qianhuan, who understood his temperament well, slowly lowered his head and spoke uncertainly. The information was derived from the memories of nearby demons. Its authenticity, Qianhuan cannot ascertain. However, the appearances of the two individuals in the memories bear a striking resemblance. Chapter 29 Land exchange. The temperature of the bloodless Shui Wuhan gradually diminished, and he suddenly sank into a prolonged silence. During his quietude, the beast Qianhuan beside him dared not even exhale. You say he comes from the fairy clan? After a lengthy pause, Shui Wuhan spoke coldly. Qianhuan's eyes flickered with a thoughtful gleam, as if verifying the accuracy of his forthcoming response, at least according to the memories of the blood-eyed rabbit. Shui Wuhan turned to cast a frigid glance at Qianhuan. Then what do you suppose? Nearly a few days ago, he was at the first level of blood refining. How could he possess the strength to slay Shui Wuchang just days later? Judging by the traces of the recent battle, Shui Wuchang undoubtedly engaged in a fierce confrontation before his demise. It is impossible that he faced someone of lesser strength. Qianhuan's hollow gaze fell into confusion. He, too, recognized that it was indeed a remarkable feat to ascend from the first level of blood refining to the ability to slay the extraordinary within such a short span. Perhaps, he pondered, there was an error in the memories he had retrieved. Qianhuan muttered uncertainly, his tone tinged with hesitance, not from self-doubt but from a fear of Shui Wuhan. Before this prodigy of the blood nation, Qianhuan dared not utter a single misstep, let alone provoke him in any manner. Shui Wuhan's austere visage slowly shifted to face forward, his sharp, restrained gaze fixated on the territory of the fairy clan. After a prolonged silence, he spoke in a tone that had grown more somber. Since you claim the child of the human race frequents this place for training, I shall remain here to observe whether he is truly as extraordinary as you suggest. The following day, at the sacred mountain of demons, Li Sankong, having completed his early morning training in the Tiexin arm and boundary step, stood at the foot of the sacred mountain, resting his chin in contemplation. The trial ground he visited yesterday seemed to be teeming with many members of the Li family and the Blood Nation. Though I killed the ninth prince yesterday, he mused, it should not have been discovered, yet I fear the possibility that they might sense my presence. The ninth prince had threatened before his death that I would not escape that forest. The so-called second brother he mentioned must also be in that vicinity. Second brother. He could easily deduce the identity of the person referred to by the ninth prince. It must be the second prince who had snatched away his divine bone of creation all those years ago. He harbored deep-seated hatred for this individual, wishing for nothing more than to eliminate him swiftly. However, he was not blinded by vengeance. He understood that with his current strength, he was no match for this person. Should he inadvertently be recognized, the outcome would undoubtedly be disastrous. Although he was confident that after obtaining the bloodline of the devouring beast, his appearance and demeanor had indeed undergone a transformation, making it unlikely for him to be recognized based on his parents' features, he still deemed it prudent to avoid that area altogether. Thus, he opted to change his course, heading towards another region of the boundary land. After all, the expanse of the boundary land was vast, offering ample space for his cultivation. Moments later, Li Sankong arrived at a pristine area, concealing himself within a towering tree. Gazing into the depths of the forest, with his power significantly enhanced, he contemplated hunting even stronger demons, while also testing his abilities after transformation. To slay more formidable demons, he needed to delve deeper into the forest, continuously eliminating too many demons under a single guy's risked drawing the attention of powerful entities from the demon clan. As he possessed the ability to transform into 3 different ferocious beast forms, he decided to adopt a new identity each day, making it challenging for others to recognize him. An idea suddenly sparked in his mind, igniting a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Without hesitation, he began to channel the energy of his devouring bloodline, transforming it predominantly into the Blood Phoenix bloodline. In an instant, his form erupted, his clothing bursting apart as he morphed into a formidable Blood Phoenix, measuring approximately half in length, with blood-red feathers and crimson wings. The icy gaze of the Blood Phoenix fixed upon the interior of the forest, and after determining his direction, he took to the skies. As he soared through the woods, countless trees whizzed past him, and a surge of pride welled within Li Sankong. The sensation of soaring through the heavens was simply exhilarating. Before long, he alighted atop an ancient tree, large enough for several people to embrace. Below him, a black-patterned leopard, exuding an extraordinary aura, prowled the forest floor. An extraordinary first-level demon. As he focused on the beast, a glint of determination ignited in Li Sankong's eyes. He suddenly flapped his wings, gliding downwards, his sturdy wings resembling 2 razor-sharp scythes. With a roar, as he transformed into a crimson spectre, the black-patterned leopard sensed his approach. Almost instantly overwhelmed by the powerful aura emanating from Li Sankong, the leopard was seized by terror and fled in panic without engaging in combat. Is this how extraordinary demons behave? Li Sankong was momentarily taken aback. How could an extraordinary demon be so cowardly? Yet, he failed to consider that he had consumed the essence blood of an imperial beast, the Blood Phoenix. This essence, refined through the devouring bloodline, transformed into the Blood Phoenix, was vastly different from an ordinary imperial beast's Blood Phoenix. The aura it radiated surpassed that of any genuine imperial beast. Indeed, the transformations into the 3 ferocious beast forms were all based on the devouring bloodline. They were mere disguises crafted from the power of that bloodline. The essence of the devouring bloodline was even more tyrannical than that of the Tianxin bloodline. Its capabilities were nothing short of terrifying. Thus, it was no wonder the black-patterned leopard fled at the sight of him. Not only the leopard, but even more formidable demons would likely hesitate to confront him, due to the bloodline suppression effect inherent within the demon clan. Seeing the black-patterned leopard retreat, Li Sankong let out a cry and swooped down. In just a few powerful flaps, he caught up to the fleeing leopard, unleashing a torrent of scorching black flames from his mouth. Phoenix True Fire, now transformed into the Blood Phoenix, Li Sankong could also unleash the Phoenix True Fire, yet this flame, derived from the energy of the devouring bloodline, exceeded the power of any imperial beast's Phoenix True Fire. The flame surged like a furious tide, engulfing the black-patterned leopard. As the leopard glanced back in fear, it leaped sideways in a desperate attempt to evade the oncoming attack. However, the ground and trees around it were far less fortunate. In an instant, the scorching Phoenix True Fire reduced the earth to a charred expanse, with trees within a 10-foot radius turning to cinders, standing desolate amidst the forest, emanating heat and black smoke. With a swift motion, Li Sankong soared past, seizing the opportunity as the black-patterned leopard dodged the Phoenix True Fire, and with his claws, he raked across the leopard's back, tearing away a patch of its fur and flesh. Chapter 30 Nirvana. The excruciating pain from the tearing separation of flesh and skin compelled even the extraordinary black-patterned leopard, a creature of formidable prowess, to emit a heart-wrenching howl. Its injured back shrank in response to the agonizing torment, while the specter of death loomed ominously, urging this demon to resist the terror instilled by its high-level beastly lineage. After a swift dash forward, it pivoted to unleash a thunderous roar that reverberated through the forest, directed at the sky where Li Sankong hovered. The immense sound wave rippled through the air, dispersing in a fan-like pattern. A force potent enough to rattle Li Sankong's very spirit surged forth, piercing through his eardrums like a razor-sharp blade and plunging into the depths of his mind, causing momentary sharp pain and dizziness, particularly in his already weakened soul. Realizing it had drawn Li Sankong's attention, the black-patterned leopard leaped into the air, its eyes now marred by a fierce ferocity, aiming a clawed strike at Li Sankong's vulnerable abdomen, intent on eviscerating him. The leopard understood that escape was no longer an option. Seizing this fleeting opportunity to vanquish the formidable avian beast might afford it a slim chance of survival. As Li Sankong regained his senses from the disorienting haze, the leopard's attack was already upon him. Although the duration of his disorientation was brief, the leopard's desperate counterattack was executed with remarkable speed, rendering any attempt to evade it seemingly futile. Yet, in that critical moment, Li Sankong executed an astonishing maneuver. He made no effort to dodge or parry the leopard's strike. Instead, he seized the slim chance of evasion to unleash a torrent of searing black flames upon the beast, Phoenix True Fire. The air shimmered with undulating waves of heat, reminiscent of the earlier tumult wrought by the leopard's roar. Witnessing Li Sankong's audacious act, a flicker of disbelief and panic ignited in the leopard's fierce gaze. Was this diminutive bird unafraid of death? In the blink of an eye, the leopard had leaped into the air, and evasion was now an impossibility. Acknowledging this reality, panic swiftly morphed into a grim resolve. It unleashed its claws, fueled by desperation, to strike down upon Lee San Kong, allowing the terrifying flames of the Phoenix True Fire to envelop it. In the next instant, a ball of fire plummeted to the ground, while Lee San Kong, drenched in blood from his abdomen, soared towards the heavens. Yet, during his ascent, a brilliant sphere of vibrant green light surged forth from his wounded belly, enveloping his injury. In that moment, the incessant bleeding ceased, and the pain dissipated, replaced by a soothing warmth emanating from the wound. With a flap of his wings, Lee San Kong steadied himself, casting his gaze upon the black-patterned leopard, now writhing in agony on the ground, consumed by the Phoenix True Fire, its anguished roars echoing through the mountains and startling the creatures in the trees nearby. Despite the leopard's frantic struggles, the relentless flames refused to be extinguished, the searing pain compelling the once mighty demon to emit cries of torment. Within mere moments, the leopard ceased its thrashing, transforming into a charred corpse, exuding the tantalizing aroma of roasted flesh, wisps of smoke curling from its scorched exterior. Observing the smoldering remains of the black-patterned leopard, a hint of astonishment flickered in Lee San Kong's eyes. The might of the Phoenix True Fire was indeed formidable. As the savory scent of cooked meat wafted through the air, Lee San Kong descended to the ground, channeling the devouring power of his Taodai bloodline to consume the entire black-patterned leopard. Although he had assumed the form of the Blood Phoenix, the Taodai bloodline resided within him, coexisting with the devouring Sky bloodline. Regardless of his shape, this bloodline would remain intact and functional, allowing him to harness its devouring potential. In truth, Lee San Kong could have also utilized the devouring power of the devouring Sky bloodline at this moment, but the black-patterned leopard's tier was simply too low. It was unlikely that the devouring Sky bloodline would retain any of its abilities, making its consumption unworthy. It was far more advantageous to allow the Taodai bloodline to devour and refine it into Taodai essence blood. Moments later, the black-patterned leopard was entirely consumed. Lee San Kong acquired 4 droplets of Taodai essence blood, 3 of which were absorbed by the devouring Sky bloodline along with his eyes and breastbone, leaving only 1 for the Taodai bloodline. Gazing at the meager droplet obtained by the Taodai bloodline, Lee San Kong couldn't help but click his tongue in dismay. At this rate, how long would it take to ascend to the 7th level of blood refinement? At that moment, he suddenly felt overwhelmed by his numerous extraordinary abilities, which, paradoxically, became a source of distress. This ascension was proving to be quite arduous, yet, if outsiders were to learn of his true nature and hear his lament, they would surely scold him for being overly pretentious. After all, his current rate of advancement was already astonishingly impressive, coupled with his myriad of extraordinary abilities. What more could he possibly complain about? Extraordinary demons. I must hunt more extraordinary demons. Lee San Kong soared through the sky, his gaze sharp. Glancing down, he noted that his abdominal injury had fully healed, and even the feathers torn away by the black-patterned leopard had regrown completely. Nirvana, the remarkable power of rebirth inherent to the Blood Phoenix, manifested its astonishing efficacy at this moment. With his injuries healed, Lee San Kong flapped his wings and set off towards other regions. As he passed through a thicket of trees that concealed his figure, he transformed from the Blood Phoenix into a diminutive azure dragon. This adorably petite azure dragon, still bearing a hint of youthful innocence, glided towards the horizon. Azure Dragon Form, Lee San Kong activated the second form of his triple beast transformation, the Azure Dragon Form. He was eager to test the abilities of this shape. Shortly thereafter, Lee San Kong discovered an extraordinary black bear engaged in a fierce struggle with an extraordinary black serpent within a canyon. Upon his arrival, he remained concealed, perched high in the branches of a great tree, observing the battle unfold below. Within the canyon, the roars of beasts reverberated, mingling with the sounds of trees toppling and stones shattering. Moments later, as Lee San Kong surveyed the fray from his vantage point, his eyes suddenly lit up. It became apparent that the 2 demons were on the verge of determining a victor. He beheld the black bear, its claws resembling iron armor, unleash a fearsome roar towards the heavens. With a powerful stomp, it crushed the midsection of the black serpent beneath its massive paw, while its formidable hands gripped the serpent's 2 heads that were poised to strike. With unrestrained strength, it yanked outward. The agonizing pain of tearing and the imminent fear of death compelled the black serpent to writhe and struggle desperately. Alas, the bear's mighty paw bore down upon it like an insurmountable mountain, rendering its attempts to coil around the bear utterly futile. Crack, the sound of shattering bones echoed, accompanied by a cascade of crimson serpent blood, as the black bear tore the serpent's head asunder. Chapter 31 of The Seizure of Prey. As the vitality ebbed away, the massive black python, entwined around the black bear's form, languidly fell to the ground, crashing heavily and sending a cascade of leaves and soil into the air. The black bear's fierce eyes glinted with exhilaration as it gazed upon the lifeless python, exuding the fervent gaze of a triumphant victor. The thought of consuming this python filled it with an uncontrollable surge of excitement, for by doing so, it would ascend to the formidable realm of a second-tier extraordinary demon, becoming the sovereign of this territory. Just as it bent down to relish its hard-earned spoils, a cunning azure figure suddenly darted towards it from the distant treetops, an aura of dread emanating from it, enveloping the bear, which was already fatigued from its recent battle and weakened by the serpent's venom. A primal fear, born from the weight of bloodline suppression, surged from the depths of its being. Startled, the bear lifted its gaze towards the azure shadow, and upon discerning its intent, it was consumed by rage despite its trepidation towards the bloodline power. This beast intended to seize its hard-won meal. The black bear, known for its fierce temperament and notoriously simple-minded nature, unleashed a violent counterattack, its colossal fist resembling a meteor plummeting from the sky. The diminutive azure figure, now transformed into the form of a blue dragon, momentarily froze at the sight. This brute, so recklessly bold, yet, after a fleeting moment of surprise, his dark golden pupils hardened with resolve. As his dragon maw opened, a resounding roar reverberated through the canyon, a unique force of divine prowess piercing the air and affecting the enraged black bear in an instant. The power of the dragon's roar. The moment the roar took effect, the bear's movement slowed, as if its very consciousness had vacated its body, causing its once clenched strength to slacken considerably. In its furious eyes, the pupils dilated, losing their focus. A mental assault. The dragon's roar was a distinctive form of psychological attack, targeting the vulnerabilities of its adversary's spirit, death. Witnessing the bear's loss of awareness, the azure figure, now a streak of blue, darted forward, driving its dragon claw into one of the bear's eyes, the sheer force obliterating the eyeball and inflicting torment upon its very soul. After delivering that strike, the azure figure ascended into the sky, evading the bear's grasp as it soared into the air. As soon as it reached the heights, the black bear broke free from the influence of the dragon's roar, its consciousness regaining control of its body. Yet, upon regaining that control, confusion engulfed it. The left side of its head throbbed with excruciating pain, nearly rendering it unconscious again. Infuriated by the torment, the bear lashed out wildly, wreaking havoc in its surroundings. However, the true architect of its suffering had already positioned itself above, observing with a chilling gaze, beyond the reach of the bear's flailing attacks. Once again injured, the bear found itself unable to suppress the venom coursing through its veins, which began to erode its physical form, its muscles, organs, and nerves all severely impacted. Its movements grew increasingly sluggish, its gaze more vacant, and the once wild thrashing of its limbs slowed to a crawl, its body swaying precariously as if on the verge of collapse. Seeing this, the azure figure recognized the opportunity had arrived. It dove downwards, unleashing a torrent of dragon breath. The fearsome breath corroded the bear's flesh like venom, obscuring its form in mere moments. In a state of sheer terror, the bear roared incessantly, desperate to flee, yet, it was too late. The azure figure would not grant it the chance. With the terrifying dragon breath at its disposal, the azure figure's claws rained down, inflicting relentless damage upon the bear. After enduring multiple devastating blows, the bear finally succumbed, its immense body crashing to the ground in a final, defiant act of resistance. Observing the bear's fall, the azure figure descended, landing atop the bear's lifeless form, its gaze revealing an unprecedented excitement. This act of claiming prey had yielded two extraordinary first-tier demon corpses, both of considerable size, and it believed the essence gained from consuming them would surpass that of the previously slain black-patterned leopard. The dragon's roar was indeed a formidable technique. This ability was a mental assault. Having experienced its true power in battle, the azure figure felt increasingly awed by the dragon's roar. An attack that could influence an enemy's soul was eternally to be feared. For the soul is the essence of one's being, inherently fragile. Once attacked, defense becomes a cumbersome task, and often the victim either perishes or loses consciousness. The black bear's momentary lapse was merely a testament to its strength. Had it been a weaker opponent, sharing the same realm as the azure figure, the dragon's roar could have shattered their very soul, resulting in immediate death. Setting aside its exhilaration over the dragon's roar, the azure figure turned its attention to the two colossal demon corpses sprawled upon the ground. Each of these demons exceeded 3 zhang in size. How much essence might be acquired from consuming them? With a fervent desire, the azure figure summoned the power of its voracious bloodline, exaggerating its maw as it unleashed the might of consumption upon the black bear's carcass. The flesh of the bear disintegrated at a visible pace, transforming into a rich essence that surged into the azure figure's mouth. Within mere dozens of breaths, the entirety of the black bear's body was entirely consumed. At that moment, the azure figure's dragon eyes sparkled with brilliance. In devouring this bear, it had acquired a staggering 6 drops of essence, 6 drops, one more than it had obtained from the silver serpent. Though the silver serpent had also been formidable, it had burned some of its essence before its demise, resulting in 1 less drop during the consumption. These 6 drops of essence, with the voracious bloodline absorbing 2, were a sight the azure figure had come to accept. It then turned its gaze towards the black python's carcass, preparing to consume it once more. After several breaths, it gained an additional 5 drops of essence. The voracious bloodline had once again absorbed only a single drop. Although the absorption was minimal, the sky-devouring bloodline had absorbed a significant amount, and combined with the residual power from the 2 drops of essence previously consumed from its master and senior master, this bloodline not only grew stronger but also emitted a mysterious grey energy that surged into the azure figure's body. As the body absorbed this enigmatic grey energy, an unexpected transformation unfolded at that moment. Chapter 32 Crisis. The grey energy surged into Li Sanking's body, not elevating his realm as the blood of the gluttonous beast had, but rather, akin to a potion that strengthens flesh and blood, it violently tore apart the very structure that constituted his flesh and blood, only to then reorganize it in a completely novel manner. Following this unprecedented reorganization, a far more formidable physique emerged. Li Sankong could distinctly perceive that, although his realm had not ascended, the power, vitality, and defenses of his physical form had increased to a remarkable extent. A faint grey light emanated from the depths of his flesh, rendering the previously dark golden hue, tainted by the bloodline of the gluttonous beast, even more somber. The energy that surged forth from the devouring bloodline seemed not to elevate his realm. Rather, it enhanced his physicality to a higher tier within the same realm. Li Sankong was inwardly astonished. Was this bloodline expressing disdain for his original physique, deeming it insufficiently powerful and perfect? He understood that a more refined physical structure would inevitably yield an even more formidable body. His physique, having already transformed into an exceptionally strong form under the influence of the gluttonous bloodline, was comparable to a 9th-level demon of blood refinement. Yet now, following the reinforcement from the devouring bloodline, this strength had advanced significantly further. Though Li Sankong could not definitively claim that his current physical power rivaled that of a first-tier extraordinary being, it appeared to be exceedingly close. Most importantly, the grey light manifesting within his flesh seemed to possess a certain mystique. However, Li Sankong was still unclear about its true utility, yet he sensed it was far from merely an additional hue. Clearly, the more powerful devouring bloodline not only perfected his physical structure but also generated a previously unseen anomaly. Should this anomaly take shape, it was evident that his physique would undergo some unexpected transformations. The devouring bloodline was indeed defying the heavens. As he felt the changes within his body, the astonishment in Lee Sanking's eyes was swiftly replaced by a glimmer of eager excitement. If this enhancement continued, to what heights would his strength ascend? His aspirations for the future ignited a fervent passion for cultivation within him as he gazed upon the ancient forest before him, his eyes sparkling with determination. My path to greatness begins within this ancient forest. Let the hunt continue. Having yet to explore the capabilities of the gluttonous form, he decided to employ it now. Today, he would test all three of his forms. As Lee Sankong contemplated this, preparing to unfurl his dragon tail and depart, he suddenly sensed a chill of danger through the acute perception granted by his formidable physique. He faintly detected a murderous intent lurking from the dense thicket nearby, as if another being was locking onto him with cold, intent eyes. Sensing the imminent threat, Lee Sankong felt a shiver run down his spine. Yet, due to his ignorance of the opponent's capabilities, he refrained from recklessly venturing into the thicket to investigate or making any noise that might alert them. Instead, he feigned ignorance and soared away. As he reached the edge of the canyon, a considerable distance from the site of the earlier battle, two young men, clad in garments of differing colors, emerged slowly from the woods, their gazes aflame with fervor as they fixated on Lee Sanking's retreating figure, the thrill of hunters encountering a rare quarry evident in their eyes. What a powerful beast! Its bloodline must be of high caliber, one young man in a black robe exclaimed excitedly. The third prince is seeking to awaken the five-beast cauldron and is in search of high-bloodline demon beasts. If we can present this creature to him, it would be a tremendous achievement. This demon beast is formidable, we might not be able to capture it alone, the other young man in a blue robe mused, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Li Fu, it seems we must split our forces. You are more adept at tracking and faster than I, follow this beast, leave a mark, and I will inform the third prince. The black-robed youth, Li Fu, nodded affirmatively. Leave it to me. I guarantee I won't lose the trail. However, Li Ji, you must hasten your pace. After all, we are in the forest of 10,000 beasts, a territory belonging to demon beasts. Should this creature venture deeper into the forest, I would find it difficult to follow. Li Ji solemnly nodded. Given the stakes with the third prince, how could I afford to be careless? Very well, then I shall take my leave. Li Fu declared, transforming into a shadow, his form seemingly weightless as he sped toward the direction where Lee Sankong had vanished. His footsteps barely disturbed the leaves and twigs beneath him. Observing Li Fu's departure, a surge of excitement flickered in Li Ji's previously grave expression. He had not anticipated that merely seeking to slay more demons in this region would lead to such an opportunity. The demon beast was evidently still in its immature state, making it the easiest time to capture. If the third prince were to learn of this news, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. With that, he hastened away in another direction, eager to relay the news. His impatient demeanor resembled that of a loyal dog, diligently racing to please its master. Undoubtedly, these two were members of the Li family from the Blood Nation, their prowess significantly surpassing that of the trio Lee Sankong had previously encountered, clearly positioning them as extraordinary beings. Earlier, the two had witnessed the battle between the Black Bear and the Black Python, concealing themselves nearby with the same intention as Lee Sankong, to wait for the right moment to strike. However, when they were about to make their move, the fearsome aura of the dragon form Lee Sankong assumed led them to believe yet another demon beast had arrived, compelling them to remain hidden. They had initially planned to wait for Lee Sankong and the Black Bear to weaken each other, but events unfolded contrary to their expectations. Lee Sanking's strength exceeded their imagination, yet, through this encounter, they had gleaned a glimpse of Lee Sanking's formidable nature, mistakenly believing him to be a powerful demon beast, thus leading to their earlier intentions to present him to the third prince. However, they were self-aware enough to understand that their strength alone might not suffice to subdue Lee Sankong, prompting their decision to split their forces. Despite their belief that their plan was foolproof, they were unaware that Lee Sankong, through his keen physical senses, had already detected their presence. As Li Fu pursued Lee Sankong alone, he remained oblivious to the fact that Lee Sankong had transformed into an exceedingly fearsome gluttonous beast, lurking within the dense underbrush, his ferocious gaze piercing through the foliage, coldly fixated on the back of Li Fu, who had lost the target of his pursuit. Exiting the canyon, Li Fu cautiously scanned his surroundings, a hint of confusion in his eyes. How could it have vanished after I followed it here? He had clearly seen the azure dragon flying in this direction. Yet, after a moment's obstruction by a large tree, it had completely disappeared from view. At its speed, it shouldn't have been able to flee so swiftly. Li Fu furrowed his brow, feeling a growing sense of urgency and anxiety at the prospect of losing track of the demon beast. Yet, he remained entirely unaware of the lurking danger, slowly emerging from the thicket, drawing ever closer to him. Chapter 33, Regret transformed into the fearsome visage of a Taotai, Lee Sankong stealthily approached Li Fu from behind, moving with the calculated grace of a predatory beast. He emerged slowly from the underbrush, exerting every effort to minimize noise, waiting for the opportune moment to strike down his target. Oblivious to the impending danger, Li Fu remained focused on the direction from which Lee Sankong had vanished, anxiously searching for any trace of him. As Lee Sankong drew within approximately 10 paces, the bloodlust surged through his limbs, illuminating them with a crimson glow. In an instant, he surged forward like a bolt of lightning, bridging the gap between himself and Li Fu, ready to pounce. The already fearsome maw of the Taotai expanded 2 or 3 times its original size, its sharp teeth aligned in a menacing array, glinting ominously like razors. Thick saliva dripped from between its fangs, and the dark red depths of its cavernous mouth hinted at a terrifying appetite. A powerful force of devouring energy emanated from its gaping jaws, swirling forth in a trumpet-like shape. With the might of the secretive step technique, Li Sankong closed the distance behind Li Fu, this consuming force acting directly upon him at close range. The Taotia's insatiable hunger, the urge to consume living beings, at that moment, the short forelimbs of the Taotai, empowered by the secret technique of the Taotai arm, rapidly thickened and elongated, hurtling towards Li Fu in a crimson blur. In this instant, Li Sankong comprehended the reason behind the significant transformation of the arm size when the technique was employed. It became clear that this secret art was specifically designed to compensate for the Taotia's naturally short forelimbs, which placed it at a disadvantage in combat. Li Sanking's sudden assault left Li Fu momentarily unprepared. On the verge of being struck, however, the innate vigilance of an extraordinary being alerted Li Fu to the imminent threat. In a moment of heightened awareness, his form flickered, rendering him almost ghost-like. Witnessing this transformation, Li Sankong felt astonishment. It seemed that Li Fu possessed a unique physique reminiscent of the shadowy forms described in ancient texts. Just as this thought crossed his mind, his attack finally made contact with Li Fu. The terrifying force of consumption, akin to a bloodthirsty demon, ravenously siphoned the vital essence from within Li Fu. It felt as though his very lifeblood was attempting to erupt from his body, drawn towards a vortex of insatiable hunger. Should his essence truly escape, he would undoubtedly meet a tragic end. Completely drained of life, in this dire moment, he was forced to exert a tremendous amount of extraordinary power to suppress the onslaught, leaving him no strength to defend against other threats. Under such circumstances, the immense force of the Taotai arm struck him squarely in the back, sending him hurtling through the air as if he were a mere sack, propelled over 10 zhang before he finally coughed up blood, landing face down with a resounding thud. The sound of cracking bones echoed sharply in that instant, followed by a heart-wrenching scream of anguish from Li Fu, a sound filled with unbearable pain. Though agony coursed through him, Li Fu gritted his teeth and twisted his battered form, desperate to discern the identity of the assailant lurking behind him. When he finally beheld Li Sanking's figure, his eyes widened in disbelief, revealing a glimmer of terror mixed with incredulity. A Taotai, in his injured state, Li Fu stammered, his heart racing with fear and confusion. He could hardly believe that a legendary Taotai beast had materialized before him. Was it not said that no descendants of the Taotai existed among the demon beasts? How could this creature be here? Though it appeared diminutive, its power was undeniably formidable. Had he not instinctively activated his shadowy form, that previous strike would surely have claimed his life. At this moment, the peak of fear surged within Li Fu. Facing a Taotai of such strength, and already wounded by a surprise attack, he felt that his chances of survival were virtually non-existent. Tales spoke of the Taotai as a bloodthirsty predator, known for its gruesome method of devouring its victims alive, leaving nothing but despair in its wake. What to do? What to do? Why did I follow it here? Now that little dragon has eluded me, only to fall prey to this beast, I am doomed. Regret washed over Li Fu. He had pursued a creature to gain favor with the third prince, only to endanger his own life in the process. How foolish he felt. Why choose to be a pawn for others? Reflecting on the situation, even if he had managed to capture the beast for the third prince, what rewards could he expect? Was his life not worth more? The depths of regret consumed him, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that the very creature he had been pursuing was indeed the little dragon he sought. Li Sankong advanced slowly towards Li Fu, the grotesque maw of the Taotai dripping with saliva that sent shivers down the spine. His icy gaze locked onto Li Fu. Rather than devouring him immediately, Li Sankong approached, positioning his drooling, menacing mouth above Li Fu, from which the depths of fear visibly spread through Li Fu's eyes. The terrifying aura of the beast enveloped Li Fu, causing his heart to constrict and his body to tremble uncontrollably, as if he had forgotten how to breathe. Am I to die? Am I to die? Panic surged within Li Fu, leaving him feeling utterly frozen. In the midst of his despair, an astonishing sight unfolded before his disbelieving eyes. The fearsome head of the Taotai suddenly shifted, transforming to a human head. What is happening? A shapeshifting demon beast. Li Fu stood frozen in shock. At that moment, the creature, now bearing a human visage, suddenly spoke. From now on, you will answer my questions. Li Sanking's voice was cold and unyielding. Knowing that members of the Li family and the royal bloodline were nearby, he surmised that Li Fu likely belonged to one of those factions. As an extraordinary being, Li Fu was bound to possess valuable information, and Li Sankong intended to keep him alive, hoping to extract details regarding the current state of the Li family and the three princes of the Blood Nation. Chapter 34 of Interrogation. Upon hearing Li Sankong speak, the despairing Li Fu suddenly felt a flicker of hope reignite within his eyes. Despite having resigned himself to the belief that Li Sankong was a creature of innate cruelty, the familiar words emanating from the mouth of this ferocious beast instilled within him a semblance of kinship. He dared to entertain the notion that perhaps this beast could be reasoned with, and that maybe, just maybe, he could survive. If I answer your questions, will you let me go? Quivered Li Fu managed to utter, suppressing the fear that gripped his heart and negotiating in a tone that betrayed his desperation. Deeply ingrained within Li Fu's subconscious was the fabric of human society, which taught him to barter what others desired for his own benefit, yet, he failed to grasp the grim reality that, at this moment, as soon as his words fell silent, the childlike visage of the humanoid before him morphed into the gaping maw of a gluttonous beast, which mercilessly sank its teeth into his left arm. With a fierce bite, it tore through flesh, and with a scream of agony, Li Fu's arm was gruesomely severed. Ah! The excruciating pain elicited a heart-wrenching cry from Li Fu, his face draining of color, replaced by a ghastly pallor. Spitting out the bloodied remains of his severed limb, Li Sankong spoke coldly, his voice emanating from deep within his core. You have no room to negotiate with me. Understand this, I could very well choose to ask you nothing and simply end your life. The emotionless words enveloped Li Fu in a shroud of terror, silencing any further protests. He could only grit his teeth against the pain and gasp, please don't kill me, I will answer whatever you wish, I promise to speak the truth. Observing Li Fu's desperate clinging to life, Li Sankong recognized that fear had taken hold of him, making it the opportune moment for inquiry. Maintaining his gluttonous form, he fixed a cold gaze upon Li Fu and inquired with chilling indifference, "What is your name? Where do you hail from? Which faction of humanity do you belong to?" Stunned by the questions, Li Fu's mind raced. He could not help but harbor a faint hope that this creature was merely trying to ascertain his identity before deciding his fate. He understood that while beastly in nature, some creatures held a wary respect for certain human factions. When encountering such individuals, intelligent beasts might sometimes choose to spare their lives. With this thought, Li Fu yearned to speak of his lineage, eager to reveal his credentials. I am Li Fu. I hail from the Li family of the Blood Kingdom. The three most formidable princes of the Blood Kingdom are closely related to my family. Their mother is from the Li clan, making them my royal kin, he exclaimed, his heart racing. Indeed, a member of the Li family, Li Sankong murmured softly, his gaze growing colder and more menacing. Unfortunately, Li Fu, consumed by anxiety, remained oblivious to the subtle shift in atmosphere. The Li family of the Blood Kingdom, Li Sankong repeated, his deep-set eyes misinterpreted by Li Fu as concern for his status. Misguided by this assumption, Li Fu's hope for survival swelled anew. Yes, I am indeed of the Li family, he insisted fervently. Li Sankong scrutinized him coldly, those three princes are your relatives? Yes. Very close relatives. Li Fu replied, his excitement palpable. Hope surged within him. There is a chance for survival. Li Sankong regarded him with a hint of curiosity, asking, what is their current strength? Li Fu hurriedly replied, the three princes are all exceptionally gifted. The eldest has reached the law manifestation realm, the second prince is at the transcendent 9th layer, and the third prince is at the transcendent 8th layer. The law manifestation realm. The weight of Li Fu's revelation pressed heavily upon Li Sanking's heart. The eldest prince had achieved such a formidable stage at a young age, the disparity between his own cultivation, barely at the 6th layer of blood refinement, and that of the eldest prince was staggering. Should he confront this prince, he would stand no chance whatsoever, not to mention the second and third princes, who were also impressively powerful, perhaps due to their youth. The second and third princes had reached the transcendent 9th and 8th layers respectively. While these ranks may not seem as terrifying as the law manifestation realm, they were still formidable adversaries for Li Sankong at this juncture. These three individuals have truly reaped the benefits of my talents, Li Sankong seethed inwardly. The arduous path of cultivation within the transcendent realm was fraught with challenges, requiring considerable time, even for prodigies, yet these three had seized the gifts that rightfully belonged to him, elevating their own potential to astonishing heights, allowing them to progress through the grueling transcendent stages with relative ease. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Sankong felt a surge of indignation, mistakenly believing that Li Sankong was merely wary. Li Fu exhaled a sigh of relief, convinced that perhaps this beast truly feared the renowned princes and might grant him a reprieve. Is your family highly esteemed within the Blood Kingdom? Li Sankong redirected the conversation, masking his true intentions beneath a facade of casual inquiry. Feeling a renewed sense of hope for his survival, Li Fu eagerly responded, though his voice was weakened by pain. The Li family has rendered great service to the three princes of the Blood Kingdom and enjoys their favor, as well as that of the king. We are a prominent family, serving as the left and right arms of the royal family. The left and right arms. At this revelation, a chilling aura emanated from Li Sankong, a barely contained bloodlust threatening to spill forth. The Li family's current standing was clearly built upon his own demise. Chapter 35 of the plan contemplating the despicable Li family, who had attained their current exalted status through betrayal. Li Sanking's long-accumulated resentment surged forth like a breached dam, causing the coldness in his eyes to deepen further. Sensing the chilling aura emanating from Li Sankong, Li Fu on the ground shuddered involuntarily, the flicker of hope that had momentarily ignited within him extinguished in an instant by this wave of frost. A perplexing thought crossed his mind. Why did this ferocious beast's murderous intent intensify upon hearing about the Li family's situation? Yet the pressing circumstances left him no room for contemplation. Li Sanking's murderous glare retracted, becoming inscrutable once more, as he fixed his gaze upon Li Fu with the coldness reserved for the dead, and inquired again, how many of you are there? Besides you, are there others nearby? Aflame with trepidation, Li Fu responded, the ones who came are the younger generation of my Li family and the Blood Nation's royal family. Aside from myself, there are no others in the vicinity, but the second prince and the third prince are also within this forest. You dare deceive me? Li Sanking's voice boomed suddenly. Do not think I am unaware. You were not the only one in that gorge. Li Fu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this beast must have had him in its sights during the encounter in the gorge, otherwise, how could it know that he was not alone? Though he found the matter perplexing, the reality left no room for extensive deliberation. A frigid projectile sliced through the air, tearing open his chest and exposing a ghastly wound. Blood gushed forth from within him like boiling bubbles, the agony of his injured flesh eliciting a shriek from Li Fu, whose forehead was drenched in cold sweat, and his face was painted with sheer terror. This physical torment instilled an overwhelming fear within the cowardly man. Under the shadow of fear, there was no need for Li Sankong to press further. Li Fu, in a state of panic, willingly divulged everything. The other person is named Li Ji, a member of my clan. We recently discovered a dragon beast of exceptionally high bloodline, and we intended to present it to the third prince. Given the strength of that dragon beast, we planned to split into two groups. He would inform the third prince, while I would follow closely. However, I lost sight of the dragon beast just after exiting the gorge and instead encountered you. To present it to the third prince? Li Sanking's gaze narrowed. Why would the third prince need a beast of high bloodline? Indeed. Li Fu replied. The third prince has acquired the ancient artifact, the five-beast cauldron. If he collects 5 powerful beasts of high bloodline, he can unleash the cauldron's immense power. The five-beast cauldron. Li Sankong exclaimed in astonishment. He had come across references to this cauldron in ancient texts at the demonic sacred mountain, albeit in a cursory manner. Yet even from those scant details, he could grasp its formidable nature. It was rumored that the five-beast cauldron could seal 5 beasts within it, forming a blood array of 5 spirits. Once established, its destructive power could obliterate the heavens and extinguish the earth. The higher the bloodline of the sealed beasts, the more formidable the cauldron's power became. His previous encounter with Li Shang and his companions had been while they were capturing the six-tailed fox, Su Buhui. Fortunately, he had intervened, otherwise, she would have been seized by those three. Now that he reflected on it, it seemed they had aimed to capture Su Buhui to offer her to the third prince as the cauldron spirit. Li Sanking's gaze turned somber. To be sealed within the five-beast cauldron meant a fate akin to that of a slave, eternally trapped within, enduring a fate worse than death. The thought that a prodigy of the fairy clan had nearly fallen victim to such a vile fate sent a chill through him, and a murderous intent enveloped him. However, considering the imminent arrival of the third prince in this area, Li Sankong was reluctant to linger any longer. He had no further pressing questions for Li Fu, so he fixed his icy gaze on him and pronounced, "You are of no further use, perish." Li Fu's face drained of color. "You promised you would," but before he could finish, Li Sankong struck out with a claw, reducing his head to a pulp. Li Fu died with resentment etched upon his features, his eyes rolling on the ground, filled with bitterness. In the face of Li Fu's tragic demise, Li Sankong felt no trace of compassion, nor did he exhibit any sign of emotional fluctuation. He regarded this as merely the end of a demon, effortlessly summoning the devouring power of his voracious bloodline to consume the corpse entirely, transforming the extracted essence into a drop of primal blood. Casting a glance towards the gorge, Li Sankong leaped away. The third prince was a formidable practitioner of the 8th layer of transcendence, and he was currently ill-equipped to confront such an adversary. No matter how deep his hatred ran, he had to exercise patience, yet Li Sankong was not one to easily concede. Since he had encountered the enemy, he felt compelled to present a challenge, lest he feel unsatisfied. Thus, he transformed once more into the form of a blood phoenix and soared to a towering tree, perching upon its highest branch, from which he could survey the gorge and the spot where he had slain Li Fu. His mind raced with thoughts on how to create trouble for the third prince. After a moment's contemplation, an idea sparked in his mind, and his eyes gleamed with fervor. The ancestor of the voracious beasts was the progenitor of the beast race, and although he now belonged to the fairy clan, the fearsome might of such beasts held considerable sway over demons. If I were to assume the guise of the voracious beast, could I command the nearby demons? With this thought, Li Sanking's gaze grew wild with excitement. If he could indeed summon demons to besiege the approaching third prince, it would certainly be a delightful prospect. Even if the demons he commanded lacked the strength to slay the prince, causing him trouble would still be a gratifying endeavor. Furthermore, with careful planning, he might even lure forth powerful demons to attack the third prince. What should I do to make this happen? Pondering the feasibility of this plan, Li Sankong furrowed his brow and began to think earnestly. Chapter 36 of Blood Wolves. The ninth prince is a formidable being of the 8th transcendence. To cause him any significant trouble, it is imperative to command at least a demon of the same rank. Of course, if one could marshal multiple demons of the 7th transcendence, that would suffice as well. However, for Li Sankong at present, the prospect of controlling such powerful demons seems rather unrealistic. Even if he were to unleash the fearsome might of the gluttonous beast, it would likely have little effect. After all, he is merely a minor practitioner of the 6th blood refinement, not a true demon beast. Despite the advantages conferred by the heavenly devouring bloodline and the gluttonous bloodline, which allow his transformed gluttonous form to wield an overwhelming power that far exceeds his own realm, this power can only influence demons of the 2nd transcendence at best. And this influence is merely that, an influence, not control. Given that he currently struggles even against demons of the 1st transcendence, his only option is to command demons of the 9th blood refinement. Perhaps against weaker-willed demons of the 1st transcendence, he might manage to exert some control, but that is likely his limit. The distinction between influencing a demon beast with the might of a fierce beast and actually commanding one is substantial. For these reasons, if Li Sankong wishes to use the method of commanding demons to confront the third prince, he cannot rely on summoning the powerful demons of the 7th and 8th transcendence. Instead, he must adopt a more circuitous approach by commanding lesser demons to lure out the more formidable ones. This strategy possesses a degree of feasibility. The relationship between demons and humanity has always been fraught with tension. The bloodthirsty demons frequently traverse the boundaries of the forest, invading human territories, devouring the weak, and ravaging human towns and villages, inciting the ire of mankind and often leading to coordinated hunts by human practitioners. Within human society, numerous organizations and individuals dedicated to hunting demons exist. These practitioners are commonly referred to as demon hunters. The mutual slaughter between demon hunters and demons has long accumulated an insurmountable enmity. If this animosity could be exploited, it is indeed conceivable that lesser demons could lead to the emergence of greater ones. The crux of this undertaking lies in selecting the appropriate lesser demons. As for which lesser demons would be suitable, naturally, those with connections to the greater demons. However, locating such lesser demons is no easy task. Li Sankong decided to give it a try. After all, in his gluttonous form, he is akin to a member of the demon beast clan. If he refrains from attacking the demons, they typically will not attack him, providing a certain degree of safety. After all, the malevolence emanating from the gluttonous beast is arguably more fearsome than that of the demons themselves. Calling him a demon would not be an exaggeration. The path of devouring embraced by the gluttonous beast closely aligns with the techniques employed by the demons. Of course, should he encounter demons seeking to consume him for their own ascension, he would simply have to count himself unfortunate. After careful contemplation, Li Sankong resolved to first command the lesser demons to besiege them. Though the third prince is powerful, those who accompany him cannot all be equally formidable. As long as the number of commanded demons is sufficient, they can inflict harm upon those around him. Perhaps, by slaying enough lesser demons, greater ones might be lured forth. Even if they do not, causing peril for his companions would be a satisfactory outcome. The challengers in this trial are not from the Li family but from the Blood Nation's royal family. Whichever it may be, Li Sankong is determined to eliminate them swiftly. With this thought in mind, Li Sanking's gaze turned cold as he looked towards the canyon. He swiftly descended from the great tree, landing on the ground, his form visibly transforming from that of a phoenix adorned in crimson feathers to that of the fierce gluttonous beast, exuding an aura of ferocity. In his gluttonous form, he scoured the forest in search of suitable targets. Soon enough, Li Sankong encountered a pack of blood wolves. The leader of the blood wolves was a demon of the ninth blood refinement, who trembled in fear upon seeing Li Sanking's gluttonous form, prostrating itself before him in submission without the need for battle. With a fierce roar, Li Sankong issued a command to the blood wolf leader, akin to ordering an attack in a specific direction. Upon receiving the command, the blood wolf responded with a submissive whimper, rising from its prostrate position. In that moment, its previously humble demeanor vanished, replaced by the regal aura befitting a wolf pack leader. As it turned to the forest and howled. As the sound echoed, a multitude of blood wolves with blood-red eyes emerged slowly from the woods. Observing this pack, Li Sanking's excitement was palpable. This was a horde numbering no fewer than several hundred, with strength not less than that of demons of the seventh blood refinement. When united, this pack could instill fear even in the most formidable of transcendents, and this was merely the beginning. Li Sankong intended to continue summoning even more demons. Chapter 37. The beast tied amidst the howls of wolves, the blood wolf leader, accompanied by hundreds of bloodthirsty wolves, surged forth like a formidable legion, charging in the direction indicated by Li Sanko. As he watched the pack of wolves recede into the distance, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Li Sanko's eyes before he turned to depart. He was determined to seek out suitable demons to command them to attack the third prince and his entourage. He aimed to incite a veritable beast tide. In the following moments, as Li Sanko tirelessly scoured the forest, an ever-increasing number of demons fell under his control, continually gathering within the woods, swiftly coalescing into a massive beast tide. Brown-skinned magical elephants, black-patterned magical leopards, saber-toothed magical tigers, magical serpents, and blood-eyed magical monkeys all heeded Li Sanko's summons, howling as they advanced toward the location of Li Fu's demise. Among this throng of demons, the most formidable was a transcendent first-level blood-eyed magical monkey, followed by numerous ninth-level blood-refining demons. Although the eighth-level blood-refining demons were not particularly strong, their numbers exceeded 10,000. Such an astonishing horde would likely intimidate even a ninth-level transcendent being, who would hesitate to confront them directly. The sheer volume of these creatures was such that even if one were to expend all their strength, they would scarcely manage to slay them all. Li Sanko himself was somewhat taken aback by the speed at which such a multitude of demons had assembled. In truth, he had only directly commanded a few dozen, the remainder had been summoned autonomously by the demons he had initially controlled. To command one was akin to commanding an entire tribe. Perched upon a branch of a towering tree, Li Sanko, transformed into a gluttonous beast, gazed intently at the tide of demons rushing forward like a relentless wave, his eyes gleaming with icy determination. Near the canyon, at the site of Li Fu's death, several youthful figures materialized, with a delicate-featured young man in a golden robe leading the way. Behind him stood several similarly youthful companions, including Li Ji, who had returned. The delicate youth beside him was none other than the third prince of the Blood Nation, Xue Wuji, one of the three great prodigies of the royal lineage, and the possessor of the indestructible Xianhuang body. Xue Wuji, though appearing youthful, bore an inherent coldness and ruthlessness, his features shrouded in an icy demeanor, his black pupils seemed to harbor an unfathomable chill, and meeting his gaze could constrict one's heart with fright. He was a figure to be reckoned with, exuding an aura of intimidating malice that belied his youthful visage. "Where are the demon beasts you spoke of?" he inquired, casting a glance at Li Ji as he surveyed the garments left behind by Li Fu, his voice cold enough to send shivers down one's spine. Li Ji stammered, "Your Highness, please believe me, I have not deceived you. I truly encountered a powerful azure dragon demon beast alongside Li Fu, but it seems an unforeseen incident occurred. I am certain that this clothing belongs to Li Fu. It appears he met with an accident, and the demon beast likely escaped." As he uttered the final words, Li Ji's voice trailed off, realizing that losing the demon beast would render the third prince's journey a fruitless endeavor. Given the capricious nature of Xue Wuji, a single misstep could spell disaster for him. "Lost it, have you?" Xue Wuji's expression remained impassive as he spoke softly, his aura suddenly chilling further. Li Ji trembled in fear, dropping to his knees. "I deserve to die." Xue Wuji regarded the kneeling Li Ji coldly for a moment before shifting his gaze to the surrounding dense woods, his eyes piercing through the foliage to distant realms. "Are you certain you encountered a powerful azure dragon?" Li Ji bowed his head, drenched in cold sweat. "Your Highness, even if I were bold as a bear, I would never dare to deceive you." "Indeed, you wouldn't," Xue Wuji scoffed. "Hurry and search for it. If you fail to find it, prepare to face the consequences." "Yes." Li Ji responded hastily, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead. Just as he was about to rise, a sudden change overtook the countenance of all present. The ground trembled as if a legion of colossal beings were charging toward them. In that instant, numerous blood-red eyes, filled with a cold malevolence, emerged from the surrounding forest. Demons, a vast horde of demons. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of Xue Wuji's companions shifted dramatically. However, Xue Wuji remained composed, merely furrowing his brow at the unexpected appearance of such a multitude of demons. Lig, sensing the impending doom, lifted his gaze and was met with the sight of countless demons, his complexion draining of color as he stumbled backward in terror. What? How can there be so many demons? Xue Wuji's face revealed little emotion, but his eyes gleamed with sharp intelligence. I now believe you have indeed encountered a demon of considerable bloodline strength. Li Ji stuttered, T-third prince, what do you mean? Xue Wuji replied coldly, it is rare for demons to launch a collective assault. Such a circumstance indicates that a formidable bloodline beast is orchestrating them from behind. Moreover, the strength of the surrounding demons aligns perfectly with the ranks that the beast could command. Xue Wuji's astuteness was undeniable. From the scant information at hand, he had deduced a significant conclusion. Hearing his words, Li Ji's spirit soared, so, the Azure Dragon is nearby. Xue Wuji's gaze swept across the horde of demons, and he coldly uttered, you should first contemplate how to escape this encirclement of demons. Upon hearing this, Li Ji's face turned ashen, despair washing over him. Indeed. With so many demons, how can we possibly escape? This is the end. Slay these beasts. Xue Wuji bellowed as the demons charged closer, commanding his companions to take action. Yes. The nearby individuals responded to the third prince's command, immediately dispersing in 4 directions to confront the approaching horde. Li Ji scrambled to his feet, drawing his weapon to fight against the oncoming demons. Xue Wuji, however, remained still, narrowing his eyes as he gazed into the depths of the woods. His eyes sparkled with intensity, as if he could perceive even more demons converging from afar. To command such a multitude of demons to attack, was the intention to eliminate them entirely? Xue Wuji's gaze turned frigid, yet, such lowly demons would scarcely suffice to bring about his demise. Faced with the unfolding chaos, Xue Wuji exuded an overwhelming confidence. However, this confidence would soon be shattered by the relentless tide of beasts, numbering in the thousands, that bore no fear of death. Chapter 38. The behemoth accompanying Xue Wuji were 5 individuals, including Li Ji among them. Li Ji possessed the strength of a first-order extraordinary, while the remaining 3 men and 1 woman exhibited varying degrees of power. The woman stood as the most formidable, boasting of 5th-order extraordinary prowess, while the 3 men were of 2nd, 3rd, and 4th orders, respectively. At this moment, the quartet positioned themselves at 4 cardinal points, akin to 4 valiant warriors shielding Xue Wuji from the relentless onslaught of demons approaching from all directions. Li Ji astutely chose to remain in the wake of the formidable female extraordinary. The first demon to surge forward was the Blood Wolf, summoned by Li San Kong, which, despite being the strongest amongst them at the 9th level of blood refinement, posed little threat to the 5, all of whom were at least of first-order extraordinary strength. The only source of concern for the 5 was the sheer number of demons. They were uncertain how many more would emerge. Should their ranks swell to a significant size, even the mightiest of extraordinary beings would be compelled to retreat, lest they be overwhelmed by a tide of demons. It is worth noting that extraordinary beings lack the ability to fly, and should they find themselves encircled by countless demons, their only recourse would be to fight their way through. Yet they understood that demons, when summoned, were almost fanatically fearless. They would not retreat until annihilated. Could they truly eliminate them all? If the numbers became overwhelming, exhaustion would likely set in, making complete extermination nearly impossible. Unless they possessed wide-ranging offensive capabilities. However, even with such abilities, the damage inflicted by an extraordinary being would be limited, and the energy expended to unleash such wide-scale attacks would be prodigious, often leaving them unable to employ the technique multiple times. Thus, even with area of effect skills at their disposal, they would refrain from using them unless absolutely necessary. Preserving strength to eliminate close threats and safeguard themselves was the prudent approach in the face of a mass assault. The 5 stood a short distance from Xue Wuji, using their weapons to slay the advancing demons. With their extraordinary might, a single swing of a sword could cleave a blood refinement demon in twain. Together, they managed to prevent a single demon from reaching Xue Wuji's side. Xue Wuji observed the scene with an icy demeanor, harboring no intention of intervening. In truth, even if demons were to breach his vicinity, they would pose no harm to him. However, for Li Ji and the others, failing to halt the demons would be seen as a dereliction of duty, likely inciting Xue Wuji's wrath. Such an eventuality was one they dared not contemplate. Where will you hide? At this moment, Xue Wuji's gaze pierced through the dense throng of demons, searching the distance with a penetrating and sharp gaze, as if seeking the master orchestrating this demonic horde. In the next instant, he stamped his foot against the ground, leveraging the force to propel himself into the air, landing deftly upon a tree branch. Surveying the surroundings. Initially, his intention for ascending was to locate the mastermind behind the demons, yet he was confronted by a sight that caused his expression to shift dramatically. From his elevated vantage point, he was alarmed to witness an unceasing influx of demons from all directions. A tide of enormous demons surged forth, akin to a deluge, their collective aura instilling a sense of trepidation even at a distance. This was dire. He quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, his countenance shifting with realization. The scale of this beastly tide surpassed his expectations. If he did not devise an escape plan swiftly, he would likely find himself embroiled in significant trouble. Even if such troubles did not threaten his life, being beset by a throng of lesser blood refinement demons would severely tarnish his image as a prodigious talent. Furthermore, should too many demons perish here, it might draw the attention of even greater beasts lurking deeper within the forest. Thus, exhausting too much power in this endeavor would be an exceedingly perilous choice. The forest of 10,000 beasts was fraught with danger. Should he deplete too much strength, he would be vulnerable to opportunistic enemies. Beyond the demons, what he truly feared was his brother, Xuewohen, who had also ventured into the forest of 10,000 beasts. While he could not ascertain whether Xuewohen would act against him, he also could not dismiss the possibility. In any case, for one who only trusted himself, conserving his strength was the wisest course of action. With these thoughts in mind, Xuewuji was instantly seized by the desire to withdraw. He swiftly descended from the branch, utilizing the trunk for leverage to ensure a controlled landing. Upon reaching the ground, he bellowed to the 5 steadfastly guarding against the demons, "No need to linger in battle. Follow me as we break through the encirclement." Yes. Though the 5 harbored doubts, they had no authority to refuse the command of the third prince. Thus, they fought while retreating, returning to Xuewuji's side. Without further ado, he charged towards a direction where the demonic presence was least concentrated, aiming for the periphery of the forest of 10,000 beasts. The eye in his hand appeared a sharp longsword, and with a gaze as cold as ice, every swing of the sword cleaved the skulls of the demons that dared approach him. For Xuewuji, possessing 8th order extraordinary strength and the indomitable Xianyuan immortal body, the surrounding demons, limited to merely blood refinement, could not touch him in the slightest, let alone inflict damage. Yet, the peril lay in the overwhelming numbers of demons, which came at him like zealots. With each batch dispatched, another wave surged forth, seemingly endless in their onslaught. Fully aware of the greater horde lurking behind him, Xuewuji dared not linger too long in combat. However, the demons, driven by Li San Kong, had received the singular directive to annihilate this group. Until their mission was accomplished, they would not retreat, regardless of how many of their comrades fell. This led to Xuewuji and his companions remaining ever encircled by the relentless demons. In mere moments, the forest floor was strewn with an astonishing number of demon corpses, their blood saturating the earth and seeping into the thick carpet of fallen leaves. Far in the distance, Li San Kong, in his gluttonous form, perched atop a towering tree, coldly observing the unfolding chaos. Witnessing Xuewuji effortlessly dispatching the attacking demons, Li San Kong's eyes narrowed. He understood that mere blood refinement demons were insufficient to pose any real threat to this individual. Originally harboring some semblance of hope, he now found himself bereft of any illusions. However, he had never intended to rely solely on these blood refinement demons to eliminate Xuewuji. Such an idea was patently unrealistic. His true objective was to incite the attention of powerful entities within the demon clan by orchestrating a massacre of their lesser kin. Should a meddlesome formidable demon take notice, perhaps it would place Xuewuji in jeopardy. Moreover, he could also consume the fallen demons. Such an opportunity to partake in the destruction of demons was not one he would let slip away. Thus, rather than fleeing, he chose to conceal himself in a safe location, a detached observer awaiting the outcome. As more and more demons fell to Xuewuji and his companions, the accumulation of blood and the cacophony of countless demon roars finally roused the attention of the mightier demons lurking in the depths of the forest. In the blink of an eye, a thunderous beastly roar erupted from within the forest. Shortly thereafter, the ground trembled slightly, heralding the approach of an unimaginably massive creature charging towards the outskirts. The behemoth has arrived, concealed among the branches. Li San Kong's eyes gleamed with excitement. Chapter 39. The golden-haired demon ape. The arrival was indeed swift. Li San Kong muttered softly, harboring no resentment towards the great demon lurking deep within the forest for its rapid approach. Rather, he welcomed the swiftness, for the sooner it came, the greater his delight. In the distance, a group of 6 individuals, led by Xuewuji, engaged in battle while retreating towards the periphery. Despite the countless demons that had perished along their path, the surrounding area was still teeming with frenzied demons, relentlessly charging at them, thus keeping the 6 ensconced amidst a throng of adversaries. Their retreat was synchronized with the rhythm of combat, as if the entire horde of demons was being compelled forward by the very presence of these SIX. At that moment, a tremor rippled through the ground. This disturbance caused the typically cold and ruthless Xuewuji to tense slightly, and a flicker of provocation-fueled anger ignited within his gaze, akin to a flame surging from the depths of his pupils, as if it could erupt into a fierce fire at any moment. Provocation. The actions of the demons before him were perceived as a profound affront to this unparalleled prodigy of the human race. How could one like him tolerate such insolence? Naturally, even though he was aware of the impending peril, a surge of wrath ignited within him. Reflecting on the possibility that the current predicament might be orchestrated by a single demon, his fury intensified further. Deep within, a resolute determination took root. He must capture that meddlesome demon, imprison it within his 5 beasts cauldron, and refine it into a cauldron spirit, a source of power for his command, thereby alleviating the resentment that weighed upon his heart. However, should he discover that the very demon he loathed was the same boy from years past, from whom he had insidiously seized a bloodline, how would he react? Perhaps amidst the shock, his inner fury would only deepen. A roar akin to thunderclaps reverberated in his ears. Xuewuji felt a slight discomfort as his eardrums vibrated. He abruptly turned to gaze towards the forest's interior, where a massive tree was ruthlessly uprooted, and amidst the fallen timber, a terrifyingly colossal figure emerged, akin to a towering mountain occupying his field of vision. The first thing Xuewuji noticed was the head of a golden-haired ape, its visage marked by an expression of rage. Its scarlet eyes radiated an almost tangible malevolence, as if its baleful gaze transmitted its ferocity to its foes, complemented by its imposing form, towering at over 10 zhang, which instilled an instinctive dread in onlookers. Of course, such fear would be for the average individual, for one as proud and potent as Xuewuji, it was not so easily roused. Yet even he, this defier of fate, felt his pupils constrict slightly upon beholding the full figure of the demon, a fleeting look of astonishment crossing his features. The golden-haired demon ape, judging by its stature exceeding 10 zhang, this formidable creature undoubtedly possessed the power of the transcendent 9th level. The thought weighed heavily on Xuewuji's heart. Currently, he himself was merely at the transcendent 8th level. Though he bore the unparalleled Xin Huang indestructible body, making him nearly invincible among peers, even he could not dismiss the daunting reality that lay before him, fraught with uncertainties. Surrounded by a multitude of fearless demons, the forest steppes could yield yet more monsters akin to the golden-haired demon ape. If a demon of the Dharma aspect were to emerge, the situation would worsen considerably. No matter how confident Xue Wuji was, he could not contend against an overwhelming horde of demons while simultaneously facing a creature of the transcendent 9th level and a potential Dharma aspect demon. No matter how extraordinary the Xian Huang indestructible body, it could not sustain him against such overwhelming odds. The chasm between the transcendent and Dharma aspect realms was vast, representing a monumental leap in power. To confront foes of a higher tier was no trivial matter. Contemplating this, Xue Wuji's heart grew heavy. Casting a glance at the 5 companions beside him, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, his robust transcendent 8th level power surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping his form entirely. At that moment, as this extraordinary energy cocooned him, 2 golden yellow fire wheels seemed to manifest beneath his feet, propelling him forward at a speed several times greater than that of Li Ji and his companions. As he charged ahead, sword light flickered, and the demons that dared to obstruct him were cleaved as easily as cutting through vegetables. He carved a bloody path as though traversing an uninhabited domain. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Ji and the others were momentarily taken aback. Then, a realization dawned upon them, and their expressions darkened in unison. The third prince had abandoned them. Tragically, despite their understanding of this betrayal, they dared not voice a single complaint. All 5 hailed from the Li family. To put it charitably, they were participating in a trial alongside the royal family of the Blood Nation. To be less kind, they were mere attendants to the 2 princes, akin to lapdogs. Whatever duties the third prince assigned them, they were obliged to fulfill, even if it meant walking to their deaths. They had no recourse to protest. Now, with the third prince having forsaken them to flee, they were left with no choice but to cover his retreat. At that moment, the sole woman among the 5 reacted swiftly, shouting a command before unleashing her own transcendent power, attempting to follow in Xue Wuji's wake. With him clearing a path ahead, a gap emerged amidst the demon horde. However, just as she advanced a few paces, the surrounding demons lunged at her with ferocious roars. Damn it, she cursed, swinging her sword to slay them. While she could dispatch these demons with ease, their presence hindered her speed. The impending threat of the golden-haired demon ape weighed heavily on her heart, shrouding her in a tense atmosphere. Fearing an impending attack against a transcendent 9th level foe, a mere transcendent 5th level human cultivator like her would stand no chance of resistance. Yet, amidst her trepidation, a flicker of joy surged within her as she noticed the golden-haired demon ape, after thundering a roar, fix its gaze upon the already fleeing Xue Wuji, and then it began to pursue him with great strides. It was evident that it recognized Xue Wuji as a formidable adversary, and it sought to eliminate him. Chasing me? Upon realizing that the golden-haired demon ape was in pursuit, Xue Wuji's expression darkened, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. This creature had thoroughly enraged him. Meanwhile, Li Sankong observed the scene with a cold detachment. After the battlefield had shifted a considerable distance, he surveyed the bodies of the fallen demons strewn across the forest floor, and a glimmer of greed gradually surfaced in his eyes. It was worth noting that many of the demons lying dead beneath him possessed strengths exceeding the 7th level of blood refinement. Though their power fell short of that of a transcendent demon, their sheer numbers promised a substantial bounty of blood essence upon consumption. Chapter 40. A promotion. Ensuring that his presence would not invoke peril, Li Sankong, in his devouring form, nimbly descended from the towering tree and swiftly arrived at the forefront of the conflict, where the air was thick with the acrid scent of blood. Beneath the canopy of leaves, he stood atop a large stone, adorned with moss and entwined with vines, his gaze sweeping across the ground. Before him lay the lifeless bodies of various demons, including blood wolves, brown-skinned magical elephants, and blood-eyed magical monkeys, sprawled haphazardly in disarray, some even piled atop one another. A preliminary assessment revealed that the number of demon corpses exceeded 200. Over 200, among them, the majority were at the 7th and 8th levels of blood refinement, with a notable number at the 9th level. Based on prior experiences, devouring a 7th level blood refined demon could yield approximately 60 strands of exquisite blood. Naturally, this would vary according to the demon's size and bloodline grade, hence not every demon would guarantee the same yield. Ingesting an 8th level demon would provide roughly 100 strands, while consuming a 9th level demon could yield around 500 strands. Similarly, the size and bloodline quality influenced these amounts. Larger and higher grade demons could produce more than 500 strands, whereas smaller ones might yield less. Assuming the lowest estimate, if Li Sankong were to devour all 200 demons, he could theoretically acquire around 13,000 strands of exquisite blood, translating to approximately 13 drops. 13 drops, the prospect of obtaining such a bounty without engaging in battle was exhilarating. Furthermore, this calculation was based on the weakest, 7th level demons, indicating that the actual amount would likely exceed 13 drops. With excitement coursing through him, Li Sankong maintained his devouring form and approached several demon carcasses, adeptly stirring the devouring bloodline within him. In his transformed state, the already immense maw of the devourer expanded several-fold, resembling a small black hole. The devouring force generated in this form was significantly more potent than in his human guise, with its reach extending far beyond previous limits. As the devouring mouth opened, the consuming power radiated outward in a fan-shaped area with a radius exceeding 10 feet. The farther one moved from the devouring maw, the broader the zone of influence became. This expansive devouring range enabled Li Sankong to consume 7 or 8 demon corpses in one go, markedly increasing his efficiency. This was fortuitous for him, as frequent use of his devouring ability drained his soul energy, limiting the number of times he could employ it within a short span. In the distance, the battle involving Blood Wujing and others continued unabated, producing even more demon corpses. He still had much to consume, and if he were to devour them one by one, his soul would undoubtedly falter. The ability to consume multiple corpses at once greatly augmented his total intake. By unleashing his devouring power, he could clear 7 or 8 corpses at a time, and since they were all of the blood refinement realm, he could finish the task within a few breaths. In mere moments, he had consumed all over 200 demon corpses. During the process, he took particular note of the 9-level demons, discovering 18 corpses among them. The exquisite blood derived from these 18 alone amounted to 9 drops. Although he did not focus heavily on the 8th-level demons, a rough estimate indicated there were over 50, yielding approximately 5,400 strands of exquisite blood, equating to around 5 drops. The remaining approximately 180 demons, when consumed, would provide a total of over 11,000 strands, or about 11 drops altogether. Li Sankong had acquired roughly 25 drops. Of these, his innate devouring bloodline absorbed 15 drops, while the remaining 10 were taken in by the devouring bloodline. Coupled with previous accumulations, this influx of exquisite blood enabled Li Sankong to finally break through to the 7th level of blood refinement. At the moment of his breakthrough, he was elated to discover that his physical strength, resilience, and vitality had all undergone significant enhancement. Simultaneously, the grey light that had emerged deep within his body had intensified considerably. This deepening of the grey light rendered his physique far superior to that of his peers. Li Sankong sensed clearly that even had he not ascended to the 7th level, the enhancement from the deepened grey light would have granted him the strength to rival an ordinary 1st-level extraordinary being. This meant that, under the influence of the devouring bloodline, he could match the power of a typical 1st-level extraordinary being even at the 6th level of blood refinement. Now that he had ascended to the 7th level, his strength was undoubtedly even greater, positioning him nearly on par with a 2nd-level extraordinary being. The fact that he had achieved such remarkable strength at the 7th level was nothing short of astonishing. This was the result of the confluence of the devouring bloodline, the heavily devouring bloodline, and the divine powers of his breastbone and eyes. Although these powers had not yet fully recovered, they did not detract from the fact that Li Sankong's physique was vastly superior to that of other prodigious talents. With a strength nearing that of a 2nd-level extraordinary being, he felt an overwhelming surge of power within him. This formidable strength, combined with his 3 beast forms, equipped him with the capability to contend with 2nd-level extraordinary beings. In addition to the transformations in his body, his eyes and breastbone also exhibited subtle changes, with more intricate and complex runes now adorning them, leaving Li Sankong himself in awe. Once his eyes and breastbone fully regained their divine attributes, the abilities they would bestow upon him were bound to be extraordinary. After taking stock of his newfound power, Li Sankong steadied his emotions, leaped onto a large stone, and directed his gaze toward the horizon, the direction in which Bloodwudjing and the others had fled. In the distance, he could still see the fallen demon corpses scattered across the ground. There were still bodies to consume, though the prospect of effortlessly acquiring these demon carcasses was indeed gratifying. He inwardly acknowledged that he would not dare to engage in such indiscriminate slaughter himself. Indiscriminate killing of demons could potentially attract powerful foes, just as Bloodwudjing and his companions had drawn the attention of a 9th-level extraordinary demon. Moreover, while dispatching blood-refined demons was relatively easy, the exquisite blood obtained from them paled in comparison to that of extraordinary demons. Consuming a 1st-level extraordinary demon could yield around 5 drops of exquisite blood, a quantity that would require the consumption of approximately 10 9th-level blood-refined demons to match. Killing more yet gaining less, and excessively slaying could easily provoke formidable adversaries. Li Sankong certainly would not engage in such folly. Additionally, it was crucial for him to slay demons not solely for consumption but also for self-improvement. Only through perilous battles could he accelerate his growth. However, having access to free labor changed the equation entirely. Casting a glance ahead, he heard the cacophony of beast roars nearby, prompting Li Sankong to proceed cautiously once more. His purpose in consuming demon corpses was one aspect, but should he encounter any injured foes, the situation would be even more advantageous, particularly if the 3rd prince of the Blood Nation found himself in a precarious state, as it would present Li Sankong with an opportunity to strike decisively. Chapter 41. Alone as he traversed the path, Li Sankong encountered the corpses of the demons, consuming each without a trace of waste. For those scattered remains, he diligently gathered them together, ensuring that each consumption maximized his gains. Along his journey, he devoured nearly 100 demon carcasses, acquiring approximately 5 drops of exquisite blood essence. Ahead, Xuewuji forged onward, leaving Li Ji and the others far behind, their figures obscured by dense thickets. From the depths of the forest, furious roars of beasts echoed, reminiscent of the golden-haired demon ape they had recently encountered. The roars were accompanied by a dull thud, akin to a heavy object crashing to the ground, suggesting that Xuewuji had engaged in battle with the colossal ape. At this moment, Li Ji found himself too preoccupied with his own survival to ponder Xuewuji's circumstances. Among the 5, the woman possessed the greatest strength. Upon unleashing her extraordinary powers, she swiftly outpaced the others in her desperate flight, leaving Li Ji far behind despite his initial determination to stay close to her. Surveying his surroundings, panic and despair flickered in Li Ji's eyes, for his companions had vanished, leaving him surrounded by a sea of ominous demons. Among the group, he was the weakest. In his struggle for survival, his teammates had callously abandoned him. He was alone, however, as a formidable practitioner of the 1st tier of the extraordinary. The surrounding blood-refining demons found it difficult to harm him, though escape remained elusive. As time passed and his extraordinary powers waned, his fate was sealed. Death was inevitable. Why am I so unfortunate? Am I truly destined to perish here? Li Ji lamented. I was supposed to achieve merit. With a swift stroke of his sword, he cleaved a blood-eyed demon monkey of the 8th tier, hot blood splattering across his already blood-soaked robes. His face, twisted in anger and frustration, appeared almost deranged against the backdrop of crimson stains. He had intended to present a high bloodline demon beast to the 3rd prince to curry favor and gain accolades, yet here he was, trapped in a dire predicament that could lead to his demise. This stark contrast incited a tempest of emotions within him, and resentment began to fester in his heart. He dared not direct his hatred toward the third prince, nor was it useful to blame the demons surrounding him. His ire was reserved solely for the deceased compatriot, Li Fu. Had Li Fu not been inept and lost track of the Azure Dragon, he would not be in this predicament. But resentment was futile, as the demon surged toward him once more with ferocity. Gritting his teeth, Li Ji unleashed a fierce wave of sword energy, cleaving through the blood-refining demons of the 7th and 8th tiers, their blood and entrails spilling onto the ground. Come! Come, he taunted, his eyes ablaze with madness as he glared at the demons surrounding him. In that moment, he appeared more ferocious than the demons themselves, causing even the most ruthless among them to hesitate, momentarily restrained by fear. You beasts! Are you afraid of death? Seeing this, Li Ji erupted into manic laughter, mocking the savage demons that quailed before him, a trapped beast. Yet at that moment, the encircling demons fell eerily silent, as if they were well-disciplined soldiers recognizing the presence of their leader. Li Ji paused, bewildered. Before he could comprehend the situation, the demons parted to reveal a path for a colossal and sinister beast, striding forth like a sovereign. An oppressive aura of malevolence enveloped him. Gazing at the creature that had emerged, as if adored by the thrones of demons, Li Ji's eyes trembled uncontrollably, his mouth agape in terror. He instinctively took a step back, his face paling to a ghostly hue as an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. Tao Tai, he stammered, his voice trembling with fear. Tao Tai. In this forest, there exists a descendant of the Tao Tai. Li Ji was confounded. The legend spoke of the Tao Tai as a beast without progeny. Why, then, did he find himself confronted by its offspring? Observing the reverence in the demon's demeanor toward this creature, a chilling realization struck him, where they were not merely under the influence of the Azure Dragon, but rather, they were subservient to this very Tao Tai. If that were true, then the periphery of this vast forest teemed with 2 high bloodline demon beasts. Too, if the third prince were to acquire them, he would possess the means to unify the spirits of 2 extraordinary beasts within his 5-beast cauldron. Perhaps accustomed to servitude, Li Ji's thoughts drifted back to the third prince. Even in such perilous straits, were Li Sankong aware of his musings, he might well deem Li Ji a loyal hound. Human, you who have slain my demon kin, are you prepared for your demise? Li Sankong spoke coldly, his voice resonating from a hollow abyss. Upon hearing his words, Li Ji's complexion drained further. Why, you can speak? Speak, this is undoubtedly a primal beast, a primal bloodline. Given that Li Sankong exuded no extraordinary aura, it was only natural for Li Ji to conclude that he might be a beast possessing a primal bloodline. Li Ji fixed his gaze firmly on Li Sankong, his heart roiling with tumult. He had encountered a primal beast. Was this fortune or misfortune? You will soon meet your end. What significance lies in your inquiries? Li Sankong's eyes glinted with cold malice, a murderous intent brewing. Desperation overtook Li Ji. I advise you to spare me, otherwise, the third prince of my bloodline will not let you go. Your fate will be grim. Do not assume your existence will remain undetected. Even in death, the second prince will uncover your identity, for he has tamed a 1,000 illusions beast. At this revelation, Li Sankong's eyes narrowed sharply. The 1,000 illusions beast, he was well acquainted with this creature, a mysterious entity chronicled in ancient texts, known for its extreme rarity since time immemorial. To think that the second prince of the Blood Nation had managed to tame one, no wonder the 9th prince had boasted he could not escape this forest. His confidence surely stemmed from this very alliance. Li Sankong's heart sank. If the second prince were to investigate this area, many of his secrets would inevitably be revealed. Chapter 42. The encounter. In the face of the invasion by the myriad of fantastical beasts, possessing the ability to acquire memories, every creature within the forest could potentially become its eye. No matter how cautious Li Sankong was, he could not guarantee that his actions would go unnoticed by other beings. Thus, every endeavor he undertook here might be uncovered by the second prince. If his ability to transform into 3 fearsome beast forms were to be detected by other creatures lurking in the shadows, this secret would likely be exposed as well. Contemplating these possibilities, a shadow of gloom enveloped Li Sankong's gaze, as he harbored a profound aversion to having his secrets unveiled. Li Ji, who was constantly observing Li Sankong, misinterpreted the shift in his expression as a sign of fear induced by his words, and his countenance immediately morphed into one of arrogance typical of a pampered hound raised within a noble household. To speak frankly, the third prince is in search of a suitable demon beast to serve as his spirit vessel, and a rare beast like you would be his ideal choice. Should he discover your existence, even if you hail from the demon clan, the third prince would exhaust every effort to capture you. If you wish to avoid becoming a spirit vessel devoid of freedom, then you must let me go. I assure you, I will never disclose your existence to the third prince. With a blend of threats and allure, Li Ji eagerly awaited a conciliatory response from Li Sankong. However, he was somewhat deranged, causing his intelligence to falter. It was rather absurd for a mere human to threaten a formidable beast. Moreover, the creature he threatened was renowned for its bloodthirstiness. If he wished to avoid exposure, Li Sankong ought to eliminate him instead. I know you can command this horde of demons. If you would only bid them retreat, I guarantee your existence shall remain undisclosed. Should the second prince investigate this matter, I will find a way to divert his attention. I have excellent relations with both princes, and this matter is certainly within my capabilities, Li Ji continued, his desperation leading him to utter all manner of boasts and fabrications. Yet, his words were akin to casting pearls before swine, failing to penetrate Li Sankong's ears, rather provoking a flicker of disdain in his gaze. You are indeed tiresome. To silence you, I shall be compelled to sever your head. Li Sankong declared coldly. Upon hearing this, Li Ji felt a chill run down his spine. The self-satisfied expression on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by sheer terror, only to be swiftly transformed into a grimace of fury. After all, he was an extraordinary powerhouse. Killing him was no simple task. Just as he was about to utter another word, a flicker of mirage appeared before him. The Tao Tai, which had been standing half a pace away, suddenly vanished from sight. In a swift movement, it darted past him, and with a swift strike of its claw, the head that had been speaking was crushed like a watermelon dropped from a great height, splattering blood and brain matter in all directions, a faint scent of iron filling the air. As the figure materialized, Li Sanking's formidable form, steeped in ferocity, was revealed behind the now headless corpse of Li Zhi. In his beastly form, Li Sankong could easily contend with even a second-tier extraordinary being, making the first-tier Li Ji an effortless target for annihilation. The surrounding demons, witnessing this scene, though aware that the murderous intent was not directed at them, still recoiled in trepidation. They cast fearful glances at Li Sankong, their eyes brimming with dread, fearful that he might unleash his wrath upon them as well, which would spell disaster. Having dispatched Li Ji, Li Sankong lifted his gaze toward the source of the beastly roars and tremors ahead, his expression grave and piercing. The roars emanated from the golden-haired demon ape that had appeared earlier, which had pursued the third prince of the Blood Kingdom. The furious growls, accompanied by the sounds of a fierce battle, indicated that a confrontation had already ensued. Considering the formidable prowess of the third prince, a mere extraordinary ninth-tier demon might not be sufficient to place him in peril. Li Sanking's immense eyes narrowed with contemplation. To ensnare the prodigy with the indestructible Xianhuang body into a precarious situation, it would require the assault of more potent and numerous demons. To achieve this, chaos must reign, necessitating the demise of more demons, specifically at the hands of the third prince of the Blood Kingdom. With this thought in mind, Li Sankong let forth a commanding beastly roar. Upon hearing his call, the surrounding demons responded with ferocious cries, and in the next moment, they surged forth like well-trained soldiers toward the direction of the conflict, their momentum formidable. Their swift forms darted among the towering trees, swiftly vanishing from view. As Li Sankong watched the horde of demons depart, he turned his gaze back to Li Ji's lifeless body and murmured softly, "Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. Devour." With these words, his Tao Tai maw gaped wide, consuming the corpses on the ground, including that of Li Ji and the demons. Li Ji, being a first-tier extraordinary cultivator, provided a drop of Tao Tai essence blood upon consumption. Li Sankong, however, paid no mind to the essence blood obtained from the other blood-forged demons, dismissing them as irrelevant. Turning toward the direction the demons had fled, he too vanished from sight. Though he was aware that the second prince possessed a thousand-faceted beast and that his presence could potentially be detected, the situation had reached a critical juncture. Even if he departed now, the second prince would still uncover much. It was better to adhere to the original plan and seek an opportune moment to eliminate the third prince of the Blood Kingdom. Soon, he arrived at a great tree, taking refuge within its branches, where the leaves provided cover. Through the gaps, his gaze fell upon a section of the forest floor, ravaged by brute force. At that moment, Xue Wujie exuded a formidable presence, staring coldly at the Tenjiang golden-haired demon ape, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, which surged gradually. In contrast, the monstrous creature, despite its intimidating size, bore an expression of fear upon its grotesque visage. Upon closer inspection, one could see deep gashes marring its thighs, abdomen, and chest, blood oozing and cascading down its body, staining the ground with crimson. It was hard to fathom how Xue Wujie had inflicted such terrifying wounds on the massive golden-haired demon ape. These injuries had instilled a sense of dread within the beast. The continuous loss of blood was gradually siphoning away its vitality. Though its life force was exceptionally robust, it was beginning to falter. Its combat prowess had diminished significantly due to the depletion of its life force. If it continued to engage in battle with this human, a tragic demise would be inevitable. As these thoughts flickered through its mind, the golden-haired demon ape pivoted and began to flee. Xue Wujie, wielding his blood sword, licked his lips, revealing a cruel glint in his eyes. "Now that I am here, there is no escape." With those chilling words, mysterious runes began to illuminate his form, enveloping his palm as the Xianhuang symbols adorned it, bestowing an air of the uncanny. Li Sankong, observing from the tree, felt his pupils constrict with icy resolve. Those Xianhuang symbols were unmistakably derived from the Xianhuang bloodline that had been taken from him long ago. Watching this individual wield what rightfully belonged to him with such prowess, a sense of darkness enveloped his heart, accompanied by a chilling sensation. With a powerful stomp, Xue Wujie's formed sword, leaping nearly 10 zhang into the air. Concurrently, the extraordinary power within him surged forth, coalescing into a formidable sword aura that spanned an entire zhang. With a sweeping motion, that sword energy lunged toward the golden-haired demon ape's neck, slicing cleanly through. As the golden-haired demon ape staggered forward, its massive head tumbled to the ground. In a single stroke, this demon, boasting extraordinary ninth-tier strength, had been cleaved in twain. Using the fallen head as leverage, Xue Wujie executed a graceful flip and landed effortlessly, his expression remaining impassive. Seeing the golden-haired demon ape's demise, the surrounding demons, who had previously intended to rush forth, now recoiled in fear. Witnessing this outcome, Li Sankong let out a sigh. It appeared that relying on these demons to eliminate the third prince of the Blood Kingdom was indeed a fanciful notion. Suddenly, from within the woods, a young man clad in golden robes, accompanied by a spectre-like entity hovering beside him, stepped forth from the thicket. Catching sight of this individual from a distance, Li Sanking's eyes narrowed. Though he did not recognize the man, the ghostly entity floating beside him was familiar from illustrations he had encountered in texts. It was the thousand-faceted beast. Thus, the identity of the man became unmistakably clear. He was the second prince of the Blood Kingdom. Chapter 43. A cooperation. A resounding applause echoed, accompanied by the voice of Xue Wuhan, which carried a subtle authority and clarity. "Third brother, splendid. You effortlessly dispatched the extraordinary golden-haired demon ape, which suggests that the bloodline you acquired back then has now integrated remarkably within you." Moments ago, the mysterious Xianhuang runes had manifested upon Xue Wujie's surface, clearly visible to Xue Wuhan amidst the dense forest. When those runes appeared, there was no hint of rejection, rather, they vividly showcased the power inherent to the bloodline they represented. This indicates that this younger brother, despite being his junior, has nearly mastered the strength of that bloodline. Xue Wuhan's presence caused Xue Wujie's eyes to subtly narrow for a moment, a flicker of an unusual light dancing in the depths of his gaze. It was evident that he held little trust for this brother of his bloodline. Despite the unparalleled talents of the three princes of the Blood Realm, being born into a royal family inevitably breeds discord. The more extraordinary one is, the more they are met with wariness. This wariness could lead to ruthless elimination by one's own kin at a fortuitous moment. What remains uncertain is whether the relationship between Xue Wujie and Xue Wuhan has deteriorated to a point where they can no longer tolerate each other.
Second elder brother shows no regard for brotherly affection, Xue Wujie remarked with a cold gaze fixated on Xue Wuhan.
You are clearly nearby, yet you stand idly by, watching your royal brother confront a demon more powerful than himself all alone. Xue Wuhan, his expression unperturbed, replied calmly, I have always been confident in your abilities, third brother. I believe you can handle this without my intervention. Should I step in, it would not only be an affront to your unparalleled Shenhuang immortal body, but I suspect it would also displease you. The delicate-featured Xue Wujie let out a cold snort, his demeanor frosty as he retorted, though we both come to the beast forest with our own agendas, the trial remains of utmost importance.
The one who performs better shall surely catch Father Saya. Therefore, shall we not determine a victor between us? Xue Wuhan offered a faint smile, a knowing expression gracing his lips. If we determine a victor so early, would not our elder brother be quite pleased?
Upon hearing this, Xue Wujie's cold countenance shifted slightly. He gazed intently at Xue Wuhan for a moment, then the corners of his mouth curled into a subtle smile, conveying an understanding that passed between them. The two princes of the Blood Realm exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting an unspoken camaraderie that only they could comprehend. After a brief pause, Xue Wujie said, Could you do me a favor? Xue Wuhan raised an eyebrow. This proud third brother had never requested his assistance before, so his initiative took him by surprise. However, having exchanged sentiments earlier, the tension between them had dissipated, giving way to a sense of ease, and their previous dialogue had clearly established a temporary alliance.
What is it? Xue Wuhan inquired, gently stroking the head of his companion, Chen Huan.
With a somber tone, Xue Wujie replied, Help me investigate what demon beast is controlling these fiends. Oh? Xue Wuhan remarked, glancing at the demons lurking nearby, hesitant yet unwilling to retreat. He smiled lightly, that should be simple enough. He then patted Chen Huan's head and instructed, Chen Huan, I'm counting on you. Yes. Chen Huan, emanating an eerie aura akin to a specter, unleashed countless clones that surged forth upon the command, infiltrating the surrounding demon beasts like phantoms. Moments later, the clones returned to Chen Huan, bringing with them a wealth of memories.
How did it go?
Xue Wuhan inquired nonchalantly. Xue Wujie fixed his gaze on Chen Huan, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Clearly, he was eager to learn the outcome. Meanwhile, Chen Huan, having integrated the memories gathered, revealed a look of shock and trepidation in its hollow, dark eyes. Observing this expression, Xue Wuhan furrowed his brow in concern. He had never seen Chen Huan display such emotion. Chen Huan exclaimed, The force driving these demons is a Taotai, a fearsome Taotai of a terrifying bloodline. It resembles an ancestral beast.
Taotai, ancestral beast.
The mere mention of these words left both Xue Wujie and Xue Wuhan in a state of disbelief, their expressions betraying a hint of horror.
Are you certain it is a Taotai?
Xue Wujie pressed, his tone icy as he scrutinized Chen Huan. With gravity, Chen Huan affirmed, Yes, at least that is how it is recorded in the memories of these demons. Upon receiving such a definitive answer, Xue Wujie's expression fluctuated, murmuring to himself, How could it possibly not be the Azure Dragon? Xue Wuhan, with keen ears, caught Xue Wujie's words and inquired, What Azure Dragon? Gazing at Xue Wuhan, Xue Wujie replied darkly, The Li family reported to me that a highly ranked Azure Dragon had appeared in this vicinity, which is why I came here. Yet upon arrival, I was besieged by a tide of demons, leading me to suspect it was the work of that Azure Dragon. Little did I expect it to be a Taotai instead.
Xue Wuhan's expression shifted, his surprise evident. How intriguing. The progenitor of demon beasts, the Taotai, seems to have left no offspring. Could this Taotai be a product of postnatal evolution? Xue Wujie shook his head gently, replying, Who can say? Just then, Xue Wuhan interjected with an amused tone, It seems this is precisely the creature you need. In response, Xue Wujie cast a sidelong glance at Xue Wuhan before surveying Chen Huan beside him. It appears you could benefit as well. Xue Wuhan replied, While Chen Huan requires the souls of demon beasts to advance, the strength of those souls is paramount. Its demands for the bloodlines of demon beasts are not as stringent as your 5-beast cauldron. After a brief pause, Xue Wujie asked, Could you help me locate that Taotai? Pondering for a moment, Xue Wuhan finally said, I can assist, but you must agree to one condition. Speak, Xue Wujie replied, hesitating briefly. With a hint of delight, a smile graced Xue Wuhan's lips. Once your matters are concluded, assist me in slaying a demon. Slaying a demon? Xue Wujie mulled over the proposition for several moments before agreeing, It's a deal. From a distance, Li Sankong, relying on his keen hearing stemming from his formidable physique, had been eavesdropping on the exchange between the two. Although he grasped the entirety of their conversation, his eyes darkened with unease upon absorbing its content. These two had evidently joined forces. Realizing this, Li Sankong understood that today's endeavor could not continue.
His own strength was far too feeble to contend with these two prodigies of the blood realm. Thus, without hesitation, he turned and swiftly descended the tree, disappearing into the depths of the forest. The only regret he harbored was the loss of the golden-haired demon ape's corpse. Chapter 44 of The Birth of the Nine in the Forest. At the moment when Li Sankong departed, Qianhuan, who stood beside Xue Wuhan, seemed to sense something and cast a glance towards the tree where Li Sankong had just concealed himself, a flicker of perplexity flashing in the depths of her hollow eyes.
What is it?
As the master of Qianhuan, Xue Wuhan immediately noticed the anomaly and turned to inquire in a nonchalant tone. Observing Qianhuan's gaze fixed in a particular direction, Xue Wuhan followed her line of sight, only to find that the scene before him bore no distinction from the dense and towering trees that had greeted them upon their arrival in the beast forest. What could possibly be there? After a brief pause, Qianhuan withdrew her gaze and spoke with a hint of uncertainty. I sensed some disturbance just now. A trace of surprise crossed Xue Wuhan's face as he replied, in the beast forest, it is quite normal to experience some disturbances.
Qianhuan nodded thoughtfully, indeed.
At that moment, Xue Wujie approached leisurely from the opposite side, his tone habitually cold as he asked, have you discovered something?
Xue Wuhan shook his head and said, nothing of consequence.
Let us attend to our primary task. You mentioned needing my assistance to locate that Tao Tai. Let us commence.
Xue Wujie raised an eyebrow, casting a penetrating glance at Xue Wuhan. Are you in such a hurry? Xue Wuhan replied calmly, due to certain matters, I have already squandered considerable time. A look of astonishment crept onto Xue Wujie's face as he inquired, what do you mean?
Turning his head slightly to regard Xue Wujie, Xue Wuhan spoke in an exceedingly unremarkable tone, as if discussing something that bore little significance to himself. Ninth brother has perished.
Xue Wuchang is dead?
Upon hearing this, Xue Wujie's brow furrowed slightly, but then he seemed to recall something, hastily clarifying, that has nothing to do with me. Xue Wuhan cast him a sidelong glance, scoffing coldly, if it were related to you, we would not be standing here conversing. Xue Wujie maintained an expression of indifference, saying nothing further. Xue Wuhan, as was his custom, reached out to stroke Qianhuan's head, and elaborated, he was killed by a human child exuding the aura of a ferocious beast. Upon hearing this, Xue Wujie's face displayed a look of confusion as he regarded Xue Wuhan, his voice laced with skepticism, what do you mean by that? A ferocious beast is simply a ferocious beast, what does it signify that a human child emanates such an aura? Xue Wuhan explained, this is what Qianhuan observed. I am perplexed as well, but I surmise that this human child may possess some form of ferocious beast bloodline. Such occurrences are not unheard of among humans. Xue Wujie, upon hearing this, nodded in apparent agreement, but soon realized a flaw in the reasoning. You say he is just a child? A mere child capable of slaying Xue Wuchang, regardless of his shortcomings. Xue Wuchang was still of extraordinary caliber, birthed from our father's Nine birth plan, he inherently possesses some degree of exceptionalism. A shadow of gloom settled upon Xue Wuhan's authoritative visage, his voice growing colder. Xue Wuchang was injured prior. Before his demise, he was wounded by a transcendent second-level demon ape. Moreover, that human child appears to be an extraordinary talent. According to Qianhuan's findings, he ascended from the first level of blood refinement to possessing the power to slay transcendent beings in merely a matter of days.
Impossible. Xue Wuhan's statement was met with Xue Wujie's immediate, vehement denial, his tone exceedingly dogmatic. To ascend to the level of slaying transcendent beings in just a few days is utterly implausible. Even with the indomitable body of Qianhuan, I lack such talent, how could others possibly achieve it? Xue Wuhan regarded the clearly agitated Xue Wujie with a calm demeanor and replied, initially, I too considered it impossible, but then I suddenly recalled something. What is it? Xue Wujie regarded Xue Wuhan coldly. Xue Wuhan cast an odd glance at Xue Wujie and slowly articulated, what if that child from the Li family had lived, would his cultivation speed not have been similarly rapid? Upon hearing this, Xue Wujie's countenance transformed, as if his spine had been pierced by a sharp object, enveloped in an inescapable shroud of gloom, and even a twisted expression briefly flickered across his shadowy face. Why do you bring this up? Xue Wujie said, his tone heavy with darkness. Xue Wuhan fell silent, seemingly reluctant to pursue the matter further. He then remarked, the Nine birthed 9 sons, while it appears that the 3 of us who were born first possess the greatest talents and have ascended to greater heights through fortuitous encounters, it is worth noting that our father birthed us with the intent of utilizing our rivalry to cultivate the strongest among us, akin to a method of raising insects. Therefore, Xue Wuchang's death, in a sense, is not necessarily a misfortune, at least we need not fear being compelled to kill one another in the future. Xue Wujie's expression remained devoid of emotion as he stated, aside from you and elder brother, what qualifications do the others have to contend? His tone indicated a complete disregard for the lives of the others. Xue Wuhan, upon hearing this, gazed into Xue Wujie's eyes, his own cold demeanor returning. The flicker of goodwill that had emerged from their recent cooperative intent had vanished entirely. However, elder brother is currently the most powerful. The 2 of us can only unite to contend against him. Xue Wujie's expression grew even more detached as he turned his attention to the lingering demons surrounding them, his voice icy as if he were speaking with ice cubes in his mouth. Then let our first collaboration commence here. These demons seem reluctant to depart, why not join forces and eliminate them all? Consider it a rehearsal for our impending mission to slay the demons together. Xue Wujie shook his head, replying indifferently, they are merely minor demons. There is no need to squander our time and energy. Qianhuan. He suddenly called out sharply, and without needing further instruction, Qianhuan understood the exotic beast. Qianhuan suddenly levitated.
A fierce expression emerged on its face, and simultaneously, a chilling aura of ferocity emanated from its being, surging forth like a rolling tide in all directions, the aura of the exotic beast Qianhuan. As a rare creature, Qianhuan's bloodline rank is exceedingly high among demon beasts. As the ferocious aura spread, the surrounding demons instinctively revealed expressions of fear, their feet retreating involuntarily with a fearsome roar. Qianhuan unleashed a menacing cry, prompting all demons to suddenly turn and flee, vanishing into the depths of the forest in mere moments. With the absence of Li Sankang's formidable presence, Qianhuan's fierceness asserted dominance, rendering it the king in the eyes of the fleeing demons, who dutifully retreated upon receiving its command. Seeing the demons disperse, Qianhuan promptly shrank back to its original size and returned to Xue Wuhan's side, floating beside him like a specter. Clap, clap, Xue Wujie applauded appreciatively, impressive. The two walked side by side towards the direction from which Xue Wujie had come, intending to utilize Qianhuan's abilities to investigate the existence of the alleged Taotai ferocious beast. Meanwhile, Li Sankang, having chosen to retreat, proceeded without hesitation back to the territory of the fairy clan. Upon reaching the deeper recesses of the fairy realm, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings before transforming into the form of the Blood Phoenix and soaring back to the Demon Saint Mountain. Chapter 45 of the youth's anxiety is for the circumstances behind him, whether there were more formidable demons emerging than that golden-haired magic ape, or if those demons would persist in their assault on the two prodigies from the Blood Nation. Li Sankang chose to disregard such concerns entirely. Given the prowess of the second prince of the Blood Nation, even should he encounter a demon of the first realm of Dharma, he would likely possess the capacity to contend with it. Moreover, with the equally extraordinary third prince supporting him, their combined efforts would render even a first-realm demon incapable of gaining the upper hand against them. The weaker blood-refining demons, now bereft of their formidable beast's intimidation, would most likely refrain from recklessly attacking the duo. Setting aside these considerations, the presence of the exotic beast, Qianhuan, by the side of the second prince of the Blood Nation undoubtedly could exert a significant pressure to disperse those lesser demons. In light of all these factors, the emergence of Xue Wuhan complicated Li Sankang's original plans, and the possibility of being discovered loomed over him. Hence, he made the decisive choice to depart. While he could gamble on the likelihood of encountering even stronger demons deeper within the demon clan, the historical indifference of the powerful demons towards the fates of their weaker counterparts rendered such probabilities exceedingly slim. The odds of Li Sankang achieving transcendence in a few days were far more favorable, and he could not afford to pin his hopes on such uncertainty. Li Sankang was acutely aware of his advantages. His unparalleled potential was his greatest asset. Within a mere few days, he had ascended from the first stage of blood refining to a level comparable to the second stage of transcendence. He firmly believed that, given time, he would undoubtedly grow stronger, and surpassing the three prodigies of the Blood Nation would not be a mere fantasy. Admittedly, the challenge of achieving such a feat was not to be underestimated. After all, while he was cultivating, others were doing the same. Those who were ahead of him, even with lesser talent, could maintain or widen the gap due to their head start in cultivation. Just because he could rapidly enhance his strength, did it mean others would not encounter similar opportunities? Thus, the difficulty of surpassing the three prodigies of the Blood Nation was indeed substantial. Nevertheless, Li Sankang retained his confidence. He firmly believed that self-assurance is the essential foundation for accomplishing any endeavor. If one lacks confidence, hesitating at the very start, pondering endlessly, then the possibility of surpassing becomes utterly non-existent, leading to true failure. Moreover, his confidence was far from blind, with his innate gifts comprising the devouring heaven bloodline, the gluttonous bloodline, the divine eye of the chestbone, and the four rebellious heavenly talents. The potential for surpassing was entirely within reach, not a distant dream. Taking flight in his Blood Phoenix form, Li Sankang made his way back to the Demon Sage Mountain. Upon landing in the courtyard and gazing at the familiar surroundings, the tension that had gripped his body and mind began to ease. Although he appeared calm, inwardly he was still anxious, considering that he was dealing with the prodigies of the Blood Nation, whose power far exceeded his own. A careless misstep could reveal his presence, and he might never have the chance to return. Facing a high-ranking practitioner of the extraordinary realm with his current strength would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. After transforming, he found himself without clothing, prompting him to don a fresh set before heading to the old sage tree. Observing his naked Blood Phoenix form, Li Sankang couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. The downside of transformation was the cost of attire. Were he to revert immediately, he would have to run about in the nude, a most embarrassing predicament indeed. Folding his wings, the diminutive Blood Phoenix form allowed him to enter his room. Once inside, Li Sankang promptly reverted to his human form, only to find himself entirely unclothed, a chill enveloping him. He quickly rummaged through the corner of the redwood wardrobe filled with various dresses belonging to the young girl, retrieving a male robe with agility. Clad in the green garment, he gazed into the mirror at his reflection. The young man, with a slightly athletic build, appeared quite striking, radiating youthful charm, the very essence that captivates blossoming maidens. Unable to resist, he admired himself a moment longer. How narcissistic! Suddenly, a playful voice chimed from behind him, sweet and unexpectedly delightful. Li Sankang jumped in surprise. He quickly turned to see his young masteress' innocent and lovely face peeking from beneath the covers of the large bed, her delicate neck exposed. The sight was tantalizingly suggestive, stirring the imagination. What a splendid view lay beneath that blanket. Yet, having grown accustomed to sleeping alongside his young master since childhood, he was unaffected by such thoughts, much like a brother who never perceives the beauty of his own sister. Instead, the presence of his young master caused him a momentary fluster. He had been without clothing just moments ago. What a disaster! Surely, he hadn't been seen in that state. Perhaps it was due to his earlier distraction. He hadn't noticed that his young master was asleep upon his entry, given her penchant for covering herself snugly while sleeping. It was all too easy to overlook. Why, young master, you're awake? Li Sankong stammered, shyly scratching his head. Suwanner did not respond immediately. Instead, she lay there, blinking her bright, innocent eyes, scrutinizing him intently. After thoroughly assessing him, a glimmer of satisfaction mixed with a hint of shyness danced in her clear gaze. Quite impressive, after all these years, my young master has finally reached this day, she said with a gentle smile. Li Sankong felt an odd sensation from her gaze, something unfamiliar stirring within him. Yet, he dismissed the thought, his cheeks flushing slightly under her scrutiny as he said, Young master, your eyes are remarkable, you noticed my breakthrough right away. She rolled her eyes dramatically, exasperated, that's not what I meant. Confused, Li Sankong wondered how it was not related. Wasn't she referring to his growth and strength? Yawning lazily, she replied, just go out and don't disturb my sleep, understood, young master. Sleep well, Li Sankong said with a chuckle, turning to exit. As he stepped outside, Suwanner watched his relieved departure, muttering under her breath, wooden-headed. Once outside, Li Sankong exhaled deeply, the mountain breeze refreshing against him. He had initially intended to descend the mountain to visit the old sage tree. However, recalling the event of its budding, he decided it prudent to inform his master and second master. Perhaps they could shed light on why the old sage tree had rejuvenated after absorbing his urine. Previously, he had overlooked the matter, but now it warranted further investigation. Chapter 46, The Ancient Demon Forbidden Land. Li Sankong first ventured to his master's chamber in search of him, only to be taken aback upon discovering that his master was not present. Where could he have gone? Based on his master's usual habits, if he was not in his room, he would likely be in the study. Thus, Li Sankong hurriedly made his way to the study. As he arrived at the entrance, he heard the sound of conversation emanating from within, not only his master's voice but also that of his second master, along with several other voices whose identities remained unknown. Had a fairy come to the mountain today? Li Sankong pondered silently. It was customary for the elder fairies of their clan to visit Yasheng Mountain once or twice a month to report on the clan's affairs. It appeared that his master and second master were engaged in important discussions. I shall practice first and wait for their emergence. After all, my own matters are not urgent. Just as Li Sankong was about to knock on the door, the voices within prompted him to retract his hand, preparing to turn away. At that moment, a voice from the study suddenly called out, "Is that you, Sankong? Come in." Momentarily startled, Li Sankong was not surprised that his master could sense his presence, but he was taken aback by the invitation to enter. What could this be about? With a hint of confusion, he responded, "Yes, master." He gently pushed open the door. Upon entering the study, Li Sankong was greeted by the sight of an elegantly carved black wooden desk, with a brown wooden bookshelf standing against the back wall. The shelves were filled with an array of ancient leather-bound tomes, exuding an air of antiquity, while the mingling scents of wood and books wafted through the air. Seated gracefully upon a resplendent emerald throne was his master, while beside her sat the second master. The second master, exuding a gentle and refined aura, bore a subtle smile that contrasted starkly with the eternally composed demeanor of the first master. Together, their striking appearances created a captivating scene appealing to spirited youths. Flanking the desk were 4 black wooden chairs. The 2 on the left were occupied, while the right side had 1 chair taken by a single individual. Li Sankong's gaze swept across the study, and he felt a surge of astonishment. 3 elder fairies had come today? As he pondered this, his arrival drew the attention of the 3 elder fairies. Among them, an elderly gentleman evidently recognized Li Sankong, his eyes gleaming with gentle warmth, while the other 2 elder women regarded him with indifferent curiosity. Upon sensing the human bloodline within him, their eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. "Master, second master," Li Sankong greeted as he stood in the center of the study. Yifeng Qinggu smiled and turned her gaze upon him. Noticing that he had advanced to a new realm, her beautiful eyes sparkled as she softly remarked, "Sankong, you have returned just in time. I have matters to discuss with you." "Matters to discuss with me?" Li Sankong mused inwardly, sensing that the 2 masters were deliberating with the elders of the fairy clan. What relevance could it possibly have for him? He inquired aloud, "What is it, master?" Rather than responding directly, Feng Qingguo's gaze drifted across the 3 elder fairies before she slowly articulated, "This is the one I have recommended. With the opening of the ancient demon Forbidden Land, he shall lead the younger generation of the fairy clan into it." "Me enter the ancient demon Forbidden Land?" Li Sankong's heart stirred with surprise upon hearing this. The ancient demon Forbidden Land was a treasure trove for the fairy clan, housing the precious relics left by the 8 ancestral founders of the ancient demon race. It was said that with a stroke of luck, one might even acquire the invaluable blood essence left behind by the clan's progenitors. In ancient times, the demon race had not yet divided into the fairy clan and the demon clan. This schism arose from an internal conflict 1,000 years prior. Since then, the 8 founders had split into 2 factions, leading to the emergence of the fairy clan and the demon clan. However, the ancient demon Forbidden Land, originally established by the 8 founders, required special sigils crafted by them to be accessed. These sigils, however, had been divided between the 2 factions due to the founders' split, with each side possessing 4. Consequently, to unlock the ancient demon Forbidden Land, collaboration between both factions was essential. Thus, despite the animosity between the fairy clan and the demon clan, they had tacitly agreed to cooperate for this purpose. As a sanctuary for nurturing the next generation of talented demons, entry to the ancient demon Forbidden Land was restricted solely to those of the blood refinement stage. Given the enduring rivalry between the 2 clans, the strength of the younger generation became paramount, and the ancient demon Forbidden Land emerged as a battleground for cultivating exceptional heirs. Upon realizing that the ancient demon Forbidden Land was established for the demon race, Li Sankong was naturally astonished at his master's decision to allow him entry. Not only was Li Sankong puzzled by Feng Qingguo's choice, but the 3 elder fairies also appeared bewildered, their expressions darkening. "Great master, this may not be appropriate."
If my eyes do not deceive me, this young man is of the human race, is he not? What qualifications does he possess to enter the ancient demon forbidden land?
One elder woman, adorned with a furrowed brow and a phoenix insignia marred by wrinkles, spoke in a low and icy tone. Her murky gaze directed at Lee Sankong bore a hint of coldness. Chapter 47. A questioning as the words of the elder with the fire phoenix mark resonated, the atmosphere within the room grew palpably oppressive. The once faint smile adorning Ao Qingyao's lips transformed into an expression of coldness and melancholy. Feng Qingwu, already known for her aloof demeanor, now bore a countenance as frigid as a frost-covered mask.
Though Lee Sankong was still youthful, his brow furrowed slightly, indicating his unease. The elder of the fairy clan seemed to harbor considerable dissent. Unsuitable?
The words seemed to escape from Feng Qingwu's pristine teeth.
Clearly, the elder's opposition had provoked considerable displeasure in the Grand Master of the fairy clan. While it was true that Lee Sankong belonged to the human race, years of companionship had led Feng Qingwu to regard him as a member of her clan, forging a bond that transcended mere kinship. Moreover, the great ancestor Tao Tai had bestowed upon Lee Sankong both blood and legacy, signifying his recognition of the young man. Possessing the bloodline of Tao Tai meant that Lee Sankong was not bound by the restrictions of the ancient demon forbidden land, enabling him to enter it without hindrance. This was also the reason why Feng Qingwu dared to boldly recommend Lee Sankong's expedition to the ancient demon forbidden land. Her motivation extended beyond mere personal affection. Sensing the icy aura radiating from the Grand Master, the elder with the fire phoenix mark felt a tremor in her heart and promptly rose from her seat, bowing deeply to Feng Qingwu. Yet, despite her burgeoning fear, she inexplicably felt compelled to uphold her stance. Perhaps she was dutifully adhering to the traditions of the fairy clan, firmly believing that the ancient demon forbidden land was a sacred domain belonging solely to her kin, unfit for the intrusion of outsiders. Great Master, even if I provoke your ire today, I must speak. The elder's tone was fervent. The ancient demon forbidden land is a treasure exclusive to our kind.
Outsiders should not be allowed entry. Great Master, you must understand that those who are not of our race harbor ulterior motives.
Preposterous.
The elder's words were met with a thunderous rebuke from Feng Qingwu, whose fury was palpable, causing the three fairy elders to tense visibly.
Her icy gaze bore down upon the elder, glinting with a chilling light as she coldly declared, Feng Yuehua, who bestowed upon you the audacity to utter such words, are you not aware that he is my disciple?
Feng Yuehua fell silent, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Feng Qingwu, rendering her momentarily speechless. The two other fairy elders, witnessing this scene, remained silent, with one elder letting out a sigh of resignation. However, the other elder, undeterred by Feng Qingwu's pressure, rose from her chair and addressed her with a bow, stating, Great Master, while Yuehua's words may be extreme, they do hold some merit.
The ancient demon forbidden land has traditionally permitted only members of our kin to enter. What rationale is there for allowing humans to trespass?
Feng Qingwu regarded the two bowed figures with a cold smile, retorting, Do not presume that I am so obstinate as to disregard the consequences of my actions. You should be aware that the ancient demon forbidden land is protected by formidable barriers set by the 8 ancestors. Should anyone lacking the fairy bloodline dare to intrude, they would surely meet their demise.
Yet, why do I still recommend him?
Upon hearing this, Feng Yuehua and the others were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, they had been so focused on opposing her that they had overlooked this critical aspect.
Was there perhaps a hidden truth in this? Feng Yuehua raised her head and inquired, Why?
Feng Qingwu replied with a scoff, It is precisely because he possesses the bloodline of our clan.
The bloodline of our kind.
The revelation left Feng Yuehua and the three fairy elders astonished, their gazes now scrutinizing Lee Sankong, who remained silent, as if searching for evidence of the fairy blood within him. However, without Lee Sankong actively exuding the aura of a fierce beast, they found nothing conclusive. After all, he had been born of the human race, and the aura he naturally emanated was that of human lineage. Only when he awakened the Tao Tai bloodline would he exude the essence of the fairy clan.
Great Master, is this truly the case? Why can I not discern it?
Feng Yuehua furrowed her brow.
Feng Qingwu coldly replied, Feng Yuehua, do you now dare to question me?
Feng Yuehua, though maintaining a humble demeanor, spoke with a firm tone, I do not dare to question, but I believe that even possessing a trace of fairy blood does not grant him the right to enter the ancient demon forbidden land.
Many talented youths of our clan await this rare opportunity.
Surely both Grand Masters are aware that the opportunities within the ancient demon forbidden land can only be utilized by those with fairy blood. Therefore, I believe that even if he possesses considerable talent as a human, this precious chance should not be squandered on him. Feng Yuehua's words deepened the shadows on Feng Qingwu's face. This Feng Yuehua clearly harbored little respect for her. The audacity she displayed was bolstered by the unassailable logic of her convictions. The human race had no right to enter the ancient demon forbidden land. This was a long-standing agreement, even though Feng Qingwu, as the Grand Master of the fairy clan, wielded great power. Without a reasonable explanation, her insistence on her stance would likely fail to garner support. Feng Qingwu's beautiful eyes narrowed, emitting a dangerous signal. If Feng Yuehua's actions had thoroughly provoked her. A mere trace of fairy blood. At that moment, the previously silent Ao Qingyao's calm voice cut through the tension. Do you not know that Sankong has already entered the ancestral hall of our fairy Saint Mountain?
And what kind of legacy he has obtained therein? What? Upon hearing Ao Qingyao's words, Feng Yuehua's expression shifted dramatically.
He entered the ancestral hall of the fairy Saint Mountain. Grand Masters, how could you permit such a thing? This disregards the rules set forth by the 4 great ancestors. Ao Qingyao snorted, since you are aware of the rules established by the 4 ancestors, if he lacked the requisite ability, having received the legacy of the 4 ancestors, he would never have emerged alive.
Yet here he stands before you, quite well and alive. What do you think that implies? Feng Yuehua fell into a daze. Indeed, why had that boy not perished? With a hint of amusement in her gaze, Ao Qingyao continued, because within the ancestral hall, he received the legacy of the Tao Tai ancestor, a legacy never bestowed upon any member of our clan. Received the legacy of the Tao Tai ancestor. The revelation sent shockwaves through the three fairy elders, including Feng Yuehua, their faces paling in disbelief. The notion that a human could obtain the legacy of the Tao Tai ancestor was utterly preposterous. On what grounds could he claim such a thing? Chapter 48 The Imperial Beast. What audacity! A shadow of gloom passed over Feng Yuehua's face as she abruptly lifted her head, a piercing gaze emanating from her murky, aged eyes. She fixed her stare upon Ao Qingyao and spoke in a low, resolute voice, Second Holy Master, unless you can provide evidence to convince me, I shall remain steadfast in my disbelief. Evidence? Ao Qingyao replied nonchalantly, that should not be too difficult. With that, she turned her face toward Li Sankong, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she said, My good disciple, demonstrate your worth to her, ensuring she is thoroughly convinced. Otherwise, some may suspect that your two benevolent masters are engaging in favoritism and undermining the established order. Having witnessed the proceedings from beginning to end, Li Sankong understood that the moment to showcase his abilities had arrived. He could not allow his two well-meaning masters to face any difficulties on his behalf. Yes, he affirmed, and immediately began to summon the bloodline of the Tao Tai within him. Instantly, an overwhelming aura of ferocity emanated throughout the study, the sheer terror of the presence causing the three elder fairies to tremble involuntarily, their expressions betraying their astonishment. Indeed, it is the bloodline of the Tao Tai. Feng Yuehua stood frozen in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that, throughout the years, so many prodigies of the fairy clan had sought the legacy of the four ancestors, yet none had acquired the Tao Tai inheritance only for it to be claimed by a mere human. It was utterly absurd. The presence of the ancestral beast must indicate that he had received the essence of the Tao Tai progenitor's blood and had thus forged a bloodline within himself. Remarkable, the elderly man, after recovering from his shock, regarded Li Sankong with newfound admiration. Although this youth belonged to the human race, the long-standing peace between humans and fairies fostered a lack of aversion in the elder's heart. Moreover, he understood that possessing the Tao Tai progenitor's legacy implied the recognition of the Tao Tai progenitor, effectively making the youth a member of the fairy clan. The other elderly woman, equally astonished, appeared to be at a loss for words, whether from forgetting or lacking the courage to voice her opposition, standing there in a stupor. She, too, realized that possessing the Tao Tai bloodline equated to receiving the progenitor's acknowledgement. Despite any dissatisfaction she harbored, she dared not voice her dissent at that moment. After releasing his aura for a brief period, Li Sankong promptly retracted it, obediently standing to the side. Ao Qingyao looked at Feng Yuehua and chuckled, Do you still have any objections? For reasons unbeknownst to anyone, at this juncture, Feng Yuehua continued to seek a counterargument. Although he had acquired the Tao Tai bloodline and thus the progenitor's endorsement, he remained human, not of her kind. She feared that, in time, he might harbor ulterior motives. Humph. Ao Qingyao remained silent, but Feng Qingwu interjected with a huff, Are you thereby questioning the decision of the esteemed Tao Tai progenitor? Upon hearing this, Feng Yuehua was taken aback, cold sweat beading on her forehead. To question the decision of the Tao Tai progenitor, even with 100 lives, she would not dare. She promptly lowered her head, no longer disputing, yet in her downcast eyes flickered a shadow of resentment, clearly indicating her lingering discontent regarding Li Sanking's entry into the ancient fairy forbidden ground. Seeing that Feng Yuehua had ceased her opposition, Feng Qingwu turned to the other two fairies and inquired, Do you have any objections? The elder clasped his hands and declared, I have no objections. The other elderly woman murmured, Neither do I. Feng Qingwu's delicate face grew serious as she stated, Then, 7 days hence, my disciple Li Sankong shall lead the younger generation of our fairy clan into the ancient fairy forbidden ground to combat the demonic clan and seize the opportunities left by the progenitor. Sankong, you must strive diligently, do not let your master down. Finally, Feng Qingwu turned her beautiful eyes toward Li Sankong, her expression brimming with expectation. Li Sankong bowed deeply, replying, I shall certainly not betray the trust of my two esteemed masters. Gratitude welled up within him for his two masters. The fact that they considered him for such a significant undertaking as entering the ancient fairy forbidden ground moved him profoundly. This was a debt of gratitude that was impossible to repay. Feng Qingwu nodded and shifted her gaze. At that moment, the seated elder rose and said, Great Holy Master, we have selected 3 young promising candidates to enter the ancient fairy forbidden ground, plus your disciple, making a total of 4 slots. To ensure they perform optimally within the forbidden ground, should we not allow them to familiarize themselves and engage in some training together, fostering better synergy? After a moment's contemplation, Feng Qingwu replied, That seems appropriate. The elder affirmed, Then it is settled. The expedition into the ancient fairy forbidden ground would consist of a total of 8 slots, divided equally between the fairy and demonic clans, each claiming 4. After deliberating on other matters, the 3 elder fairies departed from the fairy sacred mountain, returning to the domain of their clan. In the study, only Li Sankong and his 2 masters remained. In the absence of outsiders, Li Sankong expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, Master, second master, thank you, I am at a loss for how to repay your kindness. Upon hearing this, Ao Qingyao smiled broadly, saying, In the future, just be diligent in giving your master a good massage. Li Sankong. Feng Qingwu responded lightly, You are our disciple, naturally entitled to enter the ancient fairy forbidden ground. Moreover, you must go, otherwise, our fairy clan shall likely be severely suppressed by the demonic clan in this generation. Li Sanking's face reflected his confusion upon hearing this.
Feng Qingwu's voice grew grave as she explained, it is said that this generation of the demonic clan has given rise to an imperial beast.
An imperial beast? Li Sanking's eyes widened in astonishment.
The imperial beast is a being second only to the ancestral beasts. If the fairy clan lacked descendants of equal caliber or superior, they would indeed face dire straits. The fairy clan, while possessing a progenitor in the form of his small master, had an elder whose strength clearly transcended the blood refinement realm, rendering him unable to enter the ancient fairy forbidden ground to offer assistance. However, the fact that his two masters had chosen him to participate indicated their belief in his capacity to confront the imperial beast. Li Sankong pondered. He could not help but feel that his two masters placed an immense amount of trust in him, despite his own confidence in his ability to contend with an imperial beast at the blood refinement level. As he gazed at Li Sankong, Feng Qingwu suddenly cautioned, the ancient fairy forbidden ground will not open until 7 days from now. During this time, do not overexert yourself in your training. Should you inadvertently break through to the extraordinary realm, you will lose your eligibility to enter. Li Sankong was taken aback. How highly did his master think of him to believe that he could achieve a breakthrough to the extraordinary realm in just 7 days? While it was true that the Taodai bloodline's devouring ability could indeed enhance one's power to a remarkable degree, he still found it astonishing. Subsequently, Li Sankong inquired about the sprouting of the old sacred tree, to which his masters initially expressed surprise before providing an explanation.
Feng Qingwu solemnly stated, it may be related to your bloodline. Related to my bloodline?
Li Sankong felt a stirring in his heart. After his visit to the old sacred tree, Li Sankong returned somewhat preoccupied, lost in thought. In the domain of the fairy clan, within an ancient and austere hall, Feng Yuehua sat in the main seat, her face clouded with anger. Damn it, were it not for that human boy's unwarranted interference, my great-grandson, despite his somewhat lacking talent, could have managed to secure a slot.
Now he has ruined everything.
Feng Yuehua was consumed by a mix of fury and dissatisfaction regarding Li Sanking's sudden inclusion, as it had effectively robbed her great-grandson of his rightful opportunity.
I shall remember you, human boy. Feng Yuehua's gaze was filled with a chilling resolve.
The following morning, as dawn broke, 3 promising young members of the fairy clan were escorted to Fairy Sacred Mountain by the elder from the previous day. Among the 3 fairies, Li Sankong recognized one familiar figure, a 6-tailed fox. Chapter 49 The Tang of Gunpowder. Hello, Li Sankong, it's been a while. A sweet voice emanated from the snow-white 6-tailed fox. Her eyes, reminiscent of a profound blue lake, sparkled with warmth and enthusiasm, while her 6 still-developing tails danced gracefully behind her like silver ribbons. Though her voice sounded melodious and gentle, it concealed an excitement and joy that seemed almost too delicate to reveal. Her clear gaze was tinged with an unusual sentiment.
It's you, Su Buhui.
Upon seeing the 6-tailed fox, the young boy displayed a look of delight, as if he had encountered a kindred spirit. But it seems we have only been apart for a few days. That hardly qualifies as a long time, he chuckled, somewhat sheepishly. Su Buhui rolled her eyes in a human-like manner, as if reproaching the boy for his lack of romantic perception. A faint smile graced her fox-like visage as she replied, indeed.
Have your injuries healed?
Li Sankong inquired, glancing at Su Buhui's hind leg with genuine concern.
Yes, thanks to the Elder of the Wood Spirits, Su Buhui responded sweetly. The Elder of the Wood Spirits? Li Sankong exclaimed in surprise before laughing, that's good to hear.
As he listened to the youth's caring words, a gentle warmth blossomed in Su Buhui's heart, causing her to shyly lower her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Li Sankong, being oblivious to the tender feelings of the youthful fox spirit, soon shifted his attention to the 2 small spirits beside her. At a glance, their species was unmistakable.
To Su Buhui's left stood a mischievous-looking azure dragon, whose aura suggested that its bloodline tier was on par with Su Buhui's, likely a divine beast of the azure dragon lineage.
To her right stood a rather indifferent-looking and colored Qilin, its appearance a fusion of dragoness head, deer antlers, lion's eyes, tiger's back, bear's waist, serpent scales, horse's hooves, and an ox's tail, exuding a presence that matched that of the small azure dragon, indicating it too belonged to the divine tier. Both spirits were divine beasts and evidently possessed greater strength than Su Buhui. One of them was a member of the rare Qilin lineage. Although the azure dragon, phoenix, and fox species were the most numerous among the spirit kin, it did not imply the absence of other races. The Qilin belonged to the spirit family, albeit in scarce numbers.
Are they the talented spirits who entered the ancient demon forbidden land with me? Li Sankong mused, curiosity glimmering in his eyes as he scanned the 2 spirits.
At that moment, an elderly voice broke through his thoughts.
Buhui, do you know the disciple of the Holy Master?
The elder seemed unaware of Li Sanking's prior rescue of Su Buhui. Being of the azure dragon lineage, he likely had not heard of the incident yet. With courtesy, Su Buhui replied, yes, Elder Aou, I met Sankong in the forest, where he saved my life, so I recognize him.
He saved you?
Elder Aou expressed his surprise once more. However, this was not the time for inquiries, as the day's primary purpose was to escort Su Buhui and her companions up the mountain and introduce them to Li Sankong. Having decided to allow Li Sankong to lead the talented spirits into the ancient demon forbidden land, the 4 would become a team, necessitating mutual support within the perilous realm. Thus, gaining a deeper understanding of one another would be beneficial for their future collaboration. With his deep, composed gaze fixed on Li Sankong, he stated, Sankong, these 3 are your companions for the journey into the ancient demon forbidden land.
Allow me to introduce them to you. Li Sankong nodded, replying, thank you, Elder Aou.
Elder Aou inclined his head slightly, then continued, since you already know Su Buhui, I shall not elaborate further. Let me introduce this Azure Dragon. His name is Ao Qingfeng, possessing a divine bloodline and currently at the 9th level of blood refinement.
Ao Qingfeng, 9th level of blood refinement?
Li Sankong noted, feeling a stir within as he committed this crucial information to memory. Elder Aou then turned his gaze to the indifferent ink-colored Qilin. This Qilin is named Mo Yan, also of a divine bloodline. While he is not a member of our spirit clan's 3 main lineages, he is still a rare beast, also at the 9th level of blood refinement.
Another at the 9th level? Li Sankong thought in astonishment. It seemed that he and Su Buhui occupied the bottom 2 tiers among the 4. Of course, he was referring to their cultivation levels. As for their actual strength, that would only be revealed in battle. After introducing Ao Qingfeng and Mo Yan, Elder Aou began to present Li Sankong to the 3 spirits. This young man is Li Sankong, a disciple of the 3 holy masters. Though he hails from the human race, he possesses the bloodline of our ancestral Taodai.as for his cultivation level. He glanced at Li Sankong, seemingly reaffirming, before stating, he is at the 7th level of blood refinement. A human? The Taotai bloodline?
Upon hearing that Li Sankong bore the Taodai bloodline, both Ao Qingfeng and Mo Yan displayed expressions of astonishment and disbelief. With the sharp sensitivity of the spirit race to human bloodlines, they had discerned Li Sankong's identity from the outset, but had restrained their reactions in the presence of the spirit clan. Now, their surprise stemmed from the revelation that a human, Li Sankong, possessed the Taodai bloodline. The spirit race had none of such bloodlines. How could a mere human possess it? Observing their reactions, Elder Aou paused before adding, during your venture into the ancient demon forbidden land, Li Sankong will be your leader.
He is your captain. What, captain?
The reactions of the 3 small spirits varied widely upon hearing this. Su Buhui's fox-like eyes sparkled with a gentle smile, clearly accepting and approving of Li Sankong's leadership from the depths of her heart. Ao Qingfeng's dragon eyes flashed with surprise, scrutinizing Li Sankong from head to toe with a hint of disdain, as if to say, you, a captain? The most unfriendly response came from Mo Yan, whose demeanor grew noticeably colder upon learning of Li Sankong's captaincy. A sharp intensity radiated from him, his gaze at Li Sankong filled with provocation and combativeness. The proud nature of the rare beasts, especially those of higher bloodline tiers, contributed to Mo Yan's disdain for being led by a human. Regardless of Li Sankong's Taodai bloodline, how could someone with merely a 7th level of blood refinement qualify for such a position? Meanwhile, Li Sankong furrowed his brow in response to Mo Yan's evident hostility. This spirit seemed rather resistant to the idea. While Li Sankong did not feel particularly compelled to lead, he understood that in the ancient demon forbidden land, they would need to confront various threats, and he did not wish to be guided by someone lacking capability. Though uncertain of Mo Yan's abilities, he believed that as long as he maintained control, he could avert potential issues. Therefore, he would not shy away from the role of captain.
Elder Aou, may I inquire what abilities he possesses to qualify as our captain?
After suppressing his emotions for a moment, Mo Yan could no longer contain his cold inquiry, his tone straining to mask the palpable tension. Chapter 50 A Clash of Titans. Upon hearing this, Aou stood with one hand behind his back and replied calmly, this is the intention of the 2 sovereigns. The sovereign's intention. Mo Yan's gaze immediately darkened, and he spoke coldly, although the captain of the 4 demons team may not hold a significant position, the matter concerns the forbidden lands of the ancient demons. If one lacks strength or leadership skills, it would spell disaster for the entire team. If one wishes to assume the role of captain merely through connections, then I, Mo Yan, shall never acquiesce. The voice of the mythical beast Qilin was icy and resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Upon hearing Aou's words, Li Sankong felt a jolt within. Clearly, Aou's remarks were intended to incite discord. A person of his vast experience could not possibly be oblivious to the thoughts of the younger generation. His statement was evidently a ploy to gauge Li Sankong's capabilities in depth as a disciple of the sovereign. It was certain that the team would require a captain, yet no matter who was designated, dissent was likely to arise. Therefore, it would be more prudent to arrange a competition, allowing the victor to assume the role, ensuring the acceptance of all. As predicted, the moment Aou finished speaking, Mo Yan was the first to voice his opposition. The young Azure Dragon, Ao Qingfeng, glanced back and forth between Mo Yan and Li Sankong, a glimmer of cunning dancing in his eyes. After a brief moment of excitement at the unfolding drama, he chose to remain silent, seemingly content to observe the impending conflict from a distance. Only the 6-tailed fox, Su Buhui, openly expressed her concern for Li Sankong. Her evident lack of confidence in him, possessing only the strength of the 7th layer of blood refinement, stemmed from the daunting presence of the divine beast Mo Yan, who boasted the prowess of the 9th layer. Though Su Buhui had witnessed Li Sankong's formidable abilities, realizing he could contend with ordinary 9th layer human cultivators, the situation was entirely different when facing a Qilin with the bloodline of a divine beast. Given the general superiority of demonic beasts over their human counterparts of the same rank, Mo Yan, endowed with divine blood, would undoubtedly surpass his human peers. Even when confronting numerous first-tier human cultivators, Mo Yan would remain unyielding. With such might, how could Li Sankong hope to prevail? Naturally, her concern for him was palpable. Aou surveyed the younger generation before him, finally resting his gaze on Mo Yan, and inquired, what would it take for you to be convinced? Mo Yan replied coldly, as I stated earlier, to assume the role of captain, one must possess strength. If he wishes to lead me, he must possess the power to defeat me, otherwise, I see no reason to submit to him. Aou smiled, as if everything were well within his control, and turned to Li Sankong, saying, Sankong, what do you think? Ultimately, Li Sankong, still in the bloom of youth, was inevitably spirited and impetuous. Moreover, Mo Yan's words held a kernel of truth. The position of captain, though seemingly insignificant, was surrounded by prodigies of the demonic lineage, many of whom harbored lofty ambitions, without commendable strength, who would yield to whom? Understanding this, Li San Kong met Mo Yan's indifferent gaze without flinching, and with a faint smile declared, "My thoughts mirror yours. To earn the respect of others, one must let strength do the talking. You may not accept me as captain, but should you take the role, I shall likewise refuse." Upon hearing Li San Kong's words, Mo Yan's dark eyes narrowed, a flash of coldness passing through them. The words of this human youth were evidently confrontational, and such actions would undoubtedly ignite his competitive spirit. "You possess a measure of audacity." Mo Yan strode toward the center of the courtyard, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Li San Kong. "Then let us engage in combat. Allow me to see if you, a human esteemed by the sovereign for your gluttonous bloodline, possess capabilities that surpass those of your kin.do, not be like the other humans, a worthless lot beneath your rank." Such blatant derision caused Li San Kong's pupils to constrict slightly. He stepped forward to face Mo Yan, his own eyes ignited with fierce determination, fueled by the beast's contempt. "I hope you won't turn out to be as fragile as those demons I have slain," Li San Kong retorted coldly. Aoyu observed the scene with keen interest, hands clasped behind his back, anticipation gleaming in his expression. "San Kong, you must be cautious," Su Buhui urged, concern etched across her features. Li San Kong turned to her with a reassuring smile, stating, "Fear not, my strength has indeed progressed in recent days." Su Buhui hesitated, her lips parting as if to speak but ultimately falling silent. Not far away, atop the eaves of the palace, Feng Qinggu and Ao Qingyao stood side by side, their graceful figures appearing to dance in the morning breeze. "Do you think San Kong can win?" Ao Qingyao mused softly, her beautiful eyes fixed on the scene unfolding in the courtyard. Feng Qinggu pondered for a moment before responding, possessing the gluttonous bloodline and the four innate gifts of the divine eyes, he has devoured our essence to adopt 3 formidable beast forms. His prowess is indeed extraordinary. Ao Qingyao tilted her head, inquiring, "So you mean to say he can triumph?" Feng Qinggu scoffed lightly, "If he cannot win, then his talents would be rendered somewhat futile." Ao Qingyao flashed a charming smile and replied, "Indeed, then let us await the outcome." In the courtyard, Li San Kong, clad in a green robe, stood facing the Qilin beast adorned with obsidian scales, both young and headstrong prodigies glaring at each other with unwavering resolve. "Human, are you prepared?" Mo Yan spoke languidly, a hint of condescension in his tone, as if he viewed the realm of humans as weak and beneath him. Clearly, the notion of humans being inferior at the same tier was deeply ingrained in this beast's mind. He believed his strength far exceeded Li San Kong's, considering that few humans of the same rank could withstand him, especially with Li San Kong 2 realms beneath him. "You seem quite confident," Li San Kong replied, his tone casual yet carrying an air of defiance. His demeanor mirrored that of Mo Yan, both dismissive of the other. This attitude further stoked the flames of Mo Yan's ire. Lacking strength yet acting so pretentious, such behavior is truly akin to that of a jester. With this sentiment, Mo Yan spoke in a low tone, "Let us settle this swiftly." As his words fell, his obsidian scale form surged forward in an instant, closing the distance between him and Li San Kong with a speed that left Su Buhui gasping in terror. His heavy, sharp claws slashed through the air, aiming directly for Li San Kong's chest, poised to pierce through. "Stop!" Su Buhui cried out in alarm. Was Li San Kong to be defeated so easily? However, in the next moment, what appeared to be Li San Kong was pierced through by Mo Yan's claws, only to dissipate into thin air. It was merely an illusion. The true Li San Kong had already maneuvered to Mo Yan's side, his right arm enveloped in a crimson hue, swelling with formidable power. Chapter 51 is Stalemate, the gluttonous arm. Initially, Mo Yan believed he could effortlessly slay Li San Kong with a single strike. However, the flicker of pride that had ignited in his eyes was swiftly extinguished by the overwhelming force that surged from the side, leaving him in a state of unexpected astonishment. The speed of Li San Kong's previous blow far exceeded his expectations, rendering him momentarily dumbfounded, yet, he was no ordinary adversary, as he sensed the impending ferocity of Li San Kong's fist hurtling towards his side, a dark, profound energy shimmered across his limbs. At that moment, with a powerful thrust from his feet, he propelled himself away from Li San Kong, sending dust flying into the air as he soared in the opposite direction. Thud, his hefty frame landed with a resounding impact, his limbs bending to dissipate the force of the fall as simultaneously, his cold, piercing gaze fixed upon Li San Kong, but what he beheld caused his pupils to constrict in shock. Li San Kong had also surged forward, vanishing from his original position in a fleeting blur that was nearly impossible to track, crossing the distance between them in an instant. Before him stood the solid figure of the youth, 2 blinding orbs of bloodlight slowly dispersing beneath his feet. It was none other than Li San Kong's boundary step. The distance Mo Yan had created through his leap was barely 2 zhang, while Li San Kong's boundary step allowed him to cover 3 zhang with a single stride, signifying that Li San Kong could effortlessly approach Mo Yan without the need for any additional steps. What manner of movement technique is this? Aoyu, witnessing the terrifying agility of Li San Kong, felt disbelief wash over his wrinkled visage. In the next moment, recalling that Li San Kong had inherited the legacy of the gluttonous ancestor, he compared the scene before him with the descriptions of the 2 most renowned techniques practiced by the gluttonous ancestor in ancient texts, and he swiftly realized that this must indeed be the famed boundary step utilized by the gluttonous ancestor. The boundary step technique is truly worthy of its reputation. The astonished Aoyu expressed genuine admiration, tinged with envy. Members of the fairy clan could not help but covet the legacy of the gluttonous ancestor. Aoyo's observations and thoughts did not impede the fierce battle between the two combatants. As Lee Sankong closed the gap with his boundary step, his right arm transformed into a crimson spectacle, swelling several times its size, from which a grotesque gluttonous totem, entirely composed of blood threads, emerged, exuding an aura of menace. As the totem took shape, the power of the gluttonous arm reached its zenith. With his teeth clenched and a fierce expression etched across his face, Lee Sankong unleashed the full might of the gluttonous arm upon Mo Yan, aiming squarely at his formidable forehead. Confronted with this terrifying assault, the proud demeanor that Mo Yan had maintained since their encounter finally shattered, replaced by a visage of shock and disbelief. However, these expressions were fleeting. In the next instant, the pride inherent to the Qilin divine beast surged forth, morphing his countenance into one of ferocity and wrath as he raised his right claw to meet the oncoming strike head-on. His right claw was no ordinary appendage, enveloped in a shadowy aura that was twice as thick as his own body. Beneath this darkness, two Qilin totems erupted from beneath his skin, and with their emergence, the power coursing through his arm surged to its utmost limits. Qilin arm, two-pattern realm. As Aoyo beheld Mo Yan's Qilin arm, his pupils narrowed in astonishment, a glimmer of admiration igniting within them. Mo Yan was indeed a genius, having cultivated the Qilin arm to the two-pattern realm. At that moment, the gluttonous arm of Lee Sankong collided with Mo Yan's Qilin arm, unleashing an explosive sound akin to a sandbag crashing to the ground from a great height. Both figures were sent staggering backward in unison, retreating an equal distance. Aoyo was left astounded by the sight before him. On paper, Mo Yan was not only a formidable Qilin divine beast but also at the 9th layer of blood refinement, while Lee Sankong, in stark contrast, was only at the 7th layer and had only mastered the first level of the gluttonous arm. While it was true that the gluttonous arm's technique should theoretically possess greater power, the amplification provided by the two-pattern realm of the Qilin arm was significantly greater than that of the one-pattern realm of the gluttonous arm. Despite the advantages in technique, the two were evenly matched, indicating that Lee Sankong, despite being merely at the 7th layer of blood refinement, had surpassed Mo Yan, who was at the 9th layer. It was important to note that even at the 9th layer, Mo Yan, as a divine beast, was still stronger than many of the extraordinary beings at the 1st layer of humanity. Yet, astonishingly, Lee Sanking's strength prevailed. This was indeed alarming. This human lad, who had been taken as a disciple by 3 holy masters and had inherited the gluttonous legacy, evidently possessed capabilities far beyond what appeared on the surface. A stalemate without transformation. On the eaves, Ao Qingyao's enchanting visage revealed a hint of surprise. Beside her, Feng Qinggu remarked calmly, to achieve a stalemate while being 2 realms behind Mo Yan and a level below in technique speaks volumes about the formidable nature of his physique. Should he transform, depending on the nature of his transformation, all aspects of his state would experience a considerable enhancement, and if he were to unleash his divine powers, Mo Yan would stand no chance. Upon hearing this, Ao Qingyao nodded gently in agreement with Feng Qinggu's analysis. Meanwhile, within the courtyard, Mo Yan had evidently realized the terrifying strength of Lee Sanking's physique, the shock in his eyes becoming ever more pronounced.
How can your body be so strong? Mo Yan's voice was low and heavy. Lee Sanking's icy gaze remained fixed on Mo Yan as he retorted with a hint of mockery, could it be that your own physique is too weak?
Upon hearing Lee Sanking's clearly sarcastic words, Mo Yan's expression darkened as he replied coldly, I concede that you possess certain abilities. To be able to match me while being at a lower realm is indeed commendable. I would not mind relinquishing the position of captain to you. However, the outcome of this battle remains undetermined.
You must know that as a divine beast of the fairy clan, I possess extraordinarily powerful divine abilities, do you not? Mo Yan's words caused Lee Sankong to suppress his mocking demeanor.
It must be said that while this extraordinary beast was undeniably proud, he also had the courage to acknowledge the truth. Moreover, he was correct, the outcome of this battle was far from a stalemate. In Mo Yan's eyes, he still had more powerful means yet to be revealed, but little did he know that Lee Sankong had even greater abilities in reserve. The mere presence of the ancestral beast-level gluttonous bloodline pressure was sufficient to significantly diminish the combat strength of Mo Yan, who was merely a divine beast. Chapter 52 Amplification. Lee Sankong gazed into Mo Yan's eyes, feeling a newfound respect, and slowly remarked, let us continue, there is nothing more to discuss. You believe the outcome remains undecided, and I concur. Upon meeting Lee Sanking's gaze, Mo Yan's expression softened slightly. This human, despite facing him at a lower realm, had managed to draw a stalemate. After acknowledging this fact, he refrained from further ridicule and instead offered a measure of respect. For this alone, he was deserving of admiration. Upon hearing Lee Sanking's words, imbued with a hint of confidence, a similar glimmer of self-assurance ignited within Mo Yan's eyes. Very well, I shall now unleash my divine abilities. Do be cautious. A fierce glint flashed in Mo Yan's eyes as he kindly warned, seemingly believing that once he revealed his powers, Lee Sankong would stand no chance. Come, let me witness the might of the Qilin divine beast's abilities, Lee Sankong responded with a light chuckle, brimming with confidence. He genuinely wished to see the effects of the Qilin's powers. If possible, he might consider extracting some of its essence for his own bloodline to consume, as the Qilin's blood, being of divine beast caliber, could potentially be preserved, thus granting him yet another formidable beast form. The mere thought of this brought a subtle smile of anticipation to Lee Sanking's lips. Should Mo Yan become aware of Lee Sanking's intentions, he would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Unbeknownst to the self-assured Mo Yan, he had already become a source of blood for others in their eyes. The moment Lee Sanking's words fell, Mo Yan's gaze sharpened, filled with a powerful fighting spirit. He lowered his stance, adopting the posture of a predator poised to pounce. Suddenly, a cold light flickered in his eyes, and he lunged towards Lee Sankong, the dark aura around him swelling. Within the gathering shadows, streaks of crimson light could be faintly discerned. As these lights ignited, Mo Yan's aura surged dramatically, giving the impression that his strength had increased significantly. The dark-scale armor enveloping him tightened at that instant. Simultaneously, to Li Sanking's astonishment, Mo Yan abruptly vanished from sight. Vanished? Li Sankong exclaimed in surprise. How could he disappear? In the next moment, realization dawned upon him. This was not mere disappearance, it was invisibility. The divine beast Qilin possessed the ability to cloak itself. In an instant, Li Sanking's body tensed, his pores closing as he assumed a defensive posture. The most troublesome aspect of such an invisibility ability lay in its unpredictability, as one could not ascertain from which direction the enemy would strike, rendering defense hasty and uncertain. Humph. Li Sankong cast a glance around, letting out a cold snort. The moment he did, a terrifying aura of a ferocious beast emanated from him, enveloping a radius of several feet around him. Even Aoyu, Su Buhui, and Ao Qingfeng, who were nearby, felt their hearts race, their expressions shifting dramatically. The aura of a primal beast, Aoyu's eyes gleamed with fervor, his anticipation for the battle's outcome only intensifying. He was eager to discover whether the Qilin, wielding divine powers, was mightier, or if Li Sankong, possessing the bloodline of the primal beast Tao Tai, would prove superior. Su Buhui's gaze trembled slightly under the influence of Li Sanking's ferocious aura, yet moments later, admiration flickered in her clear, blue diamond-like eyes. Ao Qingfeng, who had previously worn a playful expression, became tense as the primal beast aura manifested, his eyes quivering. Upon realizing his lapse, he displayed a mix of frustration and anger. In the arena, the presence of the primal beast's ferocity affected even Mo Yan, who was cloaked in invisibility. His previously concealed aura leaked out, only to be swiftly detected by the strong and perceptive Li Sankong. The instant Li Sankong sensed Mo Yan's presence, he unhesitatingly unleashed a Tao Tai strike towards the right side behind him. Mo Yan, possessing a cunning nature and an understanding of human psychology, recognized that when in an invisible state, an enemy's guard typically focuses on their front and rear, particularly the back. Most beings instinctively remain wary of their rear, perceiving it as the most vulnerable point. Mo Yan adeptly exploited this psychological tendency, opting to attack from the side to catch Li Sankong off guard. Unfortunately, the emergence of the primal beast's aura thwarted his plans. Moreover, the most daunting aspect of the primal beast aura was not merely its presence, it had also diminished Mo Yan's capabilities. However, as a divine beast, the decrease was not substantial. At that moment, the assault directed at Li Sankong was not the Qilin arm Mo Yan had previously employed, but rather a ball of white flames spewing from his mouth. White flames, the purifying fire, this was a unique ability of the Qilin clan, not a divine power, akin to a bird's inherent ability to fly. However, when combined with the might of divine powers, its power surged exponentially. The Qilin's divine ability was amplification. Upon activation, the Qilin's strength, speed, defense, and vitality experienced astonishing enhancements, naturally augmenting the power of the purifying fire that emanated from within. Yet, the emergence of Li Sanking's primal beast aura diminished the effects of the amplification. Boom! Li Sanking's fist surged forward, piercing through the ball of purifying fire and striking towards Moyan. As Li Sanking's fist approached, Mo Yan raised his right claw to counter. In the next moment, Li Sankong found himself enveloped in the purifying fire, as if consumed by a raging inferno of white flames. The fiery form retreated, distancing itself by 3 yards, while Mo Yan also fell back, albeit to a lesser extent. Clearly, empowered by divine abilities and under the suppression of the primal beast aura, Mo Yan's strength still surpassed that of Li Sankong in his natural form. However, this was not the most alarming aspect. The most concerning factor was that the purifying fire had ultimately engulfed Li Sankong. Li Sankong, upon witnessing Li Sankong consumed by the purifying fire, Su Buhui's expression turned frantic as she prepared to rush to his side, only to be restrained by Aoyu, who shook his head at her. Tears welled up in Su Buhui's eyes, threatening to spill over. Aoyu's eyes glinted with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Li Sankong in the arena. In his perception, although Li Sankong was shrouded in the purifying fire, Mo Yan, standing across from him, likewise fixed his gaze on Li Sankong, his eyes fierce, yet after a brief moment, astonishment gradually surfaced within his expression. Before him, amid the enveloping purifying fire, the figure that emerged was no longer in human form but had transformed into a fearsome, savage beast. Tao Tai, Chapter 53. Recognition. As Aoyu, the elder of the Yi, gazed upon the fearsome beast in the arena, even his composed and formidable demeanor could not suppress the overwhelming sense of oppression that enveloped him. The menacing creature exuded an aura of ferocity that seemed almost tangible, radiating outward and casting a chill upon Aoyu, causing a subtle shiver to course through him. At the same time, a look of incredulity flickered in his eyes. This individual, a human possessing the bloodline of the legendary, had managed to transform into a true. The distinction between merely possessing the bloodline of and actually morphing into one is indeed significant. The ability to transform into it indicated that Li Sankong had completely integrated the bloodline, making it an intrinsic part of his being, akin to a lineage he had inherited at birth. At this moment, it would not be an exaggeration to refer to Li Sankong as the lineage, within the entirety of the and even the broader, was a singular presence, unparalleled save for its progenitor. It was no wonder that the Holy Lord had chosen him, possessing the capability to transform into with a bloodline of ancestral beast caliber, capable of subjugating the young imperial beast of the demon clan. As Aoyu contemplated the prospect of overpowering the demon clan's youthful imperial beast, a gleam of excitement surged within his eyes. If even Aoyu exhibited such a lack of composure, it was only natural that the far weaker Su Buhui and Ao Qingfeng would be utterly disconcerted. Enveloped by the beast's aura, they were gripped by an uncontrollable fear, their small bodies trembling slightly. Though the tremors were subtle, they spoke volumes of the profound terror that had taken root within them, even as they understood that the presence emanating from Li Sankong was not intentionally directed at them. In the courtyard, the ebony-scaled Mo Yan, cloaked in dark armor, felt a tremor of awe in his eyes upon witnessing Li Sankong's transformation into a dot. After assuming this form, Li Sanking's power had ascended to an almost transcendent level. His body was now shielded by the scales of the, significantly enhancing his physical defenses. Most crucially, the ferocious might of the bloodline was unleashed to its fullest extent, exerting an even greater oppressive force upon Mo Yan than before his transformation. This rendered Mo Yan, despite employing his divine abilities to amplify his strength, unable to escape the substantial diminishment of his own power under the looming presence of the bloodline of a divine beast faced the bloodline of an ancestral beast. The influence of the ferocious aura was indeed formidable. Mo Yan, let us determine the victor. The voice of Li Sankong, imbued with determination, resonated as if echoing from deep within his being. As soon as his words fell, his figure vanished in an instant. With a single step, he closed the distance to Mo Yan. Confronted with Li Sanking's abrupt advance, Missouri Yin found himself with no means of evasion. A strategy rapidly coursed through his mind, and with great resolve, he managed to quell the tremors in his eyes. He opened his mouth wide and unleashed a torrent of searing purification flames, simultaneously raising his claws to reveal 2 Qilin totems amidst the swirling darkness, his power surging to its zenith as he followed the white purifying flames with a fierce strike aimed at Li Sankong. Boom! The white flames engulfed Li Sankong like a serpent in an instant, yet at that moment, he appeared as if bathed in sacred light. The scorching purification flames could not inflict harm upon his form. Simultaneously, their claws collided with a resounding crash. Boom! In the next moment, Mo Yan was sent reeling backward, the sound of shattering bones echoing from their clash, dark blood spilling from his mouth. As he steadied himself, a look of despondence washed over him, his gaze towards Li Sankong filled with the sorrow of defeat. He had lost. Despite being 2 realms above Li Sankong, his defeat was utterly comprehensive. The pressure exerted by the transformed Li Sankong was evidently more potent, amplifying both his strength and the efficacy of the techniques he wielded. The balance had shifted, leaving Mo Yan acutely aware of the futility of overcoming Li Sankong. Though proud, he was not the sort of who would refuse to acknowledge reality. I concede. Mo Yan uttered in a low tone after catching his breath. Upon hearing Mo Yan's admission of defeat, the sharpness in Li Sanking's eyes softened, and he offered words of comfort. You are indeed formidable. It is merely my bloodline that grants me an advantage, allowing me to subdue you. Mo Yan managed a bittersweet smile and replied, there is no need for your consolation. A loss is a loss, and I accept it. I, Mo Yan, am not the type of who cannot bear defeat. Li Sanking's expression shifted slightly. While he had triumphed over Mo Yan, he also recognized the latter's character. Through conflict, we have forged an acquaintance. Let us henceforth be brothers. Li Sankong stepped forward, extending goodwill to Mo Yan. Brothers. Mo Yan looked at Li Sankong with surprise, as the two stood in the courtyard, locked in mutual gaze. Indeed, Li Sankong replied earnestly, we are part of the same team, thus brothers. Our common adversary is the Demon Clan, and it is only right that we unite against them, is it not? Upon hearing this, Mo Yan's eyes sparkled with an uncontainable emotion, the coldness in his pupils flickering with a glimmer of gratitude. After a moment of sincere eye contact with Li Sankong, he declared with conviction. Yes, from now on, we shall stand together against the demons. A clear smile illuminated Li Sanking's eyes as he affirmed, yes, ha. At that moment, Aoyu, accompanied by Su Buhui and Ao Qingfeng, approached, the 4 fierce beasts and 1 transformed standing together. Aoyu expressed his satisfaction. It is a good thing that you have set aside your differences, as members of the unity should always be our foremost priority, especially as we venture into the ancient. We must remain united. Su Buhui chimed in sweetly, I never disliked Li Sankong from the very beginning. Upon hearing this, Ao Qingfeng wrinkled his nose and retorted, if you do not dislike him, then neither do I. Su Buhui turned her fox-like head towards Ao Qingfeng and remarked, yet just now, I distinctly observed disdain in your gaze towards Sankong. What was that about? Ao Qingfeng felt a twinge of embarrassment at Su Buhui's words, stammering. I did not. Su Buhui huffed playfully. Clearly, you did. With a clever flick of his eyes, Ao Qingfeng countered, even if I did, it was merely to spur Sanking's fighting spirit, otherwise, how could he have become so formidable? Humph. Su Buhui rolled her beautiful eyes in disbelief. As Li Sankong listened to Ao Qingfeng's grandiloquent justification, he couldn't help but feel a slight flush of embarrassment. How could one spin such a facade from mere words? However, he understood that Ao Qingfeng had ultimately been won over by his strength, acknowledging him, otherwise, he would not have sought to deny his earlier rudeness. Qingfeng, you're quite endearing, Li Sankong chuckled. Hearing Li Sanking's ambiguous remark, Ao Qingfeng awkwardly twitched his nose, but being clever, he chose to shift the topic, proposing our team still lacks a name. What do you think we should call ourselves? Chapter 54. The name of the team. What shall we name ourselves? The 4 small creatures, resembling little beasts, were reminded by Ao Qingfeng's words and began to ponder thoughtfully. Indeed, what would be a fitting name? Su Buhui tilted her fox-like head adorably. Ao Qingfeng, with fervent enthusiasm, declared, I believe we must choose a name that exudes power. Powerful, you say? Su Buhui wrinkled her delicate nose, I think it should be something pleasant and cute. Ao Qingfeng, with an expression of exasperation, disagreed with Su Buhui's suggestion. Come on, Buhui, we have 3 males in our team. A cute name simply doesn't align with our identity. With a huff, Su Buhui dismissed Ao Qingfeng's opinion and turned to Li Sankong, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she sweetly proposed, then let Sankong decide, after all, he is the captain. I concur. Upon hearing this, Mo Yan, who had just lost a duel, spoke gloomily. Ao Qingfeng immediately turned to Li Sankong, his gaze conveying a brotherly understanding, and remarked, Captain, your thoughts must align with mine, right? Li Sankong, feeling the weight of the question thrust upon him, pondered for a moment before formulating an idea. Although I am uncertain whether the name I propose will be cute or powerful, I hope it carries a deeper significance.
Since we have gathered here to participate in the Ancient Demon Forbidden Land, why not name our team the Ancient Demon Squad? Ancient Demon Squad? The three little spirits mulled over Lee Sanking's suggestion, their eyes brightening in unison. Ancient Demon Squad? Quite nice. Su Buhui chimed in, it sounds rather cute.
Ao Qingfeng rolled his eyes but approved, stating, Ancient Demon, while not overtly powerful, does possess an air.
I support this name.
Having just been bested by Li Sankong, Mo Yan had no objections, murmuring, I have no issues with it. Witnessing his teammates' agreement, Li Sanking's eyes sparkled with joy. Thus, the Ancient Demon Squad was officially established. From that moment onward, Li Sankong gained three sincere companions, who would become the most treasured friends of his life. Ao gazed at the four partners gradually bonding together, expressing his satisfaction, seeing you all like this brings me great joy as an elder. From here on, you shall train together and familiarize yourselves with each other's abilities.
Yes.
The four naive little creatures responded in unison. Meanwhile, as Li Sankong prepared his team for entry into the Ancient Demon Forbidden Land, the demon clan in the forest he had previously visited had been relentlessly searching for the blood of the gluttonous beast he had transformed into. Blood Wuhan and Qianhuan wore expressions of somberness and confusion.
Qianhuan, can we truly find no trace of that gluttonous beast?
Blood Wuhan inquired, his brow furrowed as he glanced at the floating Qianhuan. Qianhuan's hollow eyes revealed doubt as he replied, the memories of the possessed demons indicate that a gluttonous beast had indeed appeared in this vicinity, confirming that those demons were under its command.
However, there are no leads as to its current whereabouts.
Upon hearing Qianhuan's words, Blood Wuhan and Blood Wujin's expressions darkened further.
What a waste of time, and yet we are left without any clues.
With your abilities, the surrounding demons should serve as your eyes.
It is impossible that you cannot find a trace. Blood Wuhan scoffed. Qianhuan hesitated, while that may be true, it seems many demons have vanished from the area, and the clues I can uncover are limited. Many demons have disappeared.
Upon hearing this, the two princes furrowed their brows deeply. They could both surmise the reason behind the diminished number of demons. Recently, a considerable number of demons had been driven away, even provoking an extraordinary 9th-level demon deeper within. Out of fear, the remaining demons instinctively chose to avoid this area. Thus, aside from those demons commanded by Li Sankong, nearly all others had vacated the forest, resulting in Qianhuan's inability to find more clues. After all, while commanding the demons, Li Sankong had maintained only his gluttonous form, allowing Qianhuan to ascertain that a gluttonous beast was wandering nearby and had even killed Li Ji, but these details were of little concern to the two princes.
How infuriating!
Blood Wujin uttered with a sinister expression. The failure to locate the gluttonous beast evidently filled him with rage. However, unbeknownst to him, the beast he sought had already returned home and was embarking on a new day with newfound companions. Blood Wuhan glanced at the ominous-faced Blood Wujin, and after a moment of contemplation, spoke slowly, second brother, given the current situation, it is clear that continuing to waste time here will yield no results. Moreover, Qianhuan's frequent use of his possession ability has drained his energy, making it impossible for him to assist you further. Blood Wujin nodded expressionlessly, I understand you have tried your best.
I will now assist you in eliminating the demon you mentioned. Lead the way. Blood Wuhan's eyes brightened. Very well. With that, the two ventured deeper into the forest, unleashing their extraordinary powers as they transformed into shadows, swiftly darting through the trees. Shortly thereafter, in a forest close to the heart of the demon clan's territory, the two concealed themselves behind a massive tree, peering with one eye towards a nearby mountain peak. Beneath the dense underbrush at the mountain's base, a dark, foreboding cave entrance could be vaguely discerned, suggesting the presence of something sinister within. Within lies a Yin Soul Flower, but it is guarded by a first-level serpent demon. I need your help to slay that serpent and seize the Yin Soul Flower, Blood Wuhan whispered. The Yin Soul Flower? Upon hearing Blood Wuhan's words, Blood Wujin's cold gaze shifted towards Qianhuan, and he murmured, is it for its use? Blood Wuhan nodded. With the Yin Soul Flower, Qianhuan's strength can ascend to another level, enabling him to assist you more effectively in locating that gluttonous beast and the Azure Dragon. Blood Wujin, upon hearing this, simply replied nonchalantly, then let us proceed. The two exchanged glances before stealthily approaching the ominous cave entrance. Moments later, furious roars erupted from within, accompanied by the sounds of a fierce battle. As the commotion shook the ancient trees of the mountain, it continued for some time until silence fell, and eventually, Blood Wuhan and Blood Wujin emerged from the cave, their bodies splattered with an unknown blood. From their expressions, it was evident that the duo had successfully slain the first-level demon through their combined efforts. This showcased the overwhelming prowess of these two gifted individuals with extraordinary physical bodies, capable of defeating even formidable foes. What are your plans next? Standing before the cave entrance, Blood Wuhan, unable to conceal his smile, inquired of the satisfied Qianhuan floating beside him, shall I continue to assist you in locating that gluttonous beast? Blood Wujin pondered in silence for a moment before slowly shaking his head. No, if you are willing, accompany me to the vicinity of the Ancient Demon Forbidden Land. Blood Wuhan frowned. What do you intend to do? Blood Wujin replied coolly, I have heard that the Ancient Demon Forbidden Land of the Demon Clan is soon to be opened. I wish to see which formidable descendants have emerged from this generation of spirits and demons. Upon hearing this, Blood Wuhan's expression subtly shifted. Are you out of your mind? Chapter 55 The enchantment. Could it be that this fellow intends to venture into the Ancient Demon Forbidden Land to capture the prodigies of the demon race?
Is such a frenzied pursuit truly necessary? To target the younger generation of the fairy and demon clans, this is tantamount to delivering a resounding slap to the faces of both races. Even with the Blood Nation's profound heritage, it would likely find itself at a disadvantage against these two factions. Moreover, if Blood Wujing were to genuinely undertake such actions, it would surely jeopardize the historically amicable relations with the fairy clan. Not to mention, given their current strength, attempting to seize the prodigies on the most significant grounds of others is decidedly unrealistic.
I am not mad.
In response to Blood Wuhan's incredulous exclamation, Blood Wujing's tone remained cold and devoid of emotion. I merely wish to observe whether the gluttonous beast that dares to provoke me will enter the ancient demon Forbidden Land. Blood Wujing shook his head and remarked, the vicinity of the ancient demon Forbidden Land is fraught with peril. With our current strength, we are not even qualified to take a mere glance. If you wish to avoid misunderstandings with the fairy and demon clans, I advise you to refrain from going. Disregarding Blood Wuhan's counsel, Blood Wujing understood his meaning through this exchange and proceeded to stride alone into the depths of the forest, leaving behind only his icy words that faintly echoed, if you do not go, then I shall venture forth myself. Watching Blood Wujing's proud silhouette, Blood Wuhan let out a resigned sigh. Since persuasion had proven futile, he was disinclined to say more. Casting a glance at Qianhuan beside him, he murmured, having acquired the Yin Soul Flower, once Qianhuan absorbs it completely, she will be able to ascend to the first realm of the Dharma aspect. With Qianhuan as my assurance, it is likely that my elder brother will not be able to easily deal with me, and I will possess the capability to negotiate. Contemplating his elder brother, a glimmer of coldness and trepidation flickered in Blood Wuhan's eyes. After casting one final glance in the direction where Blood Wujing had departed, he turned expressionlessly and exited the forest. Fairy clan, Demon Saint Mountain. Through mutual discourse, Li Sankong had gleaned the fundamental circumstances of the other three members. In truth, he could have surmised the abilities of Ao Qingfeng and Su Buhui, as their races were akin to those of his second and junior masters. Asa, member of the Fox clan, Su Buhui possessed a divine ability known as enchantment, which adeptly controlled the hearts and minds of her foes. Should the disparity in strength be substantial, she could manipulate the actions of her enemies through the power of enchantment, compelling them to fight on her behalf. This was indeed a formidable skill. Furthermore, the Fox clan also possessed the unique ability to communicate with the deceased. This spirit communication technique, while not classified as a divine ability, was a special talent of their clan, much like how the Qilin could breathe fire. As for Ao Qingfeng, his divine ability was none other than Dragon's Roar, a power that Li Sankong could also wield in his azure dragon form, and he was well acquainted with its might. Li Sankong had just personally experienced Moyan's capabilities. As a Qilin, he had the power to become invisible, unleash purifying flames, and amplify divine abilities, with the secret technique of the Qilin arm demonstrating immense power as well.
Captain, what about your abilities? Are those the only ones you displayed just now?
Ao Qingfeng inquired curiously. Li Sankong pondered for a moment before replying, I certainly possess other abilities, but I cannot disclose them. In due time, you shall discover them.
Ao Qingfeng scoffed slightly, saying, Captain, are you not merely boasting? Why can't you share your abilities? It seems to me that you possess none. You need not embellish yourself. With the strength you displayed earlier, I, Ao Qingfeng, have already recognized you as captain. Li Sankong was rendered speechless. This Ao Qingfeng actually doubted his words. Did he have any reason to deceive them? He simply chose to remain reticent, instinctively concealing his true self. After all, in his youth, he had been targeted for his outstanding talents, leading to the brutal extraction of his three great gifts by the three princes of the Blood Nation, a traumatic experience that had left an indelible mark on his psyche. In contrast, Su Buhui unconditionally chose to trust Li Sankong. If he claimed to possess abilities, then he undoubtedly did. Ao Qingfeng turned his dragon head towards Su Buhui, his gaze reminiscent of one observing a fool. Buhui, I am uncertain whether to label you as Navi or simply foolish. Su Buhui retorted angrily, I am neither. Ao Qingfeng rolled his eyes and remarked with intrigue, for some reason, I feel that your attitude towards Sankong is somewhat different from how you treat us. Su Buhui, her gaze evasive, defended, of course. After all, Sankong is the captain, how could he be the same as you all? Is that so? Ao Qingfeng remained perplexed. At that moment, Ao approached and cleared his throat, interrupting the conversation. There are still 7 days until the ancient demon Forbidden Land opens. During this time, you all must make the most of your training. Moyan and Ao Qingfeng, since you two are already at the 9th level of blood refinement, you need not continue to elevate your realms. Focus on cultivating secret techniques. Sankong and Buhui, as your realms can still advance, you should train according to your own circumstances. Understood, the 4 young ones replied in unison. Ao continued, from now on, every morning, I will take the 3 of you to the Demon Saint Mountain to train alongside Sankong. During the remainder of the time, return to the clan grounds to practice, ensuring not to disturb the sanctity of the Saint Lord. Yes, Su Buhui and the other little demons acknowledged. Watching his 3 companions follow Ao, Li Sankong withdrew his gaze, contemplating his upcoming training regimen. After formulating a plan, he maintained his gluttonous form and descended from the Demon Saint Mountain. As a gluttonous beast, the bull-headed guards at the entrance were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment upon seeing Li Sankong's transformed state. When did a gluttonous beast appear atop Demon Saint Mountain? Such a terrifying aura, this must be a beast of ancestral caliber, one of the bull-headed guards exclaimed in a deep voice. At that moment, they could never have imagined that this gluttonous beast was, in fact, the human Li Sankong whom they had watched grow up.
Maintaining his gluttonous form, Li Sankong soon found a secluded forest, embarking on a rigorous journey of cultivation. Now endowed with extraordinary strength, he sought to enhance his training efficiency by targeting and vanquishing extraordinary first-level demons. After all, given his current prowess, while he could potentially slay extraordinary second-level demons, it would be quite a challenge. Should he encounter a particularly gifted demon, the fight might become arduous, and he might not even succeed in killing it. Conversely, extraordinary first-level demons were far simpler to handle, allowing for greater efficiency in elimination and resulting in the most abundant acquisition of gluttonous blood. Fighting until the afternoon, as the myriad beasts of the forest were bathed in a faint golden hue, Li Sankong finally ceased his endeavors, feeling somewhat fatigued. The forest he had chosen lay deep within the territory of the demon race, teeming with extraordinary first-level demons. However, these demons were territorial, making them quite troublesome to locate. If he were to venture into an area dominated by extraordinary first-level demons as their subordinates, Li Sankong might have to confront extraordinary second-level or even third-level demons, which would pose a significant danger to him. Due to the territorial nature of the extraordinary demons, Li Sankong spent considerable time searching for them, resulting in the slaying of approximately 16 extraordinary demons throughout the day. Nevertheless, the gluttonous blood he had consumed was indeed quite substantial. Chapter 56 Blood Offering. Devouring an extraordinary first-level demon yields approximately 5 drops of thirsty blood essence, thus, vanquishing 16 would result in 80 drops. Throughout the process of slaying these formidable foes, encounters with blood-refining demons are inevitable. While many of these lesser demons flee in fear during the chaos of battle, a significant number also charge at Li Sankong, resulting in him dispatching a considerable number of blood-refining demons and acquiring around 30 drops of thirsty blood essence. Altogether, Li Sankong has amassed approximately 110 drops of this precious essence. As he ascends to the 7th level of blood refinement, the quantity of thirsty blood essence needed for the 4 components, his bloodline of devouring sky, the thirsty blood lineage, the divine bone, and the divine eye, has increased dramatically, multiplying several times compared to when he was at the 6th level. Despite having consumed 110 drops, this amount merely aids him in breaking through to the 8th level of blood refinement. Nonetheless, achieving such a breakthrough within a single day is an astonishing feat. Perched atop a tree to rest, Li Sankong introspects and is pleasantly surprised to find that the divine bone in his chest has grown to the size of his thumb. His eyesight has also become increasingly clearer, as intricate runes manifest within his pupils during his visual exercises. However, he realizes that full recovery is still a distant goal. The restoration of both the divine eye and divine bone is progressing at a sluggish pace. With a sigh, Li Sankong acknowledges his desire for these 2 divine attributes to recover swiftly. Unfortunately, the majority of the thirsty blood essence he has acquired has been absorbed by the bloodline of devouring sky and the thirsty blood lineage, resulting in minimal nourishment for these 2 areas, thereby prolonging their recovery. In addition to the notable changes in the divine bone and divine eye, the grey aura that has appeared on Li Sankong's physical body has deepened in color with his elevation to the 8th level of blood refinement. Within his flesh, an obscure layer of grey runes subtly emerges due to the energy emitted by the bloodline of devouring sky. As these grey runes materialize, Li Sankong experiences an epiphany, akin to receiving a message from the bloodline of devouring sky. Through this newfound understanding, he grasps certain abilities of the bloodline of devouring sky. It becomes apparent that this bloodline is merely in its nascent stage, akin to an infant just born, still frail and in need of incessant nourishment through the consumption of essence blood, much like the thirsty blood lineage. As it strengthens, it will unlock a plethora of innate abilities. Crucially, he learns that the number of beast forms retained is not limitless. At its current awakening, the bloodline of devouring sky can only preserve 3 beast forms. To retain additional forms, he must elevate to the extraordinary realm, at which point he would gain 3 more beast forms. In essence, the number of beast forms is indeed finite. Thus, if he wishes to acquire further beast forms, he must ascend to the extraordinary realm. Li Sankong contemplates that even if he obtains the essence blood of suitable demon beasts, he must wait until reaching the extraordinary realm to consume it. Otherwise, the bloodline of devouring sky cannot retain it. However, that is of little concern at present. Possessing 3 beast forms is sufficient for this stage. Reflecting on the demon beasts he has encountered, Li Sankong considers his little master, the ancestral fox beast, the 9-tailed fox. If he could consume her essence blood, he would inherit her lineage. Additionally, there is Mo Yen, the Qilin, whose divine abilities and powers are alluring, particularly its stealth ability. If he could attain the Qilin form, it would be quite advantageous. Though Mo Yan's current strength is too low, requesting essence blood from him would be somewhat inappropriate. A weak entity losing its essence blood could adversely affect its foundation. Besides the 9-tailed fox and the Qilin, there is also the second prince of Blood Nation, the Thousand Illusions beast. Li Sankong squints, contemplating the uniqueness of the Thousand Illusions beast, whose power to embody myriad spirits is immensely tempting. If he could acquire the Thousand Illusions form, it would indeed be impressive. Of the 3 targets, Thousand Illusions, Qilin, 9-tailed fox, perfectly correspond to the 3 slots available in the extraordinary realm. Naturally, his little master and Mo Yen are allies. Should they be unwilling to provide essence blood, he would not impose it. Furthermore, upon entering the ancient demon Forbidden Land, he might even obtain the essence blood of the demon race's progenitor. Should that occur, another beast form would be within reach. At present, as an 8th level blood refiner, his physical strength already surpasses that of most 2nd level extraordinary beings. Sensing the enhancement of his vitality and overall state, Li Sankong's eyes gleam with satisfaction. However, the amount of thirsty blood essence required to advance from the 8th to the 9th level is several times greater than before. Without several hundred drops, a breakthrough seems unattainable. Contemplating the challenges of ascending to the 9th level, Li Sankong feels a twinge of headache. It seems he must strive harder tomorrow, yet, he cannot help but wonder if his repeated slaying of demons will incite the wrath of the demon clan's powerful figures. With that, he resolves to conclude the day. Leaping down from the great tree, Li Sankong, feeling content, returns to the Demon Saint Mountain. Transforming into his human form, he dons a set of azure robes and descends the mountain once more, making his way to the ancient saint tree. Standing beneath the tree, his gaze instinctively shifts to the budding location. He notes with delight that the tender sprout has grown slightly more than yesterday, faint signs of leaves emerging. Retracting his gaze, Li Sankong regards the ancient saint tree with a complex expression, murmuring softly, "My master once said that it is the uniqueness of my blood that has caused you to sprout. I am now torn, ancient saint tree. Should I directly offer you some of my blood, this might expedite your recovery."
The ancient saint tree is taken aback of this lad?
After much contemplation, Li Sankong grits his teeth and, with a heavy exhale, ultimately arrives at a decision.
"I've come to understand, ancient saint tree. You saved my life, and I must repay you." With that, he steps forward, bites his finger, and lets a copious amount of blood drip onto the roots of the ancient saint tree. Overcome with gratitude, the ancient saint tree exclaims, "What a good child, who truly understands gratitude. This blood indeed possesses some mystery. Absorb it, hee, lad, soon you shall realize how astute your decision today was. For this not only aids me but also preserves a glimmer of hope for the revival of your departed mother." As if to settle a debt, Li Sankong bleeds profusely, only stopping once his complexion pales. "Ancient saint tree, I owe you nothing now.
Should I return, I shan't offer you my blood again," he mutters with his injured finger in his mouth. Under the influence of formidable vitality, the wound on his finger heals rapidly. Yet, due to the significant blood loss, he feels somewhat weak. Li Sankong departs with a sense of melancholy. Once Li Sankong has distanced himself, the ancient saint tree finally opens its vertical eye, gazing deeply and intoning, "Little one, if you truly love your mother, you ought to feel fortunate for your decision today." Chapter 57. The peculiar little master with a pallid complexion, Li Sanku, returned to the Demon Saint Mountain, his spirit waning. Upon arriving at the mountain and stepping into the courtyard, an object suddenly hurtled towards his face. Li Sanku instinctively attempted to evade it, but the object was too swift. Despite his cultivation being at the 8th level of blood refinement, he was unable to dodge in time. It struck him squarely on the forehead, leaving a crimson mark that elicited a pained exclamation from him. "What on earth was that? I was walking so well and ended up getting hit. What terrible luck!" He clutched his forehead and looked down, only to find a mere fruit pit on the ground. When he raised his gaze, he was taken aback to see his little master, clad in a yellow dress, sulking on the corridor. Her delicate white hand clutched a green fruit, which she viciously bit into. Li Sanku recognized that green fruit. It was evident that the pit on the ground was the remnant of the fruit she had devoured. It was clear who had hurled it at him, his little master, yet, given her kindness towards him, why would she randomly throw something at him, and so painfully at that? Feeling dejected, Li Sanku gazed at his little master with a hint of grievance and asked, "Little master, why did you hit me?" Su Wan'er huffed twice, her childish visage displaying a trace of coldness, her tone lacking its usual sweet gentleness, laced instead with a touch of anger.
"What's wrong with hitting you?" Li Sanku felt even more perplexed.
Had he done something wrong? However, he had not interacted with her all day. When he had awakened that morning, she had still been lazily asleep in bed.
"What did I do wrong?" he questioned, feeling wronged.
Su Wan'er took another bite of the green fruit and retorted, "You don't even know where you went wrong, you deserve to be hit." Li Sanku was increasingly baffled.
"But I truly don't know." Su Wan'er huffed again and asked, "Let me ask you, this morning, did you not exchange glances with a little fox?" "Ah." Li Sanku was stunned. Was she referring to Su Buhui? When had he ever exchanged glances with her? "Little master, are you talking about Buhui?" he exclaimed in surprise. Su Wan'er stamped her foot in frustration and said angrily, "You call her so affectionately." Confused, Li Sanku scratched his head, utterly bewildered. What was wrong with his little master? Wasn't it appropriate to call her by her name? Su Wan'er, venting her frustrations, devoured the remaining green fruit and angrily tossed the pit to the ground. She rose to her feet, seething, and marched directly to Li Sanku, seizing his collar and gritting her teeth, declared, "I warn you, do not get too close to her in the future." Li Sanku furrowed his brow and replied, "But Buhui is my friend and teammate. How could I not be close to her? That seems a bit unreasonable." When had his little master become so unreasonable? Su Wan'er's face was filled with stern warning as she asserted, "This is my command, and you must obey." Li Sanku felt that his little master was being utterly irrational today. If he was not allowed to befriend Su Buhui, did that mean they were no longer friends? Moreover, as the captain of the ancient demon squad, should he not pay attention to his teammates? However, her behavior was indeed quite unusual today. To avoid further argument, he shifted the topic, saying, "Hey, little master, I remember you were still in bed when I woke up this morning. How do you know about all this?" Upon hearing this, Su Wan'er's charming face flushed with embarrassment, and she retorted, "What does it have to do with you? Stop changing the subject." Li Sanku sighed, lamenting how difficult it was to please women. "Little sister, do not make things difficult for Sanku," came the soothing voice of his second master, Ao Qingyao, as she approached with a gentle smile. Su Wan'er stuck out her tongue in protest, saying, "I am just disciplining him." Ao Qingyao laughed, "Well, you are being a bit too controlling. Good day, second master." Upon seeing her, Li Sanku felt a wave of relief. Surely his little master would not continue her relentless fussing now. Noticing Li Sanku's pale complexion, Ao Qingyao furrowed her brow and inquired, "Are you injured?" Li Sanku hesitated before replying, no. Ao Qingyao scrutinized him closely and asked with concern, are you sure there's no serious injury? Li Sanku felt warmth in his heart as he responded, thank you for your concern, second master. I am quite fine. Oh, no injuries, Ao Qingyao sighed in relief, then playfully said, if that's the case, come help me bathe. Li Sanku protested, when I say I'm fine, I truly am. Besides, I'm busy with my cultivation every day, and I still have to serve you all. Life is so difficult. He felt a deep sense of anguish within. 3 Fierce Beast Masters were exceedingly hard to please. One was lazy, demanding others wash this and that, and at night, she expected company. Another insisted on daily massages, never allowing a day to go by without one. The third demanded baths every day. Although her beautiful back was indeed captivating, seeing it too often could become tiresome. If the world knew of Li Sanku's thoughts, they would undoubtedly scold him in unison for being ungrateful. Such a delightful task, and he did not want to do it. How could that be? Suddenly, a frigid voice interrupted, belonging to his master, Feng Qinggu. Sanku has yet to give me a massage. You may step aside. Feng Qinggu spoke with authority. Ao Qingyao retorted angrily, Feng Qinggu, I arrived first, do not steal from me. Feng Qinggu coldly huffed, do you wish to fight? Ao Qingyao replied, let us do it. Seeing the situation escalate, Li Sanku quickly intervened, masters, there is no need for this. Silence, they both shouted in unison. Li Sanku shrank back, not daring to move. It was terrifying. The fierce beasts were truly fearsome, especially when these fierce beasts were women. That was even more frightening. Best not to provoke them. Fortunately, the two masters did not come to blows. Instead, he was seized by Feng Qinggu, who claimed him first for a massage. Li Sanku sighed. Accepting reality, however, he did look forward to whether these two masters might reward him with some essence blood this time. Yet, to his disappointment, neither of them granted him any. After attending to both masters, Li Sanku resumed his training on the gluttonous arm and boundary step before finally heading to bed. He realized that there was one advantage to sleeping with his little master. Every time he returned to bed, she, having fallen asleep first, would have warmed the blankets, making it incredibly comfortable for him to snuggle in. In the following 2 days, Li Sanku trained with his 4 teammates in the mornings, and afterwards, ventured into the territory of the demon clan to hunt demons. With his current strength, dealing with extraordinary second-level demons posed no challenge at all. In just 2 days, Li Sanku successfully advanced from the 8th level of blood refinement to the 9th. During this process, he absorbed an astounding 800 drops of gluttonous essence blood. 800 drops, that was 7 to 8 times more than before. The difficulty of advancement had indeed increased significantly. Li Sanku shook his head in resignation. Advancing to the 9th level of blood refinement required 800 drops. He could hardly fathom how many would be needed to reach the extraordinary realm. However, despite the substantial consumption of essence blood, the rewards were also immense. Chapter 58 Journey to the Ancient Demon Forbidden Land. Li Sankong, having reached the 9th level of blood refinement, possesses a strength that can rival that of a third-tier extraordinary being. His vitality and defenses have also seen a significant enhancement. However, the peculiarities in other aspects, such as the grey runes within his divine eyes, bones, and flesh, have only deepened without any further transformation. It is time to halt his cultivation at the 9th level of blood refinement, otherwise, he would lose his eligibility to enter the Ancient Demon Forbidden Land. Only those at the blood refinement stage may enter the Ancient Demon Forbidden Land. Should Li Sankong break through to the extraordinary realm, he would forfeit his chance to enter. Henceforth, he shall concentrate on mastering the Taodai arm and the boundary step. By striving to cultivate the Taodai arm to the second pattern realm, his strength will see a commendable improvement. In the following days, aside from training with his 3 companions, Li Sankong dedicated the remainder of his time to practicing secret arts. During his spare moments, he perused notes regarding the Ancient Demon Forbidden Land, preparing himself for the impending entry. Before long, the day to enter the Ancient Demon Forbidden Land arrived. On that morning, the members of the Ancient Demon Squad convened atop the Demon Saint Mountain. Feng Qingwu, Ao Cheng, and Ao Suwaner all came to bid farewell to Li Sankong and his companions. Faced with the 3 sovereigns, Ao Qingfeng and the 2 little demons appeared noticeably restrained, too nervous to lift their gazes, while Li Sankong, having grown up alongside the 3 masters, exhibited the most relaxed demeanor. Before them, Feng Qingwu spoke solemnly. Your mission this time is not only to compete with the Demon Clan for the treasures of the Ancient Demon Forbidden Land but also to engage in a contest against them. Should you fail, it would not only bring disgrace upon yourselves but also upon the entire fairy clan. Therefore, whether for your own sake or for the honor of the fairy clan, you must exert your utmost effort to safeguard our glory. Yes, the 4 little ones replied in unison, their voices resounding with determination. Let us depart. Feng Qingwu unleashed her power, enveloping Li Sankong and the others in a crimson aura, soaring into the skies. Elder Anyu, witnessing this, bowed respectfully to Ao Qingyao, who remained on Demon Saint Mountain, before wrapping himself in green energy and pursuing Feng Qingwu. This expedition to the Ancient Demon Forbidden Land was led by Feng Qingwu, with Aoyu assisting, while Ao Qingyao and Su Wana stayed behind at Demon Saint Mountain. The reason for Feng Qingwu's leadership was due to the 4 tokens left by the ancestor, which had always been entrusted to the Great Sovereign throughout the generations. Only the Great Sovereign had the authority to handle these tokens. As they flew southeast, Li Sankong observed from the heights that their destination lay at the very heart of the border between the Fairy Clan and the Demon Clan. The Ancient Demon Forbidden Land was situated in this region, and the territories of the Fairy Clan and the Demon Clan were divided along the north-south axis by the location of the Ancient Demon Forbidden Land. The entire border stretched for over 1,000 miles, and the places Li Sankong frequented were merely a corner of this boundary. The Ancient Demon Forbidden Land stood at the center of this border, a profoundly silent forest devoid of any traces of demon beasts.
As the treasure trove of the demon race, neither the fairy clan nor the demon clan permitted members of the opposing faction to approach, lest this neutral ground be tainted by the others' interference. Before long, Lee Sankong caught sight of an area shrouded in a blood-red barrier from high above. Through the crimson veil, he could faintly discern shadows of trees swaying, with occasional ominous silhouettes of fierce birds flitting by. These were the demon beings imprisoned within the blood-red barrier. This place, sealed by the blood-red barrier, was indeed the ancient demon Forbidden Land. The blood-red barrier was no ordinary phenomenon, it was a restrictive boundary that isolated the ancient demon Forbidden Land, confining the beings within while preventing outsiders from encroaching upon it. The resplendent Feng Qingwu, standing upon blood clouds, gradually descended with Lee Sankong and his companions towards a location resembling an entrance beneath the barrier. Throughout their descent, Lee Sanking's gaze remained fixed upon the blood-red barrier. He soon noticed that ahead, on the barrier wall where they were about to land, stood a towering portal, embedded within the barrier itself, its surface rippling as mysterious forces pulsed beneath. Lee Sankong recognized that this must be the gate of the ancient demon, a detail documented in texts. To gain entry into the ancient demon Forbidden Land, one must simultaneously place the 8 tokens that unlock the barrier into the 8 corresponding slots on the gate. Gently landing on the ground, as the blood clouds dissipated, the 4 members of the ancient demon squad gazed at the gate of the ancient demon with awestruck eyes. An ancient and majestic aura emanated from the portal, instilling a sense of reverence even from a distance. As Lee Sankong beheld the awe-inspiring scene before him, he couldn't help but ponder the nature of the power that could establish such an astonishing barrier. It is worth noting that the entirety of the ancient demon Forbidden Land spans an area of 10 miles. This indicates that the barrier itself encompasses a vast expanse of 10 miles. 10 miles, this is indeed an extraordinarily large area for a barrier. The ancient demon Forbidden Land, a territory established by our ancestors, is the most sacred place of our clan. Io Qingfeng gazed intently at the gate of the ancient demon, lost in thought. According to legend, the ancient demon Forbidden Land was created through the might of the 8 ancestors, and no individual could forcefully invade it through sheer strength. Just as they had barely landed, a mass of black mist surged towards them from the direction of the demon clan's territory. Initially, it was merely a shadow, but in the blink of an eye, it loomed above them, exuding a terrifying malevolence. Lee Sanking's eyes narrowed instantly. Members of the demon clan had arrived. Upon witnessing the black mist's approach, the already icy expression on Feng Qingwu's exquisite face grew even colder, a glint of murderous intent flashing in her profound eyes.
"Ha, Feng Qingwu, you've arrived rather early. Are you here specifically to await my arrival?"
As the black mist dissipated, several figures emerged within it, 2 adults and 4 little demon creatures.
The leading elder, clad in a black robe, had a gaunt visage that appeared exceedingly sinister. His words dripped with undisguised sarcasm and a sense of superiority. The fairy clan and the demon clan possess comparable strengths, yet this individual insinuated that Feng Qingwu had come early to wait for him, implicitly belittling the fairy clan as if courting favor with the demon clan. It was precisely this remark that ignited the tension between the 2 sides from the very beginning. The elder, seemingly oblivious to the displeasure etched on Feng Qingwu's face, wore an even broader grin, casually remarking, "Feng Qingwu, I suggest you concede in this contest for the ancient demon Forbidden Land, lest you find yourselves embarrassed within, and your clan's descendants might very well be devoured alive by our demons." Chapter 59. The entrance. When the old man spoke these words, he radiated an unmistakable confidence, as if he had already secured victory over the fairy clan. This self-assurance stemmed from the emergence of an imperial beast within the demon clan during this generation. According to his knowledge, the current fairy clan had no descendants capable of contending with such a force. Without an imperial beast or an even more exalted ancestral beast, what could they possibly use to resist? The preceding ancient demon Forbidden Land had opened due to the birth of an ancestral beast in the fairy clan, resulting in a devastating defeat for them, leaving them utterly humiliated. This time, they were determined to repay the demon clan's disgrace with even greater severity. Listening to the old man's mocking tone, Feng Qingwu's expression darkened as her icy gaze fell upon his triumphant countenance. With a voice devoid of warmth, she retorted, "Gu Feng, it is unwise to be overly self-satisfied too soon. It is premature to declare who will suffer embarrassment. I advise you to send your imperial beast back to the demon clan while you still can, for once we enter the ancient demon Forbidden Land, it would be too late for regrets." Gu Feng fixed his gaze on Feng Qingwu, letting out a chilling sneer. "Feng Qingwu, even in this predicament, I truly wonder where you draw your confidence from. In the last generation, your fairy clan was fortunate to give birth to an ancestral beast, which allowed you to momentarily suppress my demon clan, but now, what can your fairy clan do to compete with us? Will you rely solely on your stubbornness?" Feng Qingwu merely offered a faint smile and replied, "Since my fairy clan was able to overpower your demon clan once, we can certainly do so again." Observing the abundant confidence displayed by Feng Qingwu, Gu Feng's deep-set eyes narrowed slightly. Based on his understanding of her, she was a prodigious talent. Though younger than him, she already held the esteemed position of the great sovereign of the fairy clan. If her ire was kindled by his words, a retort would be understandable, but her unwavering conviction that the younger generation of the fairy clan could face the younger generation of the demon clan without fear suggested that she had some form of support. But what could that support be? Gu Feng's penetrating gaze swept over the 4 young companions behind Feng Qingwu. He immediately discerned the true nature of the 3 little fairies, recognizing them as descendants of the divine beast bloodlines born in the current fairy clan. However, when his gaze lingered on Lee Sankong, he paused, not because he recognized Lee Sanking's extraordinary talent, but because he was drawn to the fact that Lee Sankong was of human descent. A human, Gu Feng scrutinized Li Sankong for a couple of moments, furrowing his brow. At that moment, he sensed a faintly discernible, peculiar bloodline aura emanating from Li Sankong. No matter how meticulously he tried to identify it, he could not ascertain what bloodline it belonged to, yet that elusive aura caused a slight tremor of unease within him. For reasons unknown, the devouring heaven bloodline awakened within Li Sankong seemed to deepen its concealment as his strength grew. Even with Gu Feng's formidable prowess, he could not detect it, and the incomplete divine bones and divine eyes he possessed were likewise obscured. Presently, if Li Sankong did not actively reveal these abilities, outsiders would remain oblivious to them. Furthermore, the devouring bloodline was a postnatal manifestation, and without Li Sankong's active invocation, others could not sense it either. This resulted in Li Sankong appearing rather unremarkable in Gu Feng's eyes, yet, driven by his keen intuition, he sensed something formidable lurking within Li Sankong. Moreover, the ancient demon Forbidden Land was a matter of utmost significance to both clans. If this human youth did not possess some extraordinary trait, Feng Qingwu would not have allocated one of the 4 critical slots for entering the ancient demon Forbidden Land to him. The more perplexing a situation became, the more likely it was to hold unforeseen variables. Consequently, Gu Feng's gaze towards Li Sankong sharpened, narrowing slightly. After a moment, he recalled that Feng Qingwu had actually sent a human into the ancient demon Forbidden Land, igniting a spark of anger within him. The ancient demon Forbidden Land was a treasure of the demon clan. How dare a human encroach upon it? Feng Qingwu had become increasingly audacious. This matter warranted informing the ancestral beings to unleash their wrath. Yet, as he considered the restrictions within the ancient demon Forbidden Land, it was clear that humans could never enter. Given Feng Qingwu's intelligence, she could not have overlooked this fact, which raised, what could be the reason for her daring to bring this individual? From the aura, it was evident that this person was undoubtedly human, thereby ruling out the possibility of him being an ancestral beast. If he was neither an ancestral beast nor a mere human, there existed only one possibility: of this human harbored some form of demon bloodline, a half-demon, perhaps. As this thought crossed his mind, a cold smile curled at the corners of Gu Feng's lips. Was the current generation of the Fairy Clan truly so bereft of talent and successors, to assign a mere human possessing demon bloodline entry into such a significant event as the ancient demon Forbidden Land? Gu Feng shifted his gaze away from Li Sankong and returned to Feng Qingwu's frosty visage, sneering, "You dare bring a human here? Is your Fairy Clan truly devoid of successors?" Feng Qingwu replied nonchalantly, "What concern is that of yours?" Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback, then huffed coldly, choosing to remain silent. Feng Qingwu, growing impatient, urged, "Now that we are here, let us promptly open the ancient demon gate." With another dismissive huff, Gu Feng soared toward the ancient demon gate, and Feng Qingwu followed suit, leaping to stand before it. Upon their arrival, they each retrieved 4 tokens shaped like ferocious beasts from their storage rings, representing the 4 ancestral beings that stood behind them. After exchanging glances, they pressed the tokens into the corresponding slots on the ancient demon gate. Once all were inserted, a surge of crimson light erupted from the gate, accompanied by a thunderous rumble. As the dull vibrations resonated, the ancient demon gate gradually opened inward. Moments later, the entrance to the ancient demon Forbidden Land lay wide open, revealing a lush primeval forest within. "You may enter." They turned and beckoned their respective young generations. Upon hearing their master's call, Li Sankong and Mo Yan exchanged a glance before swiftly making their way toward the open ancient demon gate. As they rushed forward, the 4 little demons from the demon clan also dashed toward it, either flying or running. The 2 teams from opposing factions surged forward side by side, and among them, the members exchanged knowing glances, their eyes ablaze with fierce combat intent. Leading the demon clan's team was a creature resembling a dark peacock, which, after glancing at Li Sankong, revealed a hint of mockery in its eyes. "Human, don't let yourself be unable to even enter the ancient demon gate." Though he could surmise that Li Sankong's inclusion had its reasons, his words were merely intended to rattle the spirits of Li Sankong and his companions. In response to the dark peacock's taunt, Li Sankong merely made a slicing motion across his throat. This action instantly cast a chill over the dark peacock's gaze. Li Sankong's provocative behavior was undoubtedly a death wish. Whoosh! In an instant, both teams plunged into the ancient demon Forbidden Land. The moment they crossed the threshold, Li Sankong unleashed the aura of his devouring bloodline. Upon sensing that terrifying energy, Gu Feng's expression shifted dramatically, and as the dark peacock passed by, he quickly warned, "Be cautious of that human." Chapter 60. Transcendence. Once all the members had entered, Feng Qingwu and Gu Feng simultaneously sprang into action, swiftly retrieving the tokens from the ancient demon gate. The very moment the tokens were taken, the ancient demon gate resounded with a thunderous noise as it closed once more. Standing before the gate, Gu Feng cast an uncertain glance at Feng Qingwu, his eyes flickering with a hint of astonishment. "That human possesses the bloodline of Tao Tai." Upon hearing this, Feng Qingwu replied nonchalantly, "You have witnessed it yourself, yet you still inquire?" Gu Feng, his expression darkening, exclaimed, "How is this possible? Not to mention that the progenitor of Tao Tai left no descendants. Even if there were, it should not manifest within a human." Feng Qingwu smiled lightly. "What you deem impossible has indeed come to pass." Gu Feng fell silent, his gaze on Feng Qingwu fluctuating between uncertainty and clarity. Finally, he let out a cold snort, soaring into the sky, his indifferent voice echoing from above, "I refuse to believe that I can be defeated by you again." Feng Qingwu chuckled softly, her alluring lips parting slightly as her voice carried to the heavens, "Then you may very well be disappointed." As she watched Gu Feng vanish into the horizon, Feng Qingwu turned to Aou behind her and commanded, "You shall remain here." Aou replied respectfully, "Yes." Casting one last glance at the ancient demon Forbidden Land, Feng Qingwu then ascended into the sky, flying towards the demon sacred mountain. She would need to remain in the ancient demon forbidden land for 3 days. As the Grand Sage, her role was solely to open the ancient demon gate. Once it was opened, she would return to the demon sacred mountain. However, as a precaution, she always left an elder behind, and this time, it was Aoyu who stayed. After Feng Qinggu departed, Aoyu cast a cold glance at the elder of the demon clan who remained in the same spot as him. With a disdainful huff, he moved to sit beneath a nearby tree. The demon elder, noticing Aoyu's disregard, turned and settled down opposite him against another tree, within the ancient demon forbidden land. Upon stepping through the ancient demon gate, Lysenko immediately felt the world shift around him. This resonated with the accounts he had read. While one could see a forest from the outside, upon entering, all beings would be separated by a force of restriction, drawn into different areas sealed off by this power. These areas were referred to as minimaps, and only by breaking free from one's minimap could one encounter other participants. The challenges faced within these minimaps varied for each participant. Lysenko surveyed his surroundings, finding them eerily quiet. The true treasure lay at the center of the ancient demon forbidden land, where 8 statues left by the progenitors stood. Gaining the acknowledgement of these statues would grant access to the treasures they had bequeathed, which might even include the progenitor's blood. However, to win the statue's favor, one must collect enough demon crystals within the forbidden land. Demon crystals were special substances formed solely by the beings within the ancient demon forbidden land. The way to obtain these crystals was to slay as many of the local creatures as possible, yet, each generation saw a limited number of beings, leading to inevitable bloody conflicts over the precious crystals. Faced with the allure of the progenitor's blood, all demon clans would fiercely compete for demons. The progenitor's blood was a supreme treasure. Among the demon clans, there were only 2 places to acquire such blood. The 4 progenitors' legacy in this ancient demon forbidden land. I am the 4 progenitors' legacy. Lysenko had acquired the blood of the Taotai progenitor. Should he obtain another progenitor's blood here, he could gain an additional ferocious beast form. Having awakened the devouring sky bloodline, Lysenko could no longer acquire a beast bloodline. He could only gain a ferocious beast form. This was because the Taotai bloodline manifested within him solely to awaken the devouring sky bloodline, replacing the original Xian Huang bloodline. Let the collection of demon crystals commence. It is time to navigate through this minimap swiftly. With a glance ahead, Lysenko immediately activated his boundary step, delving deeper into his designated restricted space. Boom! In a thicket, Lysenko unleashed a powerful punch, slaying a bloodline of the 9th level of blood refinement. He manifested sharp blood phoenix claws to dissect the lion's belly, promptly obtaining a black demon crystal. Demon crystal. Grasping the crystal, Lysenko felt a warmth radiating from it before he tucked it away. Observing the corpse on the ground, he inhaled deeply, consuming it entirely. This also yielded half a drop of Taotai blood, which bore no difference from the demons outside. Lysenko smiled faintly. Within the ancient demon forbidden land, the limitations of realms no longer existed. This meant that if he could devour a sufficient amount of Taotai blood, he could potentially ascend to the first level of transcendence right here. Roar! After Lysenko dispatched the blood lion, more blood lions charged toward him from the distance, some of which were of the transcendence realm. Yet, Lysenko exhibited no fear. He charged directly into the herd of lions. He needed no transformation to slay this group. To him, these bloodlines were merely a means to acquire demon crystals. Meanwhile, in another area of the ancient demon forbidden land, within the unique restricted space of the dark peacock, the creature did not opt to immediately collect demon crystals. Instead, it began its breakthrough. This imperial beast was breaking through to the transcendence realm. Clearly, before entering the ancient demon forbidden land, it had deliberately restrained its power at the 9th level of blood refinement, intending to achieve a sudden breakthrough upon entry and become transcendent. An imperial beast at the transcendence realm possessed formidable power. Waves of dark energy radiated from the dark peacock, spreading a terrifying aura of an imperial beast that enveloped the surroundings, as its overwhelming transcendental force continuously gathered within. Moments later, it successfully stepped into the transcendence realm. An imperial beast at the transcendence realm gained the ability to take form. However, the dark peacock chose not to take form at this moment. Feeling the surging transcendental power within, its eyes brimmed with confidence and a thirst for slaughter. Let the slaughter begin. With a chilling gaze, the dark peacock flapped its wings and vanished from sight. Chapter 61. The celestial beast within an independent realm forged by the power of prohibitions. Lysenko, clad in a flowing azure robe, moved with the grace of a fish in water amidst the encirclement of dozens of bloodlions, his form transforming into a mere azure specter. Each time his silhouette passed, the skull of a bloodlion would shatter under the force of his powerful strikes, crimson blood erupting forth like an enraged volcano, splattering upon the ancient earth and staining the verdant grass with a ghastly hue. All the bloodlions seemed akin to mere playthings to Lysenko, their lives mercilessly wreaked by his iron fists. In vanquishing these bloodlions, each of which had already attained a certain level of extraordinary prowess, he needed not unleash the might of a ferocious beast. He could effortlessly slay them. The once formidable bloodlions, in the presence of his diminutive figure, resembled nothing more than humble fowl. But a fleeting moment, Lysenko exhaled deeply, finding himself ensconced atop a mountain of corpses, a veritable sea of blood composed of fallen bloodlions. Inhaling the thick, metallic scent of blood that permeated the air, he momentarily furrowed his brow before breaking into a radiant smile. The demise of dozens of bloodlions not only signified the acquisition of numerous demon crystals but also allowed him to devour the remains of these monstrous creatures. It was indeed a bountiful harvest. With determination, he surveyed the scattered bodies and, undeterred by the toil, transformed his right hand into a sharp blood phoenix claw, methodically slicing open the abdomen of each bloodlion to retrieve the coveted demon crystals within. Though demon crystals were not particularly precious, merely unique stones, they symbolized his prowess within the ancient demon forbidden ground, for it was only by infusing these crystals into the 8 ancestral statues of the demon race at the heart of the ancient demon forbidden ground that one could elicit a response in the form of treasures, with the quantity and quality of the rewards contingent upon the number and grade of the infused crystals. The stronger the beast, the higher the grade of demon crystals obtained. The reason for the emergence of demon crystals among the beasts in this region was documented in detail within the tomes of Yashing Mountain. It was said that the formation of demon crystals was a consequence of the unique conditions of this area. Over time, the beasts residing here would naturally cultivate demon crystals within their bodies, akin to how mortal beings might develop certain ailments from prolonged consumption of external sustenance. Moreover, the existence of demon crystals served to limit the lifespan of the beasts here, ensuring that when the ancient demon forbidden ground opened every 8 years, the beasts would not grow excessively powerful. Upon collecting all the demon crystals, Li Sankong was delighted to discover that he had amassed a total of 49 crystals, all of which he secured within a storage ring. As a disciple of one of the 3 sovereigns of Yashing Mountain, possessing a storage ring was a mere trifle. Having procured the crystals, Li Sankong endeavored to arrange the bodies as neatly as possible, then unleashed his devouring power to consume all the remains. Among the 49 bloodlions, 36 were at the 9th level of blood refinement, while the remainder were at the 1st level of the extraordinary realm. Thus, he obtained approximately 83 drops of gluttonous essence. A commendable bounty indeed. Casting a glance ahead, Li Sankong once again activated his spatial step and pressed onward. He meticulously searched every inch of this independent realm, determined to annihilate all the beasts within, for each demon crystal was of paramount importance to him. During his search, he encountered 51 bloodlions. In comparison to the previous 49, this new batch possessed a greater proportion of extraordinary strength, with 39 at the 1st level of the extraordinary realm, while the rest remained at the 9th level of blood refinement. After devouring and refining them, Li Sankong acquired an additional 201 drops of gluttonous essence. Adding this to the 83 drops previously obtained, he had thus far amassed 284 drops of gluttonous essence. In a remarkably short span, he had garnered such wealth without the concern of attracting formidable adversaries as one would when slaying demons in the outside world. This realm could be deemed a veritable paradise for leveling up. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, the beasts here posed no threat. In total, he had collected 101 demon crystals. Once he could find no further beasts, Li Sankong surmised that he had nearly eradicated them all, and thus began his search for the exit from this independent realm. The texts indicated that each independent realm harbored an energy gate formed by the power of prohibitions, through which one could depart. However, traversing the energy gate was no simple feat. A formidable beast would guard it, and only by vanquishing this beast could one pass through the gate. After a brief search, Li Sankong finally arrived at an area resembling the edge of a small map, where he beheld a massive bloodlion sprawled upon the ground. Its blood-red mane, more vivid than the rest of its body, grew thickly around its neck, and even in a prone position, it towered over Li Sankong by a head. Behind this colossal blood lion shimmered a red portal, rippling with energy. The energy gate formed under the influence of prohibitions. Only you remain, slay you, and I shall pass through. Li Sankong gazed upon the enormous blood lion, which dwarfed him, his eyes devoid of fear, instead alight with excitement. Sensing Li Sankong's approach, the immense blood lion slowly rose, throwing back its head to unleash a deafening roar. Despite the distance of several dozen paces between them, Li Sankong felt a sharp sting upon his cheek, a consequence of the shockwave generated as the blood lion's roar compressed the air. A pungent scent of blood assaulted his senses, inducing a slight wave of nausea. Extraordinary 2nd level. Li Sankong's heart stirred. The aura emanating from the blood lion indicated its formidable nature, and its bloodline rank was not low. It was a celestial beast. Celestial beasts, classified according to bloodline hierarchy, ranged from ordinary beasts to divine beasts and beyond. The strength of a celestial beast undoubtedly surpassed that of the spiritual beasts he had previously encountered, rendering it even more formidable. At that moment, within the amber depths of the blood lion's eyes, Li Sankong's figure flickered in and out of focus, the gaze imbued with brutality and wildness ignited by a fierce rage, intertwining madness and murderous intent, as if it had materialized and permeated the air around them. The beasts of the ancient demon forbidden ground were anything but normal. They resembled a horde of deranged lunatics. These lunatics possessed a unique sensing ability, allowing them to discern foreign beings. They regarded these outsiders as aberrations, attacking with reckless abandon even in the face of inevitable defeat, continuing until their lives were extinguished. Against this backdrop, the blood lion before him, its realm surpassing that of Li Sankong, stood unflinchingly, exuding a ferocious aura. Without a trace of hesitation, it lunged forth with the ferocity of a small mountain, hurtling itself toward Li Sankong. The space above Li Sankong swiftly darkened as a shadow loomed over him. Chapter 62, The Power of Restriction. Little kitty, do you dare to show your ferocity towards me? Like a colossal beast, the blood lion lunged forward, yet it failed to instill any psychological pressure upon Li Sankong. Rather, it ignited within him a fervent fighting spirit that had long been buried. In the very instant the blood lion was about to pounce, a crimson light emanated from his feet as if it had been preordained, generating a peculiar force that propelled him swiftly to the side, covering a distance of 3 zhang in a blink. This was none other than the formidable secret technique of the primordial Taotai, the realm step. Boom! The blood lion missed its strike, crashing heavily to the ground, the turf beneath its weighty paws instantly reduced to mud. Realizing its attack had failed, the blood lion's fury was ignited to an even greater degree. However, before it could launch a second assault, a figure had already appeared before it in an instant.
As it approached, Lee Sanking's right foot stomped fiercely upon the hard ground, utilizing the momentum to leap into the air like a wild stallion. His arm, blood-red and several times larger than usual, clenched into a fist, surged forth with an unmatched ferocity to deliver a devastating blow. Taotai arm, boom, in comparison to the massive form of the Bloodlion, even Lee Sanking's arm, magnified several times, seemed insignificant, yet, in that moment, it struck the Bloodlion with lightning speed, the terrifying force it contained erupting with a thunderous roar. The Bloodlion was akin to being struck by a colossal meteor, its body gliding backward, the crisp sound of bones fracturing resonating at the moment of impact. Even as the Bloodlion let out a thunderous roar of agony, it could not mask the sound of its breaking bones. The Bloodlion retreated several zhang before finally coming to a halt, dragging deep marks into the ground with its limbs roar, yet, to Lee Sanking's astonishment, after regaining its footing, the Bloodlion exhibited no signs of fear. Instead, the ferocity and wildness in its blood-red eyes intensified. It swiftly turned around, its sharp gaze fixating on Lee Sankong, glimmering with a chilling murderous intent, as if it sought to devour him whole. Simultaneously, a bizarre scene unfolded. Ribbons of red light materialized from the surrounding restricted space, coalescing around the Bloodlion. Once these ribbon-like red lights fused into its body, the Bloodlion's aura surged dramatically. Lee Sanking's eyes narrowed. Indeed, just as recorded in the texts, he understood the peculiar spectacle before him. The Bloodlion was harnessing the power of the surrounding restrictions to enhance its own strength. The ancient demon Forbidden Land was designed to select prodigious offspring of the demon race, rewarding them with the treasures of their ancestors. The fierce beasts guarding the gates would summon the power of the restrictions when faced with exceptionally gifted challengers, thereby augmenting their combat prowess to thwart the intruders. Of course, the extent of this summoning was limited. It would not elevate their strength to an insurmountable level, yet, the difficulty was undeniably heightened. It seems you hold me in high regard. Lee Sankong smiled subtly. Although the Bloodlion's invocation of restricted power would elevate the challenge, from another perspective, was it not an affirmation of his own strength and talent? The guardian beasts would only summon such power when feeling threatened. Since you have invoked such forces, I too must show you a modicum of respect. Allow me to demonstrate the might of the ancestral beast. A smirk crept across Lee Sanking's lips, and in the next moment, his expression turned icy. Concurrently, the ancient Taotai bloodline within him surged to life. As he channeled this bloodline, an aura reminiscent of a savage beast from the wild expanded rapidly from him, like invisible waves, enveloping the Bloodlion before him, now shrouded in crimson light, resembling a creature from the depths of the abyss. In that instant, as the Taotai's ferocity enveloped it, the instinctual dread born from the bloodline compelled the Bloodlion's spirit into an abnormal state, its body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. The fierce and irritable glow in its eyes gradually faded, revealing profound fear and unease. The instinct of its bloodline urged it to flee from the human, yet, the ancient power within the Forbidden Land compelled it to eliminate its adversary instantly. The two forces tugged at each other like a game of tug-of-war within its being, creating an unbearable conflict that heightened its agitation. It was this internal struggle that prevented the Bloodlion from launching an immediate attack against Lee Sankong. Uninfluenced by any emotions, Lee Sankong seized the opportunity to strike without hesitation. In a mere moment, he appeared before the Bloodlion, leaping high into the air. The Taotai arm, imbued with unparalleled strength, descended upon the lion's head like a tempest. Faced with the imminent threat of death, the instinct for survival ultimately triumphed over fear. The Bloodlion swung its sharp claws in desperation, yet, under the influence of the Taotia's ferocity, its movements were notably sluggish compared to its normal state. Even in its untransformed state, Lee Sankong's physical power rivaled that of the transcendent third level, although the Bloodlion had received an enhancement from the restricted power, elevating its strength to the transcendent third level as well. The suppression from the Bloodline diminished its power back to a pitiful transcendent second level. In such a scenario, the blow empowered by the Taotai arm was far beyond what it could withstand. Boom! The wind howled as Lee Sanking's disproportionately sized fist crashed down upon the Bloodlion's forehead. Observed from an outsider's perspective, this strike might have seemed like a futile effort. However, upon contact, the force unleashed was sufficient to leave any onlooker astounded. Regrettably, there were no spectators at that moment. The Bloodlion's head began to fracture around the point of impact, the cracks spreading rapidly across its skull, crimson blood oozing from the fissures. The immense force caused the Bloodlion's body to slide backward, skidding several zhang before collapsing to the ground like a lifeless dog, blood and foam spilling from its mouth as it succumbed to the loss of vitality. Done, Lee Sankong exhaled. Slaying this transcendent second-level Bloodlion held no particular merit in his eyes. With his strength, he could have easily vanquished even more formidable beasts. However, this was a transcendent second-level Shen beast, a creature of this bloodline he had never encountered before. At this moment, he was eager to discover how much Taotai essence he would obtain from devouring such a beast. Surely, it would not be less than that of a transcendent third-level spirit beast, would it? With this conjecture in mind, Lee Sankong swiftly moved to the side of the Bloodlion's carcass, treading upon the ever-expanding pool of blood. Devour. Producing a demon crystal, Lee Sankong activated the devouring power of the Taotai bloodline. The surging essence rapidly converged at the vicinity of his mouth, causing it to expand into a gaping maw capable of swallowing two adults whole. Whoosh! The Bloodlion's corpse swiftly evaporated, vast quantities of blood essence flowing toward his mouth, drawn by the invisible devouring force. After a brief span of 10 breaths, he had completely consumed the massive carcass of the lion. The refined Taotai essence he acquired made his brows twitch with surprise, a look of delight blooming on his face. Chapter 63, The Life of Rock. 30 drops. This extraordinary second-tier mystical beast, the Bloodlion, has provided Lee Sankong with 30 drops of delectable blood essence. Such a bounty is indeed quite remarkable. It is worth noting that a first-tier extraordinary spirit beast can yield approximately 5 drops of this essence, while a second-tier extraordinary spirit beast can yield around 15 drops. Comparatively, mystical beasts of the same rank offer roughly double that amount, totaling about 30 drops.
Not bad at all. Li Sankong smiled broadly, adding it all up, he had already amassed 314 drops of this precious blood essence in this isolated area alone, with the estimated requirement for his breakthrough being over 800 drops, he had accumulated nearly one-third of what he needed. Casting his gaze towards the Crimson Energy Gate, Li Sankong stepped forward and, after a moment's hesitation, boldly walked through. As his figure was gradually engulfed by the Energy Gate, the ancient portal's surface rippled with waves, and once the ripples settled, Li Sankong's form vanished completely. Beneath him lay a desolate expanse, where chaotic and grey-black stones were haphazardly embedded in the earth, devoid of trees, save for some weeds sprouting at their edges. The sky was dim, occasionally pierced by fleeting glimmers. For Li Sankong, accustomed to the lush and vibrant scenery of verdant forests, this barren landscape was a stark adjustment, a significant visual shock. Peering ahead, Li Sankong discerned the faint outlines of 8 colossal beast statues, standing lifelike like mountains in the distance. Even from a considerable distance, he could still vaguely make out the crimson patterns etched upon the statues, the ancestral statues of the demon race. That was the ultimate objective of his journey. Are the others not out yet? A glance around revealed the area to be completely deserted. He was uncertain whether the others had not yet emerged or had already proceeded towards the statues. The ancient text spoke of an enigmatic lifeform, a gigantic rock beast, lurking ahead, adorned with numerous demon crystals. Continuous attacks would cause these crystals to drop. Unfortunately, the strength of this rock beast was formidable, possessing the ability to wield restrictive powers, and it was accompanied by a myriad of subordinates. While these subordinates were not as powerful as the main body, their rock-like nature provided them with astonishing defense and tremendous strength, making them a considerable nuisance to deal with. Flashes of ancient records about this place flickered in Li Sankong's mind, giving him a rough understanding of what lay ahead. However, the specifics could only be grasped through first-hand experience. Let us investigate this so-called rock beast lifeform. Li Sankong, confident in his abilities, decided to venture forth alone to confront this rock beast in the beast forest. He had never encountered such a lifeform and was curious about where the 8 ancestral demons of Ur had found such a unique creature and imprisoned it here for their descendants to hone their skills. Based on past experiences, defeating the rock beast seemed nearly impossible. Only through teamwork could they hope to dislodge the demon crystals from its body. Once a sufficient number of crystals had fallen, the rock beast would cease its attacks, allowing challengers to pass unhindered. Killing the rock beast was out of the question. Across the desolate land, a figure darted swiftly forward. As Li Sankong continued his advance, moments later, a small hill, rising several dozen feet, emerged before him. The hill was covered in black crystals reminiscent of those he had previously collected. Its shape resembled a monstrous creature lying down, with pointed horns protruding from its head like 2 stone pillars. Rock life, undoubtedly, that was the rock beast described in the texts. Excitement and curiosity surged in Li Sankong's eyes upon encountering this novel lifeform. Gazing at the towering creature, he could hardly fathom how immense it would be if it were to rise. As if to respond to his thoughts, when he was merely a few hundred feet away, the beast suddenly opened its eyes. Those blood-red orbs glimmered with a cold light, and as its eyes slowly opened, the entire beast rose abruptly, resembling a mountain in motion, causing the ground to tremble beneath it. A roar, akin to thunder, erupted from the rock beast's mouth. Li Sankong's eardrums vibrated, and his expression shifted dramatically. The aura exuding from this rock beast was terrifying, at least at the level of extraordinary 4th tier. Challenger, you possess remarkable audacity to dare approach me alone. The rock beast's voice resonated like muffled thunder. It speaks human language. Li Sankong's countenance changed once more. A creature capable of articulate speech must possess a bloodline rank of at least the holy level. A holy beast, an extraordinary 4th tier holy beast, who would dare withstand its strike. Moreover, in this restricted domain, this formidable holy beast could also wield restrictive powers, surpassing even the blood lion guarding the energy gate. Contemplating these daunting thoughts, Li Sankong felt a chill run down his spine. This guardian beast was an entity that could not be slain. Only through teamwork could they create some trouble for it and extract the demon crystals. Li Sankong sighed inwardly. But since I have come this far, let me have an encounter with you. Possessing the forms of 3 formidable beasts, Li Sankong had immense confidence in his survival. Even before this extraordinary 4th tier rock beast, he was determined to engage in combat, for he was well aware that while the rock beast's strength was formidable, it had glaring weaknesses, namely, its sluggish speed and lack of agility. For such a massive creature, changing direction freely posed a considerable challenge. The attacks of rock life forms typically followed a straight line. As long as he dodged skillfully, he could evade them entirely. Children, let us show him what we are made of. The towering rock beast, standing over 100 feet tall, bellowed angrily. As its voice echoed, chunks of rock began to cascade from its body. Upon touching the ground, Li Sankong suddenly realized that these were not mere rocks but rather small rock life forms, each standing half a foot tall. Of these rock beings, each with blood-red eyes, emitted thunderous roars as they surged towards Li Sankong in a frenzied rush. So many. Li Sankong's expression darkened. The numbers were rather overwhelming. It seemed that these small rock beings numbered in the hundreds, and their auras suggested that none were weaker than the extraordinary 2nd tier. Kill, however, after a moment's hesitation, Li Sankong charged towards the swarm of small rock beasts. His fists flew like the wind, and he soon delivered a powerful punch to the nearest rock creature. Yet, the instant his fist made contact with the surface of the small rock beast, his expression froze, turning grim in an instant. Chapter 64. Attempting to solo. What caused Li Sankong's expression to change dramatically was not the unexpectedly formidable strength of the rock beast before him, but rather the astonishing defensive capabilities exhibited by the creature. The sheer resilience of its defense left him astounded. Even when compared to his own expertise in physical defense, he could distinctly feel that moment when his fist struck against the rock beast. A searing pain coursed through his body like an electric current. Remarkably, despite the force of his blow, the rock beast was merely sent flying, yet remained completely unscathed. Such an extraordinary level of defense was truly abnormal.
A bitter smile crept upon Lee Sanking's lips, though the realization came slowly. These thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant after his fist connected with the rock beast. Nevertheless, his movements did not falter. He continued to execute his footwork without pause, weaving through the throng of rock beasts with an almost teleportation-like speed, propelled by the crimson glow that surrounded him. With each pass, his fist struck with unmatched force. However, the outcome of the battle forced Lee Sankong, who appeared to navigate effortlessly through the fray, to reveal yet another bitter smile. The reason for his dismay was simple: the rock beast's defense plunged him into a deep abyss of despair and confusion. He realized that with his current power, even augmented by the Taotai arm, he could hardly make a dent in the defenses of these rock beasts, although each punch sent his adversaries flying as if they were mere bags of sand, and he could even topple the other rock beasts that attacked from behind. It was all for naught. His assaults failed to inflict any damage. At best, they merely disrupted their formation. Yet, after a brief struggle, these formidable creatures, akin to iron clumps, would rise again, relentless and unyielding, their crimson eyes fixed on him as they charged once more. Faced with this unassailable horde, Lee Sankong felt a chilling dread wash over him, compounded by an overwhelming sense of fatigue. The 8 ancestral figures of the Demon Clan had indeed crafted this trial with the intent of preventing passage through the defeat of the Guardians. It seemed that he, too, would have to follow in the footsteps of the prodigies of the Demon Clan before him, gathering enough demon crystals by striking down the rock giants in order to progress. With that thought in mind, Lee Sankong executed his footwork, finally breaking free from the encirclement and retreating 1,000 feet away from the rock giant. To his astonishment, he discovered that the rock beasts, just as described in the texts, ceased their pursuit. 1,000 feet, this marked the boundary of the rock giant's territory. Once within that range, one would incur its wrath, but retreating beyond that distance would render them safe. The rock beasts were but extensions of the rock giant, and thus their attacks were considered to be the giant's as well. It appeared that evading this swarm of rock beasts would necessitate flight or the diversion of others. Standing at a safe distance, Lee Sankong observed hundreds of rock beasts converging like ants returning to their nest, leaping onto the rock giant and vanishing into the crevices of its stony armor. Yet, if he were to take to the skies, these rock beasts would similarly use the rock giant as a launching pad, springing into the air to intercept and attack any approaching foes from above. Approaching the rock giant from the air was equally fraught with difficulty. Lee Sankong shook his head slightly. Whether attacking from the ground or approaching from the sky, the challenges were formidable. However, if my Taotai arm or footwork could ascend to a higher realm, I wonder if I could solo the rock giant, he pondered, resting his chin in thought. Although this trial was designed by the 8 ancestors of the Demon Clan to require teamwork for a greater chance of success, Lee Sankong harbored a strong desire to take on the rock giant alone. For in soloing, the demon crystals earned would belong solely to him, whereas in a team, they would need to be shared. The quantity of demon crystals directly influenced the potential treasures one could acquire, and his goal was to obtain the ancestral blood of the Demon Clan. Thus, he required a significant number of demon crystals. If he could manage to go solo, that would be ideal. Let us try flying over. Though experience from predecessors warned him that aerial assaults would also be ineffective, he could not abandon hope without attempting it. Embracing the mindset that if others could not succeed, why should he be any different, he transformed into his azure dragon form, his garments bursting apart in the process. A small azure dragon, measuring over half a foot, materialized upon the barren ground, its dark golden eyes gleaming with fierce determination. The reason Lee Sankong opted for the Azure Dragon form over the Blood Phoenix form was due to the Azure Dragon's ability to unleash a soul-targeting roar. By harnessing this power, he might be able to inflict some degree of impact on the rock giant, aiding him in his confrontation. With a powerful push of his legs, the transformed Lee Sankong shot forth like a blue phantom, racing towards the rock giant. Initially, the rock giant had intended to recline once more upon seeing Lee Sankong retreat, but was taken aback as the challenger morphed into a small beast and charged at it again. Despite the flicker of surprise in its eyes, the rock giant's predominant emotion was one of wrath, ignited by Lee Sanking's provocation. With a furious roar, the rock giant opened its massive maw, as if to swallow the heavens, the grinding of stone echoing ominously in its throat. Once the grinding ceased, a thunderous sound reverberated, and Lee Sankong beheld a flaming rock propelled from the giant's mouth at breakneck speed, resembling a meteor ablaze as it hurtled towards him. Dodge! Lee Sankong twisted his dragon form, swiftly evading to the side as the flaming rock whizzed past, the fierce wind it generated stinging his skin and sending a shiver down his spine. The thought of being struck by that flaming rock was terrifying. Even with his formidable defenses, he could scarcely imagine the consequences. Fortunately, the rock giant's attacks, while powerful, were clumsy and lacked agility, posing little hindrance to his nimbleness. This allowed Lee Sankong to finally close the gap to the rock giant's core. However, just as he approached, before he could launch his attack, a multitude of rock beasts erupted from the giant's body like fleas, leaping into the air and pouncing upon him. Chapter 65 The Deprivation. Alas, despite having mentally prepared himself, Lee Sankong could not suppress the coarse expletives that escaped his lips when confronted with the scene before him. The multitude of rock-like creatures surging towards him constituted an indiscriminate assault, from which evasion was utterly impossible. With their formidable defenses, they exhibited no fear of falling or colliding, displaying an audacity that bordered on the outrageous.
So you think being defensively strong makes you remarkable?
Lee Sankong cursed vehemently, twisting his body mid-air as he ascended towards the heavens. Drawing upon his superior strength that surpassed that of the rock beasts, he propelled himself upwards with a speed that outstripped the creatures, ultimately liberating himself from the perilous encirclement and escaping with his life. The thwarted rock beasts collided with one another like headless flies, producing a cacophony of thuds, blending their cries of rage as they either plummeted to the ground or crashed against the colossal rock creature.
Once more, Lee Sankong, undeterred, resolved to try again. However, at that moment, he suddenly sensed a formidable and ferocious aura racing towards him from the distance. Instantly, he directed his gaze forth, and there, in the far reaches of the sky, a dark silhouette approached at an alarming speed. Upon perceiving this shadow, a grave expression clouded Lee Sanking's eyes. It was evident from the shift in his demeanor that this arrival was no benevolent entity, and indeed, the entity soaring towards him was none other than the Dark Peacock of the Demon Clan. The Dark Peacock circled in the sky, its icy gaze fixated on the movements below. When it spotted the Azure Dragon that Lee Sankong had transformed into, its attention momentarily faltered. Azure Dragon? The Dark Peacock pondered, its heart unsettled by the aura emanating from the Azure Dragon. Even as an imperial beast, the mere descendant of the divine Azure Dragon should not evoke such a sense of dread, yet, if it was not the divine Azure Dragon, then who could it be? Suddenly, a thought struck it with a jolt of realization. The human race. The Dark Peacock's eyes darkened, a sinister glint flickering within. Though it found it perplexing that a human could transform into an Azure Dragon, this possibility seemed the most plausible. After all, among the 8 beings that had entered, only the Demon Clan boasted a descendant of the Azure Dragon, while the others were not of such lineage, making the human the most likely candidate for this Azure Dragon. To possess the bloodline of a devouring beast and simultaneously that of an Azure Dragon was not beyond the realm of possibility. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Dark Peacock, Lee Sankong promptly abandoned any thoughts of further assault and ascended to a height of 1,000 feet above the ground. The Dark Peacock approached him, halting 100 feet away, as the two fierce beasts stood facing each other. "Are you that human?" it inquired, its voice laced with a chilling coldness. Lee Sankong replied nonchalantly, "Your perception is commendable, you have indeed discerned the truth." The Dark Peacock's eyes narrowed, its voice dripping with malice, to possess the bloodline of a devouring beast, and yet also that of an Azure Dragon. "I must admit, the secrets you harbor pique my curiosity." Lee Sankong chuckled, curiosity can lead to one's demise. A glimmer of cold light flashed in the Dark Peacock's gaze as it retorted, "Unfortunately, I am not human." Quite quick to react, Lee Sankong teased, "But curiosity can also be fatal for birds." The Dark Peacock's demeanor darkened, "So, you intend to kill me?" Lee Sanking's tone turned frigid, "Aren't you also intent on slaying me?" The Dark Peacock replied coldly, "At least you possess self-awareness." Lee Sankong laughed lightly, "A pity you lack it." The Dark Peacock's expression hardened, an aura of frost emanating from its being as it coldly declared, "Human, I am genuinely curious. What audacity grants you the confidence to act so brazenly? Can you not perceive the chasm that lies between us? I stand as an extraordinary being, an imperial beast. Despite your bloodline exuding the essence of a primordial beast, your true form remains that of a human. What right does a mere ninth-layer human possess to act so insolently before an imperial beast such as myself?" Lee Sankong, upon hearing these words, smiled faintly, "Thus, you lack self-awareness." The Dark Peacock's eyes flashed with a menacing hue as it spoke in a grave tone, "You truly possess a resilient tongue. Then allow me to unleash a strike, and I shall see if your mouth still boasts such bravado when I obliterate your corporeal form." With that declaration, the Dark Peacock's form surged with dark energy, transforming into a streak of black lightning as it charged towards Lee Sankong. Lee Sankong erupted into laughter, "The one with the resilient tongue is you." He harbored a cold amusement at the Dark Peacock's arrogance. Such prodigious talents of the Demon Clan had always regarded humans with disdain. They looked down upon those of the same rank, and even more so when the disparity increased. Despite Lee Sankong exhibiting the aura of a primordial beast and possessing 2 distinct beast bloodlines, the mere fact of his humanity rendered the Dark Peacock audacious enough to belittle him. But it mattered not. When the time came for him to slay it, perhaps the Dark Peacock would find itself begging for mercy. While the imperial beast was indeed formidable, he possessed 4 innate talents. Even if he were a tier below the Dark Peacock, he remained entirely confident in his ability to triumph. As the Dark Peacock drew near, its wings shimmered like scythes, slicing towards Lee Sankong. He swiftly ascended, evading the attack. "Is dodging all you can do?" the Dark Peacock sneered, pursuing him relentlessly. Upon reaching a great height, Lee Sankong suddenly inverted, facing the Dark Peacock, and unleashed a thunderous dragon roar. A peculiar energy surged forth. Azure Dragon Divine Ability, a Dragon's Roar. Divine ability? The Dark Peacock gasped in shock. The force of a divine ability was inescapable, leaving no choice but to withstand it. In an instant, it found itself entrapped in a daze, its wings ceasing their rhythmic flapping as it glided towards the ground. Die! Lee Sankong plummeted downward, claws extended towards the Dark Peacock. Yet in that fleeting moment, the dazed Dark Peacock abruptly roused, its wings flapping chaotically in a desperate attempt to evade the impending doom. However, its reaction proved slightly too slow. Lee Sanking's dragon claws struck with the swiftness of lightning, violently rending its abdomen, a mass of vibrant feathers and flesh brutally torn asunder. How infuriating! The Dark Peacock seethed in pain and fury. In a single encounter, it had been wounded by this detestable human. "You have unleashed your divine ability, let us see what other tricks you possess." The Dark Peacock's gaze was icy as it fixed its eyes on Lee Sankong. Suddenly, a sphere of black light ignited above its head, intricate runes flickering in the air above it. In the next moment, it opened its mouth wide, unleashing a terrifying beam of black light that surged towards Lee Sankong, a unique power descending upon him. Divine ability. The Dark Peacock's divine ability, Deprivation. In that instant when the peculiar power enveloped him, Lee Sankong felt his life force rapidly draining away, his flesh withering at an alarming rate. The divine ability of Deprivation siphoned his very vitality. "This is bad!" Lee Sankong exclaimed in horror, while the Dark Peacock revealed a sinister grin. With the divine ability of deprivation unleashed, even if your life force was not entirely drained, your strength would diminish due to the loss of vitality. Without power, what could you possibly use to contend against me? With a malevolent laugh, the dark peacock transformed into a bolt of lightning, ruthlessly charging towards Lee Sankong. Chapter 66. The roasted chicken. Seizing the moment when Lee Sankong was stripped of his vitality and rendered most vulnerable, the dark peacock aimed to deliver a fatal blow. Its hardened wings unfurled, gliding forth like a scythe, poised to cleave through Lee Sankong. Just as it believed victory was at hand, a sudden turn of events occurred, and in that instant, its blood-red eyes dilated in shock. Before it stood Lee Sankong, who had been a mere azure dragon. He suddenly radiated a blinding crimson light, which, beginning from the dragon's head, gradually transformed into a resplendent phoenix adorned with blood-red feathers. The aura of the azure dragon morphed into that of the blood phoenix at this very moment. What? The dark peacock was struck with horror. The blood phoenix lineage. This human possessed 3 strands of demon bloodline. 3. How could this be? Each aura was terrifying, akin to that of ancestral beasts. 3 ancestral beast bloodlines. Good heavens, how is this possible? Is this truly a human? This is more monstrous than the demons themselves. For a fleeting moment, the dark peacock's mind was engulfed in bewilderment. Amidst its dazed expression, the blood phoenix opposite it suddenly surged with a verdant glow, an immense life force erupting forth, akin to a torrential flood that swept away the negative repercussions wrought by the deprivation of divine powers. Countered, the might of the deprivation was nullified. The deprivation drew vitality, while the phoenix's divine ability of rebirth granted it an abundance of life force. The two forces perfectly balanced each other. Lee Sankong was unharmed. Kill. Confronted by the dark peacock closing in, Lee Sankong abruptly opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of crimson flames. Phoenix True Fire. This is bad. The dark peacock was alarmed. It dared not withstand the might of the Phoenix True Fire. Instantly, it flapped its wings, abandoning its attack on Lee Sankong, diving downward. Despite its swift reaction, the Phoenix True Fire still singed its tail feathers, releasing a scent of charred flesh. However, a dark light flickered, and the burning feathers were severed by the dark peacock itself, halting the spread of the flames and averting a fate of being entirely incinerated. At this moment, the dark peacock's eyes were filled with shock and fury, feeling its dignity trampled. To nearly be roasted like a chicken was an unbearable humiliation. It vowed not to let that human escape. Roasted chicken, don't run away, you were so arrogant just now. Lee Sankong flapped his wings in pursuit, mocking loudly. Roasted chicken. This taunt ignited a furious blaze within the dark peacock, nearly causing it to plunge headlong into the ground. But soon, all its rage morphed into murderous intent. It shot a cold glance back at Lee Sankong, spiraling around to charge at him. From its wings, dark light flared like lightning, ascending from its wings as a starting point, converging above its head. Amidst the deafening crack of thunder, it transformed into a pitch-black arc of electricity, slashing toward Lee Sankong, as if the very air were about to be torn asunder by this power. Secret technique. A tremor coursed through Lee Sanking's heart. The might of this technique posed an unprecedented threat. Without hesitation, he summoned the heavenly devouring bloodline within him. Instantly, a layer of profound and mysterious grey runes and, regardless of the form he took, the heavenly devouring bloodline remained. Having completed this transformation, Lee Sankong suddenly halted, standing tall, his wings crossed protectively in front of him. Boom! The black arc of electricity struck his wings in an instant, sending Lee Sankong reeling. The arc danced around him, scattering several feathers, yet that seemingly terrifying assault failed to inflict further harm upon him. What? The dark peacock stared in disbelief at this outcome. This black arc secret technique was derived from the ancestral dark ancestor Sparrow of the demon clan, and it had been cultivated to the second tier of mastery. Combined with extraordinary power, it should have at least severely wounded this detestable human, if not killed him outright, yet the opponent merely utilized a pair of wings and the suddenly manifest runes to block it? He found it utterly unacceptable. What on earth are those grey runes? The heavenly devouring runes are truly formidable, especially after ascending to the 9th layer of blood refinement. On the other side, Lee Sankong was equally astonished. Under the enhancement of the grey runes, his defenses had significantly improved. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Seeing that he was unharmed, Lee Sankong coldly gazed at the dark peacock. If this is all you can do, then you are destined to become nothing more than roasted chicken today. The words roasted chicken pierced the dark peacock's nerves like a needle, provoking an uncontrollable surge of anger despite its awareness that it should not succumb to rage at this moment. Yet that fury intensified its hatred toward Lee Sankong. What else do you possess? You cannot threaten me. The dark peacock spoke in a low voice, convinced that even if it could not slay Lee Sankong, the latter could never do anything to it. However, it evidently overlooked one crucial point. Even if Lee Sankong truly had no other means at his disposal, the fact that they were nearly evenly matched despite Lee Sankong being at a lower realm constituted a tremendous defeat and humiliation. And how could Lee Sankong lack means? In the face of an imperial beast, his greatest advantage lay in the suppression of bloodlines. Boom! As he charged toward the dark peacock, a terrifying aura of a fearsome beast erupted from the heavens, enveloping the dark peacock like an invisible tide. And even though the dark peacock was a transcendent imperial beast, it still felt the overwhelming pressure of the bloodline in the face of Lee Sanking's feral might. This irresistible force nearly compelled it to bow before the being before it. Ancestral beast's ferocity, the dark peacock momentarily panicked, yet its unwillingness to submit before a human instilled a fierce resolve, forcing it to resist the tremors within its heart. Alas, this internal struggle undoubtedly diminished its strength at that moment. With a fiery rush, Lee Sankong lunged forth, his wings slicing through the air, sending the dark peacock hurtling away, feathers drifting down like leaves. Damn it, the dark peacock seethed with rage. As Lee Sankong surged forward once more, it unleashed a counterattack, the black arc of electricity igniting anew, striking toward Lee Sankong. However, this time, Lee Sankong effortlessly intercepted it with his wings, refusing to retreat, nor did any feathers fall.
Clearly, the power of the Black Ark was considerably weaker than before, a direct result of the suppression from the ancestral beast's might. As Lee San King's strength grew, the heavenly devouring bloodline expanded further, the ferocity of the beastly aura he emitted becoming ever more terrifying. Indeed, it could render his feral presence even more formidable than that of actual ancestral beasts. Chapter 67 The Assassination. When the bloodline of devouring heaven was first formed, this demonstrates that this bloodline undoubtedly transcends that of the ancestral beasts, and the ferocious beast form derived from it emanates a ferocity far surpassing that of the ancestral beasts. How could this ancestral beast aura be so formidable? I am the Dark Peacock, an imperial beast on par with the phoenix in bloodline strength. Although its bloodline is a tier above mine, my cultivation realm exceeds its own. Logically, the suppression from this ancestral beast aura should not be so severe. The Dark Peacock was perplexed. There was something amiss with the pressure exerted by this human beast. Was it perhaps too overwhelming? Yet, regardless of the doubts swirling in its mind, the battlefield offered no respite for contemplation. At that moment, Lee San Kong charged at it once more, leaving the Dark Peacock with no choice but to retaliate. Black arcs of electricity surged forth, crackling wildly as if on the verge of igniting, yet they failed to inflict any harm upon the blood phoenix shimmering with a grey radiance. Instead, the Dark Peacock found itself repeatedly sent flying from the onslaught of the opponent's feathered wings, losing feathers and sustaining injuries, its flesh exposed and drenched in crimson blood, the imperial beast's essence cascading through the air. In agony, the Dark Peacock began to despair, fully aware that continuing the fight would lead only to its demise. Seizing what little strength remained, it turned to flee into the distance. However, the confined space of the battlefield left little room for escape. Roasted chicken, do not attempt to flee, leave some for me to twist. Lee San King's mocking voice echoed from behind. The Dark Peacock was nearly driven to madness. Roasted chicken. Burn your mother-s chicken, I am the Dark Peacock, do you hear me, the Dark Peacock? At this moment, the Dark Peacock felt an overwhelming urge to spit blood. Unable to win the battle, nor the verbal spar, it wished for nothing more than to perish. Lee San King's taunt of roasted chicken pierced through its heart like a sharp arrow, filling it with indescribable discomfort while leaving it utterly powerless against its tormentor. Oh, extraordinary roasted chicken, is this all you can do? Just now, you claimed you would kill me, eager to see how tough my resolve is, so now, who truly possesses the fortitude? Lee San King's venomous words struck deeply, nearly provoking the Dark Peacock into a rage. As the Dark Peacock fled ahead, it struggled to suppress its boiling anger, yet the toll of its injuries mercilessly tore at its mental defenses. A wave of uncontrollable fury surged within, causing it to uncontrollably spew forth old blood, its appearance a picture of utter disarray. You verbose human, one day I shall tear your tongue to shreds, the Dark Peacock hissed through gritted teeth. Where are those useless companions? Why have they not emerged from the small map? The Dark Peacock seethed internally. It yearned for its 3 demon companions to join it in combating Lee San Kong. If those 3 could manage to emerge ahead of the other 3 from the fairy clan, they would surely be able to slay Lee San Kong together. Yet, its current predicament was dire. Self-preservation took precedence. Injured and weakened, its speed could not match that of Lee San Kong, who was now perilously close behind. Suddenly, Lee San Kong unleashed a torrent of phoenix flames. Feeling the wave of scorching heat behind it, the Dark Peacock was taken aback and hastily dove downward, narrowly evading the searing fate of becoming a roasted chicken. However, Lee San King's pursuit was relentless. He swiftly closed in on the Dark Peacock and unleashed another stream of phoenix flames. This time, the Dark Peacock was not so fortunate. It failed to evade entirely, and its left wing was ignited by the phoenix flames, leaving it charred. Fortunately, it acted decisively, severing the flaming feathers with its extraordinary power. Though the flames were quelled, the scorched patch left its wing bare, further impairing its flying speed and rendering its flight unsteady. Should it lose any more feathers, it feared it would plummet from the sky without meeting Lee San King's attack. Such a disgrace would undoubtedly make it the greatest laughingstock among the demon clan. To avert such a grim fate, the Dark Peacock, after narrowly dodging Lee San Kong's strike, descended to the ground, skirting along the periphery. Landing is fortuitous, I can transform into my tyrant form and bolster my strength. Seeing the Dark Peacock abandon its aerial advantage to flee on foot, Lee San Kong couldn't contain his amusement. This peacock was rather dim-witted. The bloodline of devouring heaven had absorbed the essence of the tyrant, making Lee San King's tyrant form the most powerful of his 3 beast transformations. With a fearsome roar, Lee San Kong morphed into a terrifying tyrant, charging towards the Dark Peacock with astonishing speed. Upon turning to glance back, the Dark Peacock was instantly paralyzed with fear. The human transformed into a tyrant not only sent shivers down its spine but also filled it with despair. The tyrant's pace was far superior, outstripping it effortlessly. A human possessing 3 beast forms, how could such a monstrosity exist in this world, and how unfortunate it was that it had encountered this being. The Dark Peacock's visage was one of utter hopelessness. Devour. Closing in on the Dark Peacock, Lee San Kong immediately unleashed the devouring force of the tyrant. In this form, the power of the devouring ability was significantly amplified, capable of consuming living beings directly. Under the influence of this devouring force, the Dark Peacock felt as though it were under attack by its own deprivation of abilities, its life essence draining forth and flowing into the gaping maw of the monstrous entity behind. This was the devouring power of the tyrant. Panic surged through the Dark Peacock. If its life essence continued to dissipate, it would only hasten its demise. In a bid for survival, it had no choice but to take to the air once more. Yet, its flight was dangerously unsteady, as if it could lose control and fall at any moment. You can run, can you? Lee San Kong sneered, seamlessly shifting into his blood phoenix form as he pursued. At that moment, an energy portal rippled nearby, and three beastly figures emerged. These three beasts were of comparable strength and fortuitously arrived almost simultaneously. At the moment they appeared, they noticed the commotion in the sky. "That is our captain," warned a ghostly black tortoise, though its gaze too was somewhat dazed. The captain, whom it had viewed as invincible, had been reduced to such a state. And who was that blood phoenix pursuing it? It distinctly remembered that none of the 8 beings entering this realm were blood phoenixes. "Brothers, you have finally arrived. I have awaited your arrival with great anticipation. Quickly, come and assist me in slaying this detestable human." The Dark Peacock, upon spotting the three beasts, was overwhelmed with joy. It rushed to their side, turning to glare at Lee San Kong hovering above them, its eyes ablaze with a hatred so palpable it seemed to take form, yearning to engulf the source of its humiliation.
Is that human the one? Upon hearing the Dark Peacock's words, the True Hound, Ghostly Black Tortoise, and the Swan and Eye of the Demon Clan were momentarily taken aback. Was that human not of the tyrant bloodline? How then had it transformed into a blood phoenix, and how could that human possess the power to reduce their seemingly invincible captain to such a state? Chapter 68, Stalemate. Captain, it is not that I harbor any disdain for that human, but considering your might, it seems utterly implausible that you could find yourself in such a predicament merely at the hands of that individual. Such a notion is simply unrealistic. That human lacks the capability. The eyes of the spectral tortoise gleamed with wisdom, as it concluded that with the captain's formidable strength, it was inconceivable for him to be reduced to such a wretched state by that mere human. Clearly, it was blinded by unwarranted confidence in their leader. Indeed, those worthless humans are no match for us beasts at the same rank, let alone you, Captain, being an extraordinary imperial beast. What ability does that human possess to reduce you to such a pitiful condition? It is impossible, absolutely impossible, the True Hound blurted out, rather foolishly. Just as the True Hound's words fell, the Dark Peacock, trembling violently, spat out a mouthful of blood, its gaze fixed on the True Hound as if it wished to devour him whole. The icy glint in its eyes unmistakably conveyed its murderous intent towards the True Hound. "What a fool, can't you speak properly, Burnt Chicken? Of all things, must you mention the term? Also, can you stop flattering me? Don't give that human the opportunity to laugh at my expense." The Dark Peacock felt a deep urge to disappear into the ground, wishing to evade this profoundly embarrassing moment. If word of this incident were to spread, its illustrious reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. "Captain, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" The situation was further exacerbated by the incessantly tactless True Hound, whose remarks were akin to scalding oil, repeatedly igniting the simmering fury within the Dark Peacock. "Get lost," the Dark Peacock suddenly roared, its loathing for the True Hound palpable. "Can't you just keep your mouth shut if you have nothing sensible to say?" As the Dark Peacock struggled to maintain its composure, Lysenko suddenly rose into the air, elegantly flapping his blood-red wings, and laughed heartily. "Do you see, it's not just me calling you a burnt chicken, your companion is doing so too. When introducing yourself to others, perhaps you should forego the title of Dark Peacock and simply refer to yourself as Burnt Chicken. However, it seems you may not have a future to consider. Today, I shall ensure your demise here." The Dark Peacock fought to control its emotions, its body, already sparse of feathers, quivering with rage. It glared at Lysenko in the sky and spoke in a low voice. "Stop barking from up there. If you possess any true skill, come down and face me. My earlier defeat was merely due to unpreparedness. If we battle once more, you shall be the one turned into burnt chicken." Lysenko, upon hearing this, sneered. "Do you think such feeble tricks can provoke me? With comrades arriving, you've grown bold. Haven to you?" The Dark Peacock's eyes darkened, a glint of coldness flashing through them. This human is not easily deceived. One would expect a hot-blooded youth to be brash and impulsive, swelling with pride after a victory, ready to rush down in a fit of anger. Why does this individual not exhibit such impetuousness? While the Dark Peacock simmered with frustration, its three companions nearby wore expressions of shock and bewilderment upon hearing their exchange. From their dialogue, it seemed that the blood phoenix in the sky was indeed that human. Moreover, this human had truly reduced their captain to such a pitiful state. The implications were staggering. What had transpired here moments ago? "You truly are that human." The spectral tortoise gazed at Lysenko, its voice heavy with disbelief. "Congratulations, you've answered correctly," Lysenko replied with a faint smile. The spectral tortoise momentarily stood stunned, realizing the truth. The True Hound widened its eyes, demanding, "What ability do you possess to reduce our captain to burnt chicken?" Upon hearing this, Lysenko burst into laughter. "This True Hound is indeed a simpleton. That if you wish to know, why not come up and try, or perhaps you could ask your captain to face me once more. I shall personally demonstrate for you." The True Hound, seeing reason in this, turned and shouted at Captain, "Go for it, for heaven's sake, go." The Dark Peacock, who had been attempting to remain inconspicuous, found itself thrust into the spotlight by the True Hound's loud declaration. Its plan to feign death was shattered in an instant, and its resentment towards the dim-witted creature deepened internally. It screamed in despair, "Is this fool truly a jester sent by the enemy? Can't you think before you speak? Ha ha, burnt chicken, come, step up and fight me, prove that you are not as pathetic as I claim." Lysenko's mocking laughter resonated through the air, piercing the ears of the Dark Peacock with particular harshness. The Dark Peacock suddenly regained its composure and addressed Lysenko with a chilling tone. "My earlier defeat has made you so smug. It seems you are not as impressive as you believe, just a small man reveling in petty triumphs. If you truly possess skill, come down and fight me. I shall show you that my strength is beyond your reckoning." The Dark Peacock's cunning scheme aimed once more at Lysenko, seeking to provoke his wrath, hoping to lure him down from his secure perch in the sky. It understood that only by inciting Lysenko to lose his composure could they, as a quartet, have a chance to vanquish him. Among the four of them, only it possessed the ability to fly. The others lacked such capabilities. Should it confront Lysenko alone, the outcome would surely be a humiliating defeat. "If you are capable, then come and face me." Given the uncertainty regarding the abilities of the other three beasts, Lysenko refrained from acting rashly. To descend and engage in a 4-on-1 battle would be sheer folly. The current situation favored him. As long as he remained airborne, the Dark Peacock was powerless against him, but if he could wait for Mo Yen and Ao Qingfeng to emerge, with their assistance in holding down one or two opponents, he would be confident enough to eliminate the rest. Prolonging the conflict was advantageous for him, but he had no reason to rush. It was the Dark Peacock that should be anxious. At this moment, the Dark Peacock evidently realized this as well, gradually becoming agitated. The enmity between Lee Sanko and itself had been firmly established. It was now a matter of either killing Lee Sanko or being killed by him. Understanding Lee Sanko's capabilities, it knew that dragging this out would be detrimental to their side. Yet, with Lee Sanko refusing to descend, it found itself powerless. Desperation was futile. Just as both sides found themselves at an impasse, two energy portals rippled into existence at the edge of the restricted space nearby. Subsequently, two fierce beasts emerged from within, their expressions filled with enthusiasm as they surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings before them. Chapter 69. The Old Six has finally emerged. Old Yen, you've come out too. What a coincidence. The vibrant voice of Ao Qingfeng resounded, unmistakably identifiable. Old Yen, look over there, the ancestor statue is right there, that is our destination for this journey, Ao Qingfeng exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he pointed towards the towering ancestor statue in the distance. Mo Yen merely cast a cold glance, remaining silent, yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern a flicker of excitement hidden beneath his indifferent demeanor. Entering this place granted the opportunity to acquire the ancestor's treasure. He was but a young ferocious beast, how could he remain entirely unperturbed? Kill them. Before either of them could retract their gaze from the distant sight, a chilling voice filled with murderous intent suddenly echoed from the right. They turned in confusion, only to be taken aback by the scene before them. Ao Qingfeng, in a state of utter shock, exclaimed a curse that encapsulated his current emotions. In that direction, four ferocious beast figures charged towards them like arrows released from a bow. The icy aura emanating from these figures made it abundantly clear that they intended to eliminate them without mercy. What the hell is going on? We just got here and we're already in for a beating? Ao Qingfeng's expression was one of bewilderment. Qingfeng, Mo Yen. Run! Just then, a fiery figure rushed down from the sky. Although it moved faster than the four shadows on the ground, its altitude meant that, in a direct confrontation, the four figures would reach Ao Qingfeng and Mo Yen first. Among them, a bald-feathered peacock surged ahead, its eyes radiating a palpable killing intent. The Dark Peacock's sinister gaze locked onto the two beasts, resolute in its understanding that this was its only chance for survival. Only by swiftly and ruthlessly subduing Ao Qingfeng and Mo Yen could it hope to diminish Lee Sanking's strength, thus creating an opportunity to contend with him. That if it could capture Ao Qingfeng and Mo Yen, it would hold them as leverage against Lee Sankong, a far more cunning strategy. With hostages in hand, who would worry about Lee Sankong not capitulating? Quickly, it's from the Demon Clan. Ao Qingfeng shouted in alarm, urging Mo Yen to flee. However, when he looked to where Mo Yen had been standing, he found it empty. In the next moment, realization dawned on him that Old Six, he had turned invisible. What the hell, this Old Six? Ao Qingfeng fumed, infuriated that Mo Yen had shown such a lack of camaraderie. He had worried about Mo Yen's mental acuity, urging him to flee, only to find that he had been the fool. Mo Yen, you scoundrel, how dare you abandon me? Ao Qingfeng cursed fiercely, then soared into the sky. As an azure dragon, he possessed the innate ability to fly, much like Lee Sankong, which was precisely why he had been so anxious about leaving Mo Yen behind to face those four prodigies of the Demon Clan alone. It would have seemed selfish and disloyal, yet, Mo Yen had proven even more cunning, silently vanishing from sight and leaving Ao Qingfeng exposed before the four demon beasts, without a thought for his safety. Mo Yen. Do you even consider me as your brother? Now, he decided against playing on the ground, let Mo Yen face those four foes alone. As he flew into the air, Ao Qingfeng turned back, venting his frustrations. His anger at Mo Yan's treachery was palpable, as if he had suffered a grave injustice. However, his moment of indignation was short-lived, as terror gripped his expression. A bald-feathered dark peacock shot up from the ground toward him at alarming speed, its bare wings crackling with ominous black arcs of electricity. In an instant, those arcs detached and shot toward him. What the hell? Who is this featherless roast chicken? Why does it want to kill me? Ao Qingfeng screamed in panic, turning to flee. Unbeknownst to him, the term roast chicken only incited further rage in the dark peacock. After the first black arc shot past, another one coalesced and slashed toward him anew. Damn! Ao Qingfeng's expression darkened. This featherless peacock must be deranged, judging by the aura emanating from it. It was undoubtedly a transcendent peacock, a formidable imperial beast. Although he had already attained a transcendent level within the minor map, his status as a divine beast remained a limitation. Faced with the innate pressure and strength of an imperial beast, he was destined to be at a disadvantage, and nonetheless, Ao Qingfeng was not one to resign himself to fate. As the two arcs of electricity from the dark peacock approached, a blue arc flickered at the tips of his dragon claws. With a flick of his claws, he conjured a blue electric sphere in his palm. As his gaze turned steely, the blue electric sphere surged forth, colliding with the incoming arc of electricity. Boom! The two forces clashed, creating a thunderous explosion as blue and black lightning erupted. Yet, the dark peacock's strike proved superior. The energy of the black arc did not dissipate entirely, it merely diminished, still advancing toward Ao Qingfeng in a relentless assault. Ao Qingfeng's face paled. In the midst of this crisis, he raised his claws defensively, intertwining blue arcs at their tips. Suddenly, a larger blue electric sphere formed between his claws just as the black arc struck. The blue sphere shattered in response. Ao Qingfeng was sent flying, spitting blood as he cried out. Damn it, you featherless roast chicken, are you trying to take my life? Ao Qingfeng grimaced, baring his teeth. Seeking death. The dark peacock, incensed, flapped its wings and charged at Ao Qingfeng once more. Simultaneously, a cold and domineering aura of imperial beast ferocity enveloped Ao Qingfeng, making it difficult for him to breathe. This terrifying power, rooted deep within its bloodline, instilled within him an overwhelming sense of fear and despair. Imperial beast bloodline suppression. You, a worthless worm, dare to shout in my presence. The dark peacock's eyes gleamed with malice. With a hiss, a black arc sliced through the air yet again. Ao Qingfeng's complexion shifted as he shouted, Li Sankong, protect me. Hurry and shield me. Li Sankong, who had been nearing the battlefield, nearly turned to leave upon hearing Ao Qingfeng's frantic call. What is your status to call for protection so boldly? However, Li Sankong ultimately proved magnanimous, adorned with grey runes, as he unfurled his wings and inserted himself between the dark peacock and Ao Qingfeng, forming an impenetrable barrier. With a swift motion, he deflected the black arc while simultaneously unleashing a ferocious aura even more potent than that of the imperial beast, which surged like a raging tide, forcefully suppressing the imperial pressure released by the dark peacock. Once again, the sense of discomfort enveloped the dark peacock. Chapter 70 An Alliance Cursed Human Race. The feeling of being forced to bow one's head instilled within the typically proud dark peacock a profound sense of humiliation. Yet, it found itself helpless. The suppression stemming from its bloodline, rooted in primal instincts, was inescapable, unless its strength could vastly surpass that of Li Sankong. Otherwise, despite its advantage of being at a higher realm, it would have no choice but to endure the suppression, no matter how furious and aggrieved it felt. The consequence of this suppression was a significant reduction in its power at this moment, coupled with the severe injuries sustained from its earlier fierce battle with Li Sankong, particularly the loss of feathers. It found its ability to fly greatly hindered. This setback not only diminished its speed but also impaired its balance and agility in the air. Faced with the formidable Li Sankong, the chances of victory were decidedly not in its favor. Although it could still cast its divine ability once more, Li Sankong could equally unleash his divine ability of Nirvana, while the dark peacock, being an extraordinary beast, would ostensibly wield a more potent divine ability than Li Sankong. It was crucial to remember that Li Sankong possessed a superior bloodline, which rendered his divine ability no less formidable than that of the dark peacock. Realizing that its divine ability would have no effect on Li Sankong, the dark peacock refrained from casting it a second time. Consequently, with the dark peacock withholding its powers, Li Sankong likewise saw no necessity to unleash his abilities, leading to an unspoken agreement in this confrontation between two unparalleled prodigies. Divine powers seemed to be tacitly set aside. Of course, this was predicated on Li Sankong fighting in only one form. Should he choose to transform into his Azure Dragon form, his Dragon Roar divine ability could indeed pose significant trouble for the dark peacock. Descending to the ground, enduring the oppressive force of its bloodline, the dark peacock resolutely turned and dove toward the earth, seeking to reunite with its companions, the netherworld Xuanwu and others. Since it had failed to eliminate Ao Qingfeng in their initial skirmish, it had no choice but to execute its second plan to join forces with the netherworld Xuanwu and others to collectively resist Li Sankong. However, how could Li Sankong allow it to escape so easily? Ao Qingfeng, detain it. Li Sankong commanded emphatically. Understood. Ao Qingfeng instantly comprehended the directive, his dragon mouth opening wide as a resounding dragon roar echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. Roar, as the dragon roar reverberated, a peculiar energy instantaneously acted upon the dark peacock, who was attempting to flee. Azure Dragon divine ability a dragon roar, this is bad. Upon hearing the dragon roar, the dark peacock felt a sense of impending doom. Although Li Sankong could also unleash the dragon roar, he had to transform into his Azure Dragon form to do so. This transformation implied that he could not simultaneously wield the Phoenix True Fire in his Blood Phoenix form, undoubtedly affecting the diversity of his attacks to some extent. Even though the Azure Dragon form was equally formidable, its innate offensive capabilities were limited to the Dragon Roar, lacking the capacity to unleash the blazing flames of the Phoenix True Fire like the Blood Phoenix could. Nevertheless, this did not signify that the Azure Dragon form was weaker. On the contrary, the Azure Dragon boasted unparalleled advantages in defense. Its body was covered in densely packed, robust Azure Dragon scales, akin to natural armor, rendering the Azure Dragon exceptionally resilient. At this moment, the two fierce beasts joined forces, their attacks coordinated, converging upon the dark peacock. Should they falter even slightly, the dark peacock could very well find itself reduced to a mere roasted chicken. Yet, pitifully, even as the dark peacock sensed the dire situation, the inescapable force of the divine ability rendered it momentarily dazed. Die. Since it was Li Sankong's order for Ao Qingfeng to attack, he was naturally prepared to strike at the earliest opportunity. Thus, as Ao Qingfeng's dragon roar sounded, Li Sankong had already opened his mouth to unleash a torrent of searing Phoenix True Fire, engulfing the dark peacock like a fiery dragon. However, the divine ability unleashed by Ao Qingfeng, a mere beast with a divine bloodline, proved less effective against the dark peacock, which possessed the imperial beast bloodline. Therefore, just as Li Sankong's Phoenix True Fire was about to engulf the dark peacock, it managed to break free from the influence of the dragon roar. Yet, even though it escaped, the scene before it was enough to nearly frighten its very soul from its body. Boom! In the face of imminent peril, the dark peacock unleashed its black extraordinary power like a raging tide, pouring it forth without reservation to form a black barrier, akin to an indomitable shield, positioned before it.
The Phoenix True Fire, crashing against the black barrier with unmatched force, immediately dispersed to the sides, ultimately igniting the already damaged feathers of the Dark Peacock. After all, the black barrier had been hastily conjured, its defensive range limited, resulting in the Phoenix True Fire scorching its body.
Roasted chicken. Savor my continuous lightning spheres.
Concurrently, Ao Qingfeng, standing aloft in the air, cried out frantically as he thrust his two front claws forward, blue arcs of electricity intertwining at their tips. One after another, azure spheres of energy shot forth like rapid-fire cannonballs, relentlessly bombarding the Dark Peacock. In the blink of an eye, he had already unleashed 7 or 8 spheres, and such a frenzied display undoubtedly bore the weight of his resentment toward the Dark Peacock. While the Dark Peacock struggled to fend off Li Sanking's Phoenix True Fire, it was utterly unprepared for defense. In an instant of panic, it suffered blow after blow from the energy spheres, its form spiraling downwards like a kite with its string cut, blood gushing from its mouth. The feathers that had been singed by the Phoenix True Fire failed to extinguish in time, as the flames swiftly spread, scorching numerous feathers and billowing wisps of black smoke. Thud, dust erupted, the Dark Peacock plummeted to the hard ground like a lifeless dog, and upon landing, it writhed in agony, desperately rolling on the earth in an attempt to extinguish the blazing flames consuming its body with the cold earth. The wailing cries were heart-wrenching. "Boss, are you alright? Boss, hurry and extinguish the fire, otherwise, you'll truly become a roasted chicken." The 3 members of the Demon Beast clan rushed over, unable to locate the concealed Mo Yan, their concern and anxiety palpable as they beheld their leader, struck down by the 2 fierce beasts, engulfed in flames. Among them, the adorably clumsy Shen Hound, without a moment's hesitation, exclaimed urgently. Though its words stemmed from genuine concern, they nonetheless sounded remarkably like an invitation to scorn. The already severely injured Dark Peacock, upon hearing these words, spat out a mouthful of blood in fury, and unable to fully extinguish the flames, succumbed to the searing heat and fainted from the overwhelming pressure. Chapter 71 of the Scapegoat. "Boss, are you alright? Hurry, help the boss extinguish the flames." 3 anxious ferocious beasts simultaneously lifted their front limbs and began to stomp frantically on the unconscious Dark Peacock lying on the ground. Bang, bang, accompanied by the dull thuds reminiscent of heavy bags being struck, the oblivious Dark Peacock endured countless blows until the flames engulfing its body were finally extinguished. Only then did the 3 bumbling beasts cease their frantic actions, nervously encircling the Dark Peacock on the ground. At last, it is over, the 3 ferocious beasts breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the Dark Peacock appeared utterly pitiful, its feathers had been singed down to a mere few remnants, exposing charred and raw skin, its entire body lying weakly on the ground. Although the flames had been quelled, the fate of the Dark Peacock remained shrouded in mystery. Ha, these 3 foolish creatures are utterly hilarious. Your boss, even if not burned to death, would surely be trampled to death by you lot. Aya Qingfeng hovered in midair, unable to suppress his laughter upon witnessing this scene. Li Sanquan, after a moment of stunned silence, also broke into laughter. The intelligence of the Dark Peacock's companions was truly a source of exasperation. "Boss! You must not die, boss!" The old hound lowered its head, kneeling on the ground, weeping bitterly. Is this truly a hound? Li Sanquan gazed at the scene, momentarily in disbelief. How could such a fierce beast appear so pitiful, akin to a fragile maiden? "Old hound, be quiet." At that moment, the Yinming Xuanwu sensed something amiss and scolded the old hound, commanding it to silence. "Foolish hound. Even if you wish to express sorrow, couldn't you choose a more appropriate phrase? The 3 ferocious beasts from the fairy clan are currently eyeing us with malevolent intent. How can you speak so recklessly about slaying their kind? Do you think they would let us off the hook? Brother Xian Ming, the boss is gone. The old hound, will definitely make the fairy clan pay." The old hound, oblivious to the Yinming Xuanwu's hints, shouted defiantly. The Yinming Xuanwu nearly succumbed to rage. This was truly a foolish ally. At that moment, Li Sanquan and Aya Qingfeng descended, standing 3 zhang away from the Yinming Xuanwu and its companions, coldly glaring at the 3 demons. In that instant, the 3 demons felt an overwhelming sense of dread. "Ha ha ha, you 3 little demons, prepare to meet your doom. I declare that your kind shall be utterly annihilated within the ancient demon's forbidden grounds," Aya Qingfeng declared with arrogance. The Yinming Xuanwu's gaze turned icy as it spoke. "I concede that your strength is indeed formidable. However, should you truly decide to eradicate us completely, it would mean a complete severance of relations with our demon clan, leaving no room for reconciliation. Have you ever contemplated the chaos that would ensue if the demon clan were plunged back into turmoil? Perhaps you possess the confidence and strength to eliminate us one by one, but can you truly bear the consequences of such actions?" Aya Qingfeng scoffed. "With just the likes of you, do you think you can incite the demon clan to act against us? What a farce, you must be overestimating your own significance." The Yinming Xuanwu retorted coldly, "I am not being alarmist. Kong Yi is a rare imperial beast of our demon clan, a potential successor to our sovereign, and now he lies on the brink of death in your hands. If he truly perishes here, do you think our sovereign would simply let this matter slide?" Aya Qingfeng sneered. "If I am not mistaken, your demon clan's objective this time is merely to eradicate us to avenge your previous defeat. Alas, you did not anticipate that among us lies Captain Sanquan, a true prodigy, which has turned your plans into mere illusions and attempt to steal a chicken only to lose the rice. Now, as you face imminent extinction, you still wish to threaten us with the stability of the demon clan? Is that not the height of folly? Do you think we would yield to such threats?" The Yinming Xuanwu's eyes glimmered with profound intensity as it spoke solemnly. "I have said enough. Whether you heed my words is your choice. But remember, even if you are determined to eliminate us, we will not sit idly by. Even if we cannot match you in strength, we possess the capability to drag one of you down with us. At these words, King Feng let out a cold snort, revealing a hint of apprehension in his gaze. For the Yinming Xuanwu spoke truthfully, these three ferocious beasts, like himself, had already ascended to the extraordinary realm on the minimap, wielding formidable powers and extraordinary abilities. If they were intent on dragging one down with them, it would be a daunting task to stop them. King Feng held deep-seated trepidation regarding the abilities of the Jinhound, Yinming Xuanwu, and Swan and I clans. The Swan Ni's powers, when fully realized, were said to be capable of devouring an entire realm. The Jinhound's abilities were soul-based, nearly impossible to defend against, while the Yinming Xuanwu's powers might be slightly inferior in offense compared to the other two. Its defensive capabilities were unrivaled, making it a formidable opponent to eliminate. Together, the three could indeed pull an enemy down with them. At that moment, Li Sanquan suddenly interjected coldly, "Do you truly believe that in my presence, you would have the opportunity to drag someone down with you?" The Yinming Xuanwu's pupils constricted sharply, and it fixed its gaze on Li Sanquan, speaking in a low tone, "As a human, your ability to suppress Kong Yi is indeed impressive. I do not dare to claim I could escape your grasp, but I am confident I could take one of you down with me." "Is that so?" Li Sanquan's gaze flickered with mockery, and then, before the astonished eyes of the Yinming Xuanwu and the three demons, his form began to transform, extending backward at an astonishing speed, shifting from a cold, indifferent blood phoenix to a fearsome and terrifying beast. Tao Tai. A terrifying aura emanated from the Tao Tai, enveloping the surroundings in an instant. Tao Tai, the Yinming Xuanwu's gaze immediately trembled violently, expressing a fear that was beyond words. With the strength of the Dark Peacock, dealing with two among you would be more than sufficient, wouldn't it? Li Sanquan's words exuded both coldness and confidence. As for me, I am even more powerful than he. Dealing with the three of you is equally trivial. As for your claim of dragging someone down with you, that is nothing short of absurd. You will never be able to slay me. As for my two companions, one excels in flight, and the other in concealment. Who among you could possibly contend with them? I must say, your thoughts are utterly foolish. Regarding the notion of igniting a great war, Li Sanquan scoffed, "You truly overestimate yourselves." Upon hearing this, the Yinming Xuanwu's inner defenses crumbled entirely, and it suddenly let out a furious roar of flee. Chapter 72. The calculation. No sooner had the word escape left his lips than the spectral black tortoise turned and vanished from sight, fleeing the scene and racing off in a direction starkly opposite to that of Li Sankong. "Old Ming, what are you doing?" The true wolf remained rooted in place, his mind seemingly struggling to comprehend the situation, bewildered by the retreat of the spectral black tortoise. Given the current circumstances, where they ought to stand shoulder to shoulder and avenge their leader, why was he choosing such a cowardly act of flight? After all, their leader had been gravely injured by the fairy clan, and his life hung in the balance. Shouldn't they be recklessly charging forth to exact vengeance? "Old Ming, stay and fight. Why are you running away? Are you so afraid of death?" the true wolf roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. At the Swan and I said nothing, merely retreating slowly, his cold eyes warily observing Li Sankong. Bang! Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from behind. The Swan and I immediately turned to look. He saw that the spectral black tortoise, having barely covered Tu Zhang, had been struck by an immense force, as if colliding with an invisible wall, and was sent hurtling back, with nothing visible in front of him. It was the invisible Qilin. The Swan Ni's heart sank. It turned out that the Qilin had been lurking nearby all along, and now, as the spectral black tortoise sought to escape, it had intervened. "Qilin!" The spectral black tortoise, forced back, fixed a steely gaze upon the empty air ahead. Though there was nothing visible, he knew that the elusive Qilin stood before him, blocking his path to freedom. Suddenly, the air before him seemed to part like a curtain, revealing the Qilin from head to toe, its expression one of indifference, its gaze colder than that of the spectral. The Qilin had revealed itself. "Thinking of fleeing, have you consulted me first?" It spoke with a tone of cool arrogance, words spilling from Mo Yan's lips. "Well done, old Yen, you still have some use." King Feng called out joyfully from the sky, preparing to intercept the spectral black tortoise. Mo Yan cast a chilly glance at King Feng, retorting, "Who exactly is useless here?" King Feng, brimming with self-satisfaction, boasted, "Ha, don't forget, I just teamed up with the captain to slay the strongest Dark Peacock. This achievement is beyond your comparison. From this day forth, I, King Feng, shall defeat the imperial beasts and demons as a divine beast. Such a feat will be a rarity in the annals of the fairy clan." Mo Yan scoffed, "That was merely the captain's prowess. What does it have to do with you?" Unfazed, King Feng continued, "Just admit you're jealous." Mo Yan shrugged, unwilling to engage further. Debating with a fairy like King Feng was a futile exercise, likely to lower one's own intellect. The spectral black tortoise warily scrutinized Mo Yan, feeling the prickling sensation of danger from behind, where Li Sankong stood. He cast a cold glance around, his voice grave, "Are you truly prepared to go to such extremes? I acknowledge that your fairy clan has triumphed. I will not contest the treasures of the 8 ancestors, but I implore you, spare my life." King Feng cackled, "We desire both the treasures and your lives. We want it all." The spectral black tortoise replied somberly, "So there is no room for negotiation?" King Feng declared, "Can't you see it yet? Then you may as well perish." With that, the spectral black tortoise lunged toward Mo Yan, its dark scales shimmering with a faint glow as if some mystical power had been awakened, and mysterious runes flickered. At that moment, the spectral black tortoise radiated an aura of even greater defensive strength. It has activated its divine ability. King Feng suddenly cautioned. Though the spectral black tortoise's divine ability lacked offensive capabilities, its defense was extraordinarily formidable. Without an advantage of 2 realms or more, one could not breach its scales. Of course, in addition to its enhanced defense, its strength had also seen a commendable increase. What is there to fear about your non-offensive divine ability? Mo Yin sneered, before vanishing into invisibility once again. My divine ability may be purely defensive, but yours is far more sinister, lurking in the shadows to strike.
The spectral black tortoise retorted, angered by Mo Yin's taunt. But once Mo Yin became invisible, it struck at empty air. Very well, then let us engage in a one-on-one duel today and see who is superior. Mo Yin's voice seemed to emanate from the air, his form unseen, only his voice audible. Come on.
Are you afraid? Just don't resort to a group assault if you find yourself losing, the spectral black tortoise retorted coldly. Mo Yin scoffed, what a cunning scheme, are you attempting to force me into a duel in hopes of finding a chance to survive? The spectral black tortoise's gaze darkened, a flicker of determination igniting within. He indeed harbored that thought, and was taken aback at how easily his intention had been discerned. Mo Yin dismissed him with disdain, even in a one-on-one, you shall not survive today. He then revealed his head, addressing Li Sankong and Aya Qingfeng, this tortoise belongs to me.
Do not interfere.
Li Sankong said nothing, tacitly acknowledging this. Aya Qingfeng coldly warned, just don't fail to kill him and end up getting killed yourself. If you die, I will not perish alongside you.
Mo Yin shot back at Aya Qingfeng, then once more enveloped himself in invisibility.
In the next moment, his figure had appeared beside the spectral black tortoise, launching a fierce assault, his Qilin arm wielding an overwhelming momentum aimed at the spectral black tortoise. The spectral black tortoise snorted disdainfully, colliding its head against Mo Yan's strike die, and the next instant, both Mo Yan and the spectral black tortoise slid back simultaneously.
Such formidable defense.
Mo Yan marveled, feeling the numbing pain radiating from his arm. Though he had anticipated this, the opponent's defense still astonished him.
Again.
Yet he felt no sense of defeat, rather, his fighting spirit surged, seeking another opportunity to attack from his concealed position.
Is hiding all you can do?
It matters not, I will let you strike regardless, the spectral black tortoise declared coldly, slowly shifting its stance. If one were to observe closely, they would notice that the spectral black tortoise was deliberately moving away from Li Sankong. Li Sankong, however, ignored this scene, instead turning his gaze toward the Swan and I, his voice icy, how do you wish to die? The Swan and I replied in a deep voice, I have no intention of being your enemy. Li Sankong responded coldly, our differing stances make us enemies by default.
The Swan and I countered, what if I were to promise that I would never set foot in your fairy clan's territory again, nor harm any of your kin? Could we coexist peacefully? Li Sankong scoffed, what assurance can you provide?
The Swan and I fell silent for a moment before stating, I cannot offer you any guarantees, for if you do not trust me, then my words bear no significance.
Li Sankong's gaze turned contemplative, that is indeed a fair point. Let me rephrase my inquiry, if your demon clan were to overpower us, would you spare us?
The Swan and I fell silent, would he? It seemed unlikely, even if it was not his intention, in that moment, he would have no say. He could only follow the will of the stronger, and the mightier force in their group was undoubtedly the Dark Peacock. Seeing the Swan-Ni's reaction, Li Sankong understood, his expression remained impassive as he declared, I'm sorry, but today, I must kill you.
Chapter 73.
The devouring realm. The mighty Swan and I spoke with a tone of regret, if it must be so, then we have no choice but to engage in battle. As soon as the words left his lips, his countenance transformed into a fearsome visage, his crimson maw gaping wide as if it could swallow an entire elephant whole. The ferocity emanating from him sent chills down the spine, as though the very world was shrouded in his overwhelming power. An insidious force of absorption suddenly bore down upon Li Sankong. This power of absorption was fundamentally different from Li Sanking's own devouring ability. While Li Sanking's power consumed flesh and blood, transforming living beings into life essence within him, Swan-Ni's force sought to ingest entire objects into its depths. This was his divine ability, the devouring realm. Li Sankong was taken aback. The devouring realm could encompass an entire realm. Its might was particularly fearsome. In an instant, it felt as though invisible forces were compelling his steps, slowly yet resolutely drawing him forward, as if he were being pulled into an unfathomable abyss. The earth beneath his feet was uprooted, leaving 4 deep impressions as he struggled to halt his advance. What a terrifying power of absorption! Li Sanking's heart raced with trepidation, for the Swan and I before him was merely a divine beast, yet the potency of its divine ability nearly consumed him whole. Yet, while Li Sankong was astonished, Swan and I was even more taken aback. The might of the devouring realm could, under normal circumstances, engulf even a human cultivator of a higher realm. However, this human stood before him, resisting the force, albeit gradually being drawn closer to it. Was crucial to note that while the devouring realm was formidable, its duration was limited. If one could withstand its power until it dissipated, its effects would be rendered moot. Such a powerful human, despite viewing Li Sankong as an adversary, Swan and I could not hide his astonishment at his strength. This human was indeed remarkably formidable.
Curse the human race for injuring my lord.
You shall pay with your life. The nearby Jinhound roared, charging toward Li Sankong, intending to join forces with Swan and I against him.
Foolish hound, your opponent is me.
Ao Qingfeng swooped down, intercepting Jinhound. With a furious roar, Jinhound lunged at Ao Qingfeng. One-phased, Ao Qingfeng unleashed a barrage of azure lightning orbs, and the two beasts erupted into a fierce clash. In the face of Swan-Ni's divine ability, Li Sankong unleashed his own terrifying might. For a fleeting moment, the aura of his ferocity enveloped the scene, causing Swan-Ni's absorption to falter. The once tumultuous force of absorption diminished significantly, no longer able to pull Li Sankong forward, instilling a sense of dread in Swan and I, who realized his precarious situation beneath this overwhelming ferocity.
Could it be that he would meet his demise here today? Swan and I inwardly lamented, this captain is truly extraordinary, the ferocity he exudes seems to transcend even that of a true ancestral beast, a power that is indeed awe-inspiring.
Ao Qingfeng, observing from above, felt ripples of admiration swell within him. Li Sankong is too strong.
Do you truly wish to kill me? What would you gain from sparing me? As he witnessed his divine ability failing to harm Li Sankong, Swan and I could not help but voice his despair.
The glimmer of hope he once harbored had now been utterly extinguished. Li Sankong advanced step by step toward Swan and I, his tone icy. You seek mercy when you are weak, yet show no mercy when you are strong.
Swan and I, do you not realize how hypocritical your actions are? I never intended to kill you. Swan and I protested, what a feeble defense. You belong to the demon race, how could you possibly not have contemplated my demise?
A scornful smile flitted across Li Sanking's lips, and at that moment, he leapt forward, charging at Swan and I. His tasting arm struck like a battering ram, while his mouth opened wide, enveloping Swan and I in a powerful force of absorption. The combined might of this force and his ferocity caused Swan Ni's combat prowess to plummet to a despairing low.
Begone! Yet Swan and I was not one to concede easily.
In a fierce display, he unleashed a torrent of black light, his foreleg swelling several times in size as it collided violently with Li Sanking's overwhelming tasting arm. However, despair washed over him as he was struck by a force akin to crashing waves, sent sprawling like a ragdoll, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, his injured leg unable to touch the earth, unable to maintain his balance.
Human!
You shall not harm my companion. Jinhound bellowed with fury, forcing back Ao Qingfeng before unleashing a thunderous roar towards Li Sankong. A terrifying sound wave surged through the air, striking Li Sankong and plunging him into a state of disorientation. Jinhound's divine ability, thunderous roar, a sole attack. Li Sanking's eyes lost focus. This ability was indeed terrifying.
You wretched hound, how infuriating, your opponent is me.
Ao Qingfeng screeched angrily at Jinhound, releasing a deafening dragon's roar in return. Jinhound momentarily lost his senses. I'll make you regret this. Ao Qingfeng shrieked, launching a barrage of azure lightning orbs at Jinhound. By the time Jinhound regained his wits, he found himself surrounded by multiple lightning orbs, his expression shifting to one of alarm.
Cunning scoundrel! How dare you ambush me?
Jinhound roared, retaliating fiercely. Witnessing Li Sanking's loss of consciousness, Swan Ni's heart leapt with joy, his eyes glinting coldly as he opened his maw once more, the power of the devouring realm descending again. With a thunderous sound, Li Sankong was drawn toward Swan and I. Foolish human, do you think you can kill me? Prepare to be reduced to mere sludge within my belly. Swan Ni's demeanor shifted dramatically, from humble pleading to brazen arrogance. However, what he did not anticipate was that just as Li Sankong was about to be engulfed, he suddenly opened his eyes, catching Swan and I off guard, his heart skipping a beat.
What? Swan and I gasped in astonishment.
This human, could it be, had already escaped the influence of Jinhound's ability. Before an answer could manifest, Li Sanking's icy voice rang out, Swan and I, prepare to meet your end. With a force akin to a mountain, his tasting arm crashed down, instantly shattering the upper part of Swan Ni's head, brain matter splattering in a gruesome display. Swan Ni's mind was obliterated, the world around him spinning as he teetered on the brink of collapse. Li Sankong, unwavering, delivered several decisive blows, and Swan and I ultimately succumbed, falling into a pool of his own blood. The corpse of a divine beast, the remains of an imperial beast, gazing upon the fallen forms of Swan and I and the dark peacock, Li Sankong suddenly felt a surge of exhilaration. He had never devoured the remains of a divine beast or an imperial beast. How much tasting blood might he acquire from such a feast? Would it perhaps bestow new influences upon his devouring lineage? Chapter 74. Devouring the imperial beast. I have yet to transcend into the realm of the extraordinary. Even if the bloodline quality of these two ferocious beasts meets the preservation standard, the heavenly devouring bloodline cannot retain its form, Li Sankong lamented. If it could be preserved, it would mean acquiring the forms of two ferocious beasts. However, I am not particularly satisfied with the powers of the Dark Peacock. He secretly shook his head. The Dark Peacock's ability is to siphon life force, yet the devouring bloodline already possesses a similar capability. Retaining the bloodline of the Dark Peacock seems somewhat superfluous. The swallowing of worlds by the Swan and I, however, is commendable. Just moments ago, Li Sankong had personally experienced the might of the swallowing of worlds, and he held great anticipation for this divine ability, yearning to claim it for himself. He decided to devour the Dark Peacock and then store the Swan Ni's corpse in a storage ring. Once I break through to the extraordinary realm, if I cannot find a more suitable ferocious beast bloodline than that of the Swan and I shall consume the Swan and I. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Sankong made his decision. The interior of the storage ring is akin to a sealed space, where food does not decay, making it a perfect vessel for preserving the Swan Ni's corpse. Without hesitation, Li Sankong collected the Swan Ni's remains and then slowly approached the corpse of the Dark Peacock, his gaze cold as he spoke. Dark Peacock, perhaps you are merely unconscious now, with a trace of breath still lingering, but your fate is sealed. Rest assured, dying at my hands will bring you no pain. Human brat, what are you going to do to my master? Stop this at once. The True Hound exclaimed anxiously, forcefully shoving aside Ao Qingfeng in an attempt to intervene against Li Sankong. However, Ao Qingfeng would not allow him to succeed, swiftly blocking his path once more. The True Hound erupted in fury, yet found himself powerless to ACT. Li Sankong disregarded the True Hound's warning, suddenly opening the gaping maw of the devouring bloodline and mercilessly consuming the Dark Peacock, leaving nothing behind. Indeed, the heavily devouring bloodline did not preserve the form of the Dark Peacock. All of its essence was refined into the essence blood of the devouring bloodline. Li Sanking's eyes widened slightly, his face alight with excitement. 320 drops. To devour an extraordinary first-tier imperial beast and gain such an astonishing amount of essence blood is truly remarkable. Counting it all together, Lee Sankong had absorbed a total of 634 drops of essence blood. He had taken a significant step closer to his ascension into the extraordinary realm. Just one more Imperial Beast, and I should be able to break through. With eager anticipation, he longed to devour another Imperial Beast. Unfortunately, such creatures are not easily encountered. Even if he did, with his current strength, he might not be able to slay it. Young beasts like the Dark Peacock are indeed rare. Master! You died so tragically. The True Hound lamented, you human brat are so cruel, you devoured my master without leaving a single scrap. His fury was palpable. Although enraged by Lee Sanking's actions, he found himself utterly helpless. He could hardly contend with Ao Qingfeng, let alone Lee Sankong. However, Lee Sankong regarded the True Hound with newfound respect. This creature, valuing emotions and possessing a straightforward character, would have been a welcome companion had their stances not been so divergent. Foolish hound! Your master sought to kill mine, what of it if I consumed him? Ao Qingfeng retorted angrily. Get away from me! The True Hound, realizing he could not refute this, unleashed his fury upon Ao Qingfeng, attacking with increasing ferocity, disregarding his own safety in the process. Have you gone mad? Ao Qingfeng's expression shifted dramatically. The True Hound appeared to have been driven into a frenzy, disregarding life and death. At that moment, Lee Sankong approached slowly and asked Ao Qingfeng, do you require assistance? Ao Qingfeng, already incensed, replied tersely, no. Today, I shall teach it a lesson myself. Lee Sankong nodded and turned his gaze to another battlefield. In a different arena, Mo Yan utilized his cloaking ability to engage with the Netherworld Black Tortoise, his figure flickering in and out of sight, each appearance marked by a fierce attack. The Netherworld Black Tortoise, boasting unparalleled defenses, stood like an impregnable fortress against Mo Yan's every onslaught. Mo Yan was akin to a cunning assassin, while the Netherworld Black Tortoise resembled an astonishingly defensive warrior. Kirin, have you attacked enough? With your skills, you still cannot harm me, the Netherworld Black Tortoise spoke in a deep voice, all the while shifting further away. The defensive power of the Netherworld Black Tortoise was indeed formidable. Mo Yan's divine abilities could swell his strength immensely, yet even such might fail to leave a mark upon the Netherworld Black Tortoise. Lee Sankong marveled, the defense of the Netherworld Black Tortoise is truly exceptional, surpassing even that of the Azure Dragon clan. However, as I have already attained the Azure Dragon form, my defenses are sufficient. I have no desire to acquire the defensive abilities of the Netherworld Black Tortoise. Like a turtle shell, it can only endure blows without countering. This is not the kind of power I seek. I prefer to strike proactively, unleashing high-intensity attacks to obliterate my foes. Mo Yan, do you need my assistance? Lee Sankong inquired. Mo Yan replied haughtily, I have already declared that I wish to face him one-on-one. There is no need for you to interfere. Very well. Upon finishing his statement, Lee Sankong took a keen interest in observing the two battles. His companions also deserved the opportunity to demonstrate their prowess. He could not intervene in every matter. Time was still ample, and with Subuhui yet to emerge from the small map, allowing them some time to showcase their abilities was no issue. As the battle raged on, the outcome was first determined on Mo Yan's side. Although the Netherworld Black Tortoise's defenses were impressive, the duration of its divine abilities was limited. By this point in the battle, its powers had begun to wane. Without the reinforcement of its divine abilities, its defenses were no longer so fearsome. Mo Yan had initiated his divine abilities later than the Netherworld Black Tortoise, yet his powers remained. Netherworld Black Tortoise, you have run out of options, haven't you? Mo Yan coldly stated, unleashing the purifying flame and the Kirin arm secret technique like a torrential downpour upon the Netherworld Black Tortoise, eventually scorching its scales to a charred black, blood spilling from its mouth, filled with both fury and helplessness. What troubled the Netherworld Black Tortoise even more was the predatory gaze of Lee Sankong nearby, which instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure. All it could think about was escaping this area, even though it knew there was no escape within the ancient demon forbidden zone. With a powerful strike, the Netherworld Black Tortoise forced Mo Yan back and swiftly fled into the distance. Trying to escape? Mo Yan darted forward, blocking the Netherworld Black Tortoise's path. Get lost, the Netherworld Black Tortoise roared angrily, braving Mo Yan's attacks and careening toward its opponent. Mo Yan's expression changed instantly. The Netherworld Black Tortoise had become a cornered beast, willing to do anything to escape. Mo Yan, wary of its desperation, could only search for opportunities to strike, yet he could not halt its retreat. The Netherworld Black Tortoise continued to move farther away. Suddenly, a phantom emerged, a fierce beast blocking the Netherworld Black Tortoise's path. Seeing the figure that obstructed its escape, the Netherworld Black Tortoise felt a sinking sensation in its heart. We agreed on a one-on-one duel. You intend to interfere? It glared at Lee Sankong with intensity. Lee Sankong replied coolly, a one-on-one duel is permissible, but fleeing is not. This area, within 100 feet, serves as your arena. Should you attempt to escape, I will intervene. The Netherworld Black Tortoise growled, this is unreasonable. With an indifferent gaze, Lee Sankong stated, in this place, my words are the law. Who instructed you to lose? A flicker of hatred passed through the Netherworld Black Tortoise's eyes as it retorted, the Fairy Clan is indeed cunning and shameless. Having fallen into your hands today, I have no words left. I shall accept my fate. However, my death means nothing. One day, your self-important Fairy Clan will be completely annihilated by my Demon Clan. Even if such a day were to come, you will not be there to witness it, Lee Sankong replied coldly. With those words, he transformed into a phantom and charged toward the Netherworld Black Tortoise. Chapter 75 Opportunity. In the form of a gluttonous beast, Lee Sanking's strength was comparable to that of a transcendent being at the third level. The body of the netherworld black tortoise, devoid of divine powers, could hardly withstand Lee Sanking's onslaught. As Lee Sangkong unleashed the ferocity of the gluttonous beast, the combat prowess of the mere divine beast, the netherworld black tortoise, diminished sharply under such malevolent pressure. Within mere exchanges, Lee Sangkong shattered the skull of the netherworld black tortoise. Is it truly dead? Mo Yen, emerging from his concealment, stared blankly at the fallen creature lying in a pool of its own blood. An entity that he had exerted all his efforts to vanquish had been effortlessly slain by Lee Sangkong in just a few moves, accentuating the vast chasm in their respective strengths. I devoured the netherworld black tortoise.
I trust you have no objections?
Lee Sangkong inquired, turning his gaze towards Moyan. Mo Yan's eyes flickered momentarily as he replied blandly, you killed it, why would I object?
Lee Sangkong nodded, that's good.
With that, he once again opened his gaping maw, consuming the carcass of the netherworld black tortoise. This process of devouring proved to be even more protracted than his previous encounter with the dark peacock. The flesh of the netherworld black tortoise was exceedingly resilient, rendering the act of consumption arduous and demanding greater time and energy. Upon completion, Lee Sangkong acquired 160 drops of gluttonous blood, half the amount he had obtained from the imperial beast. He sighed, reflecting that in total, he had now consumed 794 drops of gluttonous blood, an astonishing quantity nearing 800. Although there were no immediate signs of a breakthrough, he sensed that the critical threshold was tantalizingly close, as if it could be breached at any moment. From a distance, upon observing Lee Sangkong and Mo Yen standing together in apparent camaraderie, King Feng felt a surge of discontent. Remembering his own solitary struggle, he called out in jealousy, hey, you two, don't just stand there watching the show, come and lend me a hand.
Mo Yen cast a cold glance at King Feng, disdain evident in his tone. Didn't you claim you wished to face him in single combat? King Feng retorted defensively, when did I ever say that? Mo Yen scoffed, did you not just boast about your significant contributions, asserting that with the body of a divine beast you could slay an imperial beast? How is it that you now struggle against a mere divine beast? King Feng countered, no, Mo Yen, you just fixate on trivial matters, don't you? Is it your pleasure to make me uncomfortable? Mo Yen replied, who told you to keep bragging in front of me? At that moment, King Feng's opponent, the True Hound, let out an enraged roar and unleashed his second divine ability, Thunderclap. Overwhelmed by the might of the thunderous power, King Feng succumbed to dizziness, and the True Hound, with a flash of cold light in its eyes, lunged forward, striking King Feng with its hoof, sending him hurtling away. Had it not been for King Feng's impressive dragon-scale defense, he might have met his demise in that instant. Once King Feng recovered from his daze, he let out a pained cry, ouch. You foolish hound, you nearly took my life. The True Hound, in a fit of rage, charged towards King Feng, intent on continuing its assault. However, a shadow interposed itself, as Lee Sangkong stood before it. Human brat. The True Hound glared fiercely at Lee Sangkong, its gaze imbued with a mix of ferocity and palpable wariness. This human had proven to be no match for its leader, how could it possibly triumph? Lee Sangkong regarded the True Hound with an indifferent stare. True Hound, judging by your expression, it seems you are quite eager to eliminate us. The True Hound replied angrily, what is wrong with wanting to kill you? We are adversaries by nature, a confrontation is inevitable. You, scoundrel, have slain all my comrades, might as well take me down as well. I fear nothing, I only lament my insufficient power to avenge them. Lee Sangkong responded coolly, you are quite forthright. Frankly speaking, were it not for our opposing factions, we might not have become enemies. The True Hound's pupils narrowed as it scrutinized Lee Sangkong, falling into silence. Lee Sangkong suddenly posed a question, do you yearn to kill me in retribution for your fallen comrades? The True Hound murmured, of course, we shared a strong bond. Lee Sangkong remarked, what if it turns out that you considered them friends, while they regarded you as a fool? You just witnessed how the netherworld black tortoise abandoned you to flee. That Swan and I never intended to fight alongside you, they merely sought to escape. Only you, naive as you are, wish to avenge your so-called leader. The True Hound's face twisted at Lee Sangkong's words, as if its inner convictions were being subjected to unprecedented turmoil. Yet, after a brief struggle, its gaze regained a resolute coldness. It spoke in a low voice, what they do is of no concern to me, avenge you is my own affair. As long as I am true to my heart, that suffices. Lee Sangkong looked at the True Hound in astonishment, I did not expect to find such a sentiment among your kind. The True Hound replied, enough with the idle talk. If you wish to kill, then do so. Lee Sangkong observed the True Hound with calmness, how about this, I shall offer you a chance to live, and also an opportunity for revenge. The True Hound's pupils contracted slightly, shocked and puzzled by Lee Sangkong's intent. Lee Sangkong continued, in a moment, you will help me divert the rock giant's minions so that if you manage to survive, I shall let you go. Furthermore, if you truly desire vengeance for your comrades, you may challenge me openly in the future, as long can you comply? Upon hearing this, the True Hound hesitated. To be frank, it had resigned itself to a fatalistic mindset moments ago, yet, Lee Sangkong's suggestion offered a glimmer of hope. Though straightforward, it was not foolish. It understood that survival was paramount if it wished to negotiate other matters. Lee Sangkong stated calmly, do you need to ponder for so long? This is the best outcome compared to being killed by me. Fearful of Lee Sangkong retracting his offer, the True Hound quickly acquiesced, fine, I accept your terms. Lee Sangkong remarked, it seems you are not as dull-witted as I presumed. The True Hound's expression revealed a hint of hesitation, and it cautiously inquired, I wish to know why you are willing to spare me? Lee Sangkong replied indifferently, I never said I would spare you. It is merely a mutual utilization for now, consider how you will survive among those hundreds of rock beasts.
The true hound, upon hearing this, refrained from further questioning, its eyes now shining with a different light. Rest assured, I will keep my word.
Prepare to face my challenge in the future.
Li Sankong nodded at the gluttonous beast's large head. We still have one companion who has yet to emerge from the small map. Let us refrain from action for the moment. The true hound grumbled, very well. As it took a couple of steps away, it suddenly turned back and said, Human, had you not been of the demon race, perhaps you could have been my leader. Aya King Feng, overhearing, interjected discontentedly, Foolish hound, silence yourself. He is our leader, it has nothing to do with you. The true hound cast a cold glance at Aya King Feng, ignoring him entirely as it moved a short distance away, lying quietly on the ground while occasionally casting curious glances at Li Sankong. Boss, why did you spare it?
It nearly killed me just now. Aya King Feng protested. Li Sankong replied, would you prefer to attract the rock beasts yourself?
Upon hearing this, Aya King Feng promptly retorted, let's have that foolish hound do it instead. After approximately a quarter of an hour, a portal of energy rippled into existence, and Su Buhui finally emerged.
Finally out. Where are those wicked demons, have they shown themselves yet?
Su Buhui scanned the surroundings with vigilance. Chapter 76 Astonishment and no regrets. Before Su Buhui could fully comprehend her surroundings, 3 joyful exclamations echoed from afar. Startled, Su Buhui turned to see Li Sankong transformed into a gluttonous creature, Ao Qingfeng soaring gracefully in the air, and the indifferent Mo Yan hastening towards her.
You all came out so quickly? Su Buhui exclaimed with delight. Buhui, could it be that you were simply too slow?
We waited so long that the flowers have wilted, Ao Qingfeng teased, flying to Su Buhui's side, circling before her as if to scold her, though his expression betrayed no such intent. A hint of shyness crept onto Su Buhui's fox-like features as she replied apologetically, Brother Qingfeng, you are not wrong, it's just that my abilities are limited, I did not intend to delay.
I hope I did not keep you waiting for too long?
Mo Yan, who held a particular disdain for Ao Qingfeng, interjected to defend Su Buhui, saying, Buhui, do not heed his nonsense.
Your timing is impeccable. Confused by Mo Yan's remark, Su Buhui inquired, why do you say it was impeccable, has the demon clan not yet emerged?
As she spoke, she quickly scanned her surroundings. Her gaze fell upon the distant Shen hound, shrouded in a gloomy aura. A fear flickered across her beautiful eyes, but she swiftly admonished herself, how could one be afraid in the presence of demons? Thus, she adopted a fierce demeanor, glaring at Jin Hound simultaneously. She mused, it seemed there was only one demon present, perhaps the others had not yet appeared. This realization filled her with an inexplicable pride, as if she had salvaged a measure of dignity for her clan. The dark peacock of the demon clan was an extraordinary imperial beast, yet it had emerged slower than herself, evidently lacking in skill. Although Su Buhui understood that within the confines of the independent restrictive space, each individual's trials were unique and tailored to their respective strengths, the fact that the dark peacock had lagged behind her suggested its inadequacy, devoid of any other explanation. Ao Qingfeng winked mischievously, as if sensing Su Buhui's thoughts, and with a smirk remarked, indeed, that dark peacock is an imperial beast, yet it has yet to appear. It pales in comparison to you, Buhui. Li Sankong, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless. Was such flattery truly appropriate? Mo Yan shot Ao Qingfeng a disapproving glare, as if to remind him to exercise discretion in jest. Unfazed, Ao Qingfeng chuckled, Buhui is indeed remarkable, what is wrong with acknowledging her prowess? Feeling elated by the praise, Su Buhui's heart swelled with sweetness. Indeed, for any girl, regardless of race or age, compliments always brought joy. Brother Qingfeng, I have been diligently cultivating, hoping one day to triumph over all demons, Su Buhui declared earnestly. Li Sankong sighed, pondering if this little fox truly believed her words. She was, after all, rather naive. It was obvious, with a mere flick of the wrist, that the dark peacock could hardly have been delayed for so long. Buhui, Ao Qingfeng is teasing you. The demon clan has long since emerged. Li Sankong revealed the truth. Ao Qingfeng pouted, how dull, what is wrong with trying to amuse Buhui? Su Buhui's eyes widened in shock. What, they have all emerged, am I the last one? Li Sankong nodded, though you are indeed the last, your timing was quite fortuitous. Perplexed, Su Buhui asked, Li Sankong, could you clarify your words? Just as Li Sankong began to explain, Ao Qingfeng interjected, let me explain. Buhui, you may not realize, but a fierce battle just transpired here. We nearly vanquished the entire demon clan. Your brother Qingfeng personally struck down the dark peacock. How impressive is that? Su Buhui gasped in astonishment, what? Brother Qingfeng, you defeated the dark peacock? With a sense of pride, Ao Qingfeng replied, of course, would I lie to you? Mo Yan, unable to endure any longer, interjected, be quiet, the primary force behind the dark peacock's demise was the captain. What does that have to do with you? Ao Qingfeng, feeling slighted, retorted, who says it has nothing to do with me, boss, tell them my divine ability, Dragon's Roar, was crucial, wasn't it? Once unleashed, the dark peacock fell immediately. Li Sankong, with a hint of exasperation, stated, it had some relevance, but not significantly. I could have slain it without you. Ao Qingfeng looked dismayed, boss, can't you give me some credit in front of Buhui? Li Sankong chuckled, finding amusement in Ao Qingfeng's self-aggrandizing antics, deliberately allowing him to stumble. Mo Yan scoffed, respect is earned through one's own efforts. Nevertheless, these exchanges did not deter Su Buhui from her astonished demeanor, her eyes wide with disbelief. So, the dark peacock of the demon clan has fallen? It was our most formidable opponent in this competition.
Li Sankong replied coolly, not only has it perished, but the Swan and I and the Yin Ning Xuanwu have also met their demise. Now, only the solitary Jinhound remains however, even this Jinhound is nearly a pawn in our hands, ready to serve our purposes at any moment. Su Buhui's mouth fell agape, unable to close for an extended period. She had merely been a tad slow to emerge, yet what had Li Sankong and the others accomplished? Moreover, she had yet to showcase her abilities, and the battle against the demon clan had concluded, rendering her seemingly ineffectual. With her head bowed, Su Buhui sighed in disappointment. Oh, I had hoped to engage in battle with the demon clan, yet it seems I have won without effort. How incredible you all are. Ao Qingfeng blinked reassuringly, do not fret. We are all waiting for you to display your skills against that rock giant. That will be the true test of this journey. Only by acquiring sufficient demon crystals from it can we deem our expedition into the ancient demon forbidden ground a success. A spark of determination ignited in Su Buhui's eyes once more. Li Sankong, witnessing this resurgence of spirit, could not help but smile. Su Buhui was simply too innocent and carefree. Although she was a divine beast, her youth rendered her strength inferior to her companions, leading to her exclusion from consideration. However, Feng Qingwu had resolutely chosen to include Su Buhui in their ranks upon learning of this, a decision undoubtedly rooted in a profound consideration of Li Sankong's presence. In Feng Qingwu's view, even if Su Buhui's abilities were somewhat lacking, as long as Li Sankong was present, he could adequately counter the threats posed by the demon clan. Thus, Su Buhui could seize the opportunities within the ancient demon forbidden ground, fostering her growth. After all, divine beast bloodlines were rare and worthy of meticulous cultivation. Now that everyone had gathered, once their divine abilities were restored, they would challenge the rock giant. We must extract the maximum number of demon crystals from it. With a glance around at his companions, Li Sankong declared with spirited enthusiasm. Chapter 77 Collecting demon crystals. After resting until the next day, once everyone had fully restored their powers and adjusted their states to their optimal condition, they set off. Ao Qingfeng soared ahead. He called out to the distant Jinho, foolish hound, your moment to shine has arrived. You better obediently draw the rock beasts away for us, or we shall ensure your demise here. Hearing the voice, Jinho sluggishly rose. Jinho, do not attempt any tricks, or I shall not show you mercy, Li Sankong warned as Jinho approached. You must understand, I have not truly spared you. I am merely utilizing you. Should you fail in your task, I will not hesitate to end your life. Jinho glanced at Li Sankong and replied in a low tone, fear not, I shall fulfill my promise, even if it results in my death at the hands of the rock beasts. Li Sankong coldly responded, let us hope so. The 4 spirits and 1 demon charged towards the colossal rock beast like arrows released from a bow. Upon entering the 1,000 radius of the beast, they immediately captured its attention. Roar, you dare disturb my slumber, this time, I shall show no mercy, you will pay dearly. The rock beast, as formidable as a mountain, suddenly rose from the ground, unleashing a deafening roar. Ao Qingfeng winced in pain, exclaiming, why does this clumsy rock beast say this time, we didn't provoke it yesterday? Li Sankong replied nonchalantly, my apologies, but I challenged it yesterday. Ao Qingfeng's eyes widened, you did it alone? Li Sankong affirmed, indeed, none of you were present at that time. Ao Qingfeng, astonished, remarked, you are quite impressive. Su Buhui, following closely behind Li Sankong, sweetly chimed in, Sankong has always been formidable. Ao Qingfeng, feeling a twinge of jealousy, retorted, Sister Buhui, you always praise Li Sankong. Why do you never commend me? I am quite impressive too, you know. Su Buhui huffed in a proud manner, ignoring Ao Qingfeng entirely. Everyone, be alert, the rock beasts may charge out any moment. Li Sankong suddenly announced while running. Upon hearing his words, everyone, including Jinho, braced themselves. As expected, when the group was merely a few hundred jung away from the massive rock beast, the rock beasts, which had been clinging to the giant's surface like fleas, leaped off in a frenzy, howling with rage as they surged towards them. Jinho, it's your turn. Li Sankong commanded. Jinho focused on the approaching rock beasts, his gaze sharp. Rest assured, he declared, accelerating ahead to engage the swarm of rock beasts. With a thunderous roar, Jinho leaped into the fray, his form soaring above the beasts. He struck down the nearest rock beasts, sending them flying, yet his attacks evidently failed to breach their defenses. This scene prompted Ao Qingfeng to scoff, Jinho is utterly pathetic, he can't even inflict harm. Li Sankong shot him a disdainful glance, if it were you, the outcome would be no better. Even I cannot shake their defenses. Ao Qingfeng, taken aback, exclaimed, you can't either, I thought you could. Li Sankong had no retort, thank you for the high regard. In the fray, Jinho, realizing he could not defeat the rock beasts, turned and fled, attempting to lead them away from Li Sankong and the others. Though the rock beasts possessed the strength of a second-tier extraordinary being, their speed paled in comparison to Jinho's, and their agility was significantly lacking. As a divine beast, Jinho, despite being merely first-tier extraordinary, was not inferior in strength to the rock beasts. Thus, even while besieged, he found himself in no immediate peril. We shall confront the rock giant. Li Sankong swiftly commanded his companions. Su Buhui, you need not do anything besides finding opportunities to collect demon crystals. Mo Yen, you too, your ability to become invisible will facilitate the collection. Ao Qingfeng, coordinate with me. If the rock giant threatens Mo Yen and Buhui, unleash your dragon's roar to distract it. Li Sankong issued his orders at a rapid pace. Understood, the 3 companions replied. Suddenly, Ao Qingfeng boasted, Old Yen, do you see, my role is far greater than yours, you can only scurry like a woman to gather demon crystals. A true man must fight.
Though Mo Yen was irked, he chose silence, as he had no counter-argument.
Su Buhui, dissatisfied, huffed, "Brother Qingfeng, do you look down upon girls?" Realizing his mistake, Ao Qingfeng immediately laughed awkwardly, "No, no. Be careful, the rock giant is about to attack." The experienced Li Sankong urgently warned everyone. Just as he finished speaking, the rock giant suddenly opened its massive mouth and hurled a flaming boulder towards them. The three spirits, witnessing this scene for the first time, immediately shifted their expressions, while Ao Qingfeng shrieked in alarm. Yet, they did not cower, they swiftly followed Li Sankong to evade the attack. "Indeed, what a clumsy rock giant, it can't even curve its attacks, does it think it can hit me?" Ao Qingfeng boasted after dodging the blow. At that moment, Li Sankong transformed into his azure dragon form, soaring into the air while allowing Su Buhui to grasp his claws, bringing her along to the giant's back. He quickly clawed at the demon crystals, swiftly storing them in the spatial ring attached to his claws. The spatial ring, being adaptable in size, could be worn in any form. As the rock beasts had chased after Zhenhou, they were currently unchallenged. Mo Yen had already entered an invisible state, approaching the giant's massive foot, collecting demon crystals by the handful. Ao Qingfeng did not lag behind, also flying onto the rock giant's back, fervently gathering crystals in a competitive spirit. "Roar, despicable little creatures, I shall annihilate you." The rock giant bellowed furiously, its voice echoing through the air, causing its entire body to tremble violently, reminiscent of a mountain swaying in a tempest. Those standing on its back were violently jolted, nearly losing their balance. Reacting swiftly, Li Sankong and Ao Qingfeng took to the air, bringing Su Buhui along. Suspended securely by their claws, she hung in midair, merely an arm's length from the giant's back. Thus, she allowed herself to dangle, her claws rapidly and precisely gathering demon crystals. "Unleash your powers," Li Sankong suddenly commanded. "Watch me." Ao Qingfeng turned to unleash his dragon's roar at the rock giant, yet regrettably, his powers had minimal effect. "What the hell? It barely did anything." Ao Qingfeng lamented. After all, he was merely a first-tier extraordinary divine beast, while the rock giant was a fourth-tier extraordinary holy beast. The disparity was evident. "Ao Qingfeng, cease your boasting henceforth," Li Sankong teased, then unleashed his own dragon's roar. This time, the giant felt a considerably greater impact. They quickly returned to the giant's back, racing against time to collect the demon crystals. Chapter 78 Thoughts mine, all mine. Su Buhui's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly collected the demon crystals, stowing them away in the storage ring adorning her claw. Ao Qingfeng, while picking up more, suddenly uttered a remark that rendered the other two silent. "Hey, don't you think we resemble collectors of the filth from the rocky behemoth?" Su Buhui paused for 2 seconds, the allure of the demon crystals in her hand seemingly dissipating, and replied, "Brother Qingfeng, you truly have a knack for dampening the mood." Li Sankong shot a glare at Ao Qingfeng, perplexed by his words which had soured the atmosphere. Ao Qingfeng chuckled, "Just a jest." Suddenly, the scales on the back of the rocky behemoth rose sharply, as if propelled by some mysterious force, turning sharp as a spear. Had Li Sankong and Ao Qingfeng not reacted swiftly to catch Su Buhui as she soared into the air, those pointed scales would have surely pierced their abdomens. "Wow! This clumsy rocky behemoth has such a sinister trick, how infuriating, I nearly had my belly impaled by its sharp scales." Ao Qingfeng exclaimed, his eyes flashing with a hint of fear and trepidation. "We must have provoked it," Li Sankong said solemnly. "This ferocious beast seeks to end our lives simply because we picked up a few stones." Su Buhui retorted indignantly, her naivety shining through. Ao Qingfeng sighed lightly, "Sister Buhui, it is the guardian of the ancient demon forbidden zone, its mission is to obstruct us, and this has nothing to do with our actions." Su Buhui uttered an "oh," though her anger remained palpable. As they conversed, Li Sankong unleashed the terrifying aura of the Azure Dragon, a formidable ancestral beast pressure enveloping hundreds of feet, shrouding the rocky behemoth. Despite being a transcendent-level holy beast, the rocky behemoth found itself affected under Li Sankong's overwhelming presence, its furious state momentarily dulled, its counterattack slowed. "Avoid those pointed scales. We must seize the opportunity to gather the demon crystals." Li Sankong urged swiftly. The trio descended once more upon the rocky behemoth's back, employing even more agile and deft techniques to quickly and accurately extract the demon crystals. Thus, they capitalized on every opening to rapidly collect the crystals. At this moment, Li Sankong harbored no desire to slay the rocky behemoth. Even if he perfected the Taotai arm to the second pattern realm, he would stand no chance against it. After all, he could barely shake the defenses of the smaller rocky beasts, let alone this colossal creature exceeding 100 feet in size. Roar, roar, roar. Just as Li Sankong and the others were celebrating their substantial collection of demon crystals, a cacophony of roars erupted from a distance. Looking up, they saw the smaller rocky beasts, lured by the Zhenhound, charging towards them in a throng. "This is bad, they're regrouping," Ao Qingfeng shouted angrily. "That foolish hound must have done this on purpose. It intentionally held back, redirecting the hatred of the rocky beasts towards us, clearly wishing to put us to death. Truly, those not of our kind will surely have different hearts. This cunning creature has dared to scheme against us." Li Sankong furrowed his brow, his gaze directed towards the Zhenhound's position. At that moment, the Zhenhound pursued the smaller rocky beasts, continuously provoking and attacking them, yet the beasts paid it no mind, their sole focus on returning to the rocky behemoth. Li Sankong sighed inwardly, although he too had doubts regarding the Zhenhound's loyalty. The actions of the smaller rocky beasts were entirely controlled by the rocky behemoth. When the behemoth commanded them to regroup, no amount of good intentions from the Zhenhound could change their course.
It could only watch helplessly as the beasts obeyed the order to depart. Flee with haste. Recognizing the impending trouble posed by the rocky beasts, Li Sankong immediately ordered his companions to retreat. Soon, he grasped Su Buhui and swiftly fled the territory of the rocky behemoth. Upon hearing Li Sanking's voice, Mo Yan discreetly vanished, only revealing himself beside Li Sankong and the others once they were safely away. At this juncture, the Jinhound approached the group. Ao Qingfeng barked, "Jinhound, are you intent on getting us killed? I warn you, cease your scheming against us."
Mo Yan regarded the Jinhound with cold indifference.
Su Buhui's gaze was complex, filled with both hatred and fear. The Jinhound silently moved closer to them and spoke in a low voice, "Whether you believe it or not, I have done my utmost." Ao Qingfeng, clearly harboring deep prejudices against the demon race, replied sternly, "You bear no injuries yet claim to have tried your best. Who are you deceiving?" The Jinhound cast a glance at Ao Qingfeng, retorting, "Believe what you will."
Li Sankong interjected, "Those smaller beasts are under the control of the rocky behemoth.
If it insists on recalling them, mere hatred will not suffice to lure them back."
Ao Qingfeng glared at Li Sankong, exclaiming, "You don't actually believe him, do you? Let us not forget he is a demon." Li Sankong responded quietly, "I am merely stating a fact."
Mo Yan glanced at Li Sankong, then at the Jinhound, and said flatly, "For now, we should contemplate how to continue gathering demon crystals. We must strategize effectively to collect enough crystals, otherwise, if we rashly approach the site of the ancestral statue, we will not withstand the wrath of the rocky behemoth, unlike now, where we can remain safe simply by keeping our distance from its territory."
Su Buhui rolled her eyes and suggested, "Let us proceed as we did before. We were quite successful earlier, weren't we?" Mo Yan replied, "The rocky behemoth is not foolish. If we employ the same strategy, it will undoubtedly leave behind some smaller rocky beasts for defense."
Su Buhui tilted her head, but it seems rather dim-witted.
Mo Yan sighed, "Buhui, relying solely on your eyes to judge is misguided."
Su Buhui stuck out her tongue and turned to Li Sankong. "Let's hear what Sankong thinks."
"He is our captain."
All eyes turned to Li Sankong. After a brief moment of contemplation, he declared, "Attempting the same method again will indeed yield little success. While the rocky behemoth may be dull, it knows how to protect itself. What I am considering is whether we could defeat this behemoth and seize its demon crystals. If successful, we could gather the crystals at our leisure, without further hassle."
"What, defeat it?"
Ao Qingfeng reacted most. "You struggle to even shake the defenses of the smaller rocky beasts, let alone the far more powerful rocky behemoth. How can you possibly entertain the idea of defeating it?"
Mo Yan frowned, scrutinizing Li Sankong.
Su Buhui's mouth fell slightly agape, astonished by Li Sanking's proposition. Had Li Sankong truly lost his mind to contemplate defeating the rocky behemoth? Yet Li Sankong insisted earnestly, "If I can ascend to the transcendent realm, my strength will see a significant enhancement.
I believe there is a possibility of defeating the rocky behemoth."
Ao Qingfeng scoffed, "I concede that you would be formidable upon breaking through to the transcendent level, but the issue remains.
How will you achieve that breakthrough?"
Li Sankong's gaze sharpened as he surveyed his companions, stating, "You should have all read in ancient texts that the smaller rocky beasts harbor a precious life crystal within them, correct?
This crystal contains immense life force, which is precisely the invaluable resource I require for my breakthrough."
Chapter 79 Ascending to the Extraordinary. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. They were well aware that the rock beasts contained life crystals within. However, if even the defenses of the rock beasts could not be breached, how could one possibly obtain the life crystals within? This seemed rather challenging, did it not? Ao Qingfeng shook his head, asserting that no one could penetrate the defenses of the rock beasts. Li Senko solemnly remarked, "If I recall correctly, the purifying flame of Moyan can indeed diminish the defenses of the rock beasts. With its assistance, should I maintain my most formidable Taodai form, I am confident I can shatter the defenses of the rock beasts." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in the eyes of Ao Qingfeng and the others as they fixed their gazes upon Li Senko, their voices laced with anticipation. "Are you truly confident?" Li Senko replied earnestly, "Without confidence, I would not propose such a plan."
Moyan pondered for a moment, finding merit in Li Senko's strategy, and then inquired, "If that is the case, what should we do?"
Li Senko reflected briefly before stating, "Later, the three of us, yourself, Jinhong, and I shall join forces against those rock beasts. Your task will be to wield the purifying flame, while Jinhong will divert the attention of some rock beasts, and I shall take on the responsibility of vanquishing them."
"What about me?" Ao Qingfeng eagerly interjected, yearning for an opportunity to shine.
Li Senko turned to him and said, "Your duty will be to restrain that colossal rock beast. Should it launch an attack against us, your role is to draw its attention, ensuring our safety."
Ao Qingfeng grimaced, "Does that mean I will be in considerable danger?" Moyan scoffed, "Did you not claim your contributions were significant? Now, we assign the most arduous task to you, and you are not pleased?" Ao Qingfeng boasted, "Who says I am discontent? Very well, I shall lead it away for you." "And what about me?" Su Buhui timidly asked.
Li Senko chuckled, "Buhui, you need only cheer us on from the sidelines." Ao Qingfeng added, "Indeed, not causing trouble would be the greatest assistance to us." "Fine," Su Buhui sighed dejectedly. Li Senko decisively concluded, "Then it is settled." Immediately, Su Buhui remained in place while the four of them charged once more towards the colossal rock beast, this time with a singular objective:
to eliminate the rock beasts. Those detestable pests dared to approach and disturb me. The rock beast's fury intensified, shaking the very ground beneath it. "Come on, strike me."
King Feng soared in midair, standing upright, pulling faces, and incessantly provoking the rock beast.
Enraged, the rock beast thundered, "Little Qinglong, you seek death." It turned its massive form, locking onto King Feng, and unleashed a barrage of flaming boulders from its maw. "You foolish giant, you truly are furious."
King Feng's heart raced as he deftly dodged the lethal projectiles. As the rock beast's ire was drawn towards King Feng, the rock beast shrieked and surged toward Li Sanko and his companions. Compared to before, the number of approaching rock beasts was markedly diminished, now only half of what it had been. Clearly, the rock beast, having suffered losses, retained half of the smaller rock beasts for its own defense.
Ah, just as I wished.
Li Sanko laughed heartily upon witnessing the decrease in rock beasts, which reduced their threat significantly.
Moyan, it is your turn. All right. Moyan immediately entered a state of invisibility, stealthily approaching the rock beasts before abruptly unleashing the purifying flame.
As the flames erupted, Moyan remained concealed, creating an eerie spectacle as it appeared as though a white flame suddenly burst forth from the air of the rock beasts, besieged by the purifying flame, displayed cracks upon their surfaces.
Now's the chance. Li Sanko recognized the opportunity and swung his Taotai arm ferociously towards one of the rock beasts.
Empowered by the Taotai form, the might of his arm reached its zenith, and with a decisive blow, the rock beast shattered, emitting a cacophony of cracking sounds. After a moment, the rock beast lay in fragmented pieces, revealing a dazzling green crystal life core tightly encased within.
Success!
Li Sanko's eyes gleamed with uncontainable excitement as he unhesitatingly summoned his devouring power, consuming the fist-sized green crystal.
The crystal rapidly dissolved under his devouring force, transforming into a torrent of life energy that surged into his body. Within him, the Taotai bloodline swiftly refined this life energy into pure Taotai essence. The vitality contained within the flesh and blood could be transformed into Taotai essence, thus life energy could naturally be converted as well.
10 drops? Observing the refined Taotai essence, Li Sanko paused. The strength of the rock beasts was comparable to that of a second-tier extraordinary being, which typically yielded around 15 drops of Taotai essence. However, the rock beast only provided 10 drops, clearly a consequence of its size. After all, aside from the highly concentrated life crystal, the other parts of its body could not be refined. Nevertheless, 10 drops were still commendable.
Onward! Having tasted success, Li Sanko continued to collaborate with Moyan, rhythmically dispatching the rock beasts.
Each rock beast that had been struck by the purifying flame met with the relentless force of Li Sanko's Taotai arm. Amidst the fierce battle, the outline of a single Taotai totem on Li Sanko's arm gradually transformed as he continued to unleash punches and engage with his foes. With each strike, the totem flickered, as if a mysterious power surged in the shadows. Finally, at the moment Li Sanko smashed another rock beast to pieces, 2 Taotai totems appeared side by side on his arm, grotesque and vivid.
The Taotai arm has reached the second pattern realm.
A surge of elation coursed through Li Sanko's heart as his attacking power skyrocketed, enhanced several-fold compared to before. This made the task of vanquishing the rock beasts significantly easier. Even without the purifying flame, he could inflict cracks upon the rock beasts. The scene left Jinhong, who stood nearby, profoundly shaken. The power exhibited by this human of the fairy clan was indeed terrifying. Observing Li Sanko's formidable strength, Jinhong's gaze darkened, and he contemplated, in the future, will I have the chance for vengeance? In the blink of an eye, however, Jinhong's expression hardened with determination. No matter what, he would challenge this human in the future to avenge his fallen comrades.
Captain!
Moyan, still cloaked in invisibility, witnessed Li Sanko's display of strength, and his heart quaked. He seemed even stronger than before. As Li Sanko's power grew, his slaughter became increasingly effortless. In a matter of moments, over 50 rock beasts fell beneath his iron fists, and concurrently, he consumed over 500 drops of Taotai essence. At that instant, the blood coursing through Li Sanko's veins ignited like wildfire, surging tumultuously, a vast extraordinary power rampaging within him, finally breaking free from long-standing constraints and coalescing into a singular force within his meridians.
Ascending to the extraordinary. Li Sanko had not anticipated that his initial estimate of requiring over 800 drops of Taotai essence for his breakthrough would ultimately demand over 1200.
The outcome greatly exceeded his expectations. However, as he felt the overwhelming power within him, Li Sanko trembled with excitement and fervor, his eyes ablaze, as if all his efforts had been worthwhile. Chapter 80 of the Restoration of the Divine Eye. The hallmark of transcending into the extraordinary lies in the emergence of extraordinary power within one's bloodline. A mundane bloodline gives rise to ordinary extraordinary power, while a special bloodline births unique extraordinary abilities. Undoubtedly, the latter surpasses the former in strength. At this moment, Li Sanko fought fiercely while introspecting within himself. He perceived that the grey devourer bloodline within him was incessantly releasing a stream of grey extraordinary power, while the dark golden gluttonous bloodline continuously emanated dark golden extraordinary energy. These two distinctly different extraordinary forces surged through his meridians like two torrential rivers, ultimately converging at his dantian. At the center of this dantian, the powers spiraled in a harmonious dance reminiscent of the interplay of yin and yang, one grey and one gold, exuding an air of profound mystery. Once these forces were channeled into his hands, the strength of his attacks escalated at a breathtaking pace. Moreover, the baptism of bloodline power accompanying his ascension had not waned. After transcending into the extraordinary realm, Li Sanko discovered that both the devourer and gluttonous bloodlines were once again cleansing his physical form, resulting in a euphoric enhancement of his physical prowess in terms of strength, defense, and vitality. The gray runes adorning his body became increasingly dense and intricate. Most significantly, at that moment, his eyes regained their divine quality, with swirling runes slowly rotating within his pupils, revealing themselves intermittently. A wave of arcane information flooded into his mind, illuminating the miraculous powers of the divine eye, the cycle of annihilation eye, possessing the ability to navigate the cycles of life and death, trapping souls in illusions, leading to their obliteration. Astonishingly, this cycle of annihilation eye harbored three formidable powers. Li San Quan was taken aback. He understood all too well that typically, one divine ability corresponds to one power, yet, this newly regained cycle of annihilation eye amalgamated three earth-shattering divine powers, wherein the cycle of life and death resembled a colossal wheel of existence, allowing one to traverse between life and death. The illusion was akin to a fleeting dream, ensnaring one between reality and illusion, and the obliteration of the soul was like the ultimate darkness, plunging one's essence into despair in an instant. Each of these powers was sufficient to instill terror, yet they now converged within his eyes, their might overwhelming him with joy. Turning his attention to his ribcage, Li San Quan noticed that the divine bone in his chest had merely increased in size, failing to restore its miraculous properties. The recovery of this divine bone was evidently slower, leading him to ponder whether, once fully restored, its divine powers would be even more formidable. As he contemplated this, he was abruptly drawn back to the present by the surrounding chaos. He had only introspected for a few seconds, yet his lethal actions had not ceased for even a moment. At this juncture, an aura of terrifying extraordinary power radiated from him, causing both Mo Yan and the True Hound to display expressions of shock, interlaced with fear and trepidation. In their eyes, Li San Quan had become even more formidable. Reveling in the boundless power surging within him, Li San Quan laughed heartily, his form flashing as he broke away from his coordinated assault with Mo Yan, plunging single-handedly into the throng of rock beasts. Accompanied by his boisterous laughter, dark golden extraordinary power coursed through his gluttonous arm as he unleashed a punch upon a rock beast. This particular rock beast had not undergone the purifying flames. Yet, under the force of Li San Quan's punch, it was obliterated, its life core falling to the ground, only to be devoured in an instant by an insatiable force magnitude stronger than before. With a single punch, he felled a rock beast. Mo Yan and the True Hound's pupils widened in disbelief. Captain, he actually managed to slay such a fiercely defensive rock beast with his own strength? Mo Yan exclaimed, astonished. Observing Li San Quan's aura, he surmised that he must have transcended into the extraordinary realm, but even with this ascension, his power should not have increased to such an extent. A bitter smile crossed Mo Yan's face as he sensed the widening chasm between himself and Li San Quan. Despite both being extraordinary, how could this human possess such overwhelming strength? The True Hound's pupils contracted in dread. This is hopeless. How can we possibly defeat him now? At this moment, Li San Quan loomed before him like an insurmountable mountain. What a thrilling experience. Li San Quan employed his boundary step, darting across the battlefield like a specter. With each location he touched, the rock beasts exploded into fragments, while the nearly 100 rock beasts could not even graze him. The originally coordinated assault transformed into a one-sided massacre. Li San Quan, you're amazing, keep it up. From a distance, Su Buhui twirled joyfully like a spirited sprite, cheering for Li San Quan, her eyes brimming with admiration. What, Sister Buhui, what did you say? Are you saying I'm impressive? I know I'm formidable, but you needn't praise me so extravagantly. Ye Qingfeng, who was responsible for distracting the rock giants, misheard Su Buhui's words amidst the thunderous roars of the rock giants, interpreting them as praise directed at him, causing him to swell with pride. Shameless, Mo Yan cast a disdainful glance at Ye Qingfeng, who was soaring through the air, taunting the rock giants while deftly evading their attacks. Witnessing Li San Quan effortlessly dispatch a rock beast, Mo Yan and the True Hound prudently retreated to observe from a distance, leaving the stage for Li San Quan to shine. Before long, Li San Quan had single-handedly reduced the number of rock beasts to merely 30. These remaining creatures now regarded Li San Quan with eyes filled with dread, sensing an unprecedented pressure emanating from him, rendering them too fearful to act. However, the commands of the rock giant loomed over them like an invisible mountain, preventing any retreat. Thus, these beasts could only glare at Li San Quan with their crimson eyes, filled with anger yet helplessness, encircling him without daring to launch an attack. Roar! In that moment, the rock giant, sensing the commotion, summoned the remaining rock beasts back to its side. Human, you are provoking me. The consequences of provoking me are dire. It bellowed at Li San Quan. Standing firm upon the earth, Li San Quan laughed heartily, declaring, Rock Giant, today I shall defeat you. The Rock Giant replied coldly, what utter arrogance, I have guarded this place for many years, and no challenger has ever defeated me to pass through. Even those with extraordinary talents could only collect demon crystals to succeed in the trial. Although your veins flow with the blood of ancestral beasts, you must understand that within this restricted space, I can wield the power of the restrictions at will, giving me an unparalleled advantage. With that alone, you have no hope of overcoming me. Is that so? Li San Quan responded, his tone resolute. Then today, I shall put that to the test. Chapter 81 Surrender Ignorance. The colossal rock beast loomed like a titan of the heavens, casting a disdainful gaze upon Li San Quan, its eyes shimmering with arrogance and contempt. Boss, please don't act impulsively. Even though you have transcended to the extraordinary realm and your strength has significantly increased, enabling you to vanquish the rock minions, you must not recklessly challenge the rock beast. Ao Qingfeng implored anxiously, come back. If we provoke the rock beast, we may lose our chance to reach the ancestor statue. However, Li San Quan remained deaf to his counsel, seeking death. The eyes of the rock beast suddenly glowed a fierce crimson as its massive left foot lifted with great force, crashing down upon the ground. Instantly, a fissure split the earth, extending toward Li San Quan, while the ground trembled as if shaken by an earthquake, sending waves of vibration towards him. Li San Quan scoffed, seamlessly transforming mid-run into a azure dragon, soaring into the sky. The rock beast's attack faltered immediately. With its assault thwarted, the rock beast charged forward, barreling towards Lee Sankong in a reckless attempt to knock him away. Dragoness roar. Lee Sanking's eyes blazed with intensity as he focused on the rock beast, unleashing the power of his Dragoness roar. The might of this extraordinary technique at the first level surged forth with greater potency. The rock beast, now at the fourth level of the extraordinary realm, instantly fell into a state of daze, unable to muster any defense. Kill. Lee Sankong darted upwards, positioning himself above the rock beast, and immediately shifted into his gluttonous form, his arm crashing down with tremendous force. Boom! The rock beast's head suffered an impact akin to a meteor strike, as countless cracks radiated from the point of impact, spreading outward. Wow, this is incredible. Ao Qingfeng, hovering nearby, widened his eyes in disbelief, for the formidable defenses of the rock beast had been shattered. How much has the captain's strength truly escalated since he suddenly transcended to the extraordinary realm? Lee Sankong continued his relentless assault, striking the rock beast's head repeatedly, each blow creating a myriad of fissures. However, a disheartening realization dawned upon him: there was no blood or brain matter splattered, giving him the impression that the rock beast had not sustained any significant injury. At that moment, the rock beast finally shook off the effects of the Dragoness roar, its fury igniting as it violently tossed its head, sending Lee Sankong flying. As he tumbled through the air, Lee Sankong instinctively transformed back into his azure dragon form, soaring back onto the rock beast's back. Without any hesitation, he reverted to his gluttonous form and struck down upon the creature's back. Boom! With a fierce expression, Lee Sanking's descending arm was infused not only with dark golden extraordinary power but also with a grayish extraordinary force. The amalgamation of these two powers multiplied the impact's ferocity, causing a resounding crack as the rock beast's back fissured open, layers of its armor shedding away. Roar! Damn it! The rock beast emitted a roar, a sound of either rage or pain. Restraining power. Finally, it unleashed its trump card, tapping into the surrounding restraining energy. Streams of red light materialized, swirling like ribbons from the air into its form, and in that moment, its aura surged dramatically. It is compelled to use the restraining power. Ao Qingfeng, Mo Yan, and the others watched in astonishment. Historically, it seemed no challenger had ever forced the rock beast to this extent. This aura likely indicated a strength at the fifth level of the extraordinary realm. At that moment, Lee Sankong transformed once more into his azure dragon form, swiftly distancing himself from the rock beast's back, his gaze fixed upon the enraged creature. He noted that after harnessing the restraining power, the rock beast's strength had indeed escalated from the fourth to the fifth level of the extraordinary realm. Suddenly, a blood net emerged on the surface of the rock beast. In an instant, the restraining energy coursed through the net, coalescing into countless orbs that bulged like blood sacs. Subsequently, these orbs burst, releasing luminous spheres that shot outward, indiscriminately attacking the sky and earth around them. Lee Sanking's expression shifted, and he darted to evade, yet, he was still struck by one of the luminous spheres, feeling as if he had been electrocuted, his azure dragon scales cracking and dragon blood oozing from the fissures. One strike, even in the azure dragon form, renowned for its defense, he was severely injured. Truly terrifying. A sense of dread washed over Lee Sankong as he swiftly transformed into his blood phoenix form, green light enveloping him as he healed his wounds. Nirvana technique. His injuries mended instantaneously. However, before he could catch his breath, the rock beast began gathering strength for a second assault. Want to come again? Lee Sankong shouted, taking flight to the top of the rock beast. He instantly reverted to human form, and as he descended, complex runes ignited in his eyes, divine technique activated, cycle of annihilation. A powerful and unique energy descended, instantaneously affecting the surface of the rock beast. The rock beast's movement stilled momentarily. In the next instant, its rocky scales began to shed, as if subjected to years of erosion, crumbling away under the gentlest of breezes. Life's cyclical force. Rebirth. Simultaneously, the rock beast's eyes glazed over, standing dazed upon the earth illusion. The rock beast was ensnared in an illusion, momentarily unable to extricate itself, yet, the power of annihilation seemed to have minimal effect on it. At that moment, Lee Sankong landed upon the rock beast, immediately shifting from human form back to his gluttonous state, leaping onto the creature's back, grey runes illuminating his body as he prepared to strike down. Boom! The fusion of grayish and dark golden extraordinary powers coalesced in his arm, creating an unstoppable force. This tremendous power crashed mercilessly onto the rock beast's spine, splitting it open with shocking cracks, reminiscent of the earth trembling in an earthquake. A surge of immense energy radiated from the point of impact, driving deep into the rock beast's interior, colliding with a massive green crystal, its core, the life crystal. This is the heart of the rock beast. Only by shattering it can we truly defeat it. Crack. As Lee Sanking's power assaulted the life crystal, a fissure appeared upon its surface. Boom, boom, boom. Seizing the opportunity while the rock beast remained entrapped in the illusion, Lee Sankong launched a relentless barrage of attacks. The cracks on the life crystal multiplied, yet it remained unbroken. At this juncture, the rock beast finally emerged from its stupor. Lee Sankong swiftly transformed into his blood phoenix form, darting away from its back to avoid a potential wrathful counterattack. To his astonishment, however, the awakened rock beast did not retaliate. Instead, it displayed a profound fear in its eyes. It was afraid. Oh great challenger, I concede. The rock beast suddenly prostrated itself, resembling an enormous cat resting upon the ground. Concede. Lee Sankong was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly surrendering just like that? Chapter 82. A distribution of demon crystals. The rock beast lowered its noble head, akin to a subservient subject. You possess the power to vanquish me. This strength commands my utmost respect. However, Lee Sankong remained cautious, unwilling to place complete trust in the rock beast. He retained a sliver of vigilance, stating, although you appear to lack intelligence and are unlikely to engage in deceit, I still require a demonstration of your sincerity for my own assurance. Therefore, relinquish all the demon crystals upon your being and present them to me. With a slight bow of its head, the rock beast submitted, saying, you have triumphed over me, this is only fitting. Upon finishing its words, the rock beast shook itself vigorously, akin to a drenched dog, causing an abundance of demon crystals to scatter like raindrops, only to be enveloped by the extraordinary power emanating from its form, which shielded the crystals, ultimately gathering them at its feet into a conspicuously large pile.
Wow! So many demon crystals! In the sky, Ao Qingfeng's eyes widened in astonishment, utterly captivated by the sight. Goodness, is this truly how one can acquire demon crystals? Lysenko hovered mid-air, somewhat taken aback. It appeared the rock beast had genuinely submitted to him. A smile soon graced his face. Subjugation was indeed a fortuitous outcome, sparing him the tedious task of collecting the crystals one by one. Witnessing the countless demon crystals obediently shed by the rock beast stirred excitement within him. It was known that the crystals adorning the rock beast were as numerous as grains of sand, likely numbering in the tens of thousands. Now, all of them had fallen into his possession. What treasures might await him at the ancestor statue? The quantity of demon crystals he had acquired was likely the largest ever recorded. Utilizing extraordinary power to survey the surface of the rock beast, he confirmed that not a single crystal remained. All had been relinquished to the ground. The creature then retreated, wary of lingering too close, lest Lysenko misinterpret its sincerity and launch another attack. The rock beast held a deep-seated fear of him. It had no desire to endure again the life-draining magic that had ensnared it in a phantasm. This human is truly formidable. Ah, this colossal creature has been reduced to fear. Ao Qingfeng exclaimed, his prior trepidation toward the rock beast evaporating as he soared above the mound of demon crystals, his voice brimming with excitement and joy. Indeed, we are destined to prosper. We shall become the most successful challengers in history, unmatched by any. Mo Yan approached, overhearing Ao Qingfeng's exuberance, and curtly remarked, it was the captain who single-handedly defeated the rock beast. Those demon crystals have nothing to do with you. Ao Qingfeng retorted, how could that be? I was responsible for luring the rock beast. Is that not a contribution? If we are to speak of connections, it should be you who has none, considering you merely stood idly by and did nothing. Mo Yan scoffed, did your actions during the defeat of the rock beast have any bearing? You were cowering at a distance, only arriving after the captain's victory. Cowardice and a desire for credit describe you perfectly. Ao Qingfeng lifted his chin defiantly, let the captain adjudicate this matter. Lysenko descended, transforming into a voracious beast, standing beside the mountain of demon crystals, and cheerfully declared, enough of your bickering. Qingfeng is correct, we are a team, and the demon crystals should be shared. Do not forget, there is a limit to the number of crystals that can be offered to the ancestor's statue. Therefore, I cannot take them all. Upon hearing Lysenko's thoughts aligned with his own, Ao Qingfeng proudly raised his chin. Do you see, the captain's thoughts mirror mine. This is the mindset of a true leader. Mo Yan, despite your perpetual cold demeanor, you shall never be a leader. Only the wise, like myself and the captain, can assume that role. You should accept your fate as our subordinate, a born enforcer. Mo Yan's gaze remained indifferent, only the strong deserve to lead. What are you, to presume such a position? Ao Qingfeng glared at Mo Yan. What, do you wish to settle this with a contest? Mo Yan's eyes glinted with cold intent, eager for the challenge. As Lysenko observed the two preparing to quarrel once more, he swiftly interjected, enough, you two, we have yet to claim the treasures of the ancestor, do not create unnecessary trouble. Once we obtain the ancestor's treasures, you may argue to your heart's content. Even that fearsome rock beast was no match for you. I am in absolute awe. Su Buhui exclaimed as she gracefully approached. Dajin Hound stood silently at a distance, not daring to draw near, yet his eyes reflected both wariness and admiration towards Lysenko, intertwined with a hint of envy. Naturally, he coveted the abundance of demon crystals. Upon noticing Su Buhui's arrival, Lysenko suggested, now that Buhui is here, let us distribute the demon crystals. Su Buhui's eyes sparkled with delight. Do we get a share as well? Of course, Lysenko replied, transforming into his human form, the dark golden extraordinary power coalescing within him to form a temporary robe that cloaked his body. He approached the pile of demon crystals, placing his hand atop it. With a mere thought, the entire mound of crystals vanished, absorbed into his storage ring. Utilizing the ring, he could easily calculate the total. 55,010. Lysenko's heart soared with joy. The rock beast had indeed possessed an ample amount of demon crystals. How much did we obtain? Ao Qingfeng inquired curiously. Over 50,000. Lysenko disclosed without reservation. Ao Qingfeng's eyes gleamed. So many. Mo Yan remarked dryly, this is the total from the rock beast. Naturally, it's a substantial amount. Lysenko surveyed his companions. As we are a team, let us divide the demon crystals evenly. Agreed, let us hasten. Ao Qingfeng responded eagerly, unabashedly excited. Mo Yan interjected, the rock beast was defeated solely by you. We did not participate, thus the crystals should rightfully belong to you. Even if offered, I would not accept them. If you want to take them, I will. Ao Qingfeng retorted dismissively. Su Buhui, initially keen on claiming her portion, found herself torn after hearing Mo Yan's words. Seeing the differing opinions among his teammates, Lysenko pondered, I recall the number of crystals that can be submitted to the ancestor's statue is limited. How about this? I will first claim the ancestor's treasures, and afterward, the remaining demon crystals can be evenly distributed among you. Mo Yan contemplated for a moment, then agreed, all right. Su Buhui sweetly added, I'm fine with whatever arrangement Senko decides. Only Ao Qingfeng wore a disgruntled expression, grumbling at Mo Yan, why must you involve me in your disinterest? Lysenko chuckled, filled with enthusiasm, let us proceed to the ancestor's statue. With excitement and anticipation coursing through them, they soared towards the grand array of 8 statues, resembling mountains in their majesty. Chapter 83 of the Ancestors' Treasure. Jin Hong stood motionless, adhering to the prior agreement with Li Sankong. It was deemed unworthy of acquiring the Ancestors' treasure. Had it not been for Li Sankong's mercy, it would have already succumbed to death. The once imperious rock giant merely watched them depart. Shortly after, Li Sankong arrived beside the 8 venerable ancestor statues. Raising his gaze, he beheld the statues, each towering and magnificently carved, each exhibiting a distinct form. Among them, he recognized 4 familiar visages, those of the 4 ancestors from the fairy clan that he had previously encountered their likenesses in the ancestral hall of Yashing Mountain. Upon nearing, Li Sankong observed that beneath each colossal statue lay a smaller replica, roughly the same size as those on Yashing Mountain. Each diminutive statue bore an open mouth, adorned with intricate runes. Merely gazing upon the 8 ancestor statues, Ao Qingfeng and the others felt an immense pressure. Li Sankong, being of the human race, felt little of it, for the bloodline of Tao Tai was merely a facet of his abilities. Big brother, please proceed first. Place the demon crystal into the mouth of the small statue. The runes on its surface will illuminate. The more you insert, the brighter it will shine, and the greater the reward. The ultimate goal is to illuminate them entirely, but so far, it seems no one has succeeded in fully igniting a single small statue. Ao Qingfeng suggested. Li Sankong nodded and surveyed the 8 fierce beast statues. He was already familiar with the 4 from the fairy clan: the Azure Dragon, Blood Phoenix, Nine-Tailed Fox, and Tao Tai. He meticulously identified the 4 from the demon clan: the Dark Peacock, Swanee, Jin Hong, and the ancient Kunpeng. Much like Tao Tai, the ancient Kunpeng had no descendants to carry on its lineage. After careful consideration, Li Sankong approached the statue of the Nine-Tailed Fox. He envisioned its form clearly. If he could acquire the ancestor's blood here, he would no longer require that of his little master, whose power was relatively feeble and whose blood could not compare to that of an ancestor. He extracted the demon crystal, portioning it into small segments and placing them into the mouth of the Nine-Tailed Fox statue. As the crystals entered, the runes on the statue's back began to glow with a vivid red light, slowly radiating from the base toward the head. This wondrous transformation stirred a sense of excitement within Li Sankong, prompting him to hasten the placement of the demon crystals. Once approximately 5,000 crystals had been deposited, the previously dim runes began to flicker to life, reminiscent of ancient memories awakening, enveloping the small statue in a web of eerie red luminescence. All done, exclaimed Ao Qingfeng and the others, their eyes alight with astonishment. How many did you use? Ao Qingfeng inquired, curiosity piqued. About 5,000, Li Sankong replied. 5,000. Ao Qingfeng marveled. Historically, the most exceptional talents could only manage 3,000. Who would have thought that illuminating the small statue entirely would only require another 2,000 crystals? Truly, achieving such a feat is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Mo Yan, in a calm tone, added, it is said that the last small sage had the greatest potential to illuminate it, yet for reasons unknown, he ultimately failed. Li Sankong paused at this, reflecting that perhaps their small sage had been too indolent, lacking in skill. As the conversation unfolded, the ignited Nine-Tailed Fox statue suddenly emitted a brilliant burst of red light. Subsequently, the colossal statue behind it trembled, and from the wide-open mouth of the towering fox, a storage ring floated forth, gently descending to hover before Li Sankong. The treasure has emerged. The treasure of the Nine-Tailed Fox. With exhilaration, Li Sankong grasped the storage ring and promptly pricked his finger to draw blood, activating its contents. A sweep of his consciousness revealed an abundance of treasures. He observed a vast quantity of spirit stones, at least 10,000, along with rare elixirs capable of enhancing extraordinary power, and a weapon that appeared to be an imperial artifact, inscribed with the totem of the Nine-Tailed Fox. Additionally, there was a small vial whose contents remained a mystery. However, Li Sankong had a strong premonition that it likely contained the ancestral blood of the Nine-Tailed Fox. His heart raced. He had not anticipated that the elusive blood, which had evaded him in the ancestral hall of Yashing Mountain, would now be within his grasp. With a flick of his wrist, he retrieved the vial and opened it, a surge of fierce beast bloodline energy pouring forth. Peering inside, Li Sankong gasped. Indeed, it contained 3 precious drops of ancestral blood. What have you obtained? Ao Qingfeng asked, observing the myriad expressions on Li Sankong's face. Li Sankong disregarded him, stowing away the treasures bestowed by the Nine-Tailed Fox, his gaze shifting toward the other ancestor statues. Who should he choose next? He had already obtained the blood of Tao Tai, as well as the forms of the Blood Phoenix and Azure Dragon. Acquiring their treasures would merely yield training resources of significant utility. However, what Li Sankong truly desired was ancestral blood. Glancing over the 4 demon ancestors, he recalled the powers of the Dark Peacock. He was less inclined towards them. As for Swanee, he had already secured its corpse, rendering it a lesser priority. Considering he could obtain at most 4 treasures from the ancestors, he prioritized the ancient Kunpeng's treasure. To prevent the unbridled accumulation of treasures, the 8 demon ancestors had established a rule: regardless of the number of demon crystals one possessed, only 4 treasures could be selected from the 8 ancestor statues. Thus, although Li Sankong had enough crystals to illuminate all 8 small statues, he was constrained by this rule and could only claim 4 treasures. Any excess would be in vain. After a brief deliberation, Li Sankong made his choice and approached the small statue of the ancient Kunpeng from the demon clan, placing 5,000 demon crystals within to ignite it. Moments later, another storage ring floated down from the mouth of the ancient Kunpeng statue. Li Sankong eagerly reached out to catch it, excitement coursing through him as he opened it. This time, his eyes widened in astonishment. Once more, another small vial. Without needing to guess, he knew it contained the blood of the ancient Kunpeng. The ancient Kunpeng, if he were to acquire its blood, he would gain its form.
The ancient texts had long documented the immense power of the ancient Kunping. It was a primordial existence capable of shattering the heavens. Its abilities were formidable, governing a domain that would enhance its combat prowess while diminishing that of its foes. Moreover, the ancient Kunping was extraordinarily large, boasting unparalleled vitality and defense, surpassing even that of the Azure Dragon. With the ability to soar at incredible speeds, it ascended like a flash of lightning, reaching dizzying heights. Holding the vial tightly, Li Sankong felt a rush of emotions. Setting aside all else, the acquisition of this precious blood alone rendered this journey worthwhile. Chapter 84 of the form of the Kunping. At this moment, it was not the time to absorb the essence blood. Li Sankong swiftly retracted his hand and resumed his scrutiny of the remaining stone statues. He still had 2 opportunities to obtain the ancestral treasures. After a brief contemplation, Li Sankong made a decision. Since he had resolved to forego the divine abilities of the Dark Peacock, the Lion, and the True Hound, the treasures left by these 3 ancestors lost much of their allure. Although he had already acquired both the Blood Phoenix form and the Azure Dragon form, it was imperative to consume the corresponding essence blood to enhance the strength of these forms. The potency of the ferocious beast forms was not solely linked to the devouring heaven bloodline but also to the quantity of essence blood absorbed from the respective ferocious beast forms. The more essence blood one consumed, the stronger the corresponding beast form would become. For instance, among the 3 ferocious beast forms Li Sankong currently possessed, the Taotai form was the most formidable, owing to his relentless consumption of Taotai essence blood. If Li Sankong wished to strengthen the Blood Phoenix and Azure Dragon forms, he would need to devour a greater amount of Blood Phoenix and Azure Dragon essence blood, with the optimal source undoubtedly being that of the ancestors. With this thought in mind, Li Sankong resolved to claim the treasures from the Azure Dragon and Blood Phoenix stone statues. There was another reason for his choice. The Azure Dragon ancestor and Blood Phoenix ancestor belonged to the Fairy Clan, and perhaps their treasures would prove to be more bountiful. Approaching the small Blood Phoenix statue, Li Sankong cast a glance and then deposited 5,000 demon crystals into it. The symbols on the Blood Phoenix statue illuminated. Moments later, a storage ring descended from the large Blood Phoenix statue, and Li Sankong reached out to catch it. Blood was drawn to unlock it. Li Sankong's face lit up with joy. The treasures were indeed plentiful. He found 5 drops of Blood Phoenix essence blood, more than he had anticipated, which surprised him considerably. Why had the Blood Phoenix ancestor provided more essence blood? Could it be related to his ability to transform into the Blood Phoenix form? Yet, it seemed improbable that the ancestor could discern his transformation capabilities. If that were the case, it would imply that some unique aspect of the ancient demon's forbidden land allowed others to sense events occurring within. Additionally, there was an imperial weapon, a special blade crafted from a blood-red phoenix feather. The Phoenix Feather Order. Li Sankong had heard of this. It was a weapon specially forged by the Blood Phoenix ancestor, wielded by the strongest of the Blood Phoenix clan, and was said to possess formidable power. Moreover, there were 10,000 spirit stones and countless medicinal pills. Li Sankong's heart swelled with happiness. Both the spirit stones and medicinal pills were essential currencies for ascending to higher realms. As he advanced to the extraordinary level, Li Sankong's cultivation had undergone a transformation. Merely relying on the consumption of flesh and blood would not amplify his extraordinary power, it could only enhance his bloodline in physical form. To bolster his extraordinary power, he needed to refine spirit stones and medicinal pills. While refining essence blood was also feasible, it required a colossal quantity, which would undoubtedly impede his cultivation pace. Nurturing the devouring heaven bloodline and the Taotai bloodline was already troublesome enough. To further cultivate 2 extraordinary powers, how many demons would he need to slay? After collecting the treasures from the Blood Phoenix ancestor, Li Sankong approached the small statue of the Azure Dragon ancestor and similarly deposited 5,000 demon crystals. Once again, he received a bounty, one that was not dissimilar to that of the Blood Phoenix ancestor. The imperial weapon this time was a longsword fashioned from a dragon scale, the Dragon Scale Sword. Now, Li Sankong had acquired 4 imperial weapons, a most fruitful haul. After securing the Azure Dragon ancestor's treasures, Li Sankong turned to face his 3 companions, Ao Qingfeng, Mo Yan, and Su Buhui.
It's your turn now?
Ao Qingfeng dashed over, excitement radiating from him as he clapped Li Sankong on the shoulder.
Boss, you are truly remarkable.
Not only did you obtain the highest grade treasures, but you also collected 4 of them in one go. I envy you immensely. Mo Yan maintained his stoic demeanor, coolly retorting, of course, you know he is the boss.
Naturally, he is formidable, unlike you.
Ao Qingfeng, feeling disgruntled, shot back, you're always picking on me, you're not exactly a paragon yourself.
Su Buhui hopped over and exclaimed, Sankong, how many demon crystals do you have left? Since you no longer need them, we should distribute them.
With a flick of his mind, Li Sankong produced the remaining demon crystals, piling them into a small mountain on the ground. I used 20,000, leaving over 30,000.
Each of you can have 10,000. Yay! Su Buhui exclaimed joyously, as if in her human form she would be dancing with delight. That means I can at least acquire 2 portions of the finest ancestral treasures. Suddenly, Ao Qingfeng so now you can't take any, that portion is mine. Mo Yan, unfazed, replied nonchalantly, what I said was I didn't want any, provided the boss didn't acquire the treasures. We had no idea how many demon crystals would be needed for the Now that the boss has finished collecting, the remaining demon crystals are obviously mine. Ao Qingfeng scoffed, how shameless, if you wanted them, why put on an act just now? Mo Yan calmly responded, I simply when someone offers, you don't cling on like a beggar. You're the one clinging on. Ao Qingfeng retorted.
I consider Sankong a brother, so there rests no need for formality.
Brothers still keep accounts clear. Mo Yen countered. While the two bickered, Su Buhui had already begun gathering the demon crystals, swiftly using the storage ring to collect them piece by piece, as if performing magic, with the crystals vanishing in great swathes. Buhui, you actually started first. Ao Qingfeng exclaimed, his irritation. Mo Yen, though appearing composed, felt a twinge of anxiety as he witnessed his companions diving into the scramble. He swiftly surged toward the pile, deftly seizing the crystals at a pace that, while seeming calm, did not lag behind Ao Qingfeng's fervor. Li Sankong observed with a smile from the sidelines. Despite Mo Yan's constant banter with Ao Qingfeng, when it came to distributing the demon crystals, they exhibited a rare sense of fairness and unity, meticulously dividing the spoils without anyone taking more than their share. In instances where division proved impossible, they graciously offered the excess to Su Buhui. Once the distribution was complete, the trio immediately approached the ancestral statues. Naturally, their first choice was the ancestor represented by their respective bloodlines. The essence blood of the ancestors held the promise of advancing their bloodlines further. As his three companions claimed their treasures, Li Sankong produced the essence blood of the Kunpeng ancestor, preparing to absorb it. Having ascended to the extraordinary realm, his devouring heaven bloodline now afforded him the ability to acquire 3 ferocious beast forms, yet he held a particular fondness for the Kunpeng form, making it his preferred choice to retain as a ferocious beast form. He uncorked the vial and poured out a drop of azure Kunpeng essence blood. With a fiery gleam in his eyes, he swallowed it whole, silently and without a trace. The devouring heaven bloodline directly consumed the drop of Kunpeng essence blood. Moments later, akin to his previous absorption of his Master S and Second Master S essence blood, Li Sanking's devouring heaven bloodline assimilated the divine abilities and powers of the Kunpeng clan. Once more, Li Sankong acquired a ferocious beast form. Now, he boasted 4 ferocious beast forms, and he possessed 4 divine abilities. Kunpeng form, Li Sankong's fists clenched in exhilaration as he focused his thoughts. The devouring heaven bloodline promptly transformed, grounding itself in the Kunpeng bloodline. In that instant, Li Sanking's physical structure underwent a dramatic transformation, swiftly morphing into a ferocious and formidable beast. Kunpeng, Chapter 85. Exchange of treasures. Boom, the air rippled silently. A ferocious beast, the Kunpeng, emerged, its enormous form exceeding 10 zhang, with skin that exhibited a dark gray hue. Its shape resembled that of a fish, yet it possessed the wings of a bird. With Li Sankong's current realm of transformation, he had already attained a size of 10 zhang. Ha, delightful. Li Sankong attempted to gently shake his wings and immediately soared over 10 zhang into the sky. His speed surpassed that of his current realm step. What astonishing swiftness! An uncontrollable wave of excitement surged within Li Sankong as he burst into laughter, his form soaring skyward, gliding through the heavens. He flew from the south to the north, then from the north to the west, emitting the unique cry of the Kunpeng, which drew the attention of distant rock beasts, who glanced in his direction. Upon witnessing the silhouette of the Kunpeng, the rock beast felt a surge of trepidation. My heavens, how could another Kunpeng appear here? It seemed as though it had not been seen before. Could it be that human? The rock beast's pupils constricted sharply as it recalled the various fierce beast forms exhibited by Li Sankong earlier, leading it to speculate, could this person also transform into the legendary Kunpeng? This human race certainly has some hidden depths. How terrifying, the rock beast concluded with lingering fear. Transforming back into his Kunpeng form, Li Sankong hovered in midair, closing his eyes to attune Divine Power Domain. In embodying the Kunpeng, Li Sankong naturally acquired information regarding the powers of the Kunpeng's domain. After manifesting this domain, a realm of 5 zhang in radius, centered around himself, was established, a territory entirely under his control. Within this domain, the elements of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning could be freely commanded for combat, while simultaneously suppressing the strength of adversaries and enhancing his OW and IT. Could be said that this divine power was somewhat abnormal. Among all the fierce beast forms Li Sankong possessed, this particular divine power was the most extraordinary. However, utilizing this power came with a drawback: it would consume blood vitality at an alarming rate. The longer it was employed, the more vitality would be depleted. If not curtailed, the outcome would be death by blood exhaustion. Powerful though it was, it could not be used recklessly. Li Sankong pondered, recognizing that while the might of the Kunpeng's divine power was unparalleled, it was shackled by the constraints of blood vitality. In contrast, other divine powers lack such constraints. After savoring the essence of the Kunpeng form, Li Sankong returned to the ground, transforming back into human form, and coalesced a robe of dark golden transcendent power. Ah, I have acquired 5 drops of the ancestral blood. Ao Qingfeng exclaimed, grinning broadly as he held a small vial. This is the treasure of the Azure Dragon ancestral being. I have also obtained 5 drops of its essence. Onward, Ao Qingfeng stowed the vial and resumed his scrutiny among the remaining 7 ancestral statues. He contemplated which treasure to claim next. It was said that the Taotai ancestral being was quite stingy and that obtaining its legacy here was impossible. One could only acquire treasures, and given its miserly nature, the treasures were likely scarce.
After a brief assessment, Ao Qingfeng resolved to claim the treasure of the Blood Phoenix ancestral being, as it was kin and not so miserly. Ao Qingfeng decided to take the treasure of the Blood Phoenix ancestral being. He possessed over 10,000 demon crystals, sufficient to claim 2 prime treasures. Additionally, he could also secure a minor treasure. Mo Yan and Su Buhui were in a similar position, albeit with different ancestors. Mo Yan opted for the treasures of the Nine-Tailed Fox ancestral being and the Taotai and Azure Dragon ancestral beings. Although Mo Yan was a Qilin and not a descendant of any specific ancestral being, the essence he obtained could be exchanged for treasures with other clansmen once they exited, hence he chose to pursue the treasures of the Spirit Clan's ancestors, avoiding those of the Demon Clan. The Nine-Tailed Fox made the same selection as Mo Yan. You two are opting for the Taotai ancestral being's treasure. I have heard that it is indeed a miserly ancestor, and the treasures it provides may be less than those from other ancestors, Ao Qingfeng remarked with a knowing expression. Mo Yan sneered. You are being rather selfish. Selfish? How so? Ao Qingfeng was puzzled. Mo Yan retorted. The boss possesses the Taotai bloodline. If he can acquire the Taotai essence, it will undoubtedly strengthen that bloodline. Ao Qingfeng was taken aback, scratching his head, and said, I truly hadn't considered that. Su Buhui rushed to Li Sankong's side, offering a vial. Sankong, here, this is the essence of the Taotai ancestral being, 3 drops in total. For me, Li Sankong was taken aback. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Mo Yan approached as well, saying, do not stand on ceremony with us. We just took your demon crystals, consider this a repayment. Li Sankong replied earnestly. The demon crystals belong to everyone. Mo Yan interrupted him, stating seriously, without you, who could have obtained so many demon crystals? Even though we are a small team, the contributions must be acknowledged. Li Sankong was at a loss for words. Here, take it. Mo Yan handed over a vial containing the essence of the Taotai ancestral being, speaking sincerely. Indeed, Sankong, if you regard us as friends, do not refuse, Su Buhui added earnestly. Li Sankong, feeling helpless, said, it is precisely because I consider you friends that I am reluctant to take it. How about this? I will exchange treasures with you. With that, Li Sankong produced numerous precious herbs and 2,000 spirit stones, trading for the essence of the Taotai from Mo Yan and Su Buhui, each receiving half. Truth be told, he profited from this exchange, as the ancestral essence was immensely valuable. Boss, you need not feel obliged for this treasure, Mo Yan suggested, still wanting to refuse. Li Sankong insisted, if you treat me as a friend, then let us not speak of it again. Very well. Mo Yan ceased to press the matter but secretly noted Li Sankong's kindness in his heart. Seeing Mo Yan and Su Buhui both so considerate of Li Sankong, Ao Qingfeng suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, scratching his head awkwardly, realizing he had been rather selfish. The boss seems to have the Blood Phoenix form as well. I can offer him the essence of the Blood Phoenix ancestral being. With this thought, Ao Qingfeng felt he had found a way to redeem his selfishness and, boss, this is the essence of the Blood Phoenix ancestral being. Take it. What are you doing? Li Sankong pushed back, exclaiming, why is everyone giving me their essence? Even if you do not use it, you could take it back to your clan to exchange for treasures. Ao Qingfeng replied, boss, you cannot be like this. How can you accept their gifts and not mine? Do you harbor ill feelings towards me? What nonsense, Li Sankong replied, speechless. How could I have ill? Just take it. Do not be so finicky. Mo Yan is willing to give it to you, and I, Ao Qingfeng, am equally generous, Ao Qingfeng declared proudly, as if everything must be compared to Mo Yan. Very well, Li Sankong sighed in resignation as he exchanged the same treasures for Ao Qingfeng's Blood Phoenix essence. Subsequently, the three of them sat cross-legged at the foot of the statue, examining. Meanwhile, Li Sankong began to consume the ancestral essence he had obtained, one by one. Chapter 86 The Power of the Flesh. Li Sankong first consumed the remaining 2 drops of Kunpeng's essence blood, swallowing them simultaneously. As the essence blood entered his abdomen, it was immediately absorbed by the devouring bloodline. To Li Sankong's astonishment, he discovered a distinct difference between this absorption and the initial one. The most significant disparity was that, akin to the absorption of the blood of the Taotai, the devouring bloodline emitted a considerable amount of gray energy, augmenting his physical form. Augmenting the physical form, Li Sankong's heart raced, a sense of inexplicable exhilaration coursing through him. The essence blood of the Kunpeng ancestor contained a vast reservoir of energy, far exceeding that of the Taotai essence blood he typically refined. The greater the strength, the more immense the energy contained within a single drop of essence blood. The ancestral blood held even more energy than that of his 2 masters. The devouring bloodline was unique. During the initial absorption of the essence blood, it seemingly utilized all the energy to form the ferocious beast shape, hence failing to yield any energy feedback, preventing the enhancement of Li Sanking's physical form. However, the second time was evidently different. With the formidable energy contained within the Kunpeng ancestor's essence blood, how much would the feedback gray energy elevate Li Sanking's physical form? With such thrilling anticipation, Li Sanking's focus remained intently on himself. At this moment, as the 2 drops of Kunpeng essence blood were absorbed by the devouring bloodline, an overwhelming force surged forth, causing the particles of his physical body to incessantly shatter and reconstitute, ascending to a higher echelon. The gray runes within his flesh became increasingly intricate and dense. In merely a moment, Li Sankong felt his physical power surpass the current level of transcendence, reaching a higher tier, and it continued to rise without cessation. His heart thudded powerfully, and he felt an overwhelming sense of vitality coursing through him, as though he possessed an inexhaustible life force. His muscles tightened, and the strength of his physique concurrently intensified. Once the enhancement of his physical form ceased, Li Sankong opened his eyes, which sparkled with brilliance. Clenching his fist with sudden vigor, he felt a substantial increase in his physical strength. Previously, while at the 9th layer of blood refinement, his power could rival that of a typical transcendent. At the 3rd layer upon ascending to the transcendent realm, his physique experienced an enhancement, reaching the level of a typical transcendent at the 4th layer. Now, having absorbed the 2 drops of Kunpeng essence blood, his physical form had further strengthened, elevating him to the standard of a transcendent at the 5th layer. Logically, given the Kunpeng ancestor's might, those 2 drops of essence blood should have elevated him more than just 1 tier, but rather, it was the energy feedback from the devouring bloodline that fortified his physique, resulting in a considerable loss of energy from the Kunpeng essence blood during the absorption process. Nonetheless, achieving an enhancement of 1 tier was already commendable. The power of his physical form could rival that of a transcendent at the 5th layer. This did not even account for the enhancement of his transcendent power. Furthermore, he still had the essence blood of the Blood Phoenix, Azure Dragon, Nine-Tailed Fox, and Taotaya to consume. Li Sankong calculated briefly. He currently possessed 10 drops of Blood Phoenix ancestor essence blood, 5 of which he had acquired himself, while the other 5 were exchanged from a. For some reason, the treasure trove of the Blood Phoenix ancestor contained a relatively abundant supply of essence blood, yielding 2 extra drops. He also had 5 drops of Azure Dragon ancestor essence blood, all obtained by himself. The Nine-Tailed Fox ancestor essence blood consisted of 3 drops, also self-acquired. Finally, he had 6 drops of Taotai ancestor essence blood, acquired through exchanges with Mo Yan and Su Buhui, each. In total, that amounted to 24 drops. What extent would his physical form enhance to after consuming them all? My strength can still grow. Li Sankong clenched his fists with determination. Without hesitation, he swiftly consumed 6 drops of. In an instant, the devouring bloodline and the Taotai bloodline surged simultaneously, emanating a terrifying aura. The power of the bloodlines roiling like a raging tide. Both bloodlines strengthened concurrently. Moments later, both bloodlines simultaneously fed back a surge of energy. This time, Li Sanking's enhancement surpassed the previous one, directly elevating him by 2 tiers, achieving the level of a transcendent at the 7th layer. Transcendent at the 7th layer. The speed of this physical enhancement was nothing short of meteoric. Crucially, this was merely an augmentation of his physical form. His transcendent power remained unenhanced, leaving ample room for further growth. The essence blood of the ancestors, truly invaluable. Li Sanking's heart surged with exhilaration, his face betraying. Onward, the joy of becoming stronger spurred Li Sankong to fervently continue consuming the remaining ancestral essence blood. Simultaneously, he ingested 10 drops of Blood Phoenix ancestor essence blood and 5 drops of Azure Dragon ancestor essence. Boom! The energy within him surged like a tempest, uncontrollably rampaging, akin to a frenzied beast galloping through his bloodlines. A formidable aura erupted from his being, radiating with a searing heat that rendered it impossible to gaze upon directly. Under the impact of this power, the surrounding air seemed to ignite, forming an invisible wave that compelled others to instinctively retreat. Nearby, Mo Yan and the others were taken aback, their eyes widening in shock as they turned to Li Sankong, astonished. The aura emanating from him is terrifying. Ao Qingfeng exclaimed. Mo Yan, his expression grave, remarked, his physique feels as if it embodies a raging torrent. Su Buhui, in a daze, murmured, my heavens, Sankong was already so powerful before, and now he is continuously growing stronger. How formidable will he ultimately become? After all, he is our captain, how could he not be impressive? Ao Qingfeng said with self-satisfaction, as if it were he who was gaining strength. With a total of 15 drops of essence blood consumed, Li Sanking's power surged wildly, propelling his physical strength directly to the 1st layer of the Dharma aspect. 1st layer of the Dharma aspect. Li Sanking's emotions surged, and his body trembled slightly. Until now, he had never dared to entertain the slightest fantasy that his physique could attain such a level, yet the palpable sensation of fullness that coursed through him compelled him to accept this reality. His physical strength had undoubtedly reached the 1st layer of the Dharma aspect. Although this did not equate to achieving transcendence, his power was certainly sufficient to contend with those of the Dharma aspect realm. Should he transform into a ferocious beast shape, his might would become even more formidable. Coupled with the 4 great ferocious beast techniques, he would fearlessly face true Dharma aspect powerhouses, possessing the strength to battle.
This truly was a meteoric ascension. Moreover, this was occurring without any enhancement to his transcendent power. If his transcendent power were to rise as well, his strength would only continue to grow. This expedition to the ancient demon Forbidden Land had been well worth it. Lee San Kong tightly clenched his fists. The ancient demon Forbidden Land was undoubtedly his place of transformation. Chapter 87 Departure. Perhaps this was the reason why the three masters insisted on his entering the ancient demon Forbidden Land. A person of great talent, once given an opportunity, can experience a meteoric rise in strength. Lee San Kong possessed an alarming talent. What he lacked was merely the chance. However, the extent of this enhancement was truly astonishing. In a single moment, he wielded strength comparable to that of a first-level Dharma manifestation, an unimaginable feat for anyone, yet, such an event had indeed transpired in Lee San Kong's life. And then, there was the divine bone in his chest. With fervent eyes, Lee San Kong, through introspection, observed that the divine bone had completely recovered. The runes adorning its surface were intact, radiating an aura of mysterious origin. A message emanating from the divine bone also reached his mind of the 9 turns of transformation bone. This was the divine bone that Lee San Kong now possessed. The supernatural powers endowed by the 9 turns of transformation bone allowed him to unleash an unfathomable force of transformation, akin to a world destroyer. The power of transformation comes in 9 turns, each stronger than the last. When the 9th turn is unleashed, the heavens and earth fall silent, and all returns to the void. Powerful, Lee San Kong was ecstatic. This supernatural ability was extraordinarily formidable. However, to wield the 9 turns of transformation, the physical body must endure immense. Yet, this single turn was already immensely powerful. In terms of offensive might, none of the other supernatural abilities he possessed could compare. Thus, all the supernatural abilities that Lee San Kong had lost, apart from the Xianhuan bloodline, had been completely restored and were even stronger than before. As for the Xianhuang bloodline, it had been replaced by the Taodai bloodline, which was hardly a loss. His current talent surpassed what it had been before his losses. The Eye of Reincarnation, commanding the realm of reincarnation and annihilation, 3 formidable supernatural powers. The 9 turns of transformation bone, wielding the unparalleled power of transformation, the devouring bloodline was particularly unique. Thus far, the potential of this bloodline seemed to remain largely untapped. The Taodai bloodline, which strengthens the physical body through devouring, was the very foundation of Lee San Kong. The forms of the 4 great ferocious beasts each possess their own merits, and through transformation, they significantly enhanced Lee San Kong's combat prowess. With all these talents combined, Lee San Kong was undoubtedly invincible among his contemporaries. With all his talents, alongside a physical power on par with a first-level Dharma manifestation, he had now stepped into the ranks of Dharma manifestation experts, Lee San Kong remarked with a smile. Dharma manifestation experts, in the southern divine realm, this was already a formidable level of mastery. Consider the 2nd and 3rd princes of the Blood Kingdom, both of whom were exceptionally gifted, yet had not yet attained the first level of Dharma manifestation. This illustrates that reaching this domain is no simple feat. As excitement coursed through him, Lee San Kong relished the joy brought by his newfound strength until he calmed down and began to reassess the treasures he had acquired. At present, he still possessed 3 drops of primordial blood from the 9-tailed fox ancestor, and the devouring bloodline had 2 opportunities to maintain its ferocious beast form. Lee San Kong pondered. Should he consume the primordial blood of the 9-tailed fox, he would forfeit 1 opportunity. However, the options for ferocious beast forms were rather plentiful. He desired the abilities of that brat Mo Yen, particularly the power of invisibility. He also yearned for the 1,000 illusions of the 2nd prince of the Blood Kingdom, as well as the world-devouring ability of the Swan Ni, but in comparison, the Swan Ni's world-devouring technique seemed somewhat superfluous, especially since he already possessed the talent of the 9 turns of transformation bone. After much contemplation, Lee San Kong made his selections. Although his physical power was comparable to a first-level Dharma manifestation, he had not yet attained the Dharma manifestation realm. Neither his extraordinary power nor his bloodline power had reached that level. His possession of Dharma manifestation power was merely a result of his physique being extraordinarily strong for his current tier, thus making it seem as though he had attained the first level of Dharma manifestation. His true bloodline power was at the level of extraordinary 7, which implied that the opportunities to maintain his ferocious beast forms had not increased. He still had only 2 chances. Naturally, he would choose wisely regarding these 2 chances. Having analyzed the situation, he deemed the Swan Ni's abilities to be rather conventional, thus unnecessary for him to absorb. Although he wished to acquire the abilities of the Qilin, Mo Yen was currently too weak, making it inappropriate to ask for his primordial blood. He would have to wait until later. While he was also eager to obtain the powers of the 1,000 Illusions beast, he currently had no means of acquiring its primordial blood, unless he could obtain it from the 2nd prince of the Blood Kingdom's side.